That's when the villain gets introduced.
Are we the villain?
Yeah, maybe. I'm movie's villain, maybe. I guess you find out near the end. You don't really know right at the beginning. Don't know if they'll turn out to be a good guy, you know?
Yeah.
That's what film needs, is twists. Twists, turns, mystery, suspense. What makes them so strong? Oh, and I already see people in chat. Wonderful. It is indeed EFAP time, and I'm on time. We didn't manage to go too long over the limit, if there was such a thing.
Yeah, 1 minute. 1 minute late. That's not bad.
Me. I anticipate a lot of feuding with chat this week. Oh, is this going to be a controversial topic? Have you already seen different opinions flying around? You did a Forge yesterday, did you not, Mr. Opinions?
I did.
How did that go?
It was fun. It was a good conversation. I do expect some controversy
My
all around
God.
on this
I think
one.
there might be. I think there
There
might
are
be
some
some
divisive
controversy.
opinions on
Maybe
this film.
divisive opinions, but divisive ones?
Divisive, that's
He
a
will
better
not
word.
devise us.
Yeah, not with movie
Divisive
opinions.
is the better word.
Right. Well, welcome everybody to EFAP 3. I forget what it is every single time. Every
EFAP
time. 236, not 3. Jesus,
EFAP
not that
3.
far along. Damn. EFAP 3.
EFAP 3.
We're filling in old numbers that we
finally
missed.
made it. We
Volume
finally made
3.
it. Didn't think
Volume
we'd get this
3,
far,
yeah.
but we're here.
We're here to talk about a little movie that you may have heard's come out recently. And our guest, we got a new guest this time. New blood. Look at him, he's sitting right there. He's got blue hair.
Whoa.
Everyone loves those kinds of people.
It's destiny.
Welcome. I'm assuming you're going to go by Movie Cynic, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Beautiful. I met you on good old Open Bar. And I thought
did.
maybe I'd drag you on here to talk about movies someday. And so here we are. Welcome. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks for the invite. Yeah, I've been a huge fan of you guys for a long time, so it's an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Oh, well, we might take care of that
Cool.
tonight. We'll see what happens.
Don't you worry. I was actually going to say, well, don't get another way. You all know Capital Opinions. Okay, Capital, he's right there, okay? You
Hello,
did the
howdy,
intro.
Nah.
Intro. Lame. Fresh meat for the grinder? Yeah, hell yeah. We got a lot to talk
We have
about.
a lot to discuss.
And so I think what we should do first, which we do, sometimes not do, but we probably will do it this time, is a blurb, a good old-fashioned
goodness.
summarization of your thoughts and feelings on the film, whatever you wish to talk about, and forever how long you talk about. You know, complete freedom on this one. However, I would be curious to have our guest go first. See what his opinions on this action adventure sci-fi fantasy MCU movie film is. So why don't you go ahead?
I saw it twice, and it's a mixed bag is the best way to describe it for me. It's old hat to kind of say like, well, it's better than anything that's come out since Endgame. I still think Spider-Man No Way Home's the best that's come out since Endgame. But it's such a difficult way to discuss this movie. It's like I didn't enjoy anything that they did with the first or second act. I felt like the third act kind of felt more like a Guardians movie. And the best way I can describe the first or second act would be it felt like the space casino scene in The Last Jedi, and like a 2-hour extended cut of that, which isn't a compliment whatsoever.
Good old Canto bite.
I felt it was weird that James Gunn decided to go with like a Rocket backstory as kind of the emotional crutch of the movie. I hate when they bring in animals to kind of get that emotional resonance out of people. I feel like it's cheating almost. It was like the same kind of critique. It was like the same kind of critique I gave to Avatar 2, where they used like that space whale as the emotional crutch of the movie. And I was like, it's such a cheap way of getting people to be like, well, the movie made me feel something, so it was good. And I thought it was weird that like you have all of these characters that we've come to know and love. This is their sixth appearance for a lot of them. And what you do to get any emotion out of the audience is to do a backstory of Rocket. Like it's not necessarily that I didn't want to know Rocket's backstory or anything, but it just felt weird that like you're doing this in the final movie. It made me keep questioning like this is what you decided to do or the final adventure with these guys. Like a Last Jedi space casino sequence and flashbacks. But and I also felt it was weird that like it felt like Chris Pratt was kind of phoning in his performance. There was a really great sequence near the end, like when he thinks Rocket's dying. That was I thought was really well acted. It's probably also why they put it in the trailer too. But overall, like despite the criticisms, there were still some highs for me. And so the best I can say is like I didn't think it was mid. I thought it was just okay, like one step above mid. And at this point, I'll kind of take what I can get when it comes to the MCU. So since I started my channel, it'll be the first review where it's not just a complete like
Ripping
shitting
into
on a movie. Yeah.
Fair
Yeah.
enough. I will say as well, for this format, as strange as it sounds, and don't worry, it's kind of a fast and loose rule, try and remain spoiler-free for as far as we're into summarizing the film. It's a strange thing, but it kind of makes for the format to be a little bit more fun. But however, if you really want to skip ahead to something, then you can go ahead. It's a warning to anyone listening to this. We're going hard into spoilers. We're going to spoil everything eventually. But we're also going to try and deliver it piece by piece once we're done with everyone's general perspective. And thank you very much for yours. Why don't we have Cap next? What is your general thoughts on Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
I really liked it, warts and all. I would say that I disagree with almost everything the Movie Cynic just said, so I'm excited to talk about it. It's a flawed movie. It has problems, for sure, most of them in the plot, and I suppose the world building to a lesser extent, but the plot is not especially good. But in my opinion, it's kind of on par with a lot of James Gunn's other superhero films where the character writing, the dialogue, and the jokes are what's strongest, and the plot is pretty weak. We'll discuss, I'm sure, how this relates to his other films, but I really enjoyed it. I like all these characters. I thought it was an interesting send off for them, and I love everything to do with Rocket's origin story. So I'm excited to talk about it with you all today.
All right. Fringy, what did you think?
I was really disappointed. I really like the first two Guardians films. I think that they're among the stronger entries in the MCU, and I was like looking forward to this one as like a film compared to the like everything else that we've gotten basically like for the last few years. I certainly don't think that this film is like nearly as cynical as a lot of the films that have come out and TV shows over the last few years. I think it's got aspects of it that are like really strong. But I think the way that I would summarize this film is that it is a lot messier than Guardians 1 and 2. It's not as focused. And the plot I think that as we delve into it in detail, it's going to fall apart. And my concern is, and I haven't quite figured it out yet, is I'm not sure where I'm at when it comes to figuring out how compromised I think character is because of it. There are certain aspects of the film that I think, like, after going through it, are going to hold up very well. But yeah, I'm yeah, that's kind of where I'm at the moment.
All right. Rags, what did you think?
What a fucking shit show. Wow, there's so much. I felt like generally when I walk out of a movie and I feel very confused and conflicted, that doesn't mean that it was so good it confused me. Typically it means that there's a lot of stuff in there that upon a first viewing didn't sit right with me, and then the more that you delve into the issues, the worse that they'll get. When it comes to Guardians 3, I'm kind of holding on to the things that I like about it in the same way that someone might cling to a life raft in a stormy sea. I think the plot is in shambles. I think there's very little that probably is going to be working when it comes to the plot. I think we have some really bad character stuff that's happening. I think that tonally and in terms of its pacing, it's kind of it, particularly in terms of tone, it's a mess. I think there are certainly a few things that still really bother me about this movie. And it's not to say that there's things that I really, there are things that I really like about this movie. I mean, emotionally, it worked for me in a lot of ways, but I think that those particular things will unfortunately maybe be swallowed up by a bunch of other stuff. There are things of value here, but yeah, this is going to be a long, complex journey through a very strange, what feels like 6 or 7 films that have been kind of mixed up and stirred into a single one. So yeah, buckle up. We're gonna have a lot of stuff to talk about.
That's true. Which leaves me, I suppose, what I will say is this is easily the greatest film in Phase 5. It's not even a competition, I would say. I'm going to go out there and take that hot take. I hope
agree.
I'm not going to have to fight on that one, but yes. I think it dominates Phase 5 currently. So, take that as a big plus. I have gone through it significantly, hardcore, again and again. I am very unhappy with this film. I was one of its biggest I was trying to get everyone a little hyped, a little excited. I think this was a hopeful one. There's a lot of reason to think it was going to be pretty damn good. But oh boy, did it disappoint the hell out of me.
Oh boy.
I'm not even sure what I would summarize as a compliment. There's no point in me running through all of what I think is bad when it comes to writing, because I think it's got major flaws in every category, including but not limited to a garbled tone, character inconsistencies and assassination, complete plot fuck-ups, and ignorant world building to the point of matching stuff like that's in Phase 4. The positives, though, it's like, I don't know, man. There's a few scenes I like.
Yeah.
So, I guess my position as of updated since the open bar. If anyone saw that, it's not exact. I've gotten a little less favorable of the film since then. But today, I'm sure we'd all like to explain to anyone who's listening and each other why we may hold the perspectives we do. And to do that, we're going to be going through chronologically and talking pretty much just about everything. Are you folks ready for that?
Ready
I
as
am
I'll ever
ready.
be.
Oh, yeah.
Yay!
I'm ready again.
Yeah.
Well, all right then. First thing that happens, and I'd be curious to just hear everybody's opinions on this, is a quite somber Marvel logo intro that has all imagery from Guardians alone. I think it starts with the comics and then it goes into just the films. What is everyone thinking about it? Anything?
It got me thinking about what tone we were gonna get. What kind of are we gonna do something like Infinity War here with this kind of opening? I was already starting, I feel, to get primed for potential disaster / hitting the ground running with something.
So I got the impression
I liked it.
I liked it too, but in retrospect, I think it's a little bit unsuitable.
I agree.
So I got a similar impression to it as I do from the Infinity War intro, where it's setting the scene, they're setting the tone for like this one ain't gonna end well. This is gonna be a tough, rough ride. And I suppose you could argue it's in reference to a particular history that happens in the film, but seeing it after knowing what happens in the film, I was just like, this doesn't feel right. And it's strange because I feel like it gets overwritten by the first use of a song, almost straight away. And so now I don't really.
What does that mean? It's overwritten.
The tone set by that initial song, or like the initial use of the music and the visuals, that of these are the Guardians and it's time to say goodbye, but not in a positive way. I distinctly got the impression of like, oof, this is gonna be a rough one. And then there was a different song that plays. I'm trying to remember what song it was.
First song is an acoustic cover of Creep by Radiohead.
Yeah, which was a distinctly different impression, like a
Is it?
different feeling. I certainly got a different.
You don't
feeling
think
with it,
that's
yeah.
a somber, melancholy song?
I think in a different way, it's like someone
Yeah.
who wants to fit in, who doesn't belong, and they want to be, a part of a group, or they want to,
Not quite the
have
same as
friends and feel like they
expecting
belong.
like a destructive, potentially dour farewell. So yeah, I don't know. It feels a little bit off in retrospect to me, but first time around, I thought it was going to be super suitable because I was expecting something to follow along in terms of particular events, in terms of drastic events. But it's not too big of a deal. It's just something I was thinking about. And I was curious if anyone else felt similar or not.
No. Didn't have any problem with it whatsoever.
Definitely I think it's too sort of similar in a way, but yeah, especially thinking back. Yeah, it just doesn't seem appropriate.
I certainly don't think so by the time you understand how this film ends.
Yeah, looking back,
Which,
definitely.
I mean, you can still remain relatively spoiler-free. It's very positive, the ending of this film. So,
But
yes?
anyway, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What are you going to say?
I think the movie kind of starts on more of a melancholy tone and then ends positive. I don't exactly see what the problem is there.
I think that the general sense I get for those intro credits is more so that it's going to be setting the tone for the movie's whole experience as opposed to maybe the opening scene. Hence the job of like a song starting up on the opening scene. It would be weird to have like a song and then a song as opposed to that's the impression I get. But this is the thing. It's definitely down to the individual on that one, I suppose. Anyone is welcome to say anything, but if that's
Well, I've said what I think
Very
about it,
well.
so I'm ready to carry on.
I think it's fun to have Rocket singing along to a lot of the songs in Guardians now. They've like
Yeah.
developed that relatively strong throughout the three of them. That something I like at the beginning of Guardians 2 is that he tries to argue that he's setting up the music because Quill wants it when it's obvious that he wants it.
Yeah.
And I think they've carried it along pretty well now.
It's a subtle little thing, but I actually quite like that the song that he was going to put on in the beginning of 2 was Mr. Blue Sky. I think there's
Oh yeah.
something you can draw between that and a connection to what happens in this film. Could be interesting.
One of the first things we find out is that Peter is like just staying drunk almost all the time, drinking himself into a stupor. He's pretty miserable, and it's to do with obviously what's happened with Gamora, which I think is a good choice. I'm trying to remember the scenes they had in Love and Thunder, but as you can imagine, I've kind of erased
They're basically
that.
irrelevant.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think they're relevant at all. It's as if that didn't really happen, which is, that's okay. We don't need to talk about Thor: Love and Thunder.
Yeah, obviously he meant a shit ton to him, and he's gone. But I suppose we don't really know what the state of affairs are yet. But it doesn't look good if that's his current standing.
Mm-hmm.
You even have like Nebula picking him up and Drax being like, "Oh shit, again," and so it seems like they're not in the they're in a steady state, the Guardians, but the Peter's clearly not doing well. Which I think is a reasonable place to start, considering everything that's happened. I'm glad that there's consequence,
That seems, yeah, like a good place to begin, at least with some level of discontent within the group.
And
Also make sure that the Guardians Holiday Special wasn't some throwaway useless thing. Like that was actually pretty key to understand like why they're on Nowhere, why they own it, everything like that. Appreciated that consistency.
yeah, and you can get away with, I think, not seeing it, right? Probably. You could just assume.
I haven't seen it. I never saw it.
I haven't either.
So I just
Yeah, they
when the movie
well, there you
started, I
go.
just assumed this is what they're doing, and this is where they are. I guess that makes sense.
Exactly. I just assumed
Yeah,
the same
that's
thing.
They gotta be
perfect. And
somewhere.
Oh,
it
they're here now. That's okay. Cool.
make sure that they, that at the very least, like it's not just it's supplemental, but not just completely throwaway. Like they purchase Nowhere from, oh shit, I forget his name. Important character there. But yeah, anyway, it was actually relevant and important. That's cool.
So you got Rocket and Nebula talking about who's gonna do what about Quill, 'cause something's got to be done about him. And during the conversation, she's like, "Why are you on the ceiling?" And he said, "I want to see if these new gravity boots work down a slope." And I don't know about everyone else, but I was just like,
It's just,
wonder what
that would
payoff
be
we're gonna have with
important.
those.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, that's how it works. When something that's very oddly out of place gets called like attention to.
yeah, and that's not the only one in this movie. They do a couple standard writing setups, but it's fine. I thought it was strange, right? So we're sort of panning around, and Kraglin is trying to get use of his arrow to the point of nailing like a sequence. He's got to hit like a series of targets in a row as like, I guess, rudimentary system of trying to get a good score. And he accidentally fires the arrow into Nebula's, heart. It looks like. Obviously, she's
right in their chest. Yeah.
she's like mostly cybernetic, I think, so it doesn't do the damage it would do to a normal person. But I was still just like, damn, dude.
That could have been a normal person.
Well,
Like, this is
and
very
so-
irresponsible.
But timeline-wise, I'm pretty sure Guardians 2 takes place in 2014, which means that it's been like 10 years and he still can't.
Oh
use that
shit!
thing.
I hadn't even thought of that.
Yeah. Maybe he got like snapped, but even then, still like 5 years and he hasn't. Yeah, maybe it is really hard to use, but just something worth noting, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like it's been that long since Guardians 2, but I guess it actually has. The timeline is all very... we probably know it better than the people writing the movies at this point.
I think Guardians 2 takes place like the same year as the first one, I think, or close to that.
Yeah, you have Cosmo's essentially been properly introduced now. Or was Cosmo in the Christmas special? I can't remember.
Yeah,
Christmas
she was
special.
in the Christmas special.
I've seen it and I don't remember it. That's my bad. But I don't know. I think Cosmo's neat. It's a
Yeah.
dog
Yeah.
with
Well, I like Doggo.
spacesuit that can do telekinesis and has a Russian voice.
Or the dog has is the suit. I thought let her talk audibly through the suit.
Oh, yeah.
But she
what-
could
yeah.
do the telekinesis, right? Or,
Yeah, I have no clue why that's the case, but I
that
think
is-
she
Crazy
mentions
world.
That's what it is.
Russians sent her into space with no intention of her coming back, and then I guess she was picked up by someone somewhere and something happened.
She flew through a telekinesis cloud or something.
A telekinesis dilation field.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so they're discussing what to do with Quill, and it's mentioned the possibility of Mantis making him feel better, and she says like she wouldn't manipulate people's feelings like that.
Yeah, I wish she was consistent about that.
Yeah, we'll get to that in about 5 hours.
That is one of the bigger problems I have. That we'll get
And-
there in time.
He says, I think Drax says, "You made me fall in love with my sock," and she says, "But that was funny." And you have Groot getting confused as to whether or not they're talking about making him happy with touching him in another way. So, shooting off a few jokes already, and I guess we'll get a broader view on it as we go, but I kind of want to try and flag up whether or not you guys were finding this stuff funny or not as we go, and if there's any discussion to be had about it.
Somewhat amusing. Definitely kind of hit and miss, but I think a decent amount of the humor worked for me.
I'd say it was on par with the others in terms of most of the jokes worked, but some didn't.
I don't know how this happened, but I'm pretty sure, for me, it's either Ragnarok or Infinity War were the funniest movies in the MCU.
Ragnarok is the funniest for me.
It's so weird that Infinity War, the movie that's like famously the one where they lose and is quite dramatic, is like one of the ones with some of the best jokes, I thought.
I mean, that film is really funny. And
Strange.
They do a much better
Surprisingly
job
so.
of balancing tones than most films in the MCU do.
So That cuts then to, we see the arrival of Adam Warlock. He's heading to nowhere. Last time we saw him was the end credits from Guardians 2, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So all we know at this point would be that maybe the Sovereign have sent him to just get revenge at this point, right? But I don't think any other thing has been mentioned up to this point about any other reason he might be there.
Not that I can think of.
Now
There's
I can
nothing that
buy
comes to mind.
I can buy that he knows they're in nowhere. I'm confused. Does he have like a zeroing in thing on Rocket?
I
Not
don't
that I'm
know.
aware of.
Because he smashes right into Rocket personally, and I mean,
Yeah.
just a
That's
small skip ahead, he is actually trying to kidnap Rocket. We find out.
yeah. That's what I was like. I mean, he's a little critter, you know. Like,
Yeah, I thought that
feel
was
like
really
he's-
strange.
Yeah,
Um,
that should have. Not only is that an incredibly dumb way to try and kidnap someone, you think you just grab them and leave the way you came or something, but you would, you should be pulverized into 1,000 tiny little pieces because he went through a bunch of walls and stuff.
That's another timeline thing too, right? Like Adam Warlock was activated at the end of Guardians 2, and he hasn't decided
it's
to
been
bank on that.
a decade.
Seems unusual. But if we go with
Mm.
the snapping, then it's what, 5 years, we would say.
I think, yeah. I think they're in 2024,
And-
2025 now.
I want it said, I have sympathy for any writer that's having to deal with all this, because it's insane, and it's difficult.
Yes.
But it's still, like, we have to, call a spade with this. It's like, you have this is what's happening, and I don't think there's any lines to account for why Adam's taken so long. There's also just, when he smashes Rocket through several walls and windows, I was like, that's strange, considering his goal.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that one's strange, but it'll get stranger soon. It's just, I just don't get it. Adam Warlock is one of the most controversial parts of the film, I think, in terms of people being critical. So,
Yeah, I think that way.
what can I say for now, other than, he smashes in, and I'm not sure if it's meant to be a bit of a comedic beat, like Rocket is sort of chill, and he looks out the window, sees him coming, he just goes, whoa, and just like smashes. But, and this is something I'm going to flag a lot. You see him smash him through those things, and you're like, is Rocket fine? It's like, yes, Rocket is fine. He's absolutely fine. He's barely even,
Like, oof.
no scratching. You're like, okay, sure.
Well, all right. That's weird. I would have expected.
I would expected
them to be a bit
something.
more. Yeah.
But, it's okay.
All right. Yeah. All right.
So Nebula then grabs like a jetpack thing and basically operates as like the police of the area, and she flies up to him and she says like, drop your weapons, sort of thing. Somehow Adam loses his grip on Rocket. He has him in two hands, and then he looks over at Star-Lord, and somehow Rocket manages to wrestle himself out. Now, should be known, Adam Warlock is incredibly powerful in this film. I'm not even talking about the
He's like-
source.
Yeah,
like
he's talking
Superman.
about like what would we putting him on par with? Like a
Superman?
Captain Marvel,
Yeah, Captain
Superman
Marvel.
kind of.
Superman.
Yeah, seems to be about that kind of that kind of power level.
Strong.
And so, like, all I can really say to explain any of these things is that he's an idiot, and that is canon.
It is, yeah. He's kind of an incompetent buffoon.
Yeah, he's
That's-
like a child. He got taken out of his birth pod too early, as we learned. So he's kind of not quite all there yet.
Which was not, I think, what a lot of people wanted to see. But obviously, I'm okay with the idea and concept. A childlike person in the body of something like a Superman. And
Yeah.
how does it go? But that is the best I can do to explain why that would happen. So yeah,
It
Nebula.
helps explain some of his decisions, but definitely not all of them.
Yeah, well,
like,
ramming-
Flying in and
yeah.
tackling him through the wall, that's just really stupid.
You'd
There's
think
no way
even
around it.
a lot of child brain people would understand that one. And he doesn't talk like a child. Talks like a pretty normal person. Like, you could buy that he was his age from just the way that he talks.
like Thor, kind of.
Yeah. The impression you get more so is just that he's not used to social cues or something. Not that he's like a child, but they definitely say that that's what his issue is. In fact, it's said that he's got more than that as an issue, but we don't get more specifics.
Well,
So-
something just came to mind too. To not spoil anything, though, there is a scene later in the movie that could kind of explain his actions when it came to Rocket and like his initial like tackling him through the wall, because he overcompensates later in the movie too. I don't know if you guys, without spoiling it,
I know what
don't
you're
if you
talking
guys wanna
about,
talk
but I don't agree.
I would argue that instead of that supporting this, that is another example of like an inconsistency. What he does in that scene is super retarded.
Not disagreeing with that.
So Nebula shoots him, and he just pretty much like she shoots him into a wall, and then he gets back up. He tackles her, and then there's this shot. He goes to punch her in the chest, and they show a shot of her like chest caving in, and then he punches her face, and like her jaw dislocates. And there's sort of music to match, and especially when I think about it more as time goes on, it's just like I never know how much I should care about that. Like when Nebula gets parts of her disconnected or broken. Take, for example, because I think this is spoiler-free, there's a part in this film where she is hit in the head and it dislocates her whole neck. Her head, like, falls over. And then it reconnects back up, and it's kind of like a badass moment. But in that moment, right, we're supposed to be like, yeah, Nebula. But in this moment, we're supposed to be like, oh no, Nebula. Like, oh god, like her chest is caved in. She's getting fucked up. And it feels strange to me. I never quite know how I'm supposed to react. There's a specific example I'm going to be talking about when we get to the Orgo scope of Nebula's injuries, and I feel like I have to distinctly rely on the music, and even then I get betrayed regularly as to what the state of affairs are.
Yeah.
It gets very, 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 very confusing as to just what Nebula's health bar is, if there is such a thing.
This movie was kind of stressing me out in that regard. Like it was really uneasy. I was really uneasy a lot of the time, not really knowing what like was gonna happen or what we were doing here, where we were going.
It struck me as what's happening when she gets momentarily disabled and like parts of her get disconnected, that she's vulnerable until she can kind of reassemble. It's like she's weak for that moment, not that like, oh my god, is this gonna kill her? That's just how it occurred for me watching these scenes.
I guess what I was trying to say is that this is treated like a very serious moment, what Adam does to it, but it's we've seen that happen to her so many times that I was like, she's fine, right? And then she is fine. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, she's fine. Yeah, we're all good.
All right. Back to all right.
Yeah, because they do choir. Whenever people bring in choir, when someone's getting hurt, I assume that we're in serious mode, which
Film
happens
is telling you,
a couple times.
Take this seriously.
Then Adam tears off Groot's head. I say that because there's not a huge... Because I'll be skipping around the movie. I'm not going to do every single thing that happens. But yes, that is a moment that happens. And
yeah, Groot jumps on him and like wraps himself around Adam, and then they tussle, and eventually he pulls Groot's head off. And Groot's like he's like the little guy from The Thing. He just kind of walks away on his little vines.
But if you had asked me, would tearing off Groot's head mean the head would regrow the body? I'd be like, I think so.
I assume so.
I've got not much to work on, but yeah, I guess we've got that confirmed now. We know that it's the head that's the most important part, I assume. Like, you can't rip off the head and you have two Groots. You would have just
I don't think the body would grow a head and the head would grow a body.
Yeah. That makes some kind of intuitive sense.
So now we've got like 3 hits in a row of I'm wondering if this is all a nightmare and all the Guardians are dead now.
There was a sense of like, wow, the shock of, everything's pretty chill, but this guy has just come in and fucked up, a whole bunch of them. It's like, oh shit. Which is kind of gonna, I'll have to see what you guys think, because I'm trying to, there's always a line with this sort of stuff. Tone is super hard. So I know that plenty of people found this joke funny, so I'll just ask you guys. Raglan fires his arrow directly at Adam, and it just bounces off and hits the floor. What did you think?
I didn't think it was funny. I thought like he was gonna have a moment to actually maybe kind of do something to I guess he did end up distracting him. But I mean, that seems like it's a really powerful weapon. That arrow,
it does.
Extremely powerful, in fact. Like, can it go through spaceships? In the second one, isn't that what Yondu uses it for?
And 2, he uses it to blow up the ship. and
he
it withstands the
yeah.
explosion.
he does
Yeah.
destroy a
So-
necrocraft in the first one as well. So this is
Wait,
the thing.
do we know that he hit him like with the pointy part of the arrow to just kind of like?
Well, it might
Clunk
be that
into
he
him.
screwed it up.
Yeah, I thought that's what happened. That
Oh, I think that
essentially
it
just
was.
kind of.
I think it was just Adam was so tough or resilient, or the arrow wasn't strong enough.
I thought that what they were trying to tell us was that Adam is super duper duper strong. It's just that you do have Nebula's sword can go through him, so you'd think the arrow would be able to, considering how powerful it is. But as long
Well,
as they don't
suppose
contradict that, it's
if
alright.
you throw an arrow, it's like he doesn't shoot it like he's a master archer. He just kind of. It's like he threw it at him essentially.
Yeah, and I
wouldn't
think you could maybe
expect-
argue that he's not at full speed, maybe, or something.
Oh, definitely not.
But I was going to say they don't really contradict that anywhere anyway, so it's mostly chill. It's definitely supposed to be funny, because then you have the girl next to him who's like, "Oh God," he's just like, "Shut up," because they don't want to get found, and then Adam is like, "Who threw that, you baby?" Which for me hit really weird. I think this works for a whole bunch of people. The reason it doesn't quite for me is because I was like, "Oh shit, I hope Nebula's okay." Holy fuck, he ripped off Groot's
hope-
head, and then it's like.
Yeah, but we're having fun. It's like, oh no, we're not.
I wasn't
We're not
having fun at that point. I was
right now.
worried
We're not
about
having
them.
fun. I'm very very anxious.
And I think it's so strange that immediately after that, he bursts into the room, Rocket aims his gun at him, and then he shoots Rocket, and it does something to Rocket that, may as well just say it at this point, brings him to near death, and the rest of the plot is going to be about trying to save Rocket's life from this shot.
Which I don't have a huge problem with, except for that he just got tackled through several walls earlier.
Well, and the fact that he just shot him. Why is he shooting him?
I
As
guess
we learn later on.
It's not a hypothetical.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you seeming to be so intent on killing Rocket when your point here is to abduct him and bring him back alive?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I thought
I
that was
forgot.
absolutely insane, considering his primary and very specific goal. And the thing is, if he was successful here, you'd get brain death, and by the time he gets that thing back to where it needs to be, I don't know how useful that brain's going to be. Certainly not what the person wants. Let's put it that way. So very, 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 very strange choice, but also becomes very, very serious, and that's kind of what I'm getting at. It's like we do this the funny bit, and it's sandwiched between our characters getting grievously injured, which I just don't know if it works for me.
It doesn't work for me. It was the beginning of a long journey through tonal. I felt like I was a pinball in a machine getting battered around a lot of the time watching this, and this was kind of the beginning of that. I feel.
It totally worked for me. I didn't have any problem going back and forth between things that are frightening and anxious and jokes, especially when the jokes aren't like coming at the expense of the thing you were meant to be anxious about. They're unrelated. Like in this, like there's an example later where I think a couple or maybe more than one example where the joke's like, that seems to actually kind of step on the dramatic moment you're trying to have.
Do you think there's any
But-
conflict in presenting Adam as someone who's, like I said, grievously wounded three of the heroes, to then also be like, haha, who threw that at me?
No, not at all.
Not at all.
It did for me.
Certainly
was
did for
very,
me.
I don't
very-
understand.
yeah.
So what's the problem with that exactly?
So Adam is
Wait.
kind of scary at first, and then they do that joke, and I was like, oh, what are we doing here?
Well, why can't he be physically intimidating but also kind of an aloof person?
It's
The-
it's less to do
Or
with whether
maybe
or not
aloof
that's-
is not the right word, but you know what I'm saying.
was less to do with whether or not that's a possibility. Anyone could tell a joke or be kind of funny. It's just that whether or not you'd say that, because the tonal arguments are very, very difficult to be, I think, definitive about. It's definitely going to come down to the person. But I don't know exactly how I'm supposed to. Would you say that the movie is trying to get me to understand that this guy is kind of an idiot, but also be afraid?
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of both, right?
Because when you show me him taking out three of the Guardians like that in a way that I'm wondering if they're dead, and this is a nightmare that one of our characters is having, it is you've already really you have planted, watered, grown, and are now harvesting this emotion of unease and tension that you're building up. and then to have that just with him and the arrow, it's really, really weird. It makes me very confused as to what you're trying to tell me.
Well, he's not exactly cracking a joke. He's reacting to someone like some sort of petty onlooker throwing like a like a stick at him, basically.
It's very, very clearly a comedic moment, not just because of the way that Adam reacts to it, but because
Well, I
of
know it's a
how
comedic moment, but I
Dragon lands.
don't understand what the problem is with the comedic moment.
I don't know what else to say. I've laid it out pretty clear.
Well, I mean, you also said that like that the film has planted the seed somehow that maybe you're meant to think
They
this is
have
a
worked
nightmare. One of them.
No, I didn't. My analogy didn't end there, which is important. But I think that there's definitely a very, very clear kind of vibe, and what a kind of what's the word, like I guess tone, not to keep overusing it, but there's a very clear tone of like peril, danger, potential death, like Infinity War kind of opening, and to have this just kind of stuck in there when this moment, for what it accomplishes, whether it's being to make Adam seem, I mean, what it's trying to accomplish is a joke, and I think it's very, very misplaced.
Okay, so other moments in other Guardians movies where there's peril and danger, but then there's a joke or a quip happening right very close to it or amidst it. Are those also bad, or is there something unique about this
It
one?
depends on what specific one you're talking about.
Yeah, make a reference.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the part in Guardians 2, he just found out that Kurt Russell, he killed his mom, and then he gets stabbed, and then they come in with the ship and they knock him out, and then immediately, oh God, I don't remember the exact line, but Gamora comes to rescue him, and he says a little quip, a little joke there. I can't remember exactly what
I
it
think
is.
she
Hold on.
says something that relates to like you warned him that this was a potential to happen, and he says, "Really? I told you so." Now,
What was it? Hold on.
Because I can't remember that one. So Mueller will probably have to.
Oh, okay, so just what I need to hear right now. Like, well, I came back, didn't I? And he's like, oh, because there's an unspoken thing, and they kind of are referencing that. It's definitely supposed to be sort of a comedic little callback.
yeah. Who's that? Like, so if similar to what you said, right? That the joke for Adam would be, as far as I'm concerned, in direct conflict with his intimidation. In the same way that if someone who was supposed to be dead threw a stone at Thanos after he killed Loki, and then he was like, "Who threw that, baby?" and then carried on, I would be like, "Wow, that was misplaced."
Why? I don't quite understand that.
It's
I mean, look, he's not the same character, so he wouldn't call them a baby. This is a
as much
different
as
character.
that's true. We have no other information on Adam Warlock yet, other than he's like annihilated. Like I said, done serious damage that we're supposed to take seriously. But then there's a joke.
Yeah, and it's establishing this is part of us learning about who he is.
I don't understand why. When would you say is a good example of a tonal mismatch?
Okay, so it's not okay, so I don't want to spoil too much, but it has to do with a one-on-one conversation that Quill has with Gamora outside of the meat flesh base.
Uh-huh.
And I think it's because they have a dramatic moment that perhaps we would want to explore, and it's interrupted by a joke that doesn't especially make sense. That's a big part of it.
So your reasoning for that mismatch would be the joke doesn't make sense.
And that it interrupts a dramatic moment that like we don't let it breathe. We don't let them actually finish their conversation or have that moment because it's interrupted. And especially because it's interrupted in a way that doesn't make sense.
Well, could one not argue that that moment is continued later?
Not in that scene. I mean, yeah, it's continued in the arc over the entire movie for sure.
Yeah, because I guess I was looking for more so an example where you would basically the criticism that myself and I assume Rags has is there any other moment in the film that you would say does have that problem? And then I just want to figure out where you would draw the line.
I don't think that this film is a tonal mess the way you guys do. I think there are a couple moments where I think the jokes get in the way of a dramatic moment. But especially if my big problem with the one I referenced is it's especially bad because the joke doesn't make sense. I actually don't know if I can think of any examples in this movie that the ping-ponging back and forth between humorous things and scary things doesn't work, because for the most part, I don't think that the movie is making light of or making fun of the dramatic beats by undermining them or pulling the rug out from under them, which is
That
something that you see a lot more in other Phase 4.
oh well, they use an example from like in Phase 4 then.
I don't have one fresh on the mind, but there are.
I'm trying to think of like a Doctor Strange 2 one. It's got to be. You know that Thanos one I gave? Would you have said that would be bad if that had happened?
Well, if Thanos himself was like, "Ugh, baby," that just doesn't seem in character for him. But I don't mind the idea of a kind of humorous moment amidst Thanos being scary. I don't, because I think, aren't there a couple of those? I don't remember off the top of my head, but I do feel like that there are moments with Thanos that are mildly amusing, if nothing else.
If we're going like, I think Infinity War, he'll like toy with his opponents a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think of. You do have, I think Loki fucks with them a little bit. I'm trying to remember the dialogue, but yeah.
Okay, here's an example where I think the joke they want to have undermines the potential dramas with MODOK in Quantumania when he dies. You know, they have this dramatic moment, and then the joke is kind of like, haha, this stupid idiot. You know, it's undermining the dramatic beat that they had briefly for a moment. It's not so much, it doesn't bother me that we switch back and forth between frightening, tense, scary moments and funny moments, because we've done that in all the Guardians movies so far. This one just has the most frightening and horrific moments of
I wouldn't want to argue that we can do it because it's been done before. I would rather argue that we can do it because it's like good craft for writing, right? Because there are only like ping-pongy things that I do think work, but then there are ones that I obviously don't think work. One of the ones that
I'm unclear as to why you think, like, how you would decide which ones don't work, especially in this movie.
I feel when he says like, "Who threw that, baby?" that I'm relaxed now. I can calm back down because we're actually having a little bit of fun. But then he steps through the door and shoots Rocket, and he's like coughing up blood, and I was like, "Oh fucking hell, we're right back up to the tense part again," because we were before. If you just chopped that out, it would have ran completely like through line as completely normal. But to drop in like his bit with Kraglin that is supposed to be interpreted as funny, as opposed to, you could even have played that dramatic. He fires it, it bounces
Absolutely.
off, and he's just fucking terrified and cowers.
Yeah, and he's trying to hide from Adam, and he's running, retreating now, kind of frantically as he dodges like a laser beam, or the building almost falls on top of him or something.
Well, it still is terrifying for them, the ones in hiding. I think it
No,
doesn't.
when they say it's a joke, it isn't, because they're making a joke of it.
When who says it's a joke?
When the film says that they're doing a joke by having
Yeah,
the
but
jokes there,
but the characters are still in danger and they're still tense.
only for the purposes of delivering a joke.
No, because the scene is still tense for them.
Yeah, but it's all couched underneath the construction of that scene being, this is a moment of levity and joke, and we're having fun.
Well, it's a joke for the audience, but it's not a joke for the characters. So if
Yeah,
you
well, I'm the audience, and we're
Well,
talking
wait,
about
hold on.
having
Like, if you can have
inconsistent tones.
instances where a joke, like a situation, is not humorous for the characters, but like the audience member can and will still find it funny, and they were meant to find it funny.
Yeah,
Like when
exactly.
bad things happen to somebody.
This whole time I've been talking about how I think it's a bad swapping of tones.
Oh,
in the
sure,
scene.
but like in terms of addressing the point of,
Yes,
you can
obviously
have
I
it
know
be-
that. Yes, and a film can be funny to an audience, but it can be scary for the people in the universe.
And I was just talking about how the
perhaps,
characters in the scene are still frightening. It's like no one in the scene is not still frightened by what's happening. I don't understand quite why this makes you go, oh, I can calm down and relax now. Like all the characters are still scared. It didn't
I mean, a
have
lot of
that
people
effect on
literally
me.
were as they were laughing at the scene.
Yeah, I mean, I don't
That
think
doesn't
that's
mean
hard.
there's not tension anymore.
Well, so, but
I mean,
what's the limit on that? Like,
I mean,
could Adam
it
If the
like?
literally
joke,
is a
if the
release
joke
of tension.
actually undermines the tension in the story.
Well, so
It
okay,
is because
just
it was quite
genuine
tense,
question:
but
could Adam pull out a unicycle, start juggling balls, and going doot 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 doot? As long as everyone's afraid of him, is that still solid?
No, because it doesn't make sense with his character.
What if it did?
So if it did, then that could work. It'd be a bizarre choice, but I see. I'm having a hard time imagining how that would make sense with this
I'm
character.
imagining it,
in the
and
scene.
it's making me laugh.
That's what I mean. Like, I think it's very much unsuitable because of the fact that it like can imply a sense of chill, and that this guy is actually kind of possibly fun and funny. But it's like, well, no, we're not done yet. The scene actually has the most harrowing thing to come. It's like,
I think it's
Did
perfectly
you think
in
it was
keeping.
tonal whiplash at the beginning of Infinity War, though? Like when Thor cracked the joke about Loki being a bad brother because he had the Tesseract? Then,
yeah, I
right?
think that actually comes close. It's you got to be so careful in that scene because it's like super duper dark.
Yeah,
I
because
don't-
Loki
I
dies
don't think-
almost like 2 minutes after that joke is said, too.
I would actually even argue it's close to screwing with Thor's character. Like, I don't think he'd be concerned with making fucking jokes in a situation where everyone's been killed.
Well, then that's the criticism for me. I don't have a problem with the fact that we do humor and then we do scary things soon after it.
because
Well,
this is, I mean, yeah, I think that it just, yeah, I think it's a really poor choice of.
people are saying like
of
fucking
way to
straw
be.
man Cap. I gave him a hypothetical. That's not a straw man. It's a different
I'm
thing.
not actually. I'm not. I thought they were talking that I was straw manning, so I'm really not sure who's being accused of straw manning. But I don't think anyone is so far.
I think we and Cap, I'm not sure about Movie Cynic, but we're happy to entertain the most extreme of hypotheticals. I find them very fun. So be prepared for
I'm
that.
totally game.
I don't have a problem entertaining the unicycle hypothetical. It's
Yeah.
I just have a hard time picturing a scenario in which that would be in character for him.
No,
But if
I
it
get
were-
it. I think what I'm trying to say is like even if he were a literal like space clown and that's him powering up his powers, I would be like, we need to change this. Like I understand you can justify it in the script, but we need to change this. Like it. Do you
I'm
understand
not
what I
sure
mean?
about that. I
Well-
mean, I can understand the potential for that, but I could also understand the potential of like this is if you imagine he's a goofy space clown character, like if he really was like toying with his victims, so to speak, if that was perfectly in character for him and he was doing silly goofy shit, I think there's value to be derived from that in the juggling of the fact that this is juggling, haha, because clown. In the juggling of tension and horror as well as goofy silliness.
Someone asked, how would I have handled this scene then? If he hits him with the arrow, what do I have him say? What do I have him do? And I think you can actually edit it so that it would be the scene that I would probably want, which is he looks over where Kraglin kind of is. Kraglin just fucking cowers, and then he carries on because he's got a job to do. He doesn't like stop to find out who fired that thing or what it was. He just keeps moving.
Yeah, we see his face, where it was once confident. Now it turns into, his sort of expression drops, and we have Adam look over, and then Kraglin's already taken cover behind some, behind something.
I also didn't even laugh during that, so even its intent of being a joke, it didn't even work for me. And like, it's consistent with his character throughout the rest of the movie, I feel. But all the same, like when he's stabbed not much longer after this, like his reaction to that is enough to inform me of what his character is going to be like the rest of the movie. So like I could have just eliminated this altogether.
What do you mean?
Didn't
Oh, do you mean
bother
like
me
you wouldn't
much.
have had him in it, or
I'm sorry, you broke up. I couldn't hear you.
when you say you could have eliminated it altogether, do you mean you wouldn't have had it all in the movie yourself, or?
No, like that the joke itself, like the arrow hitting him is fine, and I would have just had him brush it off and keep walking.
Oh, you're
and
saying as a way to
not
set
even crack the
character,
joke.
it's taken care of with the stab anyway,
Yeah, sorry.
and that the
yeah.
joke wasn't funny enough to save anyway. I understand, yeah.
Yeah, because when he gets stabbed by Nebula, his reaction, that was a great introduction of what his character, what his personality is going to be like. Like his shock was fantastic there. I really liked that part. So this
I
was
like
just-
that part too,
yeah.
but I wonder, is it establishing the same thing that this little moment is also establishing?
No, but I think it's a good setup into what you're going to get later on. Like when he's stabbed by Nebula, and his pure shock by it and his actual delivery, like the dialogue that they write for him, I feel like that's a good introduction to his character, and then we can get into the goofiness as it goes. Like it's it's a good setup into the goofiness later on. I didn't need the first thing that comes out of his mouth to be a goofy line like this.
See, I have no problem with first of all, I found the joke funny. So if you didn't find it funny, obviously it's not going to
Yeah.
work for you, and it would be better if it was cut. No problem there. I don't mind the ping ponging back and forth with tones. One of the reasons I wanted to focus so much on this now is because this is, I assume, going to be a criticism throughout, and
Yes.
I think I wanted to focus on it now because I really don't see any problem with going back and forth between these things so long as they're not undermining each other in a literal sense. Like that we're not making a joke of Quill's feelings in certain scenes, yada yada, things of that nature. Or, we're not making this character, because he's still threatening, right? Obviously, but we're not making him less threatening with this joke. And for better or for worse, I have a lot of problems with his character, as we'll get into, but the sort of goofy aloofness is part of what's being established, and I think it's important to a degree.
I think I'm inclined to agree that the joke wasn't funny enough to keep as well, like as an additional thing, but that's going to get real hard to, like, we're not going to get very far on that other than just saying, I found it funny, I didn't find it funny. It's like, that's probably as far as it goes. Someone was asking as well, how come the Thor one doesn't cross the line but cuts close? I'd have to rewatch it, and I'd have to remember if Thor is like, this is after he's been beaten up already, so I don't know if there's an argument to be made that he's a little bit, I want to use the word delirious, but not straightforward thinking. I would need to like check it out to see if there's any arguments to be made for that. But like I said, it would be something that I would half consider to be something that I kind of think is inappropriate, considering everything that he's going through at that moment. He's not like, I mean that kind of gets changed as time goes on, right? Because Thor, they kind of turn him into a clown, but I think that's before that. So the argument would be made that he would have taken it more seriously. Even with Ragnarok, I don't think he's the kind of person that just fucks around with everything no matter what. But when you get post Love and Thunder, I'd say it's to be expected at that point.
How do you feel about the no, those foundations are gone joke? How do we feel about
I found it funny, but I think I completely agree with everyone's criticism on it. I can't really defend it. It's Asgard being destroyed should be treated with a hell of a lot more dignity than that.
I agree, yeah.
Like I said, whether or not I find it funny, I wonder sometimes should be irrelevant or not. I'm not sure. It's
yeah, that's why I'm more focusing on the tonal whiplash question to see if we can come to sort of any meaningful
I get you.
meaningful standard that isn't all preference.
This is it's a tough conversation whether or not something tonally matches. I think if sometimes the best information you could even do is like run a poll, because we just can't get much further than that. But James Gunn, Taika Waititi, even Joss Whedon, and even Quentin Tarantino, like a lot of them play very hardcore with switching tones quickly.
I think it's a high risk, high reward sort of thing.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
when it works, it works.
Yeah, he shoots Rocket, then Star-Lord starts shooting him, and Drax grabs him and says, I think pick on someone your own size. And I will say it was nice to see Drax like fuck him up a little bit before
Yeah,
he
it was
starts
very
losing.
nice. Yeah.
I like to see Drax having use beyond what I think is unfortunately his fate as a result of other films.
I like
he
seeing
has
him be the
gradually become
destroyer.
flanderized.
Yeah,
He's the goofy guy who's kind of he's so literal that he can like he's. I'm not even. I feel like I'm struggling now to even like really pin down who I think he is anymore, as I was trying to explain that.
So that's definitely one of the things I don't like about this movie. But did that process begin earlier for you guys in terms?
I
of
actually would go as far as
flanderizing
saying
him?
Genesis, this might be Guardians 2. They really crank up how funny he is.
Yeah,
And he is really funny. But
yeah. There's a lot of
like
jokes that are pretty good.
The thing is that in the first film, he is really funny as well, but he's also taken really seriously because we've got like a core drama there that's propelling him forward, which is the Ronin, killing his family,
Yeah.
and that's like a big motivation for him. And the more that we moved away from Guardians 1, the less that has been addressed. It doesn't feel like we're moving past it. It feels like we're forgetting it, as time goes on. We're sort of forgetting that. Obviously there's, stuff relating to that here that we can talk about later. But by this point, it's like, yeah, it was nice to actually see him kind of taken seriously to some extent, when it feels like, especially by the time that we're getting to like Infinity War and Endgame.
This film, his introduction is almost terrifying in terms of like how people will see him. He's a big, buff, knife-wielding psychopath, and he shouts, and you're like, okay. But then he says some stuff that's kind of like, that's actually hilarious. By the end of the movie, and I think it's best illustrated when he kills the guy, when he pulls, when he says finger to the throat means death after killing him. Remember Peter's reaction is like, okay, like it feels like, man, you're a fucking threat, but luckily you're on our side. And that was kind of Drax, and then by the time you've completed the second movie, he's actually kind of super lovable and fun. And then Infinity War, he's cracking loads of jokes, and that's just become Drax's thing. He's the funny one.
And I mean, of course, like Infinity War, it's, worth noting, that's a film that obviously has to balance a lot of characters that need time with Thanos. But remember, like, at the end of Guardians 1, Drax basically concludes that his iron needs to be directed at Thanos, that, like, Thanos is ultimately responsible for his family's death. And we never really got anything for that.
Nope.
I was hoping this movie would...
Yeah, well,
Address it.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right then. So yeah, Rocket is like, he's bloodied where he's been shot. He's like gasping for air. Mantis is, screaming for help for him. And I'd say the shots give you a distinct sense, like, oh shit, this matters. This is not like an energy blast where they get back up.
Yep.
Which I think that it's not even just Guardians, it's just like the MCU. Like when someone gets hit with energy blast, I just never know how it's going to turn out until I see them after it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like getting shot in the chest in general, or someplace, or like what does this gun do? Is it? I got to figure out. I don't know what this means yet. It's not good.
Whatever the writer really needs it to be at any given moment at this point.
Yeah.
Are we stunned or shocked, or is it what's going on?
But yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear at this point that he's in trouble, which is, I guess, different from like a level of inconsistency in terms of how much damage people can take as the film goes on.
Oh yeah.
But as was mentioned, Adam does eventually sort of beat Drax, and as he's punching him in the face over and over, Nebula gets the stab in his back that I thought went through his heart. I don't know if you, to kill Adam Warlock, you need to stab him in his brain, or brain and heart, I don't know. Yeah, he's pretty strong. It doesn't kill him, it just stuns him, and there is a sense for me that, like, with someone who's just done this to all of them, that they should really make sure he's dead. But they don't.
Yeah, they don't do
they
that
don't.
later in the movie as well.
Nope.
There seems to be an aversion to, like, it's that trope that, like, for whatever reason just won't die, where like faceless henchmen, oh, we should definitely kill those, but the main big bad threat, nah, we would be bad if we killed them. It's
Yeah,
like,
we'll be blowing apart, disintegrating, bisecting,
Yeah.
throwing apart enemies later in the movie. The nameless ones that we can chop up, but
yeah, but the one who actually poses the greatest threat, nah.
The one who nearly killed Rocket.
Yeah, yeah.
Like,
This is a trope that I am so sick of. Really wish it would go away, especially for the Guardians, because they've always been the most, or perhaps, among the most morally gray of the MCU protagonists.
No
So,
hesitation with killing people.
yeah, exactly. So I didn't like that.
Then they give us like a tutorial on a new mechanic that's introduced, and then they show a development of it, right? So Adam broke Mantis's arm, and so she wraps this device around it and presses like go, and it fixes it right back up. This med kit device, basically, that it'll repair your body to whatever it, I guess, standard should be. And I think it's very purposeful. They show us that so that when they unwrap one and put one on Rocket, we can understand, like, oh, so they're going to heal him. But I think, I don't know if anyone's going to agree with this or not, but I think this is catastrophic to introduce something that good after the events of stuff like Infinity War and Endgame.
I agree.
Yep.
It's an instant save. Like,
Yep.
It's incredible.
There has to be-
incredible.
yeah,
It's amazing technology, and they need to take it to Earth or like any planets where people don't have this kind of technology. They need to share it
Yeah, because we see it instantly fix the broken arm, like instantly. We see it.
yeah.
I guess it's implied that it will save Rocket from taking this laser beam shot. You should always have these things handy. They're pretty.
Someone
They're pretty
mentioned,
good to have around.
You do actually see Adam uses one for his wound as well.
Which I'm guessing these must be a very new innovation in the Marvel world.
They're the kind of innovation you don't make. You don't want to do
Well,
that.
it's just going to make the world building insanely like complicated from now on.
Yeah,
because
it's like
it's something
introducing
that
a
you always have
helicopter
to
into
account
Return of
for.
the King.
And then,
you
of
know,
course,
like,
there was just, like, man, you got to share that around. You got to make sure that, like, Earth gets it.
It's not even, yeah, because as much as you could be
I'll
like,
say
well,
Earth specifically, but it should be every planet, of course.
yeah, you might be like, well, who knows what the logistics and distribution are. Like, yeah, but you've got to address it. You
Come
have
on.
to.
Well, I mean,
To even
It's the
have
same-
Star-Lord, which they wouldn't even do this, but if Star-Lord was like, these things work, they're already sorting them out for Earth or whatever, there's already blah, 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 just some throwaway line that this is a new technology and they're cycling it around the galaxy right now. It's amazing
the
stuff.
problem
But
is, that it's not going to be something that will be remembered or accounted for in later films.
yeah, and
There's
it's
no
not
way.
even like you can't do that to other writers. It's so unfair. Like,
Well,
we're
'cause-
already.
yeah.
We're gonna get
big-
there with another thing that pops up too. That's even more important.
Yeah, 'cause
but, yeah, this
they're obviously going to be
things
doing
mean stuff.
they're going to be doing stuff with it in this film. Like, James gets to introduce it and play with it as he wishes, but everyone else will suffer miserably from this introduction.
Everybody else inherits it, and it's a really, really hard thing to account for, and it makes stakes like oof. Makes
Yes.
it tough when you have these.
Well, and I'm assuming it's supposed to be the reason why a lot of things can happen in this film that you'd think have more dire consequences, but turns out they don't.
Which
Um,
not a fan of that typically.
Well, like, could they password to Rhodey to fix his spine?
But just give it well, I mean, he's already fine at this point.
Well, they
yeah,
gotta wear the robot legs.
yeah, he wouldn't
He
have
does,
to.
I think he does still have to wear the. Does he still have to wear the robot?
Last time we
legs at
saw
this
him, I think,
point?
was Falcon Winter Soldier, and you
So?
it was a compliment we paid
pants,
to it.
right?
Yeah, you could see them through his trousers.
Oh,
So.
right,
And
right.
a little light.
Well, but as you pointed out, like, yeah, just give it to him, plop it on his back.
Imagine,
and
though,
maybe that'll fix
For
him
like
up.
decades, and then he finds out, and he's like, "You never told me about this." And they're like,
Well, it's
"Yeah,
just,
well, yeah."
I mean, it's the same problem that Wakanda has as a society, is that they've got like this incredible tech that could like save lives and that doesn't get shared.
Yeah, 'cause the reality,
They're
of course,
awful.
It's
Nowhere
not that the
forever.
characters are supposed to be written as selfish, or the civilizations. It's supposed to be that. Well, it is that the writers are just not dealing with this
Yeah, it's
beyond the
supposed to
scope
be-
that they want to
it's
deal
just
with
the
it
thing
at.
that we want to use right now, like to help us with plotting without realizing
Mhm.
the massive implications. But it's just
Star Trek
Yeah.
dodged a lot of bullets with the Prime Directive.
Yeah.
It's handy. It's really handy to have that around.
Doesn't Star-Lord like rip a bunch open out of a drawer, and there's
Yeah.
just a bunch of them too?
yeah,
So
got
they
a
look
bunch of
common
them,
as
so
hell.
they seem-
yeah, there's no
apparently
scarcity.
They're really cheap, I guess.
Oh, and you don't even want to answer the questions of, wait, does this cure cancer? Can this cure, like, anything? And then, like, how does it cure it? And then can we... Come on. Like, why would you introduce it? Why'd you do this?
Even if it is, it purely fixes like broken arms or broken ribs, that's still like incredible.
No, it is, absolutely, yeah. So, they pop one on Rocket, activate it, and he starts getting frazzled. And they're like, oh shit, what's going on? And Nebula sees it, and she says, get it off him now. And so my question at that point was just, is she doing that in general, or does she know what's happening? And, like, does she recognize what's happening? Or, I don't think she has any information that they don't at that point. I think she's
I don't
just,
think so.
I think she's just saying to
I
get
mean,
it
it
off
could
in general.
If we one way or another, right? He's getting electrocuted. It's probably worthwhile to take it off.
Then we get the first flashback is when he gets selected right at the beginning. This would be the second flashback where he's been experimented on, and it's his initial throwing into his cage, and he meets up with 3 other characters. This one's pretty
Yeah.
quick. It's, the main thing you learn in this flashback is just that they're a bunch of other experimented on animals, and they're all very friendly.
Yep.
They're going to look after him. Back to the present, they discover...
Wait, that's all we're going to say about that?
For now, yeah, probably.
Okay.
I'm
You wanna
almost
say anything
tempted
else?
to delve into all of that, like, all in one go. The big, like, flashbacks. That's almost what I'm tempted to. Or when we get to, there's certain flashbacks in particular that I'd want to
Well, if there's
hone in on.
anything Cap wants to say about it that's not stuff that we get later, I'm fine with that.
I really like the way this scene is handled. I really like it's very effective emotionally. I really like it. I like his first words. I like them helping him out. There's some. I really like the way all the flashback stuff is shot because there's a sort of visual language that's different from the rest of the movie. We get a lot more close, like really tight close-up detail shots of like Rocket's eyes and stuff like that. It's
Mhm.
very interesting. Like the way the film kind of visually grounds us in his perspective in the way that it never really did before in terms of like
I get what you
being at
mean in
his
terms
level.
of there's a lot of shots that emphasize perspective, particularly that he's a small little critter in this
Mhm.
big crazy world. And I
Yeah.
guess like the thing that would be worth highlighting in terms of the contrast there with like character, well, not that it's this horrible situation where these other critters are able to still like bring some kind of
Joy and
some
friendship.
level of safety, yeah, and friendship to Rocket. So that's good. I mean, I like all of those scenes. So
Yeah.
there's particular moments that are really worth highlighting that come later.
Yeah, it's just in case it wasn't sort of properly understood by anybody who hasn't seen this film. It's like this. I think he's like a baby raccoon at that point, right? He's pretty damn young,
Pretty young.
Yeah.
and obviously been given the. I don't know how exactly it works in terms of being given like sapience or sentience or whatever, but obviously he can talk now, and he's just had all of his parts like taken out, moved around, replaced, and he's just been tossed into a cage. So in terms of experiences, that's going to be one of the worst you could possibly imagine. You know,
Yeah.
and he's absolutely terrified.
The area on his head where he just had, I guess, the new brain inserted, you know, it looks pretty raw still, and you can see the stitching. We get some like close up kind of body horror adjacent shots
Yeah,
that are
Yeah.
very
they skirt the
striking
line in
and
this
powerful.
because
Good
It's
stuff. I really like
I
it.
think it's in terms of like getting backstory for Rocket, what we've had in all of the prior films is like we've gotten little glimpses and hints as to his backstory and how it informs his character, but this is when we're really sort of I would say that there's like a lot of setup in the earlier films of like laying the groundwork for the backstory. Because I remember that there was like the scene in the prison when as they're getting put in the prison and Peter looks at Rocket and sees that he's got like a bunch of these like metallic like it's like pads like inserted into his back. It doesn't look like it's very looks like it kind of hurts. And it's just, you know, what is to be inferred from that, and of course, like the fact that he knows what a raccoon is, and Rocket is like very vehement. Well, by the time he gets to 2, he's like very vehement that he's not a raccoon. It's just there's like a lot of the groundwork has been laid in the prior films for to finally get like a full exploration of his past. Which I mean, I'm all for because Rocket, I really like Rocket.
Same.
Always have. He's like one of the few characters that I think escapes like Infinity War and Endgame in a pretty good place, barring you know like the
general criticisms,
broad plans that they concoct in that film. Like he gets a lot of good stuff like throughout.
And yeah, feel free to throw in extra pros and cons and just comments because obviously mine are exhaustive, but not entirely exhaustive. I guess I should just say they're long, they're not exhaustive.
I wonder if you breeze past it because you didn't have any problems with it, or whether you don't like it. That's what I'm curious about.
No, I think it's good, though I'd want to shelve a conversation for later as to manipulation through cute animals. I'm not going to reveal what my position on that is, but we can get there later.
Okay,
I hope it's the correct one.
So, we come back to the present, and Nebula's like plugged into Rocket, and she's figuring out what's happening. She says it's a kill switch, a device that's set to destruct if anyone goes poking around inside him, or even if we use the med packs. So, question 1: why is he alive?
Okay. Like why does the kill switch have like this delayed timer?
Or why is the kill switch not kill switching? Like,
I get
And I
it's
guess
actually I was about to try and because the best argument that I could imagine in favor of that is, well, what if there's like some mistake or something and like the person who put it in there doesn't, like they want like an opportunity to fix it. But the problem is it almost defeats the purpose of like having a kill switch in the first place if the goal is to prevent people from doing it. Because like in the time that it takes between, them needing to like how much time they have, that's enough time, right? Like if somebody wanted to figure out how rocket works, that's like enough time for them to
so this is
to
the
figure it
thing.
out.
I think that if we had no additional information, I might be able to make a defense of this, but with everything we know, I can't. First of all, calling it a
also-
kill switch is really bad for this, because that
more
means...
like
Yeah.
a slow acting poison that's been released into.
I don't think
Wait,
that's what it
so-
is.
okay.
I don't
I
think
don't
that's
think
what's
it's
happening.
I'd say no. I know it's not what's that's
You're
how it
saying
acts.
mechanically.
That's how
No,
it's
not even
acting.
that. I think that what they're
Oh?
trying to tell us has happened is they nearly activated the kill switch, and now he's just dealing with the regular wound he had, which is a shot
Exactly.
to the chest, and he's bleeding, and they need to save him. Hence why at one point in the film, liquid goes into his lungs, because it's not getting the attention he needs.
Oh,
So
okay.
what I'm trying to highlight is
I
why
see.
is it called a kill switch, and why, considering the purpose of this device within him, has it not killed him? It should kill him. They're lucky as hell that
So-
it didn't.
They are lucky as hell that it didn't. I don't know if it makes sense to call it a kill switch. What I sort of interpreted it as is something that's like, hey, stop trying to dig around in there. You know what I mean? Because that's what it essentially does. It starts electrocuting them and then they take it off and it stops.
The thing,
It
the
doesn't,
problem
like-
is she specifically describes it as it's set to destruct if anyone was to go poking around inside him or use a med kit.
Yeah.
Is it like it's almost like it has two modes, like a code yellow, and then it activates afterwards?
That's the
or
thing, I
or
wish-
something.
I wish they described it that way.
Yeah, because the way she describes it makes no sense. Because how it actually seems to act is like a warning, like, "Hey, it'll like." Because I don't know if it really makes a whole lot of sense to like kill him to prevent people from poking around in there. Because if he's
They can
dead,
still poke around.
then they can
Yeah,
still
it's
poke
Called
around.
an autopsy.
Well, the irony of that is
Yeah.
that he believes that if you were to kill Rocket, that he becomes useless. And it's like, so what the fuck's Adam
Exactly.
Warlock doing?
Yeah, well,
yes.
definitely Adam Warlock is being an idiot about this, and not in a way that feels super justified. He shouldn't be trying to kill him. But I think there's some justification for the fact that he needs him alive, in terms of studying his brain.
I
and how it
definitely
functions.
understand.
Oh
that.
yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
yeah. So.
Okay, cool.
There's utility to him staying alive. It's just that's the problem. Like you're not
So the
doing a
kill
good
switch
job.
doesn't make any sense if you need him
you're not
alive.
doing a good job with all of these things that you've got in place.
So then,
know?
what I found interesting thinking about this was, would it do this with any medication, or is it a particular level of medication?
He takes an
It's one of my
Advil.
things that was strange. You'd think that this magic life-saving med pack would be something that specifically does not trigger the kill switch.
Oh, I would
Well,
actually argue that it doesn't make sense. Like, this med kit is new tech. We've not seen this shit ever before. Yet Rocket's kill switch was installed like a bazillion years ago, whatever.
Years ago. Yeah, so it probably should be or would that be the argument? The incompatibility is what's causing a problem.
I don't think I can understand what's going on here entirely. I think that I'm trying to be as reasonable as possible, but let's say, painkiller. It's like you can have a painkiller. It's like, okay, injection. I think you could have an injection. It's like,
Right,
could you have an
open heart
X-ray?
surgery.
It's like, well, I think he can have He's had scans, so I'm assuming he can have scans. And it's like,
It
okay,
seems
so
to be like trying to repair the cybernetic parts of his internal organs themselves is because that's what seems to be affected by the blast most prominently. And so trying to fix that, trying to dig around into that is what causes the problem.
yeah, like it looks like from what we see that there's an attachment to his heart that's damaged, and I'm guessing that they could have just written it so the med kit isn't sufficient because of his cybernetics. Like it can heal.
It's such an easy fix to just like it can't fix the problem because you need an engineer, not a doctor, or something like that.
Like we need to find out.
That's
We
a
get a
good idea,
manufacturer
actually,
from the
yeah.
company, or we need to have someone who has
What does
internal
it
knowledge.
mean? What does it mean to run repairs on the product of a genetic, like a crazy experiment? Not like because he's a raccoon, but he's also not a raccoon. He's got a bunch of other mechanical
it's got a lot more
augmentations
going
in
on.
there. how does it account for those augmentations? Like, because of course, like a universal health pack that's going to work for everybody all the time, like that already is like a bit of a stretch. But then trying to
Yeah.
apply it to like partially, well, no, a cybernetic organism, to some extent, yeah. That seems like an easy fix. Yeah, that seems like I don't know why. Yeah, that seems like a good option they should have thought about.
Rocket would not know about this, right? Because he would have had to have told them otherwise.
Well, I think that they signal a similar thing later about him not mentioning any of this, and I could imagine that extends to maybe he knew about this, and didn't mention anything about it.
I don't think that
he
would
knew
be in
about this.
character for him to not mention he has a kill switch,
Right.
so don't use med packs on me if I'm in danger.
Yeah, because he would have said, "Yeah, if any of you dummies,
Because of course,
use a med
Rocket
pack on
isn't-
me, it'll hurt."
And you
Rocket is
idiots.
invested in staying alive.
Yeah, I would say
so-
that overthrows, because if they said, "Oh, how did that happen?" He's like, "I ain't telling you shit. Just don't use a med kit on me." You know, it's just
Yeah,
simple
that
as that.
sounds like
He
a
just
very Rocket
it
thing to
messes up
say.
with my cybernetics. My cybernetics.
So, yeah, not a fan of pretty much anything to do with this, and I think that they could have done it in a way better way. Like, for example, what we just suggested, just destroys his cybernetics inside to a degree that they need his blueprints and information on how to repair a creature like him.
Especially if because we'll establish later that there's something very unique about, let's say, his maker's technology. It's not all like there's the mechanical aspect of it too, but there's a weird marriage of like bio, like actual like organic growth and cybernetics combined.
Yeah, he's a cyborg.
It wouldn't be hard for me to believe that they need the specific information from his creator.
Yeah, and that prompts
I think that would be the way to go, because they still have to do the things that they need to do to get it. It's still if you want to send them on this path, essentially, that's the way to do it. They still have to do all these things.
There's a quote from Nebula that I found curious. She says, "Apparently, someone considers him proprietary technology, and they sent that golden lunatic to get him." Is that something she read from his biometrics, or something she's just assumed?
I think she's just assumed it.
Do you think that's a little strange, considering Adam shot him?
It's a leap.
That's got to be a stretch. Yeah,
it's a leap.
Stretch.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's that's the writer not realizing how much Nebula would know at this point.
If he was actually more consistent about trying to kidnap Rocket and get away, and they still managed to stop him, I could see her assuming that. But
that would make more
so
sense.
much flows downstream from Adam just seemingly wanting to kill him.
Nebula read the
Yeah,
script.
Can't just assume that cybernetics are people's property. It's kind of racist.
So, they need a pass key to install before they can use the med kit on him, and the only person that they assume will have it will be in Orgo, as part of Orgo Corp, which is the company that's behind making creatures like Rocket. At this point, that's all we know. They say they'll have records, and we may we'll have a way to override the switch at that point. You have, they're not going to give us that information, and it says that's why we're going to break in. I thought it was strange that we assumed that they are just going to not give you that information.
Does the company have a reputation?
I mean, shouldn't that be in the conversation if it does?
It should have a lot, right? Especially learning about our villain.
Yeah. But I remember, I feel like there was a line later that references that once they figure out, big bad of the film. I vaguely recall that.
Yeah, they said that Orgo Corp was owned by our primary antagonist, I believe, as like a shell company. Did they?
Yeah.
I recall. Yeah, like shell company. That sounds familiar.
I don't think it's totally unreasonable to assume that they wouldn't just hand it over.
I wonder if it's just a possibility that should be considered, considering the alternative.
And possibly leveraging the profile of the Guardians as well as, multiple
heroes.
It was something that Rocket said in 2, like 2-time galaxy savers. We could be bumping up our prices.
That's fair.
And then
I would definitely preferred that to some of what they do in terms of this heist, we'll call it.
Oh, we're almost there.
Just, like you can get around it by just having a line acknowledge that, like, should we even try asking for it? And then
you literally just have a character say, Orgo Corp, Like you
Yeah,
you know how
exactly.
they work. You're like, oh
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, and so they say we're gonna break in and kill anyone who gets in our way. And he says we're not killing anyone. He says kill a few people. No people. Kill one guy, one stupid guy no one loves. He says now you're making it sad. I saw
like
that
that joke.
joke in the trailer and I liked it. Yeah.
I like
Yeah.
that joke. Yeah.
It doesn't feel like Flanderized Drax. Feels a
Yeah,
bit
it
more
feels like
like
something
old
Drax would
I
say.
feel it rode
know?
right in from a serious scene of like we're gonna do anything we can to save Rocket, and then there's a reminder of like we're not gonna kill everybody. And he's like, okay, fine, but we're gonna kill some. And then it I think that
Yeah.
moves from serious into comedic very smoothly.
Yes.
Yep.
I agree.
Yeah, and then I thought it was it's like I have the coordinates for Orgo Corp. I have a contact near there. Hopefully they could get us in. He's like, all right, maybe I should wait until we talk more about that. The reveal.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, and so then we get our first villain scene, introducing the High Evolutionary, who the Sovereign is not only working for, but has been created by, which I don't think there was any reference to that prior to now, right?
Not that
No.
I
I
can
don't
think of.
remember
I
it.
don't think so. I can't remember if there was
No.
maybe a throwaway line about how they were created by somebody, but
I would
that's
doubt
certainly
it.
the case now. My assumption is that was not the idea when they were making Guardians 2, but that, you can fit it in. You just gotta, sand out the edges a little bit, which I don't think they do quite so well here. There's one question that should come to mind immediately if the Sovereign are an high evolutionary creation that work for him. Anyone think of what it might be?
Why didn't they just grab him in Guardians 2 when he was there?
Or alert him?
Yeah.
Do they know that he's looking for Rocket?
He is explicit. I don't know why James Gunn wrote it this way. He's explicit that he's like annoyed at them for not having alerted him about this for years.
Yeah. That's right.
But I then thought that doesn't even make sense because fucking Rocket Raccoon and the Guardians are famous.
Has a high profile. Yeah. And
Two-time
I
Galaxy
presume that
Saver.
it would be. I mean, it has to be, right? Knowledge that they're on nowhere, and that presumably they've been there for a while at this point.
So I wasn't too happy with that. I was like, I guess this gets into world building, a little bit of character. It's just not elegant at all. It's very stapled in, and you could have tried a little bit harder. I would even submit that it's better if you just said I had no fucking clue the odds of you crossing paths with P1. I forget the full name. He doesn't call him Rocket or Raccoon or anything. Just to imply like it's insane that you guys cross paths with him for whatever you needed, and like if only I had fucking known, we could have captured him then. I would have preferred that than him being like, you didn't tell me. And she doesn't address that. She's just like, It's like, okay.
I mean, it's a hard one to address because it's just not good. Like it's just not a good not great.
So yeah, he's complaining that they're kind of shit. He says like they're an aesthetic experiment. They're beautiful numbskulls with egos that have run wild. And that
Wait, sorry, I'm still thinking about, because remember they tried to kill like Rocket after he stole their batteries. So imagine.
That's funny you say that, Friggy. I thought that's why Adam Warlock was heading to them at the beginning. I thought it was going to be like, I'm still fucking with you for the batteries thing, but it had nothing to do with that.
I thought that was what was being set up in that post-credit scene for 2, was that they wanted to get revenge, but like
that would have made more sense.
They were gonna kill the Guardians. So could you like that would have been the end of the Sovereign if they had succeeded. If this film's events play out, it'd be like, wait, you killed Rocket, and that's like hugely disruptive for the High Evolutionary.
Oh yeah,
like,
he would have wiped him out anyway, probably. So,
well, it's just that destroys everything for him. That's like a big thing that he's so damn. Jeez. All right.
So he says, and he's commenting on how they're incompetent. And he's like, and this one was meant to be the Warlock, the apogee of your people. And she says, you removed him too early. He's still a child. And he says, oh, there's something wrong with him even outside all of that. Don't know exactly what he's referring to, but it's really up to you in terms of like personality traits. Adam Warlock is a strange person in this film.
He is very strange.
Yeah, I don't know what that's meant to mean. Is he just calling him a retard without saying it?
Maybe.
So.
And yeah, he says, "So find Rocket and return him, or I will destroy your civilization, as is my right as your maker." And then he says, "Toodaloo." I guess meant to give you an impression that High Evolutionary is a little kooky.
Bit of a little power nuts.
Yeah,
A little.
a little.
eccentric, you could say.
Tad. What
Got
a
it.
goofball.
So yeah, that's the. We now have that faction, and then you have him. The High Evolutionary is like, how did he survive all these years? And he's like subordinates. Someone says he's very clever, always very clever, and he says, I want his brain. And there's this moment where he says, "Is that the only reason you want him?" And he's like sad, and they look at each other like scared. And I was just like, I assume at this point they've grasped that their boss is not a fucking nice person. I'm surprised that that's surprising to them.
Yeah.
And I don't know, it lines up perfectly when you consider the flashbacks. Like, you only want him for his brain? It's like, yeah, just like he did 10 years ago.
Yes, exactly.
Is the implication that there's a sort of personal grudge or vendetta there? Because he did, like,
I mean, yeah, I
do
could
something
believe
to
that.
him.
Oh, no.
his
Are you
face.
saying that they're surprised he doesn't want to get, like, revenge? Like fuck him up further?
I'm not exactly sure what they're saying in this scene. I had forgotten that
That could
line.
work. I think. Yeah, I think that can work. It's definitely, it can't be that they're surprised that he only wants Rocket for his brain.
Yeah.
In a sense of study, because that's what you wanted
Well,
before.
and it feeds into, like, it easily feed into a core character motivation that, like, this guy, like, that you know, the thing that happened, like, that enabled, you know, Rocket to be on his own, like, that could make him really pissed off, specifically, like, angry, more so than just, you know, frustrated.
He seems a bit angry as a character.
I like the performance.
Oh, he's great.
I really like the
I think
performance as well.
he's great, yeah.
Big fan. And there is something to be.
Kang.
What was that?
If only he could have been Kang.
Maybe. I
happy
don't
as
mind
this guy
Jonathan Majors
said.
as Kang. I just think his writing is terrible.
Yeah.
Like, the whole
But I do.
professional clown thing was stupid to say, but I think Majors is capable of giving us a good Kang. It's just not the script.
Oh, he was really good in Creed 3. It's a shame he might be a terrible person.
Allegedly.
Allegedly. Might be.
Might
It's
be.
all
Might be. Anyway, what were you saying?
Oh, I was saying that there was something kind of nice about the fact that I didn't recognize this actor. and
Yeah.
that he was really good. He really kind of disappeared into the role.
I think
I'm
was
inclined to agree.
He was in Peacemaker.
Oh, who was he in Peacemaker?
He was like the guy in charge of their, like, military operation thing.
Cool.
I can't remember his name. I'm sure I've seen him in something else before, but I can't think of what that would have been. But yeah, I thought he was great.
Yeah, so he does say, they say, why send the Sovereign? He says, merely a backup. I believe I know where they're going. The thing about it is, if I was an advisor, I'd be like, you just told them that if they don't bring you Rocket, their civilization's going to be destroyed.
So
that
whole
could cause
civilization-
problems in terms of them getting in your people's way. Possible, because you've just made the stakes that they must collect Rocket. You know what I mean? And the reason, obviously, I'm
You'd
saying
think that whole
this is,
civilization might be going after
that's
one
another
person.
interesting factoid
remember,
is
they have
have
a giant fleet that they
they have the
can remote
capacity,
control.
clearly, the money and the technology to move away, you know? And that's not even entertained. Like, the Sovereign are not treated like anything of value in this. It's just Adam
Even
Warlock
though
and his mum.
They seem like a really powerful society, at least
Yes.
what we saw in Guardians 2.
They're not...
And, like, remote controlled, like, ships that, you know, is crazy powerful. Well, actually,
There's a
they
whole
weren't
film
actually-
there where they are made aware of this and they evacuate the planet. But,
Or that's even a conversation that they could have, you know? Like, why aren't we just running away from High Evolutionary, and then you can, like, further
Why
emphasize
are we
how
not
scary
making his
he
ship
is.
explode with our guns?
One of the first things I would do if I were rewriting this is I'd probably just cut them from the movie, honestly.
Well,
Agreed.
yeah.
I was going to say, by the
I'm
way,
not-
I think it tracks that the High Evolutionary would figure they'd go to the Orgoscope knowing that Rocket's been injured. I think that's solid.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, it's going to lead to
But-
problems.
Yeah, that's right.
He does have the right idea, but he doesn't follow up on that right idea for some reason.
Yeah, and so for the record, I think that the film is okay right now. We're not doing fantastic, but all the characters are like mostly intact. A couple of weird decisions going on, but it's mainly the world building and the plot is starting to crack. But it's okay. But now, from now on, is where we start getting into shotgun problems. There's just stuff everywhere that's going wrong. This is going to be fun. They arrive at the orgoscope, and the first thought I had when watching it was like, "Oh, we're just turning up outside of it.
We're just showing up.
That's
Here
a
we
bit
are.
like you're apparently going for a subversion here, but like you're just floating outside there. Okay, sure.
Well, luckily
Here we are.
Luckily for our heroes, the OrgoCorp security is just pissed. Their security is just fucking pissed.
It's world class. It's world class. What do you mean? It's great.
I was about to say, like, when they describe it, it's said like in a way that's like, Jesus Christ, don't fuck with these guys. But it's like, dude, they don't even fucking look out the window. Like, I don't even want to. Anyway, they say like it's not going to be easy to break into this place, and he's like, it doesn't have to be easy. I was a professional thief. Remember? I'll just jam the signals. That's some weak writing, James.
It's set up. It's set up to where like obviously that won't work. You know the way he says it so flippantly. I'll just jam the signals, and then they try and jam the signals.
Yeah.
And then something terrible happens.
It's like how there's a door with a lock, and then someone starts lockpicking it, and it's like, oh well, yeah, we know that character for seasons that has been the lockpicker character. Of course, that's totally fine. This felt like a kind of overcompensation. I was a professional thief, remember? Like, yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have watched
Ravager guy.
You know,
that's your deal. Yep.
Sure thing, man.
I've watched the films.
Then we have a bit of drama brewing. In a good way. As he's sort of sorting these things out, he starts saying, "If I hadn't been drinking, maybe Rocket." Like having thoughts like that, which I think is super reasonable.
Yeah.
And
yes. Good stuff.
Yeah, and then Mantis says it's okay. He's your best friend. I think as a way to sort of say like that's why you're having these thoughts. And then Drax says second best friend. How do we feel about that one? That's a joke.
Yeah,
all right.
I'm mixed.
I think it was all right.
I find it amusing. Yeah.
I think the buffer of Mantis makes that one land better. It's like
I'd say so.
Yeah, because she's doing all the more serious talking, and he's there.
He's never been the most sympathetic. In general.
He's very consistently almost like a bruiser when it comes to actually discussing things with people. He just never has any tact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he says everyone around me dies. My mum, Yondu, Gamora. And then she says Gamora is not dead. And Drax says a line that I was like, damn. He says she is to us, which is like true, but like still like damn,
It's quite
There's
harsh.
him being really blunt again.
Yeah, it's a perfectly suitable line, and it makes sense. She, as she existed, is no longer as she existed.
Yeah, so Drax, his character being what it is, doesn't have that emotional attachment. So there you go.
So they move through there's 3 shields around the orgoscope, and they start moving through the first one, and it I don't know how I would describe it. It's like pushing in on a big bubble until you slip past it. And
it looks like it more like it breaks and changes colors, and it becomes visible, and it seems like the kind of thing that would be very noticed.
Well, you only have to look
outside.
Alert
someone,
you literally
maybe.
just have to look outside. That's it.
I think I was
not even. You wouldn't even need to look outside. It should alert them.
It should. Yeah.
Their shield is.
Even just basic. Yeah.
I think in my head, I was wondering if they were going to do some kind of a joke of them talking about, don't worry, the way we punctured the shields, it keeps the electro singularity signal from looping on itself so that it's an unbroken, no scanners that can detect it. There's no way that any of their machines or systems will notice it. And it just cuts to like people looking out the window and watching it.
They did this, I think, in Mando season 1, funnily enough. So I don't know why they wouldn't have done it here. Just say, like Peter, they can see us. And you'd be like, no, they can't. And you'd be like, what do you mean? And then it like has a view from outside where it's got camo or something. And he's like, this is a class, blah 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 blah. This cost a fortune. Do you know what this ship can do? And he's like, I don't think there's many. The only problem with that, even, I would just be like, are these supposed to be like hyper sophisticated, the Orgoscope people, or not? I don't really.
Guess they don't have radar.
Yeah.
Great thing. They should be incredibly sophisticated. Like that's.
I legitimately thought that it was too easy because it was a trap.
I think that's a reasonable conclusion to
I
come
wish
to
it was
because
a
it's
trap.
incredibly easy.
Me
It's
too.
just so easy.
Mm-hmm. And especially
It's too
because
easy.
he just said, I think I know where they're going.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
I was like, prime to think, okay, he's lying in wait for them.
I mean,
Nope.
Yeah. But
They
Well,
got there before he was able to send the message. He's very far away. He's like the Pony Express.
Even
They're beating
though-
the news.
I don't
Suddenly
know, it
we
seems like
care
you
about
can-
how long it takes for information to
Exactly.
travel in the galaxy.
those jump points and everything like that. You could get around real fast with those.
Mm-hmm.
So Shield 1 breached, and then they continue talking, and Mattis talks about how, Quill does have a grandpa that he could see, especially since he lost his daughter and you. And then he says, he screamed in my face and kicked me out of the room, which honestly, I kind of appreciated. I was like, oh
Yeah,
shit, that's
yeah, I
probably
did
how he
too.
remembers it.
I
Yep.
was so glad that they were actually like calling back to that as an element.
Yeah, and,
Absolutely.
Like
and she says
you
he's
know,
probably
with
trying to
the family
protect
or
you, and then that he could still be alive. And he's like, he'd be like 90. Then he's like, people on Earth die when they're like 50. And she says, what's the point in living? Are you about to die? Like, I'm not 50. Yeah.
It's always confused me about how
Yeah.
how years are tracked because like, it seems like
In
everyone goes
one
by
space.
Earth years regardless
Yeah.
of
Yeah.
where you live.
it's a tough one. That's a tough one to account for, like in like science fiction stuff, right? Because planets have very different days and years.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they'll have
very
different calendars, ways of measuring time, and we're not even going to get into the gravities.
Venus's day.
Oh, but we
is
are going to get into the
kilometers a
gravities.
year.
Oh, I guess we are, yeah,
Eventually.
aren't we?
That's right.
Oh boy.
I was going to
also,
bring
this
up
is
as
just
well.
not a very good joke. It's just kind of.
I like it.
It
I
struck
like
me
that
as a
one.
little odd because Mantis considers 90 not worth. No, 50 not worth living to.
50.
Which is like, if she understands time like I do, it's like 50 is not short.
That's,
what do you
that's
mean?
half
No.
a century.
I guess they're trying to do something that she's been alive for like so long that to her
But-
that seems small.
I've never quite bought the argument of like, let's just put it this way: if I lived to 1,000, I did live to 50. I know how much time had passed at that point, how many experiences I
50
had.
years is still
Um,
50 years.
I'm sure that we've had this conversation before, but like the relativity of how long time feels, like depending on how long you're alive for, like that feels like it could be.
We have had this conversation before because we talked about it with
Yeah.
elves, and I don't buy for a
It
fucking
might-
second that they experience time in such a way that they like forget everything or whatever happened
sure.
with
I mean, I'm not. Yeah, like that was stupid. But
with
I
the
guess
dwarf
the
and
notion
stuff, yeah.
of like the sense of the passage of time, like I feel like it could be complicated. 'Cause,
Only
like, you
maybe
have-
in retrospect and memory could be the only way that I think I could really buy that because they're still acting in real time with everybody else.
And I don't think Mantis is the
Um,
character to think this either.
No, I don't think so. But I guess the point being that like like I could imagine a civilization or a species that lives for a lot longer having like trouble almost relating to a human timescale. Like I could see that causing problems, not to like a significant degree, but to some extent.
I think that all I would need to close it off and actually make it a joke I think I'd be totally cool with is he could say, I'm not 50, and then it could be a gap, and then, like, how long do you think 50 years is? Because, like, it could be that she just has no idea what he's referring to specifically, and she could be mistaken, and it just leaves it open then. Because it also solves the problem of everybody, as was just mentioned, being on Earth time, which is really, really weird. Which, by the way, is something that... do you remember in the first Guardians, that was, like, the first proper time we've understood that everybody speaks English everywhere? And it was sort of made... A counter was made that it's like, no, they are all speaking alien languages, but they translate it for us, quote-unquote. But then... You remember there was a detail in when Peter was scanned that he has like translator microbes or whatever injected. That's something you can see on his description when he's taken in. And so it's like, oh, so everybody in space has translation stuff injected? Question mark. And
The
it's
thing
like,
is, it's just that's kind of like a tough one to account
Yeah.
for, right? That's like the
Yeah.
best that you can do because language. It's a problem because as well, it's kind of a pet peeve I have with science fiction. Like like there is no like there's a lot of languages on Earth, but often when it comes to aliens, it's like, oh, they just have like one sort of mono language when
was
there's a
even
lot
worse
of
when
languages
it's
on Earth.
several different planets all have the one language. It's
Yeah,
like, what?
like
They
Mhm.
didn't
this-
even drink the goo.
Exactly.
oh, well, it's just more speak. Like in Halo, right? What do the elites speak? Well, they
They
speak
speak
elite.
British.
No, they speak elite. Well, Sangheili. But then also, I'm pretty sure all the it's
They
just
did in
like,
Halo
oh,
1.
Sangheili. That's no, I know, but they sort of changed their minds on that one and went back and forth on
Yeah,
whether or not they
it's
want them to speak in their alien language or in
definitely one of
English.
those kinds of like, no, you can understand what everyone's saying. Don't think about it kinds of
I
things.
think it is one of those. It is one of those cases of don't think
One of
about
those
it. It's like,
rules
yep,
of
don't think
fiction.
about it. That's okay. We don't have to think about that one. It's just really
Yeah.
it's really hard to account for.
So Mantis sort of sums up this conversation by saying, "You're upset because so many people have left you, but you left people." I'm not a fan of this. I'm
Not
not sure
elegant,
if
is
I
it?
believe it's something she would say, but I don't like if it's
Um,
an attempt at a point from the film, because it's he's talking about people who've died in his life and how much he made a point about how people die around him, and then she's like, "Yeah, but you ditched your grandpa."
do you think that was meant to have anything to do with the big revelation of the Guardian special, like in terms of her being his sister, and like something to do with a desire to retain and keep family connections?
I assume this is
Mantis
all
is his
just to set up
sister?
the end.
Well, I mean, that's what it's for, but I guess I'm saying, like, if you were to, do you think that there's an argument to be made that that's what's motivating it?
You have to. I don't know why. I've kind of wiped it from my memory. The Christmas special.
Well, she knows that she's Peter's sister, and
Right.
that's something that she wants to come forward with, and presumably she's held onto it for a long time, and she feels that it's been beneficial to, like, actually sort of embrace that familial connection. Maybe that's what's motivating it.
Wait, they're
it's not
brother
as
and
explicit,
sister?
They are brother and
Is that-
sister.
Yeah, Mantis is Peter's brother.
Because of ego.
Sister.
Okay, I was about to say I didn't know about this, but I
I
guess
was
ego
lost.
would sort of make that happen.
Okay.
In that case, I think maybe I could be argued into believing it's something she's said that's a bit clunky, and that's a better justification. But I don't like it if it's supposed to actually be a valid point.
Okay.
Isn't it? I sort of felt like it was just like, I mean, it's clunky the way it's written for sure, but that she's inviting him to consider that, like, you still have family there, and that, like, not that he's like a bad person for leaving him, but like, you've lost a lot, but there's your grandfather, and you could go be with him if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
I think
So
the way
maybe
that
I
this,
misunderstood,
this
because my impression with combining, if I hadn't been drinking, maybe Rocket, I'm so sorry, with everyone around me dies, I thought that what's happening right now is he's feeling intense guilt for not being able to better protect people. I don't think there's anything, like, I didn't get the impression that he's talking about how he wants more family members to be with.
Yeah, and it alternatively might lead someone to take from that he isn't justified in feeling the way he does because supposedly he left people behind somewhere.
Yeah, which feels completely
Which
clunky
Were
to me.
those
yeah,
were those
which
right
is
like immediately back to back? I thought there was some space between those moments,
got-
but maybe I'm.
Oh, yeah, well, you've got him saying that about Rocket, then she says, it's okay, he's your best friend, second best friend, and then he says, everyone around me dies, my mother, blah, blah. So arguably it's literally a continuation of what he'd last said.
Okay. I guess I had it in my head that it was like a kind of a related but separate conversation, like a minute or two later. But
When I was watching it, I felt like if I were in the scene, I would have been like, Mantis, calm down. Like, it's not appropriate. The fucking guy is talking about how people die around him and he's really upset. You don't, like, and he's blaming himself. You don't need to talk about how he needs to talk to his grandpa because he ditched him. It's like, calm the fuck down. Another
that's
time.
fair. Yeah.
Um,
It's weird that I didn't because I get that criticism, but I don't remember feeling that way about it in the moment. That's weird. Anyway.
Well, would another counter argument be made that she would be appealing to the fact that, as far as he's concerned, Peter is like dead or missing for decades at this point? That's like a situation where he can make somebody feel better about the fact that they might feel that they failed,
She
like
probably
right
should have
now.
said that.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with that, but like that's an argument that you can make in favor of it, right?
To me, it's a super clunky and fast way of just being like, remember the grandpa? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
no,
was
I
clumsy
mean
for
that's
sure.
obviously what the point of that scene is to remind.
But the
people
way
of
she
that.
says it does kind of seem rude, if nothing else.
Yeah, it's just very
doesn't-
poor way of communicating that point, considering that
Yeah.
Peter is obviously struggling right now. It's like, yeah, now is the time, to do that.
Maybe I'm not really remembering correctly, but the vibe that I kind of get from Mantis, or at least the idea of her that I had in my head, was almost like a therapist, emotional counselor, Deanna Troi sort of character who's able to get in touch with people's emotions and like help them emotionally and everything. And I feel like if that's the case, it's very inconsistently portrayed in this movie.
I wouldn't. Because in Guardians 2, she obviously has empathic abilities, but she doesn't have a lot of social tact. You know what I
Okay.
mean? She's not
Yeah.
especially good at navigating conversations, especially not at the beginning of Guardians 2.
Right.
Maybe. Oh, go ahead.
Is there something to be said about that's how she should be after all this time?
I think
Well, 'cause it's
that
been
would
10
probably be a
years.
better argument.
10
What was the
years.
last thing we saw her in besides the holiday special?
That was the
Endgame.
last thing, and then she was in
Endgame.
Where she
Thor: Love and
jumps
Thunder.
around and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, she was at the battle. Didn't you notice her?
That was
Next to
before they
Valkyrie
gave her
and-
powers to fight people. They gave that was introduced in like holiday special, right? Jumping around and
Seemingly.
attacking people. Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember us being like,
How
"What
I
is
would-
what?"
I
think
can't
she'd
really
be quite good at
remember.
that after this time period,
I
Well,
can't remember
so-
what she was like in terms of social tact in like Infinity War and Endgame.
She always. Oh well, I wouldn't use them as examples. She got dusted, right? So she was out for a significant portion of all of it. But the thing about her that I would have guessed is that she has a unique insight to how people feeling and what they're sensitive to, but at the same time tries to avoid, like going too far in certain places, but makes mistakes. I'm totally fine with that. I just think this one was like, it's like she's got a bone to pick, which is unusual for her. But she's a lot more aggressive in this film than the others.
Yeah.
Which I think is,
What-
you can say that's reasonable relatively, 'cause she's been with the Guardians for some time now.
Yeah, I'd still want like a reason for that. Instead of being able to especially if you can understand why people feel the way that they do. I feel like you would be far more understanding and you'd be
Like I
less
said, my
aggressive.
impression was that she had a conversation she wanted to have with him, and she just like butted it into something that was absolutely not what he was talking about. He needs a
Yeah,
little
though
bit,
I
like
was a
he's
bit-
tumbling a little bit here. He needs a little bit of help. He needs to be told it's not his fault and that he's
Yeah.
a good friend.
Not
Sort
to
of
be
thing.
told that you abandoned your family on Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Though I
the
will
best
say
time.
in Guardians 2, it's like she doesn't have a lot of. She can feel people's feelings and like she feels them along with them, but she doesn't seem to okay, so when she's first demonstrating her powers and she just kind of makes public Quill's feelings for
No, yeah, that's what I'm
Gamora.
saying. She does, especially at the beginning. She's not very good at using the
Well-
information she has, but
A lot of social interaction. That's the thing.
Yeah, so
Well,
there seems to be a
well, there you
distinction
go,
between
Savannah.
being able to feel the love or the romantic and sexual love that he has for Gamora and understanding that he probably wouldn't want that shared publicly in this moment.
Yeah.
And so I think you could. I think the best argument would be against this would be that by now she should have a better understanding of that. But
it's
if we
another
assume
bit of that amount of time that's passed, isn't it? It's just like
yeah.
sometimes you
You
think
should
like
be
it was 10 days since
prime-
Guardians 2, and it's like, no, it's been a while.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you should be getting some pretty serious advantage rolls in all your social interactions and just the natural element of you being with these people for an amount of time. I just feel I'd be better at her job than she would be, and I'm just sort of watching as a out of universe observer. I'm not, actually living with them day to day.
I think there's
So-
some consideration for her. She's not quite as like autistically coded as Drax was in the beginning, but there's a little bit of that with her as well. I think that can go some way of explaining some clunky and blunt things she says.
Yeah,
to
I'm willing
people,
to accept that. I think that she says some weird shit sometimes. I just it didn't hit me right that moment.
Yeah, no, I agree.
So they burst through the 3 things, but then they stopped and they're like, "What's going on?" And then Nebula's like, "Uh-oh," and they look out the window and it's Rocky, Rambo. What else does he do? Expendables. He's Sylvester
Uh,
Stallone's outside, being like, "Hey," which is kind of weird. This will be on the lowest part of the list of issues, but why has he gone outside in a spacesuit just to go hey in front of the window?
I just like the feeling of being floating around in space. Makes me feel free, light like a butterfly.
It was, I don't know, yeah. But anyway, oh god, this is gonna be a thing. So, of course, you're all thinking the Ravagers are here. This is seriously difficult to figure out how we should talk about all of this, in what order, and how. There's so many things. Should I maybe go further or start now? I don't even know. The fact that
Go a
they've
little
even.
further.
Okay, so you got loads of Ravager ships, and they're gonna board the Guardian ship. Now, they start to attach themselves to the ship. I thought it was so strange. I was like, wait, are they porting on to, like, actual ports? And then they just come in through the magic portals from the Doctor Strange type magic. One of the members there has a sling ring, and so they can all come in that way. So I was just like, why are you attaching yourselves to the main ship if you just have portals? What are you doing?
So
Good question.
here's what's weird is that my first thought, I guess this is just how my brain works in terms of world building, is I see the cool, it looks like, I don't know, he looks like a naga, and he's like a serpent kind of guy, orange one, and he kind of cool looking, and he
Mhm.
comes in and he makes the portals and everyone comes in, and I'm like, oh yeah, of course, that makes sense, because just because magic, there are people of magic on Earth, that wouldn't mean that across the galaxy there wouldn't be all these people who wouldn't know about magic, and they'd figure things out in their own way. And then I'm like,
You're right, Rags. We should start with the
oh,
positives.
yeah, because that's legitimately the first thing that came
No,
to
because
my
I agree.
mind.
I thought it was really cool to see Doctor Strange type magic, but as part of a different alien and culture. The idea that this stuff isn't just for Earth, this is everywhere, and it can be discovered and understood and used. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, man. that
Especially
was
if it was used effectively.
Well,
Yeah, because this would be like a way to use it effectively in this moment. We're boarding you instantly using portals, bypassing your defenses.
right now we're
I'm like,
fine.
yeah, that makes
Well,
sense.
actually, no,
Um,
we're not actually
well-
fine already, because
well,
Not quite fine.
it's- Yeah, like wow, that's really cool. That's some real Naga shit. Yeah, there we
So-
go. Avoided that landmine. Now, unfortunately, that's like all the positives I have about that.
if we
Because-
rewind just a little bit, right? The reveal here is that this is the contact from Nebula. He's contacted. I may as well just say it's Gamora, who is a part of the Ravagers, to meet outside the Orgoscope in order to construct a plan to get what they want out of the place. So the first question you'd have if you've been listening close is, wait, why did they meet past the 3rd shield?
Yeah, exactly. They all
How did-
What in the fucking world? That means that the Ravagers, all the Ravager ships got past the 3 shields.
Yeah.
And nobody noticed.
What the
Nope.
fuck?
Why even do it like that?
It makes no
Why would
sense
you
at
do it?
all.
You see,
Beyond, why
that's
would
just
you
how
meet
good the
inside?
Ravagers are too. That's just
Why?
how good they are. They're
think,
so talented. This is what they do for a living. They're really good at it.
Orgo Corp is like that house that puts the security sign in their lawn but doesn't actually buy it.
Beware of dog, they don't have a
they
dog.
get an ADT sign and
Yeah,
they stick it in
exactly.
front of their thing, or maybe they put a Kawaii Condom and they put it on the fence there, and they don't actually have a dog, and
I know,
you know,
firstly, it
Are
should
they-
be they of course
all
meet.
security cameras that aren't on actually hooked up.
They should not only meet outside the shields. Why all of them? Why is there so many ships and so many men when the whole thing they're giving them is going to be information and some suits?
It's dramatic this way. It's more dramatic.
Correct. It gets worse than that,
You
actually.
know how maybe sometimes someone says, "Hey, I'm gonna go get some groceries, and I won't be long. I'll be right back." And you say, "I'll go with you," and they're like, "Yeah, sure, let's go." And there's no reason for you to go with them, but you want to hang out, you want to be social,
Hang out near the
you
organ
just
scope.
enjoy being around with them. Yeah, so you want to be social, and these are your buddies and everything. So you just want to, be included and let them know that you're still there, and you can chat there. And on the way back, you don't just have to awkwardly listen to the radio. And you could be like,
Yeah.
"Oh, what's that?" And like, it's a dragon fruit. It's $5. You want to try one? He's like, "Yeah, sure. It looks like it's a really amazing tasting piece of food." And you're like, "Well, actually, they're quite mild. It's like a very slightly sweet kiwi." And you're like, "Really?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah. We'll go ahead and we'll get one so that you know what they taste like, but they're not nearly as exciting as the outside might lead you to believe."
Metaphor.
Analogy. So we covering the why there's so many of them, covering the why would they meet there. You don't even have to like do the whole why didn't they meet outside the shields. It's why didn't they just portal? Who needs a? You don't even need to move your ship. And
Yeah.
before anyone says like, well,
Yeah.
they'd have to be able to like see it, right? It's like no,
Nope.
No,
how
they
these
don't.
portals
Totally not.
work. No,
Nope.
it's
You don't need to see
they
it.
are the most overpowered like individual mechanic
Yeah.
I think in the MCU. It's
I
insane.
sure wish
We're
that's how they
not-
worked.
We aren't operating under the
This isn't
rules of
Nightcrawler
teleportation
world,
like
you know?
Jumper was.
Well, even
Or
Nightcrawler
X2.
in the X-Men
Yeah.
movies.
Callback.
So yeah, already it's causing issues significantly because they always do. If I was forced to have someone with portal tech in my movie, I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake! Like, especially
don't.
with
We
how
need
the
some
MCU's one
rules.
works. Yeah.
We need some rules.
So, they all pile in because I think that kind of does it. That's all the many different ways that's incredibly stupid, and all the Ravagers seem like absolute fucking idiots. I don't know what the hell's going on there. They all board. They all come in. Drax is about to like start fighting with them, and they like calm him down, like don't do it. And then Nebula says, "We have an appointment." They say, "With who?" The Ravagers say this. With who?
Gamora is not great at distributing info. There was a
Neither is
breakdown
Nebula.
in the line of look. There's a big breakdown in the lines of communication just for everybody. This communication's really
But
important.
this is more dramatic, though.
But it's so
This
funny to
is-
think that fucking Gamora said, "We're all going to outside the Orgoscope. We're going 3 shields in. We're going to wait until we spot the Guardians and move our ships according to where they're coming in, and then we're going to board them." It's like, oh, okay. Why?
Yeah,
Shut
instead
up.
of meeting like
Because there's
somewhere
an audience
else?
watching at home.
I don't even...
there's no reason in the plot for them to have
No.
not just met up earlier before this.
Dude, there's no
'Cause
reason
you
for
could
any
have-
of this to
what it
happen
would-
this way.
What it would mean is that you would have Gamora present on the ship as they went through the barriers, and for the conversation of this stuff, she could be present if you wanted to have her there now. But instead, it's this. This is the events that transpire.
Yeah, we haven't even gotten to Nebula not telling the team. We're just talking about Gamora not telling her Ravagers, which makes zero sense whatsoever, especially because the whole
Literally no
point
reason not to.
of getting them here is to fucking tempt them with money. That's the whole idea.
Yeah.
How'd you get them here otherwise?
Don't know.
Yeah, really strange. But then she's like, with
This is-
Gamora, and it's like,
Before you move on, this is one of many things in the movie where I don't. It's a problem that you could just not have if you didn't make it this way. If
yes,
that's a weird way of saying it, but it's something that they made a deliberate choice to have like this when it would have been so much easier if you said nothing. Like there's so many rather easy fixes in this script. Not all of them, but some of them it's like, oh, just don't include the person saying that and the problem goes away.
Yeah, or just don't even have this moment of like half like fake out drama. Like, oh no, we're
Yeah.
being boarded by Ravagers. Well, what could possibly go wrong next today? And then just have them meet up, and the drama is them meeting up with new Gamora,
Yeah.
and that's
It's
its own
it's
drama.
already good. I mean,
Yeah.
well, it has its problems that we'll
Well, if we
continue to
can.
get into, but
would mind
No.
broaching the subject now with her introduction before we get to the Nebula side of these things. Gamora is a Ravager. Does that make any sense?
I don't see what her. I don't. Did she have that strong of a connection to the Ravagers before this, to where that would be where she devotes her time and attention now?
Something to make clear. Remember, in Endgame, this is 2014 Gamora at the same time, like maybe a day before Guardians of the Galaxy takes place.
A
So
film in
that's
which
the Gamora that we're
he
dealing with.
allies
The
with the
Gamora
Nova
who
Corps
is-
to save the universe from untold
Yes.
horrors from Ronan and
the film in
Thanos.
which she is the central driving force for the Guardians to do the right thing, essentially.
Yeah, the
Try and
Guardians
save
want to
the
sell that
universe.
stone for money.
Yep, and Rocket wants to just
And
leave,
and
not
she's
deal with
like,
it.
no,
Gamora's the
Thanos
one.
can't get it.
Yep, that's the Gamora that we're dealing with.
So yeah, she doesn't feel like she's gonna be doing much
Well, it's
ravaging.
just jumping from her there to Ravager.
I could maybe buy it if we were talking way earlier Gamora, but the fact that it's the one that's pretty much the Guardians of the Galaxy one makes me think like, oh shit, did you forget she's kind of like the most moral one out of all of them?
Well, I mean, remember how opposed she was to giving Yondu the Power Stone?
Yeah.
How like that was untenable.
Well,
Yondu
so
is a
here-
Ravager. He's not these Ravagers, but he's a Ravager.
Well, so here's my question: is there an argument to be made that it would be within her character in 2014 Gamora to align herself with these sort of like mercenary piratey types, but the fact that it's the Power Stone and that all of this particular civilization that Thanos could get it, that
I mean,
those stakes that change.
I'm not
the
sure because
circumstances for her.
she seems to have a lot of in the first meeting with Peter. She seems to have like a good amount of contempt for him. Like
yeah, she
just,
considers him like a renegade coward, like rogue type that
Yeah,
just does whatever
exactly.
he wants at the cost of other people, which is precisely what the Ravagers are. The only code the Ravagers have is no children. The idea that she
No
would seek
children,
them out and join them doesn't in any remote way sit well with me. I think that's a misread of her character.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree. It just doesn't. Loki had so. Let's just briefly to get on the subject of Loki. The problem with Loki
Anytime,
is that
Fringy.
the problem with Loki is that they have taken from the timeline. They plucked Loki out when he was at his like most evil, and then they wanted to fast track him to where they wanted him to be, which was not that Loki. It's as if he might as well, didn't. It's as though he didn't even die. This is not quite the same problem. If anything, it might be the opposite problem in that she is very different from who she probably ought to be at that time. Kind of in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and if there was a story that happened between then and now, I need to be made aware
Which,
of what happened. Which
It's
can
been
happen.
a couple of years. It's been a couple of years, I think, at this point.
Oh yeah, not an impossible place to end up, but we got nothing for the context on that at all.
Yeah,
and we
This
don't
is
want
a
to.
throwaway line from.
This is Luke on an island, and we're like,
would-
what the fuck is happening?
What was it? A throwaway line?
I think Peter said something just along the lines of like, "Why would you join the Ravagers?" Or like, "You're not a Ravager."
Oh yeah, he says that you were searching for a family. But I don't think that even comes close to like
not
why
at
would
all.
she seek that out with the fucking
Well,
Ravagers?
All right, I have a question because a big part of who she is in the first one is trying to prevent Ronan and Thanos from getting the Power Stone. That's obviously a big motivation for her.
Mhm.
Outside of that, before that particular plot thread comes into existence for her, like who is she exactly? Because obviously she's something of a warrior, right? She's a little rough around the edges in some ways. I'm trying to understand who she was outside of
What we find
it's
out-
very important that Thanos and Ronan don't get the power.
What we find out with the context of Guardians 2 and 1 is that she's pretty much always been a good person. She's just trying to survive under Thanos' heel. And she even says, like, to Nebula that the only reason that she ended up beating her every time and her resulting in those cybernetic changes is because she just wanted to win and survive. She had no idea that, like, it was creating horrors for Nebula, which I guess she never saw any of what happens or how it happens because it wasn't exactly fucking easy. In any case, what I'm trying to say is that she felt guilty finding out that her winning against Nebula was causing her pain. And my assumption is, from what we gather, is that she's pretty ruthless, but she was always looking for an opportunity to subvert where needed, and that was all we saw in Guardians 2014 was that her opportunity had finally come to make a significant difference, but that everything that motivates her to complete that task is all a part of her character.
Okay, so at the very end of Guardians 1, she decides to join them, and she doesn't seem to, like, I think it's one of the last lines in the first movie is the question of, like, oh, so what are they going to do next? She's obviously willing to follow Quill wherever he leads them, and there's some discussion of whether they're going to go do noble hero things or go be kind of like outlaw, renegade, pirate types. And he says a little of both, right? So obviously she's okay with some level of,
Well, I think the implication is that they do good things, but if they can get paid for it, that's cool too.
okay.
I don't think she'd be okay with robbing people blind or anything.
I mean, she even like you see that several times, like in subsequent stories. Remember when they were going to the distress signal in Infinity War? She was the one who was trying to keep them on task while they were thinking about money.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. It's like, yeah,
that's fair.
Kind of, and then there's also the question of like, she should probably. What happened between, you know, like when she in Endgame, when she like, you know, what happened? Where'd she go? And why didn't she want to, you know,
Good
like,
question.
what was the deal with Nebula? Like that feels like a connection that she would be.
Yeah.
Does she have no, you know what I mean? Especially given that she's a different Nebula to her as well. It's like they both have the opposite problem, right? It's like the Nebula that she knows is not like, you know, the main Nebula.
Well, I would argue this is a result of an overcorrection. The reality was, I can't just put those two back together now. That's a different Gamora. And everyone across the world was like, you know what, James? That's fair. And I don't expect you to do that. And if you don't do it, I have mad respect for it. Because, yeah, she's not the same person. This is not the same character. And so you went, yep, she isn't the same character. So she's this. You're like, whoa.
Yeah. They managed to avoid the thing that I didn't, you know, that I didn't want to see. Like that didn't happen. Good. Because that happens a lot in media, I feel, and in a lot of discussions. If I clone myself and have sex with him, am I masturbate? You know, it's like level 1, you know, kind of approach to this kind of subject. But like just because you clone someone or go or get someone from another time, like you're both the exact same person, and they treat it like that, and that's just not. That's not how it works. So I was worried that they might try and get, you know, Peter and her together, or that she would just be like a repeat and we'd be seeing the same thing again, which seems like kind of like it would be kind of mean to the original Gamora in a sense if they just did that. But
Remind
it's
me,
kind of
oh,
complicated.
I didn't. Sorry to interrupt, but I was wondering. Remind me, is this a Ghidorah? Is this a
Ghidorah.
Gamora? King Ghidorah. Is this a Gamora
Queen.
from another timeline or the
She's
same
from-
time?
Same timeline, but further back.
Yeah,
Which
same
would
timeline,
count as a
further
different timeline
back.
at that point, but it's a distinction
Yeah.
without a
Yes.
difference in terms of her character.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it wouldn't go any way of explaining that she's a different person.
Yeah,
She
No.
would
it's
have
just
been earlier
it's
in
a
the MCU.
temporal
Got it.
technicality. It doesn't. Yeah,
Gotcha.
it's just she's an old version of Gamora essentially. Like we are all old versions of ourselves back then.
It's just, you take Gamora from Guardians 1, just take her and skip everything that happened between, you know, Guardians 1 to now. That's who this Gamora is.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that makes this a little confusing for me, because I think I agree with your criticisms for the most part, but part of what's strange is that the Ravagers that we see, especially the ones that lead a mutiny in Volume 2, seem to be markedly different from the ones that Sylvester Stallone is the leader of, in terms of ethics, not just in terms of
Only the kids thing. That's the big difference. Yondu
That's
dealt
still
in
Ravagers.
Yeah,
kids
but
for money.
yes.
The Ravagers.
Yeah, so they're thieves.
Yeah, they're pirates
right?
of space, basically.
They're space pirates, yeah.
Yeah, I think the movie sort of treats them like they're more noble, but we don't really see any difference other than what you
Well, the
just
reality
said,
is they're
that-
not. Yondu, as soon as he found out the children were being hurt, he stopped. He had no idea that was happening. He just thought he was delivering children for whatever purpose, like just
There
cargo.
there does seem to be a difference in kind of the people that Zandu was leading and the people that Sylvester Stallone is leading.
I don't think we see enough of Stallone's people to really say.
That's kind of what I'm getting at, is that based on how they're treating them in this movie, the movie seems to treat them that they're actually much more noble than the other faction we saw, but I'm not sure they really are.
Like I said, the Ravagers, they just attack, steal, and they'll even kill. As long as it's not kids, that's just the only thing they don't do. Which I think the whole reason for that is to allow us to at least like them somewhat, because if they have some
Gotta have
form
something
of
going for them. Gotta have, like I could I could like, Long John Silver. There's something about him that's kind of like, hey, it's kind of neat. He's an asshole, but there's something there. So we got to have that thing to latch on to.
Mm-hmm.
So, question becomes, why didn't Nebula tell
Someone
them?
said, wait, Stallone is in this? Yes, Sylvester Stallone is in this movie.
Yes.
Yeah, he's in there.
Why didn't Nebula tell them this was happening so that they could either discuss it or prepare for it? And the answer that's given is, she said, because you would freak out. And then Star Wars
They're
says,
really freaking out now.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what do you
well,
call
first I was
this?
going to ask what he thought of the joke. The freak out how? Like he does it's like a high
I think I'm okay with it. I
mean-
feel like him. I feel like him kind of that revelation was going to happen either way, and it's almost like he's been suppressing or not looking forwards to meeting her because of some element of the weird timey-wimey stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it works, unless I'm just missing something. But
No, I
thought
mean,
it was
I don't
amusing.
think it's out of character, but I was too taken aback by the fact that she said, because you're gonna freak out, and it's what you've already highlighted. It's like, as opposed to them being dropped on him through a fucking portal, this is better somehow.
If you wanted to avoid, it's
If you're worried
I
he's gonna
can
flip out, like
understand-
this would be more of a flip out potential.
Because Nebula would say, like she would tell him, because she would know you'd have to meet them anyway. I'll tell you now. Like, there's no avoiding it. It's not like you're calculating a risk of, well, we might
Yeah.
not run into her, so I'm not going to tell you anything and gamble that we're not going to bump into her. But that was the plan was to meet her. So
Exactly.
you're not
He was
they're not
either
gambling
gonna
here.
freak out. He was either going to freak out then or freak out now, and now has more potential to go wrong.
Well, Drax nearly fights them.
Exactly.
Because
So,
he's
like,
Drax.
Well, and that's
Well,
kind of my
like-
point, is if you had told Drax, oh, we're gonna get the Ravagers meeting us soon, they're gonna portal on
like,
board.
oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, so the Ravagers would be like, hey, everyone, we're here. It's good to see you. We're
No,
gonna
they gotta-
portal on board.
More dramatic than that.
We're gonna go ahead and use our portal guy.
I'm gonna
Tim,
stand out. in
He's
space
gonna
with a
yeah
space suit.
we're
and
gonna
then-
walk on board. Boy, this
Yeah,
is so fucking useful. Tim is he is earning that paycheck. Tim is
Mhm.
wow.
He sure isn't expendable.
he's a good guy.
I get it.
Ooh.
I get it.
Tim wasn't in
really-
the Expendables, Fringy. I don't know what you mean.
Yeah, he isn't expendable. Exactly. You got it, Rags. You figured it out.
That's pretty clever.
Yeah,
like it. I
exactly.
like it.
That's right.
Oh.
Yeah,
You're not the
Tim's
only
pretty
person who
cool.
can make
Tim's quiet.
buttons.
Tim's a good listener.
Keeps to
Like,
himself. Yeah, doesn't cause a ruckus.
He just
No,
opens
Tim doesn't
portals
keep to
every now
himself.
and
He's
then.
really social and he's happy to be around people and he makes emojis with his magic.
But, sometimes when he gets
Oh, he
stressed
does
out,
make
like,
emojis. I forgot.
But it's a
about
human
Oh,
emoji.
yeah,
It's
he
not an
does.
alien emoji because everything's from fucking Earth.
Oh god, oh shit, yeah,
Yep,
that's a good
yep,
point.
All the
Get out.
music is from Earth.
Yep.
All
That's okay.
I
Oh,
think
wouldn't it
about
be
you,
cool?
Fringy, whenever I hear aliens.
Yeah.
Because this happens in Star Trek a lot. They reference like Shakespeare and things like that a lot, and I'm like, guys, it's been like I get the reference
Been a
every once in a
while.
while, but like it's what's the year in TNG? Is it like 2500 something like that?
Yeah,
Or
they should
am I
be like
confusing that
the
with
famous
Halo?
quote from Glursh Manek, and then they say it, and it sounds kind of insightful, and they're like from the year
Yeah,
2020.
that would be. Yeah, they wouldn't even have to say the year. They just it's like
Yeah, yeah.
the what they reference it so matter of factly, like everyone knows, and that's kind of like a little bit of world building, and we get a moment to catch up and like, oh yeah, I guess they would say that. Yeah,
But hey, here's the thing. What's the difference between that and that's the flim flam calling the schlim whatever it was slimy?
We can make fun of that and we can
I-
turn it into money, Fringy.
I was about to
So-
say there isn't necessarily anything wrong with this. Poor fucking Christopher
It's
Lloyd
just-
can't speak words right now, so it's mean to make him say a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah.
I don't know if Fringy was doing that voice to be Christopher Lloyd or to be the blue guy.
Oh yeah, that's fair.
Oh yeah, that's right. they both had that. And he's dead, like and gone. That guy.
He'll
What was
be
his name again?
back. Boba
He was-
Kane, Khan,
we didn't see him
get Blim Blam.
Bob- No, wait, that was Oliphant. What was? Damn it! What was?
Someone
I
in
don't
chat's
care,
gonna
but-
know Kane,
I only
Cad
know the
Bane, Cad
actor.
Bane. That's
Cad
it.
Bane.
Yeah, Cad Bane. That's right.
He was so
Until he
Boba
got
Fett.
until he got stabbed there. and he
Boba
died.
Cad Bane.
Cad Bane, Cad Bane, Cad.
Boba,
Christopher Lloyd,
Boba
Christopher
Fett,
Lloyd.
Christopher Lloyd.
One thing that I was about to say, because we were joking about Cad Bane coming back, and I said, "Well, it's not like we saw him get disintegrated," and then I realized, well, that's not
That
even enough
increases his
anymore.
odds of returning,
that might
right?
even
does.
statistically you might return
Yeah.
more.
Hasn't stopped, didn't stop the Emperor.
Of course not.
Force
Well,
Ghost
to be
versus
fair,
the
And it's
Void.
not
That
gonna
was a
stop
double
Moff
negative
Gideon
because
either.
he got vaporized twice, which undid both of them.
And it's not going to stop Moff Gideon either.
He'll be back. Little burn on his face like an Austin Powers.
Oh, well, or he was a clone.
Yeah, that's more likely.
Yeah.
So, you have a line from Peter saying, "Never pictured you as the Ravager type." And then she looks at him and just says, "Who are you again?" Oh, man. Another joke that I thought works, because it's just realistic dialogue, but it's actually kind of funny. Like, she really doesn't know who he is, and doesn't know why she should
I
care.
don't even know who you are.
That one doesn't work, I don't think. Not because it's not like that's a really interesting comparison because it's dialogue that's accurate. But what the fuck are you doing putting that in the movie? You know what I mean? Because this
Well,
one
it's
makes sense,
because-
right? Like we're going to be addressing their relationship quite a bit, and this is the current state. But to have Scarlet Witch to be so furious with him, and he's like, "I don't even know who you
Well,
are."
it's kind of interesting because I think obviously the original intention was like he really should know who Scarlet Witch is because she's gonna fuck him up. But it's just really funny. It's just a funny thing
It is.
to say.
It just
when
draws
somebody's-
attention to the fact that this isn't the character that they have a connection to.
Which was such
Well,
a
it's just,
mistake.
she's really mad at him, and it's like, who are you? You know,
I don't understand why you're so mad, but okay.
It's like the same joke in Civil War with Ant-Man, where like Tony's like,
Yeah.
who are you? And it's like, oh man, like, it's just, who are you?
Who am I thinking of? Where someone like goes to a villain and the villain's like, "Oh, did I kill someone that you liked or something like that?"
That was
Who am I
Ronan said that to Drax. He didn't remember who Drax's
Ah,
family
gotcha.
was.
that was
why
good.
it
Then he-
slipped my mind.
But then
That
he
was
recalled
great.
later. Yeah, it's just that this is this thing that Drax.
What
is
if
furious
Ronan was
about.
being a real prick and he didn't remember? He was just making it up.
am-
It was like, "Oh yeah, I remember them."
Well, he does.
Yeah, they were.
Play
He
with
does
that
say that
later.
later.
Yeah.
Yeah, but at first he says like, "I have no idea what you're talking about," which obviously makes Drax furious.
I'm gonna be honest with
Well,
you.
I mean that he was lying, that he remembers them, and he just pretends to remember and pretends to recount their pain just to be a dick to Drax.
that
even
is
more.
also possible. He might actually.
Apparently,
Because Ronan's a real prick.
Everybody's talking about M. Bison saying something like that in the
Bison.
Street Fighter movie. I wonder who they're gonna. That's live action Street Fighter film coming soon. Apparently, Cole Urban's is potentially gonna be playing Johnny Cage. By the way, in the Mortal Kombat
that'd
sequel.
be
That
cool.
could be neat. Carl Urban is a good actor.
I like him
so-
in everything he
Mhm.
does.
I like him and everything.
Do you like him in Dread?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's
I
fucking
do
great
like
in
him
Dread.
Do you like him in The Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers?
No, I hated him in that. He ruined the entire fucking film.
Yeah. Learn how to secure a sword properly.
Yeah, what an idiot
Amateur.
loser. So anyway, on the topic of what were we just talking about extensively? Wow, brain.
Oh yeah, someone
Useless.
mentioned did you like him in Doom? And they're like, "Oh
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
That was the thing he was in."
Hell yeah, I did.
What we were talking about was the conversation between Peter and Gamora, and that she didn't know who he was.
We were talking about
Right. Oh yeah, I was going to
And we
mention because
we
we
were
talk
talking
about
about the joke.
on the topic of Ronan. Upon rewatching Guardians recently, I'm going softer on hating him or being critical of him. The criticism of Ronan was just that he was thin, but I'm starting to think like I don't know, it's fine.
Sometimes that's better,
it's
honestly.
totally fine. I quite kind of
I'll take a thin
like him.
The years of that we've got of having thin, serviceable villains, like they.
Well, I'd say that the years that we've had recently of just shit villains.
That's
but,
what I'm
yeah.
saying. Like,
Yeah.
man,
You
isn't
know?
it nice to have a thin, serviceable, mostly functional
Well, yeah,
villain?
he's a functional
Ah,
villain. He's a
he
I think
is,
functional
Lee,
villain.
yeah.
Lee Pace does a good job playing him too.
I do like.
Yeah, I
Lee
think
Pace.
so.
Base.
So, we have Stallone basically gives the plans out. He says Orgo Corp is defended by the deadly Orgo sentries.
That's a
I
good
know,
joke.
right? That's a great joke. You
What do you
don't.
guys think of that joke?
He says you don't have documentation to dock, so
All
you've
right,
got to
Scott,
get.
wait. What's
Right.
the joke?
No, the joke is that they're not deadly at all, as we'll see later on.
The
Foreshadowing.
deadly Orgo sentries? Oh, I thought that you were referring to it like the name Orgo Sentries was like a joke that I
No,
wasn't putting together.
I'm making fun of the film.
He's poking at it
Because they're
little
floating
bum.
around in their outfits, and yeah, it's
Mhm.
they
Don't worry, we'll get
have
to it.
they have an odd aesthetic.
Well, no,
Everything has an odd
Gonna
aesthetic.
get to it all.
Got something else to get to first.
He says you
It's
don't
not
have
like-
Yeah, well,
documentation to dock, so you got to get in on your own. And it already makes me think like, can we get documentation to dock?
Yeah, that might be easier.
That sounds like a really straightforward way of doing it compared. He says once in, Gamora will get you to the records room to get the pass key to override the kill switch. But if you get into trouble, we're not going to be able to bail you out. So
So
where do we even
Uh,
begin with that statement? I think that's the easiest one first, right? Like,
yeah,
we
let's
can't
easy
bail
one
you
first.
out. Like, yes,
Easy
you
one
can.
first. Portals. We've had the portal discussion before. Mahler's talked about the portals in the Doctor Strange movies. We on EFAP have talked about the portals. The portals are an issue. Portals are a big issue. They're a huge issue.
And they don't need to be here.
It's
They don't.
They don't need to
insane
be here.
that you establish the portals and then you have the confidence to say there's nothing we can do to help you in that regard. It's like,
You are-
wow.
When you're putting these in the movie, you're rolling the dice on it'll be cool for people to see that. I hope they don't think about it.
Yeah.
But by the time, because like for me, it's just so much stuff is happening so quickly. We've just moved on real quick, and all those old thoughts are just gone now because I have to pay attention on the scene
But
now.
when you rewatch it, or go back through it again, you start to think, damn man, what do you mean if you run into trouble you can't help? You got portals, just portal them out.
Yeah, you
Oh,
you just
wait,
saw
hold
you
on.
using them to get on
Hmm.
spaceships.
Wait, you portal out? I mean, I guess that's another question as well. Portal in?
Well,
Yeah.
you know, Friggy, what
Hmm.
would be the use of portal in if they didn't know what room to go to? Oh, they do
Oh,
know
wait,
what room to
They
go
do know.
to.
Oh
They know
my
exactly where they're
God.
going.
And they know what they're
Uh-oh.
grabbing too.
Uh-oh.
Feel like we've
This
just
is such an easy fix. You just don't
don't have the
him in
fucking
scene.
portal guy.
Don't have the
Don't put
portal
him
guy,
there.
but
Get rid of him.
unfortunately, you did put the portal guy in there, and you kind of fucked up, like, dramatically.
God, it's such an easy fix. It's so frustrating.
I hope it doesn't keep coming up as a possible thing to help solve problems. That would be awkward, wouldn't it?
Like for like the whole rest of the movie, perhaps. Yeah.
Nah. But if we were even to get rid of portals, just thinking out loud, it just feels like, I don't know, the plan they come up with, which I guess we should have to go through before we can criticize, is a terrible one compared to what they could do.
It's nice that you call it a plan
Yeah,
because it
generous
is
that way.
technically it's technically a plan. You know, in the sense that
Nobody
we will.
panic when things go according to plan.
Yeah.
The plan is horrifying.
What's the plan? To defeat the enemy in battle. I'm like, all right,
Good plan. I like it.
we'll
I'm on
surround
board.
them and destroy them. Like, that is a plan.
I'm glad,
Uh,
Molly, that you pointed out that, like, can't we just maybe get documentation? Because this isn't, as we'll find out later, this is not the bad guy's lair where more secretive things are happening. This is basically just like a giant office building.
It's a research facility. It seems
Yeah.
like of some kind. It looks like this is where you.
But
This is
also
where you go to
prisoners,
work.
right? Like, also just, like, prisoners?
Are there prisoners?
Wait,
I
or am I-
thought it was just a
I'm
research
here.
facility.
I'm
Yeah.
like,
They have
am I-
records on the the prisoners. Essentially, they have the records there, but they don't have. This isn't where all the dirty work gets done.
They have a lot of security though.
Yeah, this is where this
That's
is
right,
like
I have a ton of
security, quote
security.
unquote.
Yeah.
people get paid. You know.
But
you
before...
clock in, you clock out. They let you in. There's the speakers that say, "Hi, we're such and such." Like if you're a visitor, you know what's happening, and you know it. I mean, it's for us. It's for you and me.
You could
but,
probably
you
get
know,
a tour.
You probably could legitimately get a tour if you're an investor.
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, they could have
Oh my God,
posed
you're
as
literally-
investors.
You're fucking,
Yeah.
That's what happens in Austin Powers.
Well,
take
it's a
take
better
notes.
plan.
Take notes from Austin Powers. Do it. So we break from there for a little bit to have another flashback, and it's basically Rocket proving to the High Evolutionary and others that he's very intelligent. He's solving formulas and just showing he understands a lot of complicated things. And he looks outside. He's like, "It's blue, sky, a rocket." Just like, "Aw," because because he's just a little animal that is fascinated by the big blue marble that is. They're actually. I think he even references this as. Did he say it's Counter Earth at that point? I think that's the first reference to it because that's where they are.
think so.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think we get the text says Counter Earth, but it's not.
No, I think
I
the
forget.
text for Counter Earth is later. That's
Later?
when they actually.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
We
later
do
in the
learn that
film.
it's like a a place. It's a place.
And you know,
And
one of my favorite bits from the High Evolutionary in this film is Rocket saying, "What's the sound?" He says, "Music." And then he says, "We like it." He says, "Yes, we do." As just like a
Good.
even like seems to smile, like he's happy to announce that of course we like music. Music's awesome.
yeah, I mean he's essentially in a way he's talking about his work,
Mhm.
and what he's trying to accomplish, and the music is a part of that. And it's probably very good to have this creature that you're creating recognize the music and be able to respond to it. Probably
It's a good
definitely a good sign.
Yeah.
There's such a level of unease about the High Evolutionary and what he's up to, and it's this, and of course you feel these scenes they have a vibe that works really well.
Yes. Big
Yep.
agree.
I really like all of these a lot. I think everyone did.
Well, I suppose. anyone
I don't know
wants
if
to-
everyone in this. I don't. Maybe everyone in
Well,
the
we're
call
already
did, but
on-
I've definitely seen some criticisms of this aspect of the film.
We're on like
Yeah,
flashback 3, so I don't know if you want to wait a bit more.
Let's wait. We've already started waiting.
So
continue.
yeah, he says as a quote, "Be not as you are, but as you should be." Then he follows on with, "It's our sacred missions to take the cacophony of sounds around us and turn it into song. To take an imperfect clump of biological matter such as you and transform it into something perfect. And we're halfway there, aren't we?" It's I quite like it in terms of just
Yeah, it's great.
understanding his motive, but also just feeling that sort of sinister element coming in.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But
Does it
it's like
sound-
he doesn't even he doesn't recognize like how sinister it is.
Yeah,
you
because
know?
you start with the
Little perfect,
quote.
thing like you.
The quote in isolation is actually quite like, "Be not as you are, but as you should be." It almost sounds inspirational.
Yeah.
And you can
Unless you're a
only...
crazy fucking scientist who's trying to genetically modify you.
That's what I mean.
to
It's
do shit.
it's kind of how it goes with understanding political pundits and then getting further and deeper into the rabbit hole of what they actually believe, because it can start out broad and you're like, "Oh yeah, that sounds good," and then it's like, "It's our sacred missions to take the cacophony of sounds and turn it into a song." You're like, "That sounds, yeah, okay, cool. And then it's like, "It's time to perfect these biological clumps because they're not perfect, are they?" And you're like, "Wait a minute, like what's happening now?" Yeah, and then it gets much worse because he takes Rocket into another room, but we do see Rocket pick up a couple of pieces of bits and bobs before he goes. That'll
Yeah,
be
it takes
relevant
some
later.
little stuff.
I thought it
puts on
was
his little-
a good little setup because I had a feeling, I was like, "Ooh, he'll be able to make something with that."
Yeah.
He says he shows him like this room with sort of devices and what looks to be like like a container, and he says, "I've created a device that can force any creature through millions of years of programmed evolutionary changes in a moment." My curiosity with it was just, why do they all become like humanoid?
Because he's very
because
much
you can-
inspired by
you-
Earth, as well.
Yeah,
Was
you can-
is it
you
that
can make them do
he's
that.
yeah, he's taking them to the place he wants them rather than they
Yes.
yeah,
I
okay.
would
Well,
I would
yeah,
assume
one is,
That's
the-
what programmed evolution is meant to imply, that he's choosing.
Oh,
the
right,
paths.
okay. I thought maybe it
Yeah,
was
and if-
a way of him trying to say, like, it assumes what evolutionary things would happen from its, like, genetic
No.
pathway or something.
I think that's like
what
an
I
infinite
assumed, too.
possibilities, and there's
Yeah, that's
there'd be
the
no
thing,
way
could
of
be.
doing that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, and
potentially.
What is
but
the
it,
end point of that? Like, could you even say that there's like an end point?
yeah,
that's kind
evolution
of
doesn't
like
have
the-
an
Which
endpoint.
is
It
kind
just
of,
does as it
that's
does.
something to gleam, right? That the high evolutionary, it's like, well, I mean, he has an objective, a specific goal in mind of what he wants, which
Mhm.
is, like, there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, so he's guiding the evolution. He's programming in certain evolutionary, which is why so many of them turn out similar.
Yep, okay. The thing is,
Is-
this one's raging. Like a turtle, I think. and bashing against the windows. Kind of terrifying.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Spooky.
And he's like, we can't. He says, here's the rub. We can't fix this shit. Like they just have this rage. And they name like a sciencey thing for what's going on.
Yeah, it's like a brain amino acid or protein or something that it produces, and it's something. It's a science thing.
Rocket notices something that if they were to tweak and fix, that it should solve their problem. And he's like, holy fuck.
I really like Rocket's young voice. It's
Mhm.
kind of like he's trying to figure out how to express the thoughts that are coming into his head. And he's doing the best he can with that, but his language isn't quite there yet, but the thoughts are in the brain.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's even a
even
moment.
later on, adult Rocket is never like super articulate in terms of language, but he's incredibly smart, especially when it comes to technology.
Yeah, he just has a pretty normal, fairly vulgar manner of speech that a lot of people would have.
There's even a moment where he says can't, and then the High Evolutionary is like can't. So it's I don't know if there was an attempt from the High Evolutionary at some point to make them all have like a unified accent or whatever, but he's clearly failed with Rocket.
Yeah, though I assume Rocket's still learning how to, speak and, do all that.
I think it's just, I presume that that's just like lack of tolerance for it sounding different from the way that he talks, you know?
because
It's like,
his
well,
is the perfect.
yeah, mine's the
Mhm.
right one. Yours is
Yeah.
wrong. Should fix it.
So yeah, we cut to them beginning to approach the orgoscope. And this is the part that you would have seen either clips or trailer stuff from, if anyone has seen it, where they're in their multicolored suits. And
Oh, something really quick before we continue.
Mhm.
Point of praise. I think there's something very interesting about the fact that they turn into rage monsters when they get rushed through, millennia of evolution in a single second. There's something really kind of spooky and terrifying about like what it must be like to be that creature suddenly finding yourself, millions of years worth of evolution ahead, and like just it cannot process what's actually happened to it, and so it just kind of loses its mind and goes insane. Something really kind of horrifying about that I
there's
really
a lot
like.
of really creepy imagery in this, as well as understanding how things
Yeah,
work.
this has got some weird, crazy shit.
I
Appreciate
love
that
it.
Marvel let James Gunn go for that.
Well, so this is one that I would genuinely be like, yes, check it out before you show your kids, especially depending on how young kids
Yeah.
could be.
There was a couple
Mhm.
times in this movie I was like, are there like little kids here who think this is another fun, mindless MCU romp, and they're seeing like these fucked up
Hey, Rags.
cyborgs and
Those same
Yeah.
kids had to fucking see MODOK, okay? So I assume that they can survive
MODOK was
this.
great. MODOK, what do you mean? MODOK was great.
It was
MODOK
so
was
great.
family friendly.
Yeah. I will say there's been little hints at this in the Guardians trilogy. Like, so in 2, the big pile of bones and corpses is something similar, but we're leaning more heavily into it for sure in this movie.
So, multicolored suits heading to the orgoscope. They're going to land just on the facility, and their plan is to laser through it. This is one of those situations where you just have to tell me that that's how they can just do that, and that'll work. And I'm like, okay.
I thought that there would be some kind of plan that this biomass that's their facility would feel pain.
You'd think
And
that would
so
be an
they
element
couldn't
of it,
just-
wouldn't you?
Yeah, you wouldn't just
Mhm.
cut through it, but it's almost like it's a defensive thing. Like, oh, it's experiencing pain. Something is damaging the outer structure. It's kind of like, like the reason we have pain, to let you know something's going wrong and needs addressing. So I would assume that if I was going to be approaching a creature, I'd just call it a creature for simplicity, like this,
Mhm.
it would experience that, and there'd be something you'd have to avoid. They'd have to find some orifice to slip into.
Yeah.
There's something, like
Yeah.
not just cutting a hole in it and sliding through. And
Yeah, there's something to be said, like what you're just getting at, that there's an advantage to designing the building this way. It's not just, ooh, wouldn't it be crazy if it was like this? That it can feel things that would hypothetically make it more secure in some ways. But
You think there'd be a
there's some-
trade-off of some kind?
Yes.
yeah,
That's-
there's a reason why we're doing this and no one else has done it. And maybe because they're a
Mhm.
bioengineering whatever, they can do it. It's like, okay, that's a reason, I suppose. They're this is what they specialize in, so to speak, merging machines and biotics or biology. So like okay. I wish that they leaned more into it instead of it just being a weird thing.
Yeah, I agree.
They even like walk past hair. Like there's just big hairs
Yeah.
sticking out of it. And it's just like, all right. And I think you start to gather that this is more so for just the opportunity to be like, ain't that fucking weird? Look at that. And
Yeah,
that,
this
and that.
is it's weird. It's like I
I'll
kept
add
thinking
that
that
it's
this
on
is
theme.
clean scorn.
Yeah. It is on theme with the villain. We'll give it that credit as well, but it doesn't seem to serve a great functional purpose.
If we were to broach that, what would your argument be for it being on theme with villain?
Well, that genetic engineering and bioengineering is, well, I guess maybe on theme isn't the right word, but it's in
Like
keeping with the kind of genetic experiments that he's interested
he
in.
melds flesh to suit his purpose
I think
in a way that it
what would have
that's what I
helped with
would go
that
with.
is making it instead a almost completely flesh system, being like half flesh, half tech. So it's like a monstrosity, kind of like those foot soldiers he has.
That's
Yeah.
in it. I mean, like you talking about like aesthetically,
Yeah.
because I
Yeah,
feel
'cause
like
this is almost all flesh, and
Yeah.
well, there's bone and
well the
pus and
inside
eyes and
looks
stuff.
really nice, and so I assume like the inside is the machine part, the outside is the flesh part, and that he would want this to look really nice and a good work environment and everything like that, because this is the face of the evils that's actually going on behind the scenes. Whereas he doesn't really care about the hellspawn because that's not for public eyes. That's for keeping
Mhm.
experiments in line and security, like creepy security on the planet.
Well, that's going to be
on Counter Earth.
the defense force for Counter Earth, is what he says, right?
Yeah,
It's
that's
definitely an outer
that's-
face that he shows the world, which is much more, it's this building essentially. I don't know. I can believe he built this, is what I'm getting at.
I was just going to say, like,
Yeah.
I wouldn't call this place, like, at first glance, something aesthetically pleasing.
No, but
No.
I think I could
Also a
wave that away.
marvel,
Well, not
technological
wave it
marvel.
away, but I can believe it based off of like in
No,
this
yeah, I can
world there's
believe
so
it.
much weird stuff.
It's just that would
it does
he want that as opposed to hard tech? I'm not sure.
like his own ship is
yeah.
completely hard tech, kind of.
But I think Orgo Corp this is kind of their deal, right? This is on brand for them in terms of,
But like,
because
I
this
would
place
agree.
is a technological marvel, and it's very much on brand
look what
for
we
what
can
they
do
I
with
think
do
what
as
I
a
need
matter.
to buy it
Yeah.
is that the problem that's stemming for me is how fucking useless this place is. When I'd want to see that it's not useless, like the way that they've built it has reason.
Yeah.
It's like that because it's good at blah blah blah.
For me, this is plot failings that are failing an otherwise good design of a building. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I get you. That's kind of what I try to push back on with like the quantum verse or the multiversal like effects, when it's like, this doesn't make any sense. It's like, yeah, but people who made all of that did great work. They just don't know what they're doing it for.
A lot of times, like, production designers, concept artists are doing really interesting stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Even in these movies, even in the MCU.
So, Peter presses a button that matches the color of Gamora's suit with the intention of trying to talk to her, and he says, so you really don't remember anything? Which I thought was a weird way to start. I'm just assuming someone has explained to him how it worked, right? There is nothing for her to remember.
Yeah.
I feel like Rocket would have, walked him through it. So it just feels weird that he's like, you don't remember anything?
It's like, no, this literally, she didn't experience any of
What's
that. Why
there
would
to
she remember? Yeah.
I remember everything that happened to me.
If anything, the question should be like, because what he should be wanting to know is like, despite the fact you don't remember anything, like, do you not have any sort of feelings towards me or like me at all? Like, that's like deep down what he's probably wondering.
Yeah. So, she says that person was some alternate future version of me, not me, which...
I mean, yeah,
yeah, and he says, you were everything to me, and I miss you so much, and if maybe you could open yourself up to it. And she says, I don't think so, Quinn. Which, before we move on, I thought that is a way to slip in comedy, kind of like some of the other examples, where it's just so reasonable that she could say that. She barely knows this guy, she's heard his name here and there. Quill and Quinn are pretty close. Quinn, I think, is a much
Yeah.
more common name. And so he has a pause and he's like, Quill. And so it's like sad, but you could also get a laugh in. I think that's I would probably
I
try and
believe
argue.
it.
Yeah.
I like it. Good stuff.
Then we have some other jokes.
Mm.
So they cut in with basically like as he's trying to spill his heart out with like, we can all hear you, and then Drax is like, it's embarrassing. I guess we'll take it piece by piece. What do you think of that?
You said it's
Is-
painful, right? Something like that.
I think so. I
I
quite
don't think
remember.
it's painful. And I don't.
So I said I think, but I'm confident he actually said it's painful.
Well, I didn't think it was painful, so I'm thinking.
He's talking about Drax, isn't
he? Yeah, he's talking about what
I
Drax
know, I'm getting
said.
that. I know. I'm not.
Oh,
doing
sorry,
that,
sorry,
I'm
sorry.
just talking
My bad,
about
my bad.
Words. So, as to whether or not Drax would feel like it, I guess Drax would say that. But for Mantis, what does Mantis say exactly?
She just
I
says,
forget.
Peter, we can
Peter,
all
you're
hear you,
listening.
basically.
Yeah, we've been listening this whole time.
And
Nebula's a lot more exasperated, which I like.
Yeah, Nebula says,
Yeah,
like, we thought you would
I-
stop.
Yeah, that's the part. That's the part that made me laugh. Was when
Yeah.
she said we were hoping that you'd just stop. You know,
Yeah.
which
But
feels
he's
like
like,
a thing
"Why?"
you might do. Like if
Yeah.
you walk in on someone embarrassingly talking out loud, you want to kind of like hope they just stop instead of you announcing that you're here. So
For me, I'm quite invested in those two having a serious conversation about all of that, and then it sort of ended, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
disappointed with that.
this needs to be like picked up later, or there needs to be like this, I mean, like maybe temporary closure on like we need to, or like maybe he says we'll talk about this later or something.
Mm-hmm.
I think I want to say, like, yeah, you can go whichever way you want to, as a writer, I suppose. With this one, it's just because I think I'm in agreement that everything everyone says in that moment is in character. It's just that whether or not you want them to speak or not is up to you still.
Yeah.
So
Well,
but
one thing I suggested during the Forge that I would have preferred is that so they let the moment play out, fade out, and then there's some sort of indication from the others that sorry, my dog's barking, it's being annoying. There's some sort of indication that they could hear him this whole time, but they don't even say anything, but there's a look on their faces like they just had to deal with the awkwardness of that. Like whether Quill even finds out, the others can feel awkward about it. Maybe they go to the private line to say, like, this is awkward, or something like that.
there could be workshops to be done.
There's a joke there that
Mhm.
operates. There's
In a
joke
way
there
that doesn't feel like we're laughing at the expense of Quill's feelings in this moment, because
Or
Go ahead.
maybe Mantis says something along the lines of like she compliments how sweet it was and how heartfelt it was, and Drax is the person who cuts that, with his more like it was
no, it was
embarrassing.
painful. Yeah.
It was painful to listen to that kind of thing. So I don't know. It's not a bad joke, realizing that it was proper or public the whole time on the thing.
Mhm.
It just we need to polish that stone.
So in comes the next joke, which is, I'd say, well, I mean, let me post this first so you guys can understand. This is the joke. This is how it works. They all have
right.
suits that are color-coded with orange, blue, yellow, red, and green. I don't know why I wrote one of them twice. And they've all got buttons on their wrists that match those colors with a black additionally is next to it as well. Now, Peter chooses the color of Gamora's suit, assuming that each color represents the direct line to each suit. But the joke is like, no, you idiot. If you wanted the color you hit was all, blue is all. And then it's like, if you wanted blue as in her suit, you go for orange. And then they start labeling how all of them work.
Yeah.
And
Black is the orange is blue, yellow is green, that sort of thing. And yeah.
And then Drax is like, no, you idiot. Yellow is yellow, green is red, red is green. And then she's like, are you sure? And then tests it out and like yells. And Peter is like, ah. And then he's like, how am I supposed to know that? And then Drax says, I thought it was intuitive.
It's very intuitive. It's very intuitive.
What do we think?
It
Dumb.
doesn't. The joke doesn't make sense that would be the way it works, but I laughed at it. I thought it was very funny, but it doesn't make sense because it's not intuitive. Like the joke relies on it not being intuitive and not working as you might expect it.
So how would you deal with the retort? That's the joke. You suck,
That-
McBain. How do
that's
you
kind
do
of
it?
that's kind of where I was going. Yeah. It's it relies on it relies on itself in a weird kind of way, if that makes sense. I like it's funny to me. Like that got me to laugh. But I don't see how in this world they would actually do that. And then the joke is like, yeah, it's not intuitive and he's saying it is. So it's kind of complicated in a way.
I thought it was crap. I'm sorry.
Me too.
Yeah.
I liked Drax's response, but didn't like the setup or anything. If that
Yeah,
makes
that's
sense.
totally fair.
I think the second she started listening to him, I was like, ugh. So the joke's going to be that none of it makes any sense at all. Like,
Yes.
okay.
It's from the instant they started it, you knew the road that we were traveling.
I don't understand. I feel like there needs to be some sense of how it could be intuitive, not based on color, but based on number or the order of them or something.
I think it actually could have been kind of cool if all of the, I don't know, shapes match a shape on their suits, but the colors are all
Something
off,
like
something like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like so there's an actual reason to it, but it's not what you'd expect.
Yes.
You're going off of a different. You thought it was one system, but it was actually a different system, and you're like,
Yes.
oh, okay.
That would help quite a bit.
It's like an alien looking at money and thinking that the faces represent the amounts, not the symbols in the corners. You know, it's like there's.
Yeah.
I see why you think that. That makes sense, but haha, no, it isn't.
And I think that it slots in for me. I don't know if you guys would feel differently. Into there's a type of joke James Gunn will make every once in a while that I think just it overstays its welcome a little bit.
Well,
Yeah, he's like
number
he's a
two
family
was
guy writer.
Taserface.
Taserface, I think, is the top example. I think it's the number
Yeah.
one. It's just he found that so funny, and I just don't get it. I was like, all right, man.
I mean,
It's a chuckle at
amusing.
first, but that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you know, that's that. And they cut a hole in the thing, and it starts doing an alert, but then they pop a device on it that stops the alert. Which, funnily enough, compared to everything else, I'm like, yeah, I can buy that they have some kind of signal jammer that they can put into something to make it stop beeping. That, for me, like, just feels
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah, I mean there's and a lot, and then they play it off as it was a glitch or whatever.
Yeah.
It's pretty standard. Seems
It's
like
just so
it
funny,
would
though. It's
kinda make
like
some sense, you
some
know?
weird signals on the instruments there. Is there any ships outside? It's like, yes, there's like 8. Like, oh, that's interesting.
Oh,
So they head in, and Nebula's in. I think all of them are in. Drax is lost, and he gets stuck. Which I think I was like, really, Nebula cut
why
the
didn't
hole
you
too
cut
small?
the whole?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my first thought. It's the first thought that comes to mind. You know how big Drax is. You need to make a Drax-shaped hole.
And it's just
It's
like,
not like you're running out of time. You could have just taken the time to do it.
and I would probably argue if you said like, could you see any of them making that mistake? It's like, yeah, all of them except Nebula. Probably the only one that I would expect not to make that mistake.
Someone might even ask, like, without even thinking, "Why are you making it so big?" And then she's like, and then
She could like
point
look
to
over at
or
Drax.
something. Yeah.
Oh, I had something written down too that I right before the scene that I wanted to bring up. Sorry, but it was about the gravity boots and why in particular. It feels like to me they're suddenly focusing on in that scene like gravity, like that's ever been a problem ever.
Well,
Any planet they visit, it's always gravitationally perfect for them.
I think the way that they're using them like they're like suction boots.
They're like the gravity boots and Ratchet
I think-
and Clank, basically.
is he
You
saying
know,
that like why would they need to draw attention to it when we normally? This is a space station rather than a planet, though, right?
Yeah, that's my thought.
So like
no
they probably have
artificial
simulated
on the
gravity
outside.
inside, but
Yeah.
not outside. My assumption. But also it
no,
is.
Yeah, I mean they
like
press the
the-
button.
I will say,
inside,
though,
I
you
will
know, and
say
they-
it is a
there's a
flag
point with
because
Cat.
it's the final payoff or the big payoff in this film is going to relate to gravity boots. So, like, they want to keep reminding you that those things are a thing. So we see Harcourt. Welcome back. The wonderful Jennifer Holland, I believe, is her name. Is that right?
So, yeah.
I mean, it's just, I'll flag it equally with other people too. It's just funny because even James Gunn has had to, like, talk about it on Twitter, just been like, yes, my girlfriend is in my projects. It's because I put lots of people in all kinds of things, and that's fine, and leave me alone.
All right, yeah, all right.
I think it wouldn't be anywhere near
but-
as distracting if she was a well-known name before appearing in all these different places.
Or if she was really, really, really good.
Yeah, I was gonna go that direction too, but yeah.
I mean, I don't think she's bad, but she's not so impressive. They're like, okay, I get it.
Yeah,
You know, as opposed to, let's say, Sean Gunn, who I think is very, very good.
I would agree
Yeah,
with that.
he's
Yeah,
very good. I really
Yeah,
like
And
Sean
so
Gunn.
the I wouldn't call it nepotism, but if someone were to call it nepotism, I'd be like, yeah, but he's really good though.
that
I
seems to be
wouldn't-
the argument with nepotism every time. Because this is
If-
the thing. I thought that with her when I saw her, and then next scene, I see Nathan Fillion pop up, and I'm like, he's good friends with James Gunn. That's probably why. But Nathan Fillion's a
He's
fucking
also
amazing
a
actor.
really good
so-
Yeah,
actor.
he's great.
Yeah.
Same with the
Um,
whole dictionary. I think that the reason why he got that role was because he worked with James Gunn and Peacemaker, and he wanted to bring him back to do, like, another role.
Mhm. Michael Rooker is
It's,
another example.
Michael Rooker, yeah.
Yeah, if the nepotism just gets you in the door and you do a really amazing job and everyone's like, I'm so glad that you got this person in because they're amazing, no one complains about it.
I think,
And
I
also-
think all that's happened is she's just never made much of an impression, except almost like, oh, it's you again.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's like, it's you. You know, and that's sort of where my thoughts begin and end. Yeah, all right.
And it does seem to me that James Gunn gets an inordinate amount of criticism for keeping the same actors project to project. That so many filmmakers throughout history do this, but for
Yeah,
some
he
reason
seems to
people
get
are
it more.
singularly
He does seem
focused
to
on
get it
him.
more.
Dude, Mike
I
Flanagan.
don't understand.
He's recycling actors all the time.
All of them.
Quentin Tarantino
Quentin
works with a lot of the
Tarantino,
same
yeah.
actors.
Wes Anderson.
Yep.
Yeah, it's odd that people, because I've noticed there seems to be like a level of speculation of who's what of James Gunn's friends are going to get cast in big DC roles. It's like, all right, let's calm down. All right,
Yeah.
it's not that big
Chill.
of a deal.
He might actually think that, you know, it's fine. If they don't suck, if they're okay and up, it's
Like, I don't know,
whatever.
he generally
You know?
makes good casting decisions as far as I'm concerned.
Jennifer
Yeah,
Holland for
like,
Superman.
Like, look at the cast for the Suicide Squad. It's like that's a good cast, you know.
Yeah.
Idris Elba, John Cena. I mean, Margot Robbie's a good actress. It's just that
We can even-
Harley Quinn is a
You
character.
can strip away what is nepotism truly like a criticism of, and it's like, well, it's a fast track that you didn't have to earn. That's what everyone hates about it. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess that kind of makes it clear then. That's why people don't have an issue with people like Michael Rooker or Nathan Fillion, because we
Because
know
they
they've
earned
earned
it.
the fuck out of it.
Yeah, and they're good. And people like
They're
working with
good.
people they get along with. You're gonna have to spend
Yeah.
12 hours a day for like
yelling at
months.
each other.
I think
Yeah.
that's the reason
Yeah.
why James Gunn, like, he seems like he's probably like very effective as a director in terms of keeping people happy, because everybody seems to like working with him.
Oh yeah, that's the other thing that's happened. Like losing Henry Cavill and keeping the girlfriend on. That's gonna people are gonna reference that till the end of time in terms of like.
Right.
I think it's going to be, as understandable as it is because of how prominent Henry Cavill's role was. I mean, it's
Mhm.
pretty
Well, I mean, he was
clear why
Superman,
that decision is made.
and
Yeah,
then-
it's
and then
pretty clear
why
why
was
that
he cut?
decision. Yeah, instead of just some,
I think
almost like a
that's the part
cameo
where
sort of thing.
That's
yeah.
the part where it gets trickier, is because it then starts to feel like you're picking favorites. If you get some people to stay and some people to go, it's like, probably should be all or nothing, right?
It's
Someone
probably
asked-
it's probably a really weird situation.
Oh, sure, yeah. It's,
Yeah,
I
in terms
don't
of,
envy.
yeah.
I don't envy him in terms of having to figure out how to sort that shit out.
Someone asked who works 12 hours a day. People on film sets do.
yeah,
people on
yeah.
film sets
Incredibly
work
long hours.
A lot of-
days.
A lot of
Yeah.
people, a lot of people do long.
As I
hours,
understand it,
yeah.
isn't it like common for television productions? Like for network television, that's like 6 days on, 1 day off, 6 days, like for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Yeah, you get paid more if you do 6 in a row like that, I was a PA on a show that ran for a few months, and it was only 5 days a week with some 6 days if we really needed
Right.
to get something done. And for me, it was about like 70 hours a week.
Yeah, people work like in
It's a lot.
creative industries. That I'm surprised that someone said that. It's just well known that in creative industries people end up working crazy hours. I mean, look at all the talk about video game developers and like the insane amount of long-term crunch that happens in a lot of these productions because when it's a creative job, there's a lot of factors that go into play there to facilitate that sort of arrangement.
Well then, she is there. She is the head of security, I think, or at least she's operating like a security console, and she detects something weird's going on in the room that they are entering, and so she contacts Nathan Fillion, who does she refer to him as Master? I think she does. It was throwing me off because I wasn't sure if it was like I was mishearing a name or if she was actually calling him Master, which it doesn't really matter. In any case, she contacts him and says something weird has been detected, and then she says to him, I'm gonna check the camera." I thought that was so fucking weird.
It's
Like-
just something weird. Go look.
Yeah, well, like
You
the
know,
first thing you do,
right away.
yeah, if you're like, room whatever is detecting a disturbance, like open up the camera. It's like, no, I'll call some guy to say that I'm detecting a disturbance, and then I will open the camera. It's like, okay.
Like you have one job to look at the cameras, see if anything's wrong, and then do something about it.
And it's really
You
weird
decide to
to then realize that they only have one jamming device between the whole team. And the reason that this is tense is because obviously Drax is caught in the building walls where the jamming device currently is. So until he gets out of there, they can't pull it out and thus use it to jam the camera. It's like,
Brought
you guys
two.
probably should have had two. Yeah.
Problems for you.
In any case, there was a line.
Not like med packs.
There was a line I liked with because it's just a real thing that happens. I think Nathan Fillion's like, oh yeah, have you checked out those new like whatever's got that brand new Fuselix core? And then the guy goes, yeah, and he's like, well, I just made that up. So and then he's like,
Yeah,
oh.
yeah, I like.
Like,
You
yeah.
said something else.
It
I
sounds
thought
like
you said something else. That's such a good line.
That's such
I
a
love it.
real. That's such a
It's
real.
so
Yeah, it feels
man.
super genuine, super authentic.
Good stuff.
Just their faces. So.
So
That was good.
they just get Drax in, they grab the jammer and they put it on the eye just before she checks it. And so she checks it and it looks clean, like it's like jamming it so that it just displays like the room is fine. And then they like, oh shit, we have to get rid of our spacesuits before they come in and check because they've got their engineer garb, right, which will pass them through basic like checks, I guess. But their spacesuits would be, if you saw them, you'd know that they're not friendly, I guess, because they're not the organ.
You'd be like, why are you wearing spacesuits here when there was a potential puncture? And
So, the question: why aren't they using the like vacuum sealed tech that they had in Guardians 2?
There's a lot of
Where
stuff
it's like
here.
a little. It's just a little,
I had to
thing
trade
that
him for the med packs. You would have done the same thing in their position.
Which, I'll be, like, man, that shit, like, it's like nanotech, you know. You
It's
can
like
just
the Black
put it
Widow
on.
face mask stuff.
Well, this crazy
Yeah.
tech that gets in.
Yeah, and
because
you're
this
like,
isn't the
wow, that's
only-
Well, yeah, and you
useful.
have to
This is
fucking mention every
the
time
only
because
instance.
it's especially frustrating when James Gunn's the one that fucking introduces it. It's like, what do you mean you
Yeah,
did it? Like,
well, there's another piece of tech he introduced in Guardians 2 that is bizarrely absent and hugely useful. But
remember, yeah,
we'll get
well,
to
it's-
that later.
I mean, because you were talking about the spacesuits, right? Like the hockey puck
So
spacesuits.
I'm talking about the little
Yeah.
spacesuit that's like the size of a hockey puck. You can put it in your pocket and it's vacuum sealed.
You
If
could
you had
store, like,
that, you don't need
5
to
of
worry
them
about disposing.
in a hearty pocket of a hoodie. Like you could get
Pretty
a lot of
much.
them, but no, they have to use these weird specific spacesuits, and it doesn't make any sense. And then, of course, why are we highlighting this? It's like, well, because they could just fucking deactivate them, put them in their pocket, and they're fine.
Yeah, because
then-
what happens? Almost jumping ahead is Mantis puts them in like a little. It looks like a little like storage unit that she puts it in, but it's actually just shoots it out into space.
Oh, someone just said, "Where's Star-Lord's helmet?" What a great fucking question.
Yeah, it's gone because unfortunately this film was also in keeping with the trend of making sure that the actors get more face time and
Actually,
proxy that you get rid of the helmet, the awesome, cool Star-Lord helmet.
Springy, I'm really glad that you brought that up because there's something that so I like watching movies at a theater, asterisk. So when I get to the theater, after I stop at Come and Go and grab my big bag whatever it is and stuff at my pants to get in, I get to the theater and I like to get there a little bit early before things start, and I need to stop They just stopped doing that because it was almost 30 minutes from 6:30 was the viewing I went to. It was just shy of 7 when the movie actually started. And I think there was like 2.5 promos that Guardians had before this. It'd be like a commercial, but it had all the Guardian stuff in it. And one thing I noticed is that Peter Quill was absent in all of these because they didn't get the actor for it, right? You can get the voices and but he wasn't in any of these. But they did have him they had a guy in a cockpit for one of these promo commercials, and he had his helmet on because it covers up his face. So you don't actually have to have Chris Pratt to be there and do it. You just cover it up with a face. And I noticed that, and I'm like, oh, you didn't get him. You're just like the other commercials. That's not really them. And that raccoon doesn't sound like Rocket. He sounds close, but that ain't the real thing.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, by the way, because I saw someone mention this in chat, and I think it's worth bringing up, that in the Guardians Holiday Special, their ship goes invisible.
Yeah, well.
Well, we didn't see that in the film.
Nope. That would have helped.
shit.
Would have helped a lot.
That would have helped a lot,
It was
actually.
invisible.
Yeah, I totally forgot about that. They make their ship go invisible while they're like flying around like America. Jesus. But on the point of the yeah, it's annoying that again we're like ditching the helmet because I think the helmet is awesome, but unfortunately
mentioned,
that doesn't matter.
Star-Lord's helmet
guess.
was destroyed in Volume 2, but came back in Avengers, so I think Gunn legitimately was planning to keep it destroyed, but decided to ignore its presence in Infinity War and Endgame. Can't do that.
Yeah, but you can't, unfortunately.
It's really
unfortunate.
difficult to write out technology. If it's a one-off, if it's an experiment, if it's a magic amulet, if it's a ring to rule them all, then there's ways to get rid of
And
it.
also, like,
But
he just get a new one. That shit's useful.
Yeah,
like
we already know
he
you
was
could get a
able
new
to-
one.
companies
He
make
was
it.
able to
They make more than
survive
one.
for a little while in the vacuum of space. Like it's because I mean he ain't vacuum sealed, like with his shit. It's the same problem that the Mandos have. But that helmet is just useful. I mean, it protects you from like shrapnel if there's any explosions or anything. It's probably got some like crazy utility.
Way better than
Well,
nothing.
Some
I want to
holographic
mention,
suit,
I don't classify. Well, it's tough, but I don't think I can just or exclusively classify these as plot issues. This is all character stuff. Like, what the hell are they
Because the
thinking?
character would have those things.
Yeah, they should
Well,
be
the character-
using their
yeah,
tools,
'cause
but they don't.
How
because-
exactly we got into this? We get into this especially early on with Mando stuff until our brains just accepted it as the hell we live in. But characters using equipment it's a method of like a jetpack isn't just a jetpack. It's a way to overcome obstacles that are the writing for the character to get through. And if the character doesn't use these plot related objects, then it reflects on the character.
When characters make dumb decisions, right? What are we to make of that? Like, is
Yes.
it a plot problem or is it an imputation on character? Especially we're meant to have any conception about a character making intelligent decisions or like
Yeah.
even reasonable decisions. Like this spacesuits, it's just cumbersome. It's a problem. Like this just makes things trickier. But we could use the equipment that we already have that is way more convenient, but we won't, and it facilitates bullshit.
And I was going to say, like, an easy way to sort of figure this out quickly would be they have a gun, on their holster, and then it's like in instance 1, they just never grab it when they're in danger. They just never do. And it's just like, so that's just the character's an idiot. The gun's right there. Versus instance 2, where they do grab it, they do shoot, and it jams. It's like, oh, so that's the plot. That's like things outside their control. Unless, of course, they could unjam it. But that's, I guess I'm just talking about the fact that like they are not necessarily in control of something versus the thing they are in control of, and so it gets to be a problem. And the way you cancel these out, you have to start doing throwaway lines. But the problem is now we've got so many that it would start to become like a joke. Like, why aren't we using this? And it's like, well, because we don't have those anymore.
You need throwaway lines in this instance for why they're not using like the aero rigs that could get them around like a lot easier in space than cumbersome spacesuits. And then you also need a throwaway line for why they're not using the nanotech spacesuit instead of a more cumbersome, like old school spacesuit that only causes them problems because now they've lost them and they're screwed. Like they're stuck.
And the other alternative, of course, is creating problems that aren't solved by those older pieces of technology, so it doesn't matter. But
Yep.
these are problems definitely solved by these older pieces of tech.
Yeah.
What is the in the chat? It's like making motions. In the chat, there's like in the bottom right, there's like a heart and it's like emojis. Like what I click on it and a little heart flies up. What the fuck is that? What does that do?
What does that have to do with anything that we're talking about?
It's like moving. What is that?
I don't know.
I
See,
have
now
no
I guess a
idea.
lot of people are clicking it because I see a
I
bunch of
see it
them.
too.
Is that what it is? Everyone clicks on those and they just sort of show up? How it
So people are
when
saying
was
it's on mobile, so like I don't know what you're talking about.
it's on desktop. I'm looking
Yeah,
at
I'm
it.
on desktop. I'm looking at it right
Oh,
now.
okay.
You click on them and they make little things fly around. The fuck? All right, I guess I know what it is now. It's just weirdly distracting. Can I turn it off? Not that I don't appreciate people's. I mean, if I guess it just is there, and that's my life now. All right, carry on. It's just like weird, and it's like I see the things over there, and I'm like, what is this?
Well, anyway, it's weird to me that the Ravagers would have wanted to give them the facility, like things to get them in, but they couldn't. They can get them fake engineering suits, but they can't get them the space suits, the thing that they seem to be known for, like the Orgone people.
Yeah.
Mm.
So it's interesting to introduce to us their suits, these very specific and strange ones, and then to be like, well, you're gonna have to use these weird rainbow suits that I don't know. And it's like, okay,
Was it all like? Do you think they went in after the fact to set up the color joke?
yeah, I think so. The only reason
Yeah.
they had those is to do that joke, which
To set up the color joke.
And also just for a visual, I would imagine of like, oh, look at these vibrant suits.
Yeah, they're like little germs on the outside of the skin ship.
So then they know they're coming. They got to get rid of these suits, right? And they put them in what looks to just be a storage bin of some kind. And Mantis says like, "Well, we'll hide them in here," and opens it up. And I'm saying that on purpose because we can get to that in a little bit. But
Yeah.
they close it right as Nathan Fillion enters the room with his men, and they're like, "What the fuck's going on here?" And Star-Lord's like, "What the hell, guys? What are you kidding me? A satellite is burning through a hole in the wall, and Eugenius has opened the door with no precautionary procedures." And then he says, "What procedure, bro?" Which I thought was strange. And then Mantis says, "Do you want us to read the manual for you too, bro?" Was this working for you guys?
No.
No.
Actually,
What happens afterward kind of works, but this, nah. This one isn't. Yeah, this one isn't working. Because because the point here is that they're trying to be convincing. So having a joke to where it's awkward kind of undercuts the fact that they're trying to make this convincing.
Yeah, the only one that I think lands for that, and it's because I would say it's in character, is Drax says, "Exactly, you idiots!" And then there's a pause that he goes,
Yeah.
"I'm angry too."
Yeah,
Like, it just-
because that's Drax what he'd say. He's going
Yeah.
with I
But then he says,
really-
"Can't you see these authentic mechanic uniforms we're wearing on our bodies that blend in with our skin tones some better than others?"
Jesus.
As much
What
as
is
I think
that's
one could
funny.
argue it's in character, I was like, surely that's too much. Like, that's gonna...
that? That seems like a little bit too far.
I don't like the idea that Drax suddenly isn't good at lying. I don't know if that is in keeping with him being literal minded.
See, this
That
is... I'm already so far along on this, so I'm just like, yep, there he goes. There's funny Drax being retarded. That's what he does. That's him.
I don't like that. I like it when the joke is in keeping with him being very
But
literal.
Mahler, he is dumb.
We're not there yet, right?
Oh, okay, all right. That's fair enough.
I don't want to go there. That's not a place I want to go.
So I don't forget it. Why does Nebula need one of those suits?
I can't... Why? She struggles with vacuum of space.
Yeah.
Okay, because I
Yeah,
can't
sure.
remember if she
In
can exist in
Guardians
space or not.
2, in Guardians 2, when the ship got destroyed while she was tied up, she was starting to get like caked in frost.
We do get a reference
Okay,
for it in this
I
film as well.
All right, gotcha. I didn't know.
I don't like Drax not being any good at all at lying and being convincing, but I do like the way that Quill handles it in response.
Yeah, he says,
It's almost like
"Excuse-"
if a character is so, I guess, simple in that sense, they're insanely good at lying because they don't like even really grasp that they're lying, and it's so matter of fact, and they just say it so flatly and directly as everything else that it comes across as if it's a really bold lie, and like you're trying to, bluff someone, but they're just so inadvertently good at delivering it in that way, then it would work really well. Like you could get Drax to lie to people in a way that would be super convincing. That just happens to work with the way he talks and thinks.
So Star-Lord says, excuse me, he's the boss's nephew, or excuse him, and he says, oh, I got one of those. This one over here, he's great. He's going great. I love what he does. But this one, and he like stares at him. It looks like awkward. Everything he does drives me crazy. What do we think?
I like the aliens. I like the alien. I thought this was funny. I like the alien's expression, and when he says, I thought he said something else. Like this was about their previous conversation.
I like that element.
That's kind of
it.
what I think. That's what really kind of sold me. I liked it, but I think when the alien still is trying to defend himself like that, I think that worked.
For me, it's a matter of I don't believe for a fucking second that they would pass to these people, and if they were just to ask them any questions, they would have completely folded.
Yeah,
they don't.
Can I see your ID so I can tell him who was assigned to the maintenance?
Well, and it's even worse. He's on
something.
fucking call with the security lady who now knows he has entered the room, and she would see nothing. So
yes, that's true. Yeah,
it does like.
As soon as he talks to him, it's like, hey, so was there nothing in there? No, there were several people in there. What are you talking about?
Yeah, she was seeing nothing.
You need a break?
Well,
You've been working off.
This is what I mean about, like, it's like cheating in writing. Do you know what he says when he's leaving? He says, all clear. So it's like, you see, from his POV, it is all clear. There's nothing to worry about. But from her POV, she'll be like, all clear. He means there's nothing wrong. When, of course, he would report, oh, one of our satellites fucked up and burned a hole in the wall, and we got 5 engineers in here trying to fix it. And then she'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? There's no one in the room.
Yeah, no one in the room. All the engineers are at da-da-da-da-da. Like, what do you mean?
So, yeah, it's just disappointing. It's not clever at all. It's just, yeah. Like, you have to, like, and with every moment this happens, it just makes the orgone scope people look so fucking useless.
Yeah, don't build this up as being super dangerous and that it's going to be really difficult to break into the facility and that this is going to be a big deal, and then have them act like this, because then it just sort of like, I don't believe you.
So once they leave, then they, it's realized like, oh fuck, the space suits are floating outside, and everyone sees that, recognizes it, and everyone's like, oh no, and then Gamora says, you put it in the contamination bin. It expels everything outside when you close the door. And I'm just sitting there like, bitch, you put yours in there too.
Thanks, Captain Hindsight. Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? Like, everyone's mad at Mantis for this, but I was like, you all put it in there.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
I don't even, like, it's so weird that, I don't know. I just took
the angle here, like, we didn't have a choice. We had to get rid of the spacesuits. So, like, there's no point assigning blame. Like, they had to go in there.
So that's
actually
all
made the same mistake.
I was about to say that's the second argument. The first argument is, how could you pick on Mantis when all of you made the mistake? And secondly, what else could you have done? There's nothing else in the room. Like, either you caught with them or you expel them. That was it. And I think it's all just to have another joke, which is Drax says, "Are we getting angry again? Like, Mantis, you idiot," or something like that, or "You asshole," I think he says.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't like that joke.
And Nebula says, "Damn it, Mantis, why don't you ever think?" And I was just like, Nebula, what the fuck? Like, you're smart enough to understand that that's not applicable here at all. So yeah, I wasn't happy with those interactions either. Quill then reminds them all they need to save Rocket, which I always appreciate. Stuff. Oh god, it's funny because we are. I think you could say we're into Act 2, so. 3 hours and 20 minutes isn't so bad.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
But I feel like the film gets more and more dense as we go. So, yeah. So Gamora's leading them, because of course she knows where she's going. And she says, me and Quill are going to get the card, the pass card thing. Bug and Doofus access the spaceport through the elevator so Tree can get us out of here. I hated this. I was losing my mind.
Their names.
Not that. I'm mostly fine with that.
That's because 20. I'm just trying to. Sometimes it's hard to like remember where we're picking up from. So she says you two have to go get the key card.
She and Quill are going to get the key card. She's going to send Mantis and Drax to go down the elevator into the spaceport and prepare so that Groot can land the ship in there and pick them up.
Is that just something they can do? It's so
Well,
like,
so
don't you need to
That's a-
communicate that with
I
the
was,
ship?
yeah,
That's the
yeah.
development of the thought. The where you'll
the
end
thing
up
is,
eventually is realizing
if-
they need to go as a team everywhere, and that Mantis is the most important member of their group at all times.
'Cause you can
Yes,
touch
'cause you
someone
can
and be
mind
like,
control people to
yeah,
help
forget
you.
the last 2 minutes.
What they
Stick
should
together
do
as a team.
is go grab. Nathan Fillion's character. They should have had Mantis hold his hand, or even they're like, "Oh, there's something on your face." Hold it and go like,
Just thinking about
you
face
are
thing, yeah.
whatever Mantis has to say. You're completely in love with all of us, or you respect us so much you'll do everything we say. That sort of thing, and then just start infecting everyone on the ship. But the higher the rank, the better. I don't see how that's not the way you would just do this, and you would actually
it,
have full control over the entire station.
Yeah, you're about to use it to essentially get in the front gate. So I mean, abuse it. That shit ain't on cooldown.
Are we sure Mantis is able to do this? Yeah, we see her do it in the film.
Yeah,
In this facility, even just in way less useful instances.
we'll see it in a moment.
Yep, that's actually the next significant thing she does. So, really annoying, because what's the next challenge for Quill and Gamora? It's to convince someone to do something for them.
I mean, from prior films, she puts Ego to sleep, the living planet.
Well, it wouldn't matter anyway if it's established in the same film, if it, right? Like, we just highlight as a flaw within the film anyway.
And also, she puts Thanos to sleep.
I'm willing to bet someone could be like, that sounds different than saying, like, you will do everything I say. There's a meaningful difference with those. It's just that we see her do it in this film, so it's just too late.
So it's over. Doesn't matter. Yeah.
Oh, was it? Maybe EFAP should have written and directed this movie to show James Gunn how it's done. It's like, please don't get the impression that that's at all what we're trying to say.
Yeah, that's kind of you the sentiment, but
Not even close. Okay, I do not
we're-
know how to make a big old movie like this. I just like
I wouldn't
talking
know
about
where
scripts.
to begin. If they put us in charge of a movie, we'd have to be like, all right, we need to hire people to tell us how shit works around here because I don't know anything about this process. I am just a guy who watches the final product. All right, I don't know how to do any of the actual stuff. I don't know how a camera works.
Yeah, they're complicated creatures. Okay. So yeah, we follow Drax and Mantis first. They head down and they meet up with like a guard, and he's like, "Whoa, I need to see your passes." And then she says, she grabs his hand and says, "You are madly in love with him," being Drax. And I think it's fun. At least we get to see this in action once, and it's something relatively useful. It just highlights how fucking stupid everyone is in terms of their approach here, because they could have done so much more. But the guy is like deliberately portrayed as this like beefy god who looks intimidating, and then he's just like, "How are you doing today? What was your name again?" And I
love that he asked him like, "What was your name again?"
Yeah,
he's madly
he doesn't
in love
even
with
know
him,
it.
and he's like, "Oh, by the way."
And Drax, I just think he does an awesome delivery of Drax,
Oh yeah,
the Destroyer. like very shyly giving it away because he's just like super awkward about it. He's like, "Oh, it's such a lovely name." This is definitely another example of James Gunn's comedy for when he's walking away and he says, "Oh, my name is Bleedle Snort." Like, as he's, and it's just like, of course it is.
I'll be here when you get out. By the way.
Yeah. Well, there's one shot that happens here, and I'm bringing it up specifically to ask everyone here what it's supposed to mean. Mantis is walking past somebody, and they're eating the thing that they were eating at the beginning of the film when they all share it's like a thing on a stick. She sees some guy eating it, and she looks sad, and then she moves on.
What is up with that?
Was the
I didn't
point
even
something
notice.
like it's reminding her of better times?
Because they were eating one in essentially the opening scene, but it was like dead and cooked, and this one's blue. So I don't know. I legit don't know what exactly this is supposed to mean.
The only thing I've got is that it reminds her of when they were all together eating something, and it was chill, and she's sad. All I got.
Yeah, that I don't know what else it would.
If that's what it is, I don't hate it, but it is kind of strange.
Yeah, I was just trying to find if there was something more to it than that, or if I'm just maybe it's not anything at all. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Be right back.
Was it that it was eating like a praying mantis? Maybe I'd have to check it. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I
don't know.
don't know. So yeah, we go back to the security station then, and Harcourt is watching them, and she says, "Wait, don't those two match the warning we were given?" So that's all we get, and so I assume the High Evolutionary gave them all like wanted posters for the Guardians, right?
I guess.
That's all I can assume is happening there,
Makes
which
sense.
kind of now introduces the problem of why isn't this place on high alert for the specific information that they know that the Guardians want, and why isn't there a trap and an ambush set here? They know everything. What's going on?
Yep.
I thought there would be, and was disappointed that there wasn't one.
And to the point now where they're getting foiled because they're like, wait, that looks like the descriptions of the people that the High Evolutionary warned us about. It's just so like, okay.
Yeah.
And they get caught because of that. The police start coming down on them. It's like, oh dear. Just, So anyway, we're over to the Quill and Gamora side of things, and they need to get info from a secretary, and Quill suggests that he like uses charisma on her. And this was where I started to lose it in terms of what the fuck is going on with Gamora. So Quill walks up and he's like, you know, I've seen you around, I've seen the way you look at things, and he's like, he's just doing a line, he's setting it up. And like halfway through it, Gamora just bumps in, aims a gun at her, and says like, "Where's the blah 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 blah?" And then he's like, "Whoa, what are you doing?" And then she says, "Your plan was never gonna work." And I was just sitting there like, "Fucking, this isn't Gamora.
Yeah.
This isn't 2014 Gamora. This is some weird, angry, rage-worthy psycho Gamora, and I don't know why she's doing this. Why would she have thought that was a good idea? She gave him like 5 seconds." And
It's just that level of overcorrection that you were talking about. Like, yeah, I was really pleased that they didn't go the Loki route.
yeah,
And actually, walk down the path of
just
the fact
reset
that
her
this
into
isn't
the
the
way
same
that
Gamora, right? But it's just so far gone.
Yeah, she's psychopathic. I had no idea what the hell was going on, and she's like actively harming their plan, for like no reason. And then you just have him sort of trying to explain to her how she's behaving so differently from regular Gamora, and I think the film wants you to be like, yeah, see, like he just doesn't understand that she's lived a different life now, and you're like, yeah, but we didn't see that life. We don't know what's going on here. She's just some new person. Sorry, I was losing my position there. Because there's a couple of things that happen really quickly here that starts to make it all complicated.
But, one thing is that is she actively harming their plan? Because doesn't this work? And what the movie tells us that what Chris Pratt was doing wasn't working.
When you go from trying to seduce / charismatize, I don't know what word I'm looking for there, a person to get you information or at least give you access to something. Like if Star-Lord had been like, I've got a friend who's dying, and I know there's loads of red tape behind getting access to a particular piece of information, but if you just trying that, or even getting the next steps to it, like if she said you're gonna need a pass of blah blah blah, or you're gonna need blah blah blah, but to shout at her and point a gun at her, like we don't know, it basically invites all the options of like silent alarms, or her locking up completely, or the her now knowing that she can try and subvert you instead of work with you. It's just like it increases all the
risks those things. Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Which would have been a viable option, possibly, depending on what her answers would have been, but she didn't even wait for that. She was just like, nah, this is not going to work, which I don't even, like I said, I don't think it would match her morally, but also just intelligently. Because, of course, we do find out that
it's strange to let him start down this particular road and then not let him find out whether it was even working or not.
Yeah. So we find out. Oh wait, we don't find it out yet. They collect the thing, they get it, which I think at this point, because it's like trying to format this correctly. Because at first I was like, how the hell did they get that when the High Evolutionary knew? And it's like, well, to be fair, the thing they need isn't in it. And it's like, well, but sure, but like still, why?
But it'll be a thing that they need to go to, or will likely go to.
Also, question: why isn't there just a tracker in there? Something.
I don't know. That'd be clever, wouldn't it?
Yeah, sounds. So he says, "This is not you, Gamora. You had a higher purpose to help people. That's why you left Thanos, and that's why you formed the Guardians." And then she says, "I didn't form the Guardians, and I barely left Thanos." I thought was really strange. It's like, first of all,
Barely left him, like
you left Thanos.
recently.
You definitely left Thanos. You didn't barely leave him.
The only way I think you could salvage that if she means to mean it in the sense of I recently left him, which is
well, that's not even
this-
true.
Is
It's
it
been-
not? Then by
How many years has she been with the... Did they say that she's been the Ravagers now for 2 years?
I mean, I guess it's I guess it's not like recently is a but yeah,
I'm not sure.
Well,
Yeah.
in any case, saying like I didn't form the Guardians, it's like, yeah, but because it's so weird to be on Star-Lord's side, but the movie isn't. If you know what I mean? Like, I'm with him. I'm like, yeah, you did those things. And then she's like, I didn't do those things. It's like, no, but those were just actions and events that were the results of your values. They're not things you had to do. They're not the same as what Gamora had to go through. They're not the same as what Loki had to go through. A lot of these events took place with her pushing for them. You know, you could argue that these events are what changed Star-Lord and Rocket more so to being more altruistic, but she is the one that's trying to facilitate those events. And that's the miss I think that this film has on Gamora as a character. So yeah, the Orgone scope security comes down on everybody. They're all pretty much captured at this point. And we get an action scene starting up because I think Mantis says she wants to run, but Drax says he wants to fight.
Yeah.
So then she does some flippy flips, and Mantis lands on someone and at first says, "You're a kitty cat," and then they start going like meow. And then she jumps on someone and says, "You want to dance?" So he does. And then she jumps on the third person and says, "You want to shoot with rage?" And then they start spinning around, just firing their gun, and it starts hitting.
Don't you
different
say you're
people.
like a violent psychopath or something like that?
Violent
You're
rage.
Violent,
violent
yeah.
rage. Yeah.
Can you think
that's
of any
very
issue with
dumb.
this?
The third one is not like the others. It's
Yeah, one of these things
significantly
is not like the
similar.
other. It's not incapacitating one and having them do their own thing. This is Mantis like shoot indiscriminately a great deal around.
All three of them are
It's
absolutely
unpredictable.
idiotic. I know they're funny, but why wouldn't she grab them and say, "You love me and want to protect me"?
Is the idea here that she doesn't want them to fight each other because she doesn't want to kill them?
Clearly not with the third one.
That's what I'm saying here is that why would that third one is so, because if she did that to everyone and there was this element of they're just security doing their job and she doesn't want to hurt them, I'd be like, okay, I guess that's what I can pull from that kind of a suggestion. But the third one is so different that it's kind of confusing and weird. Like, what are you trying to do here?
All she has to do is just keep jumping, and asking them to protect her and go after the others, and eventually she would win. As long as she doesn't get shot, obviously, but the idea is the more she infects, quote unquote, the better her chances are.
I think this might be a case of that problem people have where they don't want things to be repetitive. You know, like in Doctor Strange 2, where it's like, oh, we can't have him using the same powers over and over again.
We
even
can't
though we
slice another
probably
tentacle
should.
off. We already used
Yeah.
that.
Like I said,
So-
I understand what you gain from this. It's like, haha, that guy's acting like a cat, that guy's acting, and he's just dancing. And then we have the visual of
Yeah.
them spinning around, screaming and shooting while the guy's just dancing. It's like, it's all very funny, but you're damaging your character by doing this.
It's definitely not the third one, especially. The other two, it's like I could understand her thinking that something like that takes them out of the fight in a way that's perfectly serviceable. I can
Yeah, which
understand her.
does.
I can understand her not not having the thought that, oh, you want to protect me at all costs. Like, I can understand her that would be the smartest thing to do, but I can understand her not coming up with that idea. But that you will go into a violent rage and start spraying in every direction with your gun. That's so unbelievably stupid.
So let me come back to Gamora dealing with her issues with Quill and Nebula. Nebula is here the whole time as well, by the way. They're surrounded by the Orgo people, and as they're arriving, I don't know why they put this in. It's so weird. Nebula shoots one, I think in the chest, so he's pretty much dead. And then Quill's like, "Whoa!" And I think he's like, "Oh God, your plan is just to start killing people," which again, I just don't think that's Gamora, but whatever. This is new Gamora. As they're like moving through the room, she takes hostage the secretary lady. Like, we'll blow her brains out if you come anywhere near us or attack us. And then she says, "Kill the one that looks like a carrot to show them we know business." They already did kill one just now.
And also, there's they because they start like stunning people later. Because have they been like stunning people before this? Was that guy stunned or?
I think she just shot him with a regular blaster shot. In any case, well, it's the same gun she uses later to wound Harcourt.
Yeah.
So I assume it's a kill gun, not a stun gun. But in any case, I just
Yeah,
don't like. It's a setup for a joke. It's the guy who looks like a carrot. Laugh my ass
Yeah.
off.
I don't know. Like I get mildly amusing on a very surface level.
I just,
with his expression. It's like okay.
They fucking confuse me, a lot of these jokes. When she's like, we gotta kill the one who looks like a carrot to show you mean business, I'm just sitting there like, there's a fucking dead guy on the floor. What do you mean? Already? Like, and it's like, yeah, but it's a funny joke. It's like, just write it better.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like make the joke like make sense. Like it. Like I get it. The joke's it's fine, but I guess like he needs to be the first to potentially get killed if that's the case, so that it makes
Yeah.
sense.
So they get into an elevator, they're heading down, and Star-Lord says, we used to be in love. She was my girlfriend. She doesn't remember because it wasn't her, because her dad threw her off a magic cliff and she died. And then I lost my temper and nearly destroyed half the universe. And she came back out of the past. There she is. Everyone else who died in the past stayed dead, but not her. Why? Was it the magic cliff? I don't know. I'm not some freaking Infinity Stone scientist, just some dumbass Earth dude who met a girl, fell in love, and that girl died and then came back a total dick. Oh, thoughts?
Is this the first time we have Peter acknowledging that he stood in the way of essentially them stopping the? Yeah, I feel like this is not an appropriate way to talk about that.
It's so interesting for
little
me to
bit
think about because
more,
you are absolutely right. The amount of emotional weight that is in this speech, when you really think about it, that has not been dealt with or talked about. This is part of the many things that make me think like, man, Guardians 3 could have been so much more.
Could have been, yeah. Because I don't recall Peter ever talking about the Thanos thing. This seems to be his first time referencing it.
Mm-hmm.
And yes, I understand he's kind of like in this weird desperate situation talking to Gamora, but it's been years for you to kind of process all this, and it's the first we're seeing of it. And it doesn't quite feel fair, kind of to the audience to not get that sort of understanding and payoff. Especially because it's weird that he, like, it'd almost be better if he didn't like mention it, so that we
Yeah.
could assume that he'd gotten over it in some other way, or there was still some closure that he needed to work through. I mean, it should have been a big element of the film, period. But I feel like this is, I mean, sometimes it's better to not shoot than to miss.
Yeah.
Okay.
What this scene feels like to me is a very meta comment from James Gunn, who was annoyed at everything they saddled him with from Endgame. That's what it feels like the most. And I am sympathetic to a degree, but I don't think it excuses not acknowledging.
Yeah, that's an explanation, not an excuse.
I am always so much more impressed when a writer can fix up and improve material they've been handed as opposed to crying about it. I understand.
Yeah,
I appreciate making fun of something that's bad. I totally do, but there's so much you can use in here, and instead he's like, this was all stupid and dumb. The fact that he said everyone else stayed dead but she didn't, it's like, no, they're all back. In fact, she's the only one that isn't back.
Isn't that what he's saying though? The opposite?
No, well, he said everyone else who died in the past stayed dead but not her.
Except they didn't.
What I'm saying is she's the one that actually stayed dead. Everyone else came back.
Oh, I thought
except
he
Black
said
Widow.
what you said.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like that situation.
I thought he said what you said. I guess I'm just misremembering it because that's what would have made more sense.
I think also the impression I'm getting is that he's implying a frustration that Gamora didn't, like, in terms of a writing way, Gamora is back when she shouldn't be. You killed her. Like, that's his complaint. But the reality is, I don't think, because like Star-Lord, I guess, doesn't know about all the stuff with Vision. But to be fair, I don't even know if James Gunn knows all about the stuff with Vision. The fucking makers of Doctor Strange 2 clearly didn't remember the stuff with Vision. So
I thought maybe I misheard it, but what I thought he was saying was that everyone who died came back except for her. Like, everyone who was snapped came back, but she doesn't come back.
So I've written it down as a quote, so I'd have to check the scene again if I've written it wrong, but he says, everyone else who died in the past stayed dead, not her.
That's the
Hmm.
opposite of.
Yeah.
Everyone who died in the past. Okay, now I'm just confused.
I'm not. As far
Very
as I'm concerned, he's lamenting the fact that she's come back while everyone else got like almost. That sounds like a writing complaint to me. Like that James Gunn is saying like everyone else, the characters are fucking dead. I've got to deal with someone who's come back who's not even her.
Gotcha.
The funny part, of course,
Um,
being that Loki's back in his own TV show. Vision is back as of WandaVision. Black Widow's the only one that stayed dead for real.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that bothered me about the fact that he is like the character is passively saying this so that Gamora is hearing it, and I just don't understand why. Like he's essentially taking it out on her because like
Well,
he does realize it's not the same character.
yeah, but he's also very annoyed at her for like messing up his plan earlier and for threatening to kill people because he
But
really
this is
doesn't
why
want
it's
to kill
fucked.
people.
As far as I'm concerned, she shouldn't. He's like angry because she's doing shit she shouldn't be doing, and I agree with him. I don't know why she's doing
Yeah.
this shit.
That's
Yeah,
what
who are you?
I'm getting at. Yeah.
But like, I think James Gunn's trying to sell it to us as like, yeah, well, that's human nature, you know. Like, she's not the same Gamora, and I'm like, what? True, but also not true.
I mean, she's whatever the old one would have become.
Which is definitely not a fucking Ravager.
Not
an
this.
angry Ravager who wants to kill people.
Not let's go around and kill people. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's weird. They open up the elevator, they go into the security room, and she shoots Harcourt in the leg, and she's like, ah! And then Quill's like, oh, what are you doing? And again, I'm just like, what is she doing?
Yeah.
Right, and so then things get weird, and we kind of referenced this a few hours back, I assume. We got some music on, some fun music. I forget the track is playing at the time. And Drax is throwing people around, and it's like, hehehe, because he's doing his signature, ha 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 ha, as he's like fighting. And then the music calms down. We go super slow-mo. Nathan Fillion is there with a big fucking sci-fi gun, blasts it, and then we get like a boom from the soundtrack as Drax flings across the room and slams into a wall, and he's lying, down in like a fucking weird flesh thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
And you have a shot of Mantis looking terrified, and it's like, am I
Here we go again.
am I alone in assuming at this point it's like, oh shit, they're gonna kill Drax? Here we go.
I was when I was watching it, I was surprised and it was like, oh shit, like this early. Oh damn, that's that would be subversive, unexpected, dramatic. These were the thoughts that I had at the time.
Well, I shall continue with the presentation. We get some more bombs, like very serious stuff, and Mantis runs up to him and he says, run. Very, very stereotypically the storytelling, a signal that, like, I'm out, you've got to go. And then she gets him up. They're trying to hobble away, and it's slow-mo still, and the choir starts cranking up, and Nathan Fillion's behind him again, aiming the shot, and boom. And again, still slow-mo. He slams to the ground. She's looking terrified. There's screaming in the background. And there's this shot where Drax, eyes closed, face flat on the floor. And I was just like, wow. Is he dead? Like, shit, man. I wasn't sure how I'd feel about it as a storytelling decision at this point. But I mean, it's worth just saying, no, he's fine.
Yeah, like he's okay. This will have no lasting impact on him physically or psychologically.
The assumption
James
is they
Gunn-
got back to the ship and he got a med pack and he's fine.
I
James
guess.
Gunn has
Yeah.
a really
because they
unfortunate tendency to do that.
They do like the triumphant, yeah, we're the Guardians and we're leaving now. And I'm like, oh, we're okay then. False alarm. False alarm, everybody. We're okay. We're actually fine.
And I assume James would be like, well, yeah, I had you for a moment there, didn't I? I'd just be like,
You sure fucking
yeah.
did.
Yeah, you did. You really did. You had
Yeah.
me. And then you didn't.
So let me tell you about a story called The Boy Who Cried Wolf. It's very relevant because every time this shit happens, the subsequent time, I'm just going to be sitting there confused and then I just won't believe you. And that's not good. I think that absolutely
No.
fucking annihilates stakes when I don't believe you when you show
Well,
people in
so-
trouble.
It might be worth stating very clearly. I would imagine, I know this was the case for Mauler and Rags, but I imagine it's the case for everybody here. There was expectation of some think some
people fucking
characters
dying.
not making it to the end. And I don't think that those expectations were unfounded. I think that those expectations were in some part reinforced by the way that this film was spoken about before it came out.
Yeah,
like, in terms of
absolutely.
marketing
And just the
and
nature of a
intention.
trilogy of heroes coming to an end. Going into this, I was thinking there are two big targets on some backs here, and I think for me, I think the two big targets were on Rocket and Drax.
Yeah,
I think those were the
yeah.
two who had the biggest targets, and so I went into this thinking, like I'm kind of not expecting it, but sort of expecting it. I didn't think that everyone, yeah. We're avoiding spoilers. Like I guess we're sort of already
At least
implied.
Well, so
Yeah,
all
but-
that needs to be implied at this point is you had me there. You really had orchestrated that entire scene and like edited it and with the music in a way to get me to feel a certain way, and then it's just like nah, nope, gotcha. That's lame.
Yeah, like I like if like I feel this sort of Tarantino like nervousness in my bones, and I don't appreciate these kinds of things happening. But okay, I guess we're carrying on and everyone's all right. Okay, that's good.
Well, yeah, what I didn't mention too was in the middle of this scene with all the like production elements I was talking about, Nebula is shot in the back and she falls to the ground and spits up a bunch of blood and then puts her hands up to like surrender.
Yeah, like she's surrendering. Yeah.
And it's like, genuinely speaking, if you'd ask me what's the most hurt you've seen Nebula, I'd be like, I think it's there. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
like,
blood.
It's either here or before in the opening fight scene.
When she was hit with a fucking rocket in the first movie, and then she gets up like a mangled corpse that's going. I was like, well, she's mostly fine there. When she's on the floor spitting up blood and saying like, please stop, I'm like, oh shit, that's like something real bad's happening, huh?
You're communicating something to me that I'm going to be comparing to other things that you've shown me in prior films. Or like, for instance, like in Infinity War, right, with Thanos, when she's getting pulled apart. It's like, that's another sort of point of reference for what does it look like when Nebula's
that's
like,
more
really in trouble.
That was like pain versus close to death, I would reference as that one.
Well, when she's coughing up blood, when I've never seen her cough up blood before.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's just, oh, no, she's fine. Like, she's fine. It's not even...
You don't have to do much, like, because when a character is shot in the back, and then we have a shot of them coughing and blood comes up, it's like, oh, what does that mean? What are you telling me?
They're seriously injured.
That's what that means usually, yeah.
But apparently what it meant was not that.
She's fine. She's fine. Drax is fine. They're fine.
A couple things. I, too, hate the fake outs. I think the fake outs are really lame. I also had the feeling watching this movie that there are certain characters that could die, and that I wouldn't be shocked if they did. But maybe we want to save this for later. I don't feel like there's any problem in maybe thwarting those expectations.
We're probably going to agree on the broad statement. We're not going to agree maybe on the specifics, because I think this is flawed right now to bait that hard and to miscommunicate that hard to have like something completely different happen.
Well,
I'm not even talking about marketing. I'm just talking about within the movie.
No, I that's why I started with I agree that the fake outs are lame as fuck. Like the fact we're like,
let's say
I think the problem.
Let's say theoretically, no one was to die in this movie. That is absolutely fine as a possibility.
Yes.
Yeah, it's fine. They all make
if anything, to be clear, the notion that death is like the only or the most potent way to like get certain emotional beats. It's almost like not necessarily. There's other options.
I am very glad you guys said that, because I have seen that argument quite a bit.
From people. I understand where that argument comes from, but like I think that everybody can think of like stories where like the characters don't need to die for it to be dramatic or weighty or like achieve crazy payoff. Like,
so fucking funny. Some people may take their little airplane visits to India to watch this film. That's totally chill if you want to do that. It's absolutely fine. And sometimes in those visits you'll catch little things from the audience, because you're in a cinema and that's what happens. And when Drax falls over, there is an actual voice you can hear on the recording that says, "Oh, he's dead, bro."
In English?
Yeah.
That's great.
Oh, he's dead, bro.
It's just like, no, he's not, bud. He's fine.
Yeah, I think what I hate most about let's focus on this particular case. The fact that they bait his death is not so much that he's in a really sticky situation and you think he might die and he doesn't. It's that there's no consequences.
Nope.
Yeah, it is
He was-
inconsequential, but from a
Yes.
filmmaking standpoint, the film is conveying at that moment, holy shit.
Well, this would be
Like,
a kind of a classic case of having your cake and eating it too, right? To put us into that emotional state, but to not have the consequences of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is a more subtle version, though, I guess, compared to like what we saw with everything that's happened after Endgame, with bringing
Mhm.
all of these characters back to life, of a much more, close to literal sense of doing that, or like as much as you can push in terms of, oh, that character did die, but now they're back and it's cool. This is like different to it. Oh, you thought they were gonna die. Ha, gotcha. Anyway,
I don't
how'd that
even
make you feel?
I don't even necessarily have a problem with the film treating it like, holy shit, is he gonna die here? And if he's like severely injured for a next segment of the movie, you know what I mean?
Well,
But it's
what happened with Rocket, right? Where it's like, oh shit, you know,
I think it would be-
Exactly.
and then he's out of commission for the rest of the
It'd be
film.
pretty meaningful to
Right.
have Rocket in his position and then to move Drax in there as well on like life support.
Yeah.
Mm,
that would be
and
a lot
then
better.
maybe, Peter's like, Jesus, like what the hell?
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
what's
Yeah,
going
that
on?
I would be fine
Like,
with
we're
it if that's
falling
what they went.
apart, you know? Yeah, I would have been happy with that. But it is inconsequential. It was nothing. It was just to get that feeling out of you, but then move straight along. And I don't know, you watch it the second time around, you know, like how does that scene make you feel?
Annoyed.
Yes, that's
Mhm.
yeah. I mean, that's what I'd say.
So, with that happening, Peter's like, "Oh shit, I got to do something." So he says to the rat catcher, "Please, sign me into the system and tap me into them so that I can speak to them from my heart. And I know that if they hear what I have to say, that they'll understand my situation." And he convinces her, and so she does. And then she says, "Okay, here's like the speaker or whatever. Say what you got to say, your piece or your truth, whatever." She says something, and then he says, "Ah, I didn't need to speak to them. I just wanted to get into control of their suits." And he moves the thing away and then starts typing. And I was like, first of all, this is the lesser issue. I was just like, probably could have just threatened to kill her and she'd do that. I'd imagine it's worked before, but I guess it's interesting to see that he actually managed to get through to her that way. But secondly, what she's done, apparently, he asked her to sign him in so that he could speak and they would hear him. What she's done is sign him in so that now he has full control over their suits. It's like, okay, those are the
I don't
same.
even know why there is full control over their suits. Like in a
Really
system like
weird.
that.
Secondly, he hits a button, they all go, and we play fun music, which, by the way, so soon after the big tragic moment, I was just like, all right, fine, I guess. Like, that was my signal. I was like, so everyone is fine then. Okay, that was weird.
Yeah.
And
That
he-
is a totally fair tonal complaint that I agree with. And it's not
he-
just I'm not saying it's fair because I agree with it, but I think that's a case of like, oh, they wanted this dramatic beat, and then the change in tone totally undermines. It's like it's so obvious.
Well, the thing
that
is, I think
actually
James
won't
would
have
tell
been
you,
enough.
he's like, well, no, that's me revealing to you that it isn't sad. Nothing sad is actually happening. We're good. We're fine. We've made it because Peter came up with something pretty clever.
Yeah, and I guess that just it mostly ties into the fact the big problem being that it was inconsequential, but yeah, that change in tone just reveals how inconsequential it was, which totally undermines the moment.
I
Yeah,
guess the idea that that's meant to be like, you know, in Avengers when they start to lose the battle, it's like I really didn't get that.
No, I didn't
kind of
get it at all,
vibe
no.
from that. I got the vibe of, oh shit, someone's like about to die.
He sets it, and he very smugly is like, "Ah, there you go, my plan worked." And Gamora's like, "Ugh," and then they both leave the room. Ratcatcher's still in there.
Yeah, and
She could just
kind of
undo what he
watches as they
did, and
walk
then
out.
all of them go back to the
Exactly.
same position. I was just like, "Fucking
And then-
hell!"
Yeah. This whole sequence, man.
Well, that I was gonna say, and then they leave, so that's about it. And
Yeah.
if
God damn.
yeah, like there's really like a couple of lines here and there, and that's it. The rest of it's fucking terrible.
This part's really shit.
It's
Like-
it's piss. Yeah, it's total piss.
And I mean, I don't know, like
There are some
Yes.
fun jokes, but that's it's not enough.
Yeah, no, and to be honest with you, it's once we find out what they gained from it, Like,
Yeah.
fuck, dude.
Yeah. Once we find out what we gain from it's like, oh shit, that was like actually we could have cut that completely.
Yeah.
Really, if we wanted to make some like revisions to the script, you could just get rid of this completely.
Which takes us to a scene. I imagine something that well, it got released separately. This one.
Yeah.
It's the 4 little critters having a chat with each other about how they
Yep,
feel
it's a
about the
really-
state of things.
This scene, I really like it.
Yep.
Pretty popular one, I would say.
It's good.
I think
really
it starts
good.
with the new world will have sky and it'll be beautiful, and then they start talking about their names, and he's like, since you guys, yeah, I think Teefs, I'm giving them their names before they've even given them their names, but he says something like, since you guys are my closest friends, I thought you might be interested in knowing I've been thinking. Just
I
that.
love that.
Yeah.
It's so
Yeah.
funny.
It's definitely like an almost like Winnie the Pooh kind of thing
Yeah.
to say.
Mhm.
Like, Piglet, I want you to know I've been thinking.
And
That
she
wasn't
says,
bad.
Pull the trigger, Piglet.
because we're heading to the new world, we're going to need names. So she names herself Lila. Then the walrus goes with Teefs. He says, although we do all have them, mine are the most prominent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like
I
him.
like
He's
it.
funny.
Yeah,
It's a small complaint, but where does Lila get her name from?
I
mean, it could
assume
be as
that there
simple as
is.
it's a nice sounding name, or maybe that's something for us to think about. Why would that be? Maybe that was like maybe that was some human that she knew.
I assume that they are when they're given speech in their new brains and stuff, or the brains are tinkered around with. They almost have like language injected into them, so
Mhm.
that they have like concepts and understandings of how the language is to some degree, instead of having to like figure it out from scratch.
Yeah, I suppose. The other ones, it's obvious where they get it from. So I was just kind of curious about hers.
Mhm.
I wonder if that like we just don't get the connection. What does
Oh, yeah, that's probably worthwhile.
Lila-
What does Lila mean?
Lila
Like
means?
lilac, is that where it comes from? Or
Let's
something?
see. Lila is a feminine name. It has Arabic, German, Persian, and Sanskrit origins. Plenty of meanings to this is for baby names. Coming from the Arabic name Layla, this name translates to night and is sure to help baby embrace the beauty of the darkness.
Oh my god!
It's from a name thing for kids. So I'm like, that just part was just like, geez. Yeah, it's a girl's name of Arabic, Hindi, Persian origin, meaning night or play,
Okay.
which has to do with the sky, but sort of. But
yeah, I don't know.
yeah, I don't know.
The
Persian
bunny,
word meaning possibly dark beauty.
the bunny
which
says, "Me is lying on a floor. My name is Floor." Her English isn't as good as the rest of them, but you can definitely
No,
understand what she's saying.
I
And,
like that one too. It's funny to me. Because it's kind of it's funny because if you have no concept of such things, you might go, that actually does sound like it could be kind of a pretty name.
yeah, if you don't know about like social conventions and what people are normally named. Like
Floor
floor
a
is
nice
like, well,
sounding
I'm on
word.
the floor, so
Mm-hmm. I
well,
think
someone
I
said
don't
it's
forget.
literally because her name is Lila in the comics. Like, oh, that could be it. Yeah.
I mean, sure, but like I think the spirit of it was what does it mean to her?
Mm-hmm.
No, of course. What they're saying is that's going to be
That
why
might
it was
just be it.
chosen, not necessarily for a meaning. Unfortunately.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I think she's the only one who doesn't explain why she names herself that. So, because everyone else explains what their names are, why they chose them, but I don't think
Yeah.
she explains why she chose that name.
She
No,
seems
she
like she's
doesn't.
been thinking about it a long time because
Yeah.
this is her idea to name them all. So it's not that I don't buy it. I'd be curious to know.
This seems like they only like Lila does have comic book origins, but the other two do not appear to have
Okay.
comic book origins. Her name is Lila Powers, and she's actually, well, she's from a planet called Half World. So James Gunn's mixed it in so that she's from Counter Earth instead. But yeah,
Is she from Counter Earth? I would assume they were all from
They're all
Yeah.
critters from Earth.
I thought
And
they may have
he
been from Earth, yeah.
espouses an interest in Earth, like the fact that it's counter-Earth. I figure
Yeah.
they're all from Earth. He's like Dr. Cortex with all of his critters in the
Well,
cages.
article lied to me.
we'll see a label later on in the movie, and it says the place of origin. So
Dude, High Evolutionary is similar to Cortex. He gets a bunch of animals to do experiments on them. The difference is that Cortex wants them to be in his army, and he wants Crash to be the commander of his army. And High Evolutionary and Dr. Neo Cortex. Partners in crime.
So then Rocket says, someday I'm going to make great machines and fly, and me and my friends are going to go flying together. Lila, Teeths, Floor, and me.
Wait, you missed a part of the line.
I probably have. I don't have full quotes, unfortunately.
Oh damn! Because I like the full quote because he says into the forever and beautiful sky, and I don't know why, but I really like that specific like way to describe the world out there.
Yeah, it's limitless possibility.
Yeah,
It's
for me,
eternal,
it feels like a
eternal
big
and
appeal to
beautiful.
freedom.
Yeah, exactly.
Possibility,
And then
adventure.
yeah,
And yeah, he says his name is Rocket.
yep.
Um,
I really
Don't need
like
much
so
more
that.
support
good.
for that. Like that's
So
Yeah.
good.
It's
Ah,
great. It's
incredible.
great. Yeah, it is.
well. I mean, maybe we're far enough along to talk more about it, but I mean, my reveal is that's probably my favorite scene, and I like all the animal scenes.
it's my favorite scene as well.
Um,
When Mahler and I were we talked very briefly for just a little bit before. I think this was like hours and hours ago before I slept, and he asked what my favorite. Were there any scenes that I consider my favorite? And then he was like, "That aren't the animal scenes." And I was like, "Oh, that makes it harder." Doesn't it?
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
Mm.
yeah, they are really well made, well written, like well executed, and very important in terms of this film. And they are the scenes that I think have the best tonal sort of balance out of all of them. They're like the most like sound on that front. And then of course, like I really like Rocket, so getting more stuff for Rocket, that just makes me, that's what I want.
Yeah. The highs that come from all the stuff with Rocket's origin are like they make the whole film worth it for me, even though the plot is and it's gonna get worse. But like this is the stuff that is totally makes the movie for me. It's
Oh,
incredibly
I mean,
good.
if this wasn't in the movie, like if this,
Oh God,
this
if it
material
wasn't in the movie, holy shit.
yeah.
I have to completely disagree.
Do it.
Okay.
I really do enjoy the scenes, and I think they're really good. Like this is fantastic stuff. But I also hate the fact that this has to happen now in the third movie, the sixth appearance. I feel like if it was going to happen, it should have happened at some other moment in the chronology. And like I understand what they're doing with it. That it's setting up, how important friends are to Rocket. And that's the crux of the story: compassion and friendship. James Gunn even said that himself. But all the same, like you have so many brilliant characters that have to have their finale now, and I wanted to see more about their relationship with each other. And I just didn't feel like I got that with this movie. Like I wanted to see more about Quill and Rocket together, like they're best friends, and you don't really get that. And I just feel like it feels so separated all the same. Like even though it helps out the primary story,
I'm
it still
actually
bothered me that it was even here.
there's an
help sort
irony
of-
here of like I think there's bloat to this film, but I wouldn't even cut a second of the animal stuff. I would have cut out the entirety of the Orgo scope thing.
Yep. That
I
should
think
go.
I think
Yeah,
my
it
big
does more harm than
disagreement
good.
my big disagreement with you here is that I think the fact that the whole thrust of the narrative is Peter trying to save Rocket is like a nice way of developing their friendship and stuff like that. I mean, it's very straightforward, but it's incredibly powerful stuff.
Something I would say to actually bolster, well, to some extent, the point that you brought up with the absence of interaction between Rocket and the team, at least so far in the film, something that's interesting to note is that I'm actually forgetting if I've said this like today or on the other like when I was on Open Bar.
It has
I know
been
I said
4
it then.
hours, so maybe. But
But it is actually kind of surprising. Guardians 1, Rocket is interacting with the team a bunch. Guardians 2, he's separated from the team from a good portion of the movie. Infinity War, he's separated from the team for a good portion of the movie, hanging out with Thor. And Endgame is with the Avengers. It's actually been a while since you've had Rocket like with the full team, like interacting. It's actually been kind of a while.
Yeah,
funnily enough.
though I think
But-
that's a bigger complaint I have about 2 than 3, because the way
so,
they get
yeah.
separated in 2 is kind of stupid. And this one is much more meaningful.
I like him and Yondu though.
Yeah,
I really
I
like
have-
him. I like him and
I
Yondu
think
a
I think
bunch.
all that this does, honestly, is just speak to how good Rocket is. That you could throw him with a whole bunch of different characters, and he's great
Yeah.
with everybody. He's great with Yondu. He's great with Thor.
Yeah, he's great
really
with
is.
all of them, but I think if
Right
I
now,
go ahead.
like where we're at in the MCU, Rocket's like top tier compared to everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Basically compared to all of the other characters.
I haven't written my script for my review yet, so like I haven't fully articulated my argument on it. But like, it's a difficult thing for me to break down because like I really do love the scenes, but I just feel like it doesn't work for me in this movie because it's just because of the fact I know I'm not going to see these characters again, and I'm like, this is what you chose to do for the finale. And like, yes, I totally agree. Rocket is top tier character at this point. I love this character. It's really bolstered by it. So it's like it's hard for me to suss out like where I would have put this in chronological order with their stuff. But I don't know. I just don't feel like it belongs here.
I think the problem is that at this point it was kind of something that I think a lot of people, myself included, wanted to actually know something about because it's something that's been set up as a thread in the first 2 films. We haven't gone anywhere with it yet. What we did in those first 2 films was like, we're observing like the effects of his past, the fact that he's incredibly standoffish, like needlessly callous, sometimes like doesn't really want to help or like be part like it. We see the consequences of what happened to him, and so I think it's worthwhile to see what did happen to him so that we get like a really full picture of this character, which I think, but this is what we're getting at this point in the film. It's like, damn, we're getting like a full picture of who Rocket is.
yeah,
I'm all for it.
Yeah, well, I was about to say something, but I guess it's arguably a spoiler. So, I'm like, this is a tough juggle because I think those scenes do a great job of contextualizing how much we should hate the High Evolutionary as well. He's the villain of this film,
That's
Oh,
right.
yeah.
I seriously wonder if maybe we could tweak it all around so that we can try and get most of Rocket's stuff with flashbacks. Could we get Rocket's flashbacks and have Rocket in the story instead of in a coma? Like, probably, right?
I think it's possible,
I would have been
right?
more satisfied with that route because they do like these aren't completely useless scenes at all. Like I don't want to spoil anything, of course, but what they do with the High Evolutionary and everything, like this is incredibly important, and these scenes hit me. But all the same, I just still feel like this would have made a really cool Disney Plus special or something, like to really flesh out his story. This would have hit just the same for me.
I think
I think the
the-
context of him being near death, and thinking about these things is important.
I agree.
And also
Um,
thinking about it, like tying into High Evolutionary as like the big bad. He seems worthwhile to have as the big bad of a film.
Yes.
And given that he is directly connected to Rocket, I think it would, like, if it was Rocket got hurt in like the holiday special or something, and that was setting up the groundwork for the High Evolutionary, I'm not sure that I would have preferred that as a route of like splitting the story up. I think it's just a matter of, in terms of using time effectively, there's just shit that we could have gotten rid of that would have been able to give us more time for the other characters as well.
Yeah, like if we took out that the previous scene with the with the MacGuffin chase, essentially,
Mhm.
that would have freed up way more time to have the things that I think it's lacking, which is interaction with the group, with Rocket with the group.
Oh, dude, I already think that we're in like just going. If we were pretending to be watching this and commenting on it live, I'd be like, we're in a dire position right now for wasting character opportunities.
Mhm.
Uh, so
Yeah,
many
and
big
it's not
times we could have
for
done so many conversations, so many interactions, so much development, and we've been sort of some of it's cut off real quick, some of it's made fun of, and some of it's just non-existent.
and it's not for a lack of time spent together.
No, this film's 2.5 hours long.
It's just
It's
not.
longer than Guardians 1. And think about what Guardians 1 achieves in 2 hours.
Yeah, we're just not using that time. We're just not using that time well. And I think my stance on a lot of this plot stuff would certainly be a lot better if we got really great character stuff throughout it. But when it's kind of a meh in that regard, it definitely, definitely doesn't help.
Can we continue?
Yeah,
Sure.
let's continue.
So they hack into the device, whatever, and it's displaying a video of, I guess, how Rocket was created, or at least the big significant surgery he had done on him. And swear to God, I don't know if you guys will feel completely different love this. You might, but in the cinema, when it was panning around people and it was showing Nebula, and I think she's actually like crying, I was like, "Fuck, that's brilliant," because of everything she's been through.
Yep.
Then she said, "It's worse than what Thanos did to me,"
Why
and I
say that?
cringed out of my
Ugh.
skeleton.
Me too.
Why do you need to tell me that why do we need to compare this to somebody else's suffering?
Exactly.
I honestly think that was insecurity on behalf of like, do the audience know why she's
people
upset?
know?
People know.
I think that one's for the audience. This is we said this for the least
haven't
observant
watched-
people. Yeah.
If you haven't watched and don't remember the other films, tough.
It's so sad because it's not even just that it's signaling what's happening here. It's that I don't even buy it. We saw what Thanos did to you.
I don't buy that it's actually worse. So why? Because now the thought in my head is like, well, actually, was it worse? Like, why am I thinking about that when it should just be
Yeah.
It should just be that she's the most angry and upset about what
You've
what she's
unwittingly
seeing.
made this like a contest.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well,
It could have been
which one is
fucking
worse,
great
you know?
because
Is she right?
she just has so much fucking sympathy 'cause she's been through the same thing. But now it's like, wow, that looks more painful than what I had. And you're like, what the?
Also
Bob.
made me not like her as a character a little bit because I'm just like, well, look how Rocket handles things and look how you're handling things.
I'm not gonna go that far. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know about that.
I adored her tearing up, and then I was like, why the fuck did you speak? Don't you ever do that again.
This is another self-inflicted wound. Just cut that line. Why would you? Why?
Mhm.
Why would
Give
you
me
do
some
that?
credit.
I think it's exactly what was said. It's oh shit. Maybe some people don't remember like what happened with Nebula. To which it's like, damn, you should remember. She's one of the better characters in the MCU. Like,
It is actually.
remember.
So
I mean, in terms of density, we're kind of with the best characters right now, I think.
I mean, it's the reason. Yeah, it's the reason why I was invested in this film coming into it.
She says a file was removed today. Biometrics match this man, and it highlights one of the subordinates that we've seen from the High Evolutionary. And I didn't mention it. I probably should have. He bumped into Star-Lord directly. They were walking in a corridor. He bumps into him, and then he goes, oh, "I saw that man today." It was just like, oh.
Wow, because when the scene happens and it's just like, oh, hey, you're right, buddy. It's like, oh, for fuck, god damn it! I've seen enough movies. All right,
Yeah.
I know what you're doing. He's important because people don't bump into each other in movies unless it's important.
And it seems like he's always with a High Evolutionary.
Not this time. He was just,
but not
sort of
this
there.
time. He's over
But
here.
it's very, very fortunate because it enables a lot to happen. Because if you
And
hadn't
we didn't
seen
have
it,
to
it's
do
like,
that.
shit.
Let's look up the employee records. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, he's got this job. I bet he's at this place. Let's go. Get him. Come on.
They figure out he works for the High Evolutionary, and then the description is he creates whole societies, conducting experiments outside of galactic law. Corners of the universe consider him God. The Zeronians, the Animan, and the Sovereign. And it's like, yeah, we know them. They didn't mention any of this in the second movie, though.
No, they didn't, because there was probably a much different plan.
Yep. Much
at that point.
I found that one. There's nothing to dig in there, but just he does it outside of galactic law. It's like, that sounds interesting. But
There's
exploring
a wide galactic essentially rules on ethics.
So then, they say if we find him, we can save Rocket. And then in the background, Mantis says, I have the High Evolutionary's coordinates. How did she get those?
I don't know. I don't know.
I have
Maybe it
no
was
fucking
some,
clue. It's so like, hey. Like, sometimes I think James Gunn would be like, oh, come on. I'd be like, no, don't come on me. Come on. Just
Yeah,
work a
don't
little
come on,
harder.
Mueller. Come on.
Yeah, and then Gamora's like, it's a trap. And then Star-Lord says, the trap isn't a trap. If you know the trap is trying to trap you, it's a face-off. This is something I was bringing up on Open Bar that I really don't like, and that I guess we're just fucked because this is it now. The Guardians storylines in the first film felt like they're mostly reacting to situations, and that's why it's very ragtag, and the plans don't come together very well, and that a lot of it is very not necessarily luck based, but this is happening. Okay, we do this. That's falling apart. Fuck. We do this. But as it's gone on, they've basically kept that as their formula, even when they have time to plan. And so we
never
just did
organized.
the Orgoscope plan was fucking abysmal.
Mhm.
Yeah, that was terrible.
And now we're doing it again. And he's like, it's not a trap because I know it's a trap. And it's just like, oh man.
So like we need to address this. Like it's one thing if you say I know it's a trap, but because we know that, then we can
Here's our
we'll
plan,
sort of know
yeah.
what to be expecting. So here's what we'll do, and da 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 da, and it fades to black or whatever.
Yeah, you can. Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. You can do that movie thing of like where he starts explaining the plan, but we don't hear any of it, so it can still be a surprise.
She
for
says
us.
it's a trap. He looks at her, smiles, and then we cut to a different scene. Easy.
Cool.
And it's
Or
shorter.
he says like you bet it you bet it is a trap. Yes,
Mhm.
it is. And we're gonna do the trap springing. They think that we're gonna get trapped, but
But
it'll
the
be
problem
them.
is,
You
like,
see.
you would also need to write all of that totally differently. The way
Yes,
that they
yes, yeah,
actually
you-
do
well,
everything.
Be a lot of
Because if it's a
rewrites.
trap, it means you're expected, which means that things are known, which means other things should have been done.
So then, yeah, she says, how can it be a face-off if he's like 1,000 times more powerful than you? Which is so true, and it just doesn't get addressed, and it's funny, in the planning part, it's annoying. Just wait until we get to the execution.
So here's have we established at this point that the High Evolutionary has powers beyond that of a normal human being?
Well, she just did.
Well, she says that he's powerful, but have we seen him? Like, have we seen his power set?
We know,
Uh,
we've seen it, but they
we
haven't.
saw it. They haven't seen it, but she knows that he's powerful.
Yeah, she's 1,000
Yes.
times more powerful than you.
Yeah, which could be hyperbole, but the reason I ask is because
Well, it's probably not
I-
exactly 1,000.
yeah, yes,
For like
no, but
998.
the reason I ask is because I want to talk about the fact that they gave him certain superpowers, because I actually, especially with how they're handled later, I almost wish they didn't give him superpowers at all, and that he was essentially just a
I
scientist
agree.
guy.
I don't think his superpowers serve any real good purpose that we couldn't write around.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
He's
he should
just this
be a
crazy,
guy.
super influential scientist man who has a lot of power, a lot of influence, and he can use like technology and things like
Yeah,
that.
can have
you
a
know,
lot
he
of great
can
unique
pay for the
weapons and
best.
stuff.
Yeah.
But
It is, someone's kind of brought it in as a reference. It's not even something I thought about. It's like his control over gravity is such that he has full control over Adam Warlock. Like, that's pretty powerful.
that's
That's
wild.
He's
really
got like
powerful.
syndrome powers, you know?
Yeah.
Keep that in mind.
I'd prefer he was just a guy.
Oh,
That would have helped, because in general, I do. There's quite a lot that I like about the High Evolutionary, and one of the things I like about it is that compared to some of the other villains in recent MCU stuff, or compared to some of the stakes in recent MCU projects, we're just trying to save our friend, and he's a guy doing his own dastardly things on his own little planet in his own little corner. He's not trying to take over the universe. He's not trying to destroy all the multiverses or anything of that sort. And so you had a chance to subvert the recent trends and just have him be a guy. But I felt like there was some sort of thought they had that, like, no, he's got to have superpowers because this is a superhero movie.
Yeah.
And that's lame.
Mhm.
Speaking of lame, Gamora says, just drop me off. And then they say, we don't have the time. And it's like, you have time to open a portal. Why did you establish those fucking things? But also just,
rid of 'em.
it doesn't even really make sense to me. I guess the Ravagers left. Like, because, but we know
They're
that's
just
not
not
true, by the
around
way.
anymore. Yeah.
We know that at least one of them's still around, but yeah, whatever. This is an excuse to make it so that she has to come with them, which is kind of annoying. I really wish you could have written it so that she, at this point, just make it so that you do what you do in third act, but now make it so that on that first, the second act action adventure thing, that she actually begins to care about them, instead of taking as long as they did to. Because by the end of this movie, she's almost back to normal Gamora. Almost, but then.
Almost.
And we'll talk about that when we get there. But
Yeah, we'll get there.
so yeah, she says, "Drop me off with my people now," and he says, "Your people? They're not your people. I'm a damn Ravager. You aren't." I like this line because it points out a flaw in the writing. Therefore, I don't know if it's a good line in the script as is.
We live complex lives. We
really do,
There's,
because I agree with him, but I'm
Mm.
not sure that he would be saying this in the world that they're trying to convince me is real, which is that she's decided to join the Ravagers and has been with them for... And this is another problem, I have no idea how long it's actually been since Endgame.
I think it's been like Endgame is 2023, and I think at this point we're up to like 2025 or 2026.
So at this point, if she's been with the Ravagers for that long, it doesn't really feel right saying they're not your people. But like,
Right.
I guess...
That's well, I mean, that is a hell of a lot less time than between like Guardians 1 and 2. That's in the span of the same year. And look at how much of a bond they have. So, yeah.
And he says, "My Gamora didn't find family with a group of criminals. She found it with us, people who care about you. I know that's who you still are." And lines like that, I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck's going on? It's like he knows, but he wrote it this way anyway. Gamora wouldn't find family with a group of criminals. That's true. She wouldn't have stayed with the Guardians if they'd only done things for money.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. It's like the script's aware, but it...
You just wonder what do you want me to think? You know, like do I agree with her or him? Or like what is it that you kind of
Well, and more
confuses you?
what am I meant to make of decisions that are made at the end of the film with references like this in mind? But
Good question.
Oh, and for the record, I know that he would feel he has a greater connection to the Ravagers than she does. I'm not questioning that. That makes sense. It's just that to deny her connection to the Ravagers when she's been with them for as much as 3 years, it's like, it's just silly at that point.
that was about as long as she had spent with you when she died.
Yeah. So she says, well, she throws him into a series of computer screens and says, "What are you so afraid of in yourself that I need to be something for you? I don't give a shit about your Gamora. Life made me, me." Which,
This is why don't you say what you on that first?
feels like the writer shouting at me for thinking that something else should have happened here. And I'm like...
I think that is like, this is theme dialogue.
That too.
Like it's too for the audience, too blunt.
Well, yeah, because this is gonna...
It's to sort of drag us right to what I think is the core theme of the film, but doing it in a way that's not very smooth. I don't think.
Not only is that true, it's just that when she says "life made me me," it's the argument here would be that she's lived a different life to Gamora before, and that's why she's ended up the way that she is, and she's happy with that because she is her. To which I would be like, we didn't fucking see any of that shit, and why did that shit happen? That doesn't even make sense. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like an overcompensation, but simultaneously
like,
the
if you say
statement
so kind of things.
that's going to relate to what you just said. Yeah, not only the theme, but this is also part of what Star-Lord's going to be going through, right? This will lead into what Drax is going to be saying to him soon from advice from Mantis.
Yeah, so I think with this, all the problems stem from the fact that Gamora probably shouldn't be with the Ravagers, because if we imagine a scenario, a hypothetical, in which it is in character for her to end up with the Ravagers, I feel like there's nothing wrong with this line. But because it's not in keeping, it doesn't work.
I think I agree, though it's still not exactly subtle with the I suppose, because I'm talking a lot. You could talk about that if you want, either. Bring your
Well, I mean, it's a little blunt, but I don't. I think if her being with the Ravagers is in character, which it isn't, but if it was, then I don't think there's any problem with this line, because I could understand her being upset at him not getting the fucking point already.
You know, a better place to put it and still end up this way is to put it with not like I was about to say space angels, but basically the good guy space renegade
Nova
people.
Corps?
I don't know. I think they're gone now.
I don't think they exist anymore.
Oh.
Xandar got
That Thanos
messed
fucked them up.
up.
But yeah,
Okay.
let's just pretend there's a roving, like a Guardians of the Galaxy type, but they're mercenaries. But they're much more known for being like very Robin Hoodie or something like that. And the idea can be, it's like, oh well, that was us, and she's like, I know what you are. Like, I know the stories of the Guardians of the Galaxy. You fuckers do things for money. And you'd be like, no. You don't understand. Like, the thing that she's missing is to actually see them in action at this point. That she only running on information that she's heard about them or sees them picking. She could even say like, you pick the most lucrative battles. Which is what a fucking coincidence or something like that. She could be angry with them, which can create more of the sort of angry dialogue. But I would still make her, make her the altruistic one, even in the Orgo-scope like adventures where Quill is more willing to do something or whoever is, and she's the one that's like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, you guys are exactly the fucking people I expected you to be. And so Star would be like, you're wrong. And then she can still give this speech, and it's coming from the other direction. She considers herself much more altruistic than them because she doesn't know them anymore.
I like that better. Yeah.
But I'm assuming he chose Ravagers because we're familiar with Ravagers.
Yeah, I guess that saves him having to introduce an entirely new faction.
Yeah, and she goes to punch Quill, and she says, I think Nebula grabs her arm and says, "I'm not risking the Badger's life to make your life more convenient." And
She
she
mentions
says
that she got upgrades from Rocket.
that, and she says, "I'm family," and then she says, "So is he." Nice.
I like it.
Good.
See, and then we get this. So now you're thinking like, well, what the fuck is Adam Warlock and his mum gonna do? They're kind of screwed over at this point, right? You're like, well,
Yeah, I wonder where that's going.
welcome to a scene where we have a room where Nathan Fillion, Harcourt, Adam Warlock, his mum, and Captured Man and Pet Alien Doggo are. You might be thinking, what the fuck? Why? Is this the beginning of a joke? And it's like, yes. Nathan Fillion says, we found him on the outskirts of the First Shield pirating supply ships. I just want to die.
Okay. Sure. That's where he was. Doing stuff so that you could pick him up.
The
Okay.
Ravagers fucking left, and he stayed to just try and, I guess, pirate supply ships, and then they grabbed him. Fucking hell.
Well,
Undone by his greed.
This is very consequential.
You know what I was thinking in the cinema was lame, and then something happens in the scene. We're about to get to it. I was like, ooh, it's consequenceless. Cool. And then I wanted to shoot myself in the face.
Hooray.
And then,
To explain that, you have
We
where
did it,
is
Patrick. We saved the scene.
Yeah, I know, right? The mum is like, "Where's Gamora?" And he says, "You'll get nothing from me," which is kind of cool to say it. I like to
Yeah,
point these
he's
things
Yeah,
out.
loyal to his crew. He's not going to give him up to save his skin.
It may come across as
Basically
generic
what they said.
dialogue, and maybe it is, but it's still indicative of integrity, which is kind of neat.
Yeah,
Even if he
This
fucking
guy's a bro.
yeah, because he could just be like, "Oh shit, don't hit me," and if you let me go, I'll give you. He just said, "No, you'll get nothing," and
Yeah.
she says, show him that we mean business. And so Adam goes, all right, and lasers him, and we hear like high energy melting sounds and screams, and then he stops the laser, and he's basically just a skeleton at this point.
Yep. I don't know your name, but you were a real one.
Yeah. Well, so first of all, what do you think of the joke?
It made me laugh.
I didn't like the joke because I was already very quickly invested in this guy's well-being.
Oh, I wasn't. But
The fact that I like these kinds of characters. I think a lot of these secondary characters who kind of seem who are usually treated as super disposable and like they don't matter, but I like it when they have their moments. I like it when things either work out for them or they are recognized for something that they do. And so I like the idea that this guy is captured and everything, but he doesn't want to give up his friends. And I was
And now
curious to
he's
see where this
dead.
might go. And then he just gets lasered like
Yeah.
this, kind of, for a joke.
And nobody cries
like-
for him, Nobody cries.
Yeah,
for
it's
this guy.
this element of like, oh, okay, I guess he's dead. We'll probably never hear about this guy ever again. I don't even know his name. So
We never will, and it will never be brought up to Adam Warlock.
Maybe
ever.
to
like,
help-
hey, remember that guy that you melted?
Maybe to help people understand something like this, Rise, would you be going the direction of Rule, or is it something else?
we have not yet begun to approach Krumel.
I know. Don't worry. But because I was going to say is like, say for example, the little pet dog. They were like, they kick it and shoot it and it's dead. We would be like, fucking hell.
It's like, why'd you do that? Like, this is a movie.
but
Like, what are you doing?
That sort of experience doesn't really happen for people with like random merc. Even though that is just a guy and he's trying to prevent information from a comrade sort of slip out. So it's like, and there he goes. He's incinerated for a joke. It's an interesting thought. I'm just trying to sort of dig into where it might make people feel something different.
Why we talked about it, Multiverse of Madness. Why was it so annoying when there's that guy crawling around on the ground in pain and then he gets vaporized?
Vaporized, yeah.
Absolutely
I'm like,
vaporized, scorched from the face of the earth. Like, that's it for him. It's as though he never even existed.
I never
Yeah,
saw
like
that movie. Who vaporized him?
Wanda.
Scarlet Witch.
Wanda did.
And it would
yeah.
never get brought up again. It would never be like, hey,
No.
remember all those people that you killed? Like, and that guy in particular who
This
you
is-
just erased from existence.
This is one of the flaws with Lord of the Rings. Haldir and all those elves who died at Helm's Deep, they just disappear from the story, and there's no acknowledgement that they ever existed. And I think that is a problem within the Lord of the Rings movies. There needs to be when people die, when people do things, especially when it's heroic and they die like this. I don't like it treated as a joke. They can die, but it should be like acknowledged by people who would acknowledge it, that it's a tragedy, that he could have done something but he didn't, and he helped us out. It's nice to get that kind of stuff.
Someone mentioned, but he did steal stuff. Like, so is Star-Lord. So is all kinds of characters. We've got all kinds of characters, all kinds of dubious
And
histories.
also remember,
Guardians
this
of
is
the
like
Galaxy.
this is the evil corporation that does horrible, or is at least in some part involved in horrible experiments on animals. So,
Yeah, it'll take more than him
like,
just being like, because he's
thing
trying to
is-
steal stuff. Like, that's not enough for me to just totally write him off. Is it?
How do you-
I don't think the movie thinks like. I mean, it's a dark joke. The joke isn't like, haha, that guy died. It's like, haha, this Adam Warlock guy is a fucking moron. Which, whether you like the joke or not, I don't feel like the joke is. I think part of what makes the joke funny is how kind of dark it is. It's in a way bolstered by how, like, holy shit, that guy's fucking obliterated. I mean, I don't know if it. I mean, it would be nice, obviously, if like if there was any sort of acknowledgement on the Ravager's part of this guy.
Well,
but there's
here's something. Is there a difference between this and Taserface getting laughed at before he got yeeted?
Taserface is like super morally bad from our POV, right?
yeah.
Well, no, but that's the point I'm making, right? Like, the Taserface joke for his death is like, remember me as Taserface, and then the woman laughs at him, and then he's like, oh man, and then he dies. It's like, oh well, his death was kind of a joke, right? And it's like, yeah. But he's asshole, right? So whatever. Whereas this guy is just like more of a like, I mean, he's a Ravager or whatever, but like the fact that he still wasn't wanting to rat out like his friends.
But the joke in the
well,
Taserface one is, haha, Taserface died. He sucked because we didn't like him.
Maybe this would be a way to change it. What happens if it was Drax that got captured, and then they were like, "Show him you mean business," and then he melted Drax, and it was played the exact same way?
That would be kind of a bold way of killing one of the Guardians.
Well, that's what I mean, though, right?
Yeah.
So, but if it was Drax, it would just be like, "Holy shit, really?" That would be. I think that would be the reaction.
Yeah. No, I mean, yeah, like.
See, people are laughing, but it's like that's because it's absurd.
It is absurd, but
I think that's Cap's
obvious
point. This is scaled down absurdity. Like, fucking hell,
yeah,
Adam
yeah.
just killed him.
It's not, haha, he's dead. He deserved to die or anything. Of
No,
the sort.
no,
Not like
of course.
Taserface.
Because one thing I was going to say is that the kind of issue we're highlighting is going to be dwarfed, and I mean fucking dwarfed, by something else that'll happen in this movie.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
So it's this is like foreshadowing.
I'm more interested in exploring this
Yeah, no, same.
concept. Like, I'm not that attached to, this
Yeah,
guy.
Yeah,
No, I think it's
like,
interesting
not
to talk
like
about,
he's
yeah.
yeah, it is the discussion regarding these kinds of characters and how much, they often get just written off as red shirts and everything, but
Mhm.
like I don't know, there are people in the world, and I expect people around them to kind of react in a certain way, and it's nice to see heroism, even in small ways, kind of be recognized. It's really nice to see that.
The problem is that he exists to serve another purpose, which is plot.
So
Character.
you have
Unfortunately.
the mum goes, "Oh, I told you to show him we mean business, not disintegrate him." And then Adam says, "What more business could we have shown him?" And then she says, "Now we can't question him." And he says, "Question his friend." And she says, "That's an animal." And he says, "Oh, he looks sad. I don't enjoy how that's making me feel."
It's
well,
stupid, but it
discuss.
makes me laugh.
I think for me, what's miscommunicating or not matching or crosswise something is there's only like he's stupid, he's a fucking idiot, right? But like even his mum like somehow is just unable to utilize it or remember that. And I'm just like, how many times am I gonna have to just deal with him being retarded, and then I'm supposed to be like, yeah, well, he's retarded. Like, okay.
Yeah, and I also think that we would have been better served if he hadn't had explicitly said, like, I don't know how that makes me feel, but if he just like kind of looked sad at the critter, that kind of like
almost give that character a little bit more credit, right? Like,
yeah,
we try and build
doesn't.
his character in a way that's a little bit more earnest rather than strictly to, make jokes.
Yeah, this kind of is because in a way it would make his, I guess, his naivety, his youth, his kind of his simpleness, because he's like a child. That would be why he feels this way, in a sense, that this is like, oh, it's a very basic kind of humanish level emotions on seeing the animal be sad after you vaporized.
And like him actually working on it in real time, like really working on it in real time, figuring out how these things make him feel in a way that's a little less overt. I think that would be beneficial, especially for this character when, the longer the film goes on, the more you start to wonder, like, why are you here?
That is a good question, yes.
Something that someone just highlighted, and I just want to mention of it. So, I don't know that... Has anyone here seen that Mitchell and Webb look? The sketch show?
I know of it. I have not seen it.
People in chat probably have. There's a Evil Genius is a sketch they did a couple of times, and one of them, it just starts with two henchmen and an evil genius man, and he's like, "It would appear Mr. Johnson has become a problem. I should appreciate it if you would deal with him." And then one of them's like, and begins to walk off, and then the other one goes, wait. And he's like, "When you say deal with him, do you mean kill him?" And then he just goes, "He's become a nuisance." And, and then just keeps doing euphemisms. And then the sketch is him highlighting many times he's used euphemisms, but it's misunderstood what that means, and back and forth, and then it even just does a couple of meta jokes, and I fucking love it. It's real good.
Yeah,
But
when
that's
you told
like
Jim and to go take out the trash with Adam, like Adam never came back, and that was we're still kind of pretty sour about stuff like that. Yeah.
But like, we've just highlighted another time where they've done a thing that was either the same or better done in a parody, and it's like sometimes I wonder about that. I wonder how tone can be affected by doing stuff like that. Like, how serious can a movie be taken when you've been delving so hard into jokes that you would actually more likely see in something that's trying to make fun of the genre that you're a part of, in a sense. It's more so just a thing to think about. I don't know. It's an interesting connection.
Yeah, I think a parody sort of understands that it needs to understand what it is parodying. Parodying. That's weird. So there needs to be like that. Like, oh, I need to know the thing so I can parody it better. And this is just like, and a lot of parodies, they just stumble into being, or the things are parodying, or they just sort of stumble into being what they are accidentally. And that's what gets parodied.
Now, the scene itself, I mentioned that I wanted to kill myself at some point, and that's because they announce we've got no leads now. We just killed that guy. And at that point, I was like, oh, thank fuck. Like, this was just, they did it for a joke. It wasn't actually going to be plot relevant. Thank goodness. And then Gamora back on good old Guardianship, the Bowie. She's trying to contact the Ravagers because she wants to get picked up. And so you hear her message through the comms device on this man's skelebody. Because that tech, despite being kept on your like front torso area, that's where the primary part of the laser went, it is intact.
It looked like it was on his waist, or unless I am remembering that wrong.
It was like where your liver would be, if I remember correctly. That's where she grabs it from.
Okay, the liver zone.
And I don't know if that's because it's slanted down or if it's because it's gone up. But in any case, when he fired the laser, it was like a fucking Death Star into him. So,
very focused around the ridges.
It's really fucking annoying that thing survived that and that it's picking up Gamora's message. And to make things even worse, she says on the thing, like, I need you guys to pick me up. And the fucking mum picks up and goes, salutations, can I help? And Gamora doesn't think that's strange at all. She just says, let me send my coordinates, can you pick me up? It's just like, fucking, there's no, like, authentication at all. Nothing for the Ravagers. Alright. So that's how they're back in the plot. Because they wouldn't be otherwise.
Oh. Ooh.
You don't
Very
sound
dumb.
like you don't sound like the guy. You sound like the literal opposite of that guy.
But just like, oh man, good thing he was out, scavenging ships
By
to get
himself.
captured, to
And-
then
And he kept his
enable
comm device on.
all this to keep them in the story. Because otherwise, that would have just been a dead end for Adam Warlock and crew.
I mean, unless they were actually had any sense in them at all, and they could probably guess where they'd want to go next. I feel like it's not actually all that unreasonable to piece together. You
It's
don't
so
need this
weird,
scene.
because you could have had the High Evolutionary be like, they're probably on their way here. Stupid Adam Warlock and Mum, you come here now. You're just on that.
Something. Yeah, this is another thing that's actually quite easy to fix, it seems, in a way that isn't really stupid.
Could have just had it, so that, what's his name? Nathan Fillion, when he was spinning around with his gun, we show him press some buttons, and he fires it at the Bowie, and we're like, I don't know what that was. And turns out, later in that scene, he says, I attached a tracking beacon, here's the coordinates. They're your problem now.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you need to do.
I mean, also the other thing you mentioned is that like if he's sent a bald guy with the cybernetic thing on his head, if he sent him to go delete certain information that they were there to get, he could have but they did download that file even though it was missing things. He could have placed some sort of tracker in that. I think you mentioned that earlier, didn't you?
Yep.
There you go.
A bomb, a fucking gas thing. Like, it could have been anything they want. Or they could have just been there. You know, that was always an option.
That's kind of what I was hoping for originally, but oh well.
So, Drax meets up with Star-Lord and he says, Quill, and this is under the pushing from Mantis, like the implication is that she's come up with this for Drax to say. Says, Quill, life is a pond, and you've spent your entire life jumping from woman to woman as if they are lily pads upon this great pond. Perhaps what you need to do is to learn to swim. Thoughts?
If someone told me this, right, then I would think that the implication is that I am using women to avoid living life, either to its fullest, or that I'm running away from something, or I'm trying to stay away from other things in life that are more important, that I need to experience, or something along those lines.
I think this has the exact same issue as what we were talking about in that earlier scene, and now I'm starting to wonder if James is misunderstanding his own fucking characters. The problem for Quill is not that he uses women to not live life, it's that he's trying to get over losing the love of his life.
Do you think that this is a polka dot man situation?
I kind of do, because now we're close to developing like an actual thesis statement on Quill's problem, which is not at all his problem. He doesn't.
No.
he doesn't react this way whenever he's between women. He's doing this because he loved Gamora.
Yeah.
So the idea that it's like, you need to learn to live without women. It's like, no, you need to learn to
He
move
needs
on
to learn
without
how to move
Gamora.
on.
Yeah.
Exactly. Not like, come on.
This is what I mean. Like, when I heard him say, I was like, no, that's not the problem. Like, what? It was kind of awkward to listen to because you could tell that Quill, Drax, Mantis, and the fucking film believe this is accurate.
Well, yeah, because I was about to say, what would you say to somebody who said, no, that's just Mantis's perspective, and she's wrong, obviously.
No.
I mean, if someone told me this, yeah, it's like, I'm not, like, no, I just, if they, like, it almost makes me think that we're trying to revert back to Star-Lord from Guardians 1, where
Yeah,
he's
we
just,
haven't been
like,
there for a
likes to
while.
be with, we just like to be with chicks. It's like, no, I just like fucking bitches, you know? Like, if that's what the context is sort of implying here, and not, because I don't know which way, because they got Gamora wrong. Is he misremembering? Is he mixing up an old Peter with a current Peter, writing wise?
Because some people are like, wait, Peter's like a womanizer? And it's like, so when we first meet him, he's got a girl in his ship that he's forgotten about. The implication being he's like a bit of a player, which is totally fine and fun. But it's an aspect that's brought up by Gamora when she first starts getting closer to him as being like, that's your reputation. You flirt and you end up with loads of women. I'm not one of those women.
We have the blacklight joke.
Yep. But then, of course, the implication is that, like, he actually falls for Gamora and she falls for him, and that they have, like, a much more significant and substantive relationship than what he'd been having before. And then, after all these years...
by everything that happened in Infinity War.
Yeah. And then after all these years, he loses her. And so now he's hyper depressed, and he's drained. Like, he wouldn't be doing that if he was just going woman to woman.
No, he cares about Gamora, like, deeply.
And
that's
to be like,
that's the source of his struggle, is that he can't accept what's happened and move on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. That just did not
Polka
work for
Dot
me.
Man, maybe it's Polka Dot Man. Who knows?
A little bit. Yeah, and he says, I didn't know you. I didn't think you knew how to make an analogy. He says a couple things. One of them is, yesterday I made a poop shaped like a fish. Even my butt is capable of making an analogy.
The joke is, the obvious joke is, Drax, you put the anal in analogy.
I don't think it's like some of these are just me being like, right.
Yeah, I didn't.
The first one was actually like, what was the first one? Green? Something about green?
He said like Gamora is like a leaf because her face is green or something.
Which is, I think that's technically an analogy. It's not like a good or helpful one, but it is an analogy.
Before we cut away from the good old Guardians, we have an emergency situation for Rocket, and they kind of stabilize him, but what Gamora says is fluid is in his lungs now, he's dying, and he doesn't have long. I want to keep that, the old skulls, for later. Then we get another flashback scene, and I think different people have different reactions to this, but I found it quite compelling when the High Evolutionary drags Rocket out, and he's basically losing his mind, shouting at him, and he says, he's talking about how everything works, how he's built everything, and how they get to where they are, and then he can't figure out how Rocket managed to, like, without any kind of thing that he's reading from, it's all from his own head, how he managed to solve the problem. And Rocket's not giving him answers he wants, then he like shouts, I made you, how did you know? Like, this recognition that despite being Rocket's god, that Rocket is doing things he doesn't understand and has gone beyond him.
Yeah, he struggles with, like, the idea that anybody could be, you know, in any way, shape, or form more competent than him.
So I thought that was fun.
I think it's great.
But it's also, like, you know, now partially, like, it feeds into this sort of new motivation that we start to see more in the present day story.
So yeah, he says, you know, we're going to the new world, and he says, we? How could you be a part of a perfect species? You're simply a medley of mistakes we can learn from to apply to the creatures that truly matter. Batch 89 was never meant for the New World P3. You could figure out all of this and how it works, but you couldn't figure out that. Mainly just bad.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
him being a dick to lower
yeah.
these what he sees as a lower life form. That it's just this is just not a life even worth any level of respect. It's not perfect. It's flawed. It's just one step on the road, and he takes some level of pleasure in having dominance over things.
Especially in response to he's kind of overcompensating for the fact that Rocket actually solved a problem he couldn't solve, and so he's taking quite a bit of joy in being degrading to him.
Yeah,
as much
you're
as
not
he
really
can.
that smart. Yeah.
Yeah,
So we arrive
I
at
like it.
Counter Earth.
Someone in chat said crispy critters.
Yeah.
Oh God, no.
They arrive at Counter Earth, and there's a Statue of Liberty, but it's the High Evolutionary, and they end up landing in like suburbia America. I'm guessing it's like 70s, 80s, 90s relative. I don't really know exactly what era I'd pin it on, but
Something
Yeah,
like
it looks like 70s, early 70s, mid 70s, maybe.
I say that as though like I say it descriptively, but now I would like to repeat that with a question mark.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like,
What is going
why?
on?
Why? Why is it? Why
Why
specifically
what?
70s America?
Because I think the idea is that then that was the last time he was at Earth, and so that's what he thinks. That's what he
Is it?
remembers.
I think my mind goes to that being the reason that like their ability to think creatively isn't quite there. So they just sort of end up recreating things that have already happened or aesthetics that have already happened. Uh,
I think
they're
yeah,
they're
that's
unable
part of
to
it.
like innovate. Is that what I think that maybe what the movie could be trying to do? I don't know how they know that that's what's there to emulate. I wonder if
think,
that's been
uh,
programmed
because
into them. But
I think that's like one explanation for it. I think the real one is it's an aesthetic that James Gunn likes, and that's
yeah,
why.
it's like
I
we're
mean,
That's
trying
why
to
it is.
create the
He really
perfect
likes the
society.
70s.
We
He
like
really,
the
really likes the 70s.
yeah,
yeah.
but I mean, doesn't it make sense if this is when the High Evolutionary has been to Earth, as he mentions?
How old
like,
are we meant to believe that he is? He looks like he's in
Well-
his 40s.
Is he human?
Yeah, that would be my follow-up question. Has he lived for a lot
No,
longer
I think
than
he makes it. Well, he's definitely not from Earth, so
He has said
Yeah.
that he has a particular fondness for Earth culture.
Yeah, no, I get
So,
that.
I guess
I
he
get
wants
that.
to recreate something that he finds particularly pleasant in his perfect new world. Everything is
then that-
orderly.
It could be that he's fully aware of all of Earth's history and culture, but that he likes this era.
I think that's a reasonable
that's another
explanation.
possibility. Yeah,
So strange. But like, fine.
Yeah,
I
it
don't-
is very strange.
I
But
don't-
man, boy, it is. Why did I say man, boy? But
Man.
So
man,
at least
it's
300 years, right? That's what people are saying in the chat. That he's at least been doing the experiments for 300 years.
Yeah. Okay. So
he just
Sorry.
likes it.
He's a big old
Probably
old,
easy to
old
get
guy.
real
Wait,
sets of
whoa.
those things too.
that doesn't mean that he because he's been doing these sort of like utopian experiments, but that doesn't mean he couldn't have gone to Earth in the 70s.
Oh well, I mean, we know that he has been to Earth, so like, yeah, that's viable. That was when he did it.
I'm just suggesting that he doesn't even need to. He could have gone all kinds of times, and he just has a fucking favorability with
Fondness for
this
the
era,
70s.
and so thus, I'm trying to figure out how this works. So you make the creatures. Is he dressing them up and putting them in, or did they
Or is that
develop
what
that
they're
way?
doing?
I
I
think
mean, they're sentient, so
I think the idea is that he's like engineered all of this, all the architecture, all the attire, all that sort of stuff. That's the vibe I get. He's very much like top-down
But
controlling.
one of the things I was really hoping isn't the case, and I'm assuming we're all on board with it not being the case, is that he threw them all onto the planet and they just developed into this.
No, definitely not.
Because that would be pretty cringe.
That would be cringe. I don't think there's any reason to believe that.
The only reason that I could come up with was what I mentioned before about the inability to innovate, and that he programmed with them with a certain thing, but they're not able to sort of break from what he put into them or come
I
up
think
really
that's
with
true.
anything new. But that's all I got.
All right. So, it's time to consider what's happening here. We find this out soon, but we can talk about it because we know about it. The ship for the High Evolutionary, his enormous ship thing, it's very close to where they land. In fact, they fucking fly right past it theoretically because it would be impossible for them not to have seen it. And they want to know where to find the High Evolutionary's like personal scientist person, and they eventually just get directed to go there. Like we'll get into all the specifics in a second, but it just seems kind of like adding busy work instead of just having them go to the ship. But again, so much stuff happens here that you need to unravel. The High Evolutionary wants all of them dead except Rocket. They land, and they know they've landed. There's no way that like the High Evolutionary
You
misses
can't
that
not
shit.
know.
And
Then
nothing is
again,
done.
maybe they have security like Org Corp or
Fucking
so,
hell, yeah.
Org. So I mean,
Nothing's done to kill them, to steal from them, disable them, just nothing at all. Their plan is wait until they arrive and ask to see us and deliver Rocket to us. But then, when they arrive, send Warpig to go and pick him up in their ship.
I feel like we have the resources to do a little bit better than that, sir.
This is pathetic. I don't understand what the fuck is happening. And my big criticisms of High Evolutionary throughout this film is all in the form of him executing his weird-ass plans. It sucks because I really love the performance and I quite like the motivation. But those things, I was about to say those things are easy. What I mean is the acting is separate from the script, so it's like not his acting doesn't make me compliment the script. And a motivation, it's not hard to come up with a motivation, it's hard to execute how it would manifest, especially writing someone who's passionate and let's not, mince words, he's not stupid. He's supposed to be a smart character.
Yeah, he's supposed to be very smart.
So, like, this is just baffling to me. I don't know what the fuck is happening right now, but that's like the summary. Now we can go through it in pieces because it's just, there's so much. If he just went to the ship himself, he would win.
Yeah, probably. It'd be they'd be
They made
quite a
him
fight.
too OP, so yeah, he probably could.
And there is also an element of the way that Adam and him might, like what might happen as a like a byproduct of that fight. We could still get certain payoffs set up, but we'll get to that later.
So, they land, and they're surrounded by the creatures of Counter-Earth that are all, like, humanoid versions of... I mean, they look like a human, but with really strong makeup that resembles any animal of your choosing around the Earth. So this is a question I had. If Star-Lord does have translator microbes or whatever injected, shouldn't either he be able to understand them or they be able to understand him?
I think what you're meant to assume is that since this is a weird planet that the High Evolutionary has built in his own backyard kind of thing, that this language isn't part of the intergalactic language,
Which makes sense. And then I was just
dictionary.
like, is it not then fucking lucky as hell that they do decide to help? Because they
if they didn't help, yeah, then what?
I guess they'd have to get aggressive.
It's weird because I don't know if they need a lot of help from them, because I feel like where you would go is the big giant red pyramid ship. That's where you would
could have
go.
just had it that was on the file. It's like it belongs to him and he works in this store. That's on all of his chain code or whatever the fuck is attached to it. You didn't have to do all the shit with that, and man, it's not the quickest scene.
No, it takes a while, but I mean that was clearly one that they wanted to have, just the interaction with the people on that planet. And I'm guessing that the logic is, well, now you'll feel more for them when an event happens later.
They worked. Yeah, they put in a decent amount of work to humanize these people, which makes sense because they're people. They live in houses and they have jobs and cars and family photographs, and they offer beverages to guests, and they're sad to see their car being lent out. Literally one of the best jokes in the movie. But
Someone's mentioned it,
Yeah.
and I'll jump ahead a little bit with 2 extra references that confuse me. One, Mantis does say their language isn't in the translator, so it's like, okay, cool. But the reason why I'm going to bring that in at the same time as something else, Drax talks to them in their language.
Yeah, see that. Yeah, and I mean these are.
I
think
Is
it's
there?
Is it the same language? I think it's a problem either way. But is it the same language that the children that we'll see later are speaking as the ones on the planet? Is that the same one?
I don't know.
I guess I
I
don't.
don't. Yeah.
Well, but like,
Do all the animal people and the blue hair people on this ship? Do they speak the same language?
well, I guess it wouldn't change anything, right? Because
It's still a problem that
yeah.
Drax
Yeah.
knows the language, but it's not in the translator.
I
don't-
just
I
it
just don't get
confuses
how
the
that
hell out of
works.
me. I don't know how this stuff happens. So sofa joke. What do you guys think?
I like it.
The sofa
No,
joke is
that one really outstatus welcome for me.
Yeah, I liked it the
Agreed.
first time he said to like if they condensed that joke into like a fourth of how long it was, I would get it. Drax's utility-based lack of social etiquette. If they took that and they squeezed it down, I would like it a lot. But I feel like it went on for too long. Like Drax really wants to lounge this badly on the couch.
Yeah, that's the part
Oh,
that. That's
okay.
really just-
They
when
just-
it's like
they
I
just
see
keep-
you when he's trying to lie down again, I didn't care for that.
They
But
just
the-
keep making the joke. That's
just-
it for me. It's just like, and you're going back to it again, huh? All right. Gonna
It's
keep
like the
digging in that
constant
gold
joke.
mine, I
Overkids
guess.
is welcome.
One of the things I liked about the core idea of the joke, too long as it may be, is that this isn't one of the jokes that stems from Drax just being stupid. You know, he's just like, you know, the part where he's like, why would it be oblong if you're not meant to lay on it? You know what I mean? Like he's being very like, obviously I can see that this thing could serve that function. I don't understand why I'm not allowed to lay on it. Like that works, unlike some of Drax's jokes where it's just like, oh, you're just kind of stupid now.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
if it were
Like-
one joke, well crafted or well refined, I should say, then it'd be cool. But I think is there like 4 payoffs for this joke?
Yeah, it's got condensed. One payoff, one back and forth, and maybe if you want to stretch it, a glance from Peter over to Drax as he starts to lean down and he straightens back up, and that's it. We're done. The joke is there. It's finished. We can move on with things.
There's a couple
Because I
of-
like the idea
Yeah.
of the joke. It just goes on for too long.
I think I don't know if there's 4 payoffs. I think 2 or 3 of them worked for me. I like the way he delivers the line. Like I have a hard time believing it doesn't serve more than one purpose or something along those lines. I thought that was pretty funny.
So, to try and translate to them what Star-Lord needs, he first shows them a hologram of Rocket that's very clearly illustrating that someone's in trouble. And then, to try and tell them who he wants to see, he draws one of the most fucking gnarly stick men ever. I get that it's like this is the exact same problem again. So one, I know you had a screen with the guy's face on it. You can't project that here.
You had Nebula project Rocket.
That's what I'm saying. They
Yeah,
projected
so-
Rocket, so why can't they project that face? And then secondly, they do this joke where Star-Lord's done the Stickman, and then they have Mantis and Drax both go like, "Oh wow, that's amazing! Oh, can I have that on my fridge?" And then Star-Lord's like, "Oh yeah, thank you." I'm just like, you trying to convince me Star-Lord doesn't realize his Stickman drawing is shit?
That's like I feel like that's a joke that one of them could say. Like one of them thinks it's really good or something, or they're like if,
Well,
if
isn't
we
that-
need to have a joke about the way that this the shitty drawing looks.
It's
isn't
not
it-
even.
or
I'm
does
fine with
Nebula
the.
sarcastically saying like that looks just like him, and Star-Lord doesn't know that she's being sarcastic, and he's proud of his drawing. And maybe Drax just snarks or something, but something really quick. But I don't know.
I don't buy that Star-Lord is a man who doesn't realize that that's a fucking shitty stick drawing. I just don't get it. It's like,
The other thing I found confusing about it is that when Drax says, "Can I put it on my fridge?" It's like Drax doesn't do sarcasm. So is he being serious? Does he actually legitimately love it? Is
that's
that-
right. I
assume
assume, yeah.
That's
I assume
what
him
I
and Mantis
took
both
from
thought
it.
it was good.
That yeah, they both think it's really good.
It's an odd joke. I don't quite.
There is a joke in
Yeah.
there. It just needs to be discovered and mapped out and then mined for its resources. I just don't feel like in its current form it really. And like it was like one of those kinds of jokes, and I feel like we could do better than in this multi-gajillion dollar Marvel production. So yeah, I would want to.
Then we get the car joke.
Better. The car joke is legit. Oh well, the car joke, the dad's expression is literally like one of the best jokes in the whole movie. The fact it has that perfect level of subtle enough and relatability that I really really like. I enjoy jokes that they don't feel the need to be super blatant.
Mm-hmm.
I really like the idea that the dad has an attachment to the car, and he has like car payments, and we're just giving it to these aliens to fuck around with because the wife says so, and he feels like he's just, well, it's what the missus wants, and he just, I really, really like.
It
this
makes him
joke a
quite
lot. It's one of my
endearing, doesn't it,
favorites.
Rags?
It really does. The super relatability and earnestness of that Batman's expression was really, really awesome. Boy, I sure hope things work out okay for everyone involved in this scene and on the street.
We then cut over to... Oh, well, I guess, yeah, for plot-wise, he drew that stickman and they pointed to the big building and now they're going there, which, again, like, could have just gone straight there, but we had all of that to do that. It's just like, all right, James, you do you, buddy. We cut over... Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, there's a way that this could have been written where there's some value in going to the random civilians first, maybe some sort of piece of information that they couldn't just get otherwise, that would assist them, because otherwise it's just like, well, obviously he's in that building, of course he is, and they just end up going there anyway. It's and then it's another dumb excuse to split up the group. And I hate that. I hate it because it causes a number of problems.
Oh yeah, I should probably say, so Quill and Nebula are driving off to go to the big building. Oh, and Groot, sorry.
No, wait, we've already skipped over another great
We skipped
joke.
over a great scene. We skipped up
that's actually what I meant by
later.
the car joke, by the way.
Oh,
no.
Because there's more to the car joke than what Rags has already pointed out.
Yeah, I did.
No, I know.
They're about to get in the car, and then it's like the music is ramping up, and Nebula tries to open the door, and she can't do it. And then it's because she doesn't know how it works. Like
it's
the button
so analog,
and
that I like the idea that it's so analog that the idea it's like I love the detail of him saying push the button, and she pushes the circular keyhole, like expecting it to be a button, and then clarifies no, they're pushing the button underneath the handle. Because by the way, I think one of the things that makes this joke work a lot is because for a lot of people who watch this, they have never had a car where there was like a button that you had to press so that it would open it so that you could then pull the car open. Like that's not a thing that they make anymore. I mean, I wonder how many people remember. Do you guys remember when they used to make cars that would have like the buttons on the outside to put a code in to open the door? They had like 5 or 6 buttons on them.
Oh yeah. Like a Buick or something.
Yeah, things like that. So it's like one of those. I think that would be relatable for a lot of audience members who are really young, who just legitimately never encountered a car like that or knew about it.
What I like about the joke is that the way that the line is delivered, like by both of them, is like so authentic. Like the part where, because when he says like it looks like you're pushing the keyhole, and then she says what, and then he's just like, "There's a button under the handle, like press that in," and then it's like, okay, now what? It's just like
she does it and expects something to happen, and then there's that pause, and oh my god, I laughed so fucking hard when he said, "Now open the fucking door."
It's great.
I'm like, oh shit, that's right. This is PG-13. We get an F-bomb, don't we?
They get one, and Marvel don't typically. Well, Marvel typically do none.
Yeah, so
Marvel don't have characters swear. That might even be the first time. That
I
might
really
actually be the first
liked
time.
it.
It is.
I love that joke.
I really, really like it. It's like a
funny. And then of course the part where she opens the door, gets in, and says, "That is a stupid design," and your instructions were very unclear. Just like she's just really upset.
It's how it goes. Everyone's been in those scenarios where both of them feel pretty justified because She's
Yeah.
just like she doesn't understand exactly how it works. She's doing what she can with the information given, and he understands it perfectly because these cars are actually familiar with him in terms of he's been in them. He's just not driven them because they're reflective of where he was plucked from, which is
Yeah.
the 80s, right?
They'd be around,
Yeah.
but it's like they're
100%.
around now. So
Wish they
You know, you-
used the F bomb elsewhere. No, I love it there because it's
I
so
love it
it's so
there.
unexpected. Nobody's
Yeah.
going to
It's
expect
so-
somebody to say it
it's
there.
so relatable. That's what I have an aunt, right? Well, I have more than one, but one in particular. The only time I've ever heard her say the F bomb was literally when she was wanting someone else in the family to just pick a spot in the parking lot and park, and she said, and I'll use a fake name. It was like Chelsea, just park the fucking car. And I've never ever heard her use like foul language ever in my life. So to get the Blade Runner style single F bomb from her was a magical moment that I'll never forget. And so it made this joke super relatable. That just this frustration of open the fucking door.
Yeah, it's just it's great. It's so
I do like that this is such an inconsequential moment that it happens in too. I think.
Yeah.
Yes, I like it
I
too.
think that makes it better than like having it be super dramatic. I think it makes
Because-
it like
Oh,
more
God, yeah.
special.
It kind of helps to assuage its usage. In that if you want to get upset that the F bomb's in it, too bad you're laughing. You're being surrounded by laughter because our I think that was the biggest laugh that the theater I was in got in the show. I think it was maybe the hardest I laughed. It was just so perfectly timed and positioned.
I've seen people say they have an F-bomb in this. Well, I'm not showing my kids it. And I'm just sitting there like, your
Aw.
kids have heard that word. Trust
Your
me.
kids have. If you don't talk to your kids about the F bomb, who will? It's like drugs.
What? Because
Yeah.
somebody says the word once, so now it's like, well, not watching that movie.
I
at
gotta be
all.
honest. I feel like I'm from a very different culture because I can't associate at all. Like the idea that it's like there's one F-bomb, therefore it's like it'll destroy my children's ears. I'm like, okay.
The first time I said it in front of my parents, I had no idea it was a swear word. I had just heard some other kids using it, and so then I used it, and then I had to hold soap in my mouth for a while. So I learned not to say that around
That's very
them.
bad.
Yeah, but it was there. Yeah, soap is not pleasant. It's not actually really the taste; it's the avoidance of the taste because you have to hold your mouth in such a way that it's just on your teeth and your lips, and you don't want it to get on your tongue because soap don't taste no good. So yeah, that's how I learned.
And someone just highlighted like if there was a reason to keep your kids from seeing this movie, it wouldn't be the F-bomb.
No.
Yes, it wouldn't be the F bomb.
that's-
It would be the horrific, scary
be the
imagery that will
horrific-
give them
exactly,
nightmares.
Exactly.
It will be the nightmare creatures.
I was gonna say it would be the plot, but that works as well.
However, it
Um,
does actually like I say kid that can range quite
Oh,
significantly.
sure.
So
I mean, if we're talking like a 5-year-old, then, but I mean, if we're talking like I don't know, like 10 or 11, like they've heard it by that point, presumably.
oh, it starts to get. I mean, we're from a generation where we got a fucking tidal wave of it when we went online for gaming. We were like, what is
Oh,
this?
yeah, man.
That's
Yeah.
right.
I
yeah.
finally those Modern Warfare and Modern Warfare 2 lobbies,
Yep.
Halo 2 and
Yep.
3.
Halo
Yeah.
3 was
Like
Man.
just the internet in general was truly it was a time to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
I will say though, one of the reasons that I also like this little scene is that we do get a setup, and that is when Peter gives Groot his guns.
That's true.
It is a setup.
You are correct. It is a setup.
It
That
is
is
a
the
setup.
split. We have Gamora, Peter, and Groot in the car heading to the High Evolutionary ship, and he
Nebula.
says, "Oh, sorry, yeah, Nebula." Gamora is in the ship, chilling out. She doesn't want any part of this, and they tell Drax to stay. Does he give a reason? I can't remember. I know what Mantis says, but does Peter say an actual reason, or does he just say stay? Well, in any case, he stays,
I
and
remember.
Mantis is the one to look after. He says, like, Mantis, look out for Drax. This is all very, very, very arbitrary. But the one argument I think that really matters, and Mantis brings it up, is, well, who's protecting Rocket? Like, yeah, because Gamora, I don't know why I'm fucking switching in my head. Gamora isn't exactly Team Guardians right now, so her being in the ship isn't exactly, like, reliable as protection for Rocket. So they start driving, and they spot an octopus man dealing drugs with cockroach people. And I think they
And
find
he
they
looks
see
like really deformed and kind of visually fucked up because all
bit
the
creepy,
animals that
yeah.
we've seen, the animals that we've seen just far are like animals that are just hominids essentially. They're like, I mean, they're like furries. Someone's got to say it. They're
Someone
just like
in-
animal people,
someone in
and
chat
they
said he
look like
said
normal.
that Drax needs to guard Rocket. That's really important. I'm kind of hoping he didn't say that, because it's gonna make it so much worse. But I can't remember.
Yeah,
I'd
it
have to
will.
check. If that is what Star, I know that Mantis says it anyway. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the primary reason for them to stay is to protect Rocket. Just putting it
think
out
of it
there.
as general protection kinds of concepts going on.
Well, anyway.
And let me see. Was there anything else that I had to get up and use the loo. Do we talk about how Drax hits the kid in the face with a ball?
Right, yeah, we kind of skipped that. I don't know.
That's like,
What do you think?
I don't know. That just seems like you wouldn't like Drax. You wouldn't do that, would you, to a kid, right? Like
So-
as a father figure that you want to see yourself as or something. That seems strange that you do that. Like you
Completely
wouldn't
agreed. The one bit
that.
of slack I would give is maybe he would accidentally, throw it too fast. But the second it injures a kid, you'd be like, "Oh shit! No! I'm so sorry." Like he recognizes what it means to hurt a child. He's not that fucking retarded. It's just more of these like little pinpricks. It's not even a pinprick really. That's kind of damage. That really annoy me. Because it's like, isn't it funny that he fucking hit that kid? And you're like,
I mean, for the shock value, kind of, but that's different. That's not what we're like. That's like a jackass joke or something, or a Freddy got fingered kind of thing. It just doesn't seem like he'd do that, and
Like I
it's not
said,
recognized.
if I was to give it that he accidentally throws it too hard or whatever, but like I need the follow up of him being like, oh, sure, I'm so sorry, like, and trying to solve the problem. Instead, I think he just sort of like stands there like, ooh.
Because we've all had like moments growing up where like a kid bumps into a table or gets hurt, and an adult will go like, "Oh," but as they'll do it as they're rushing to the kid to like hold him and everything. But there is that like base level of like it's funny the kid bumped into a table or whatever. But they're there to make sure that the kid's okay. Those things in tandem make it like believable.
Yeah, then we meet at the front of the ship. That's where Star-Lord, Groot, and Nebula are. Is Warpig and other guy who are a type of, I guess, security.
Hellspawn, they're called later, I think.
Right. They are horrifying.
These are creatures from like Doom. They are these horrific
That's what I thought, too.
cybernetic genetic experiments that look like they're from a video game to be destroyed. They're like from Quake.
Mm-hmm.
What was the word that the Bat woman or the Bat mom kept saying when she was pointing towards the ship? It sounded like Mojo. I couldn't make out what she was saying, but when she was trying to direct them, and it sounded like Mojo, and like there's a character in the the Marvel comic book universe that looks a lot like these guys, and his name is Mojo. He's a really fucked up looking creature. But the first thought that came to mind was Doom, and then I remembered there was this like wacky guy in the comic books. He was originally an X-Men villain, and his name was Mojo. So I didn't know if that was like James Gunn trying to sneak something in.
Maybe. Anyway, they're super scary. And
They are like legitimately very scary.
well, I look at them and think about like the suffering that must have been involved to create those things, which is good in terms of high evolutionary
I hope
stuff.
that. Yeah. It's not like I don't believe that they could be made. I assume he'd try to get use out of all of the creatures and stuff for his purposes. But it's like, dang, it feels a little bit like a tonal shift. Like, oh, they're just out here and they talk kind of normal, which in a way makes them more terrifying.
Some of the designs, though, seem a little strange, and I think there's always going to be distant experimental reasons you might be able to come up with in terms of really creating hypotheticals. But like, for example, they seem very exposed, and that same sort of approach seems reflected in the critter friends that Rocket has. Like some of the take for example like Lila's arms. They seem very I'm trying to figure out what word I'm gunning for, but they're always very
seem like he
unsettling
went-
whenever I see
Fragile?
them.
Almost.
Yeah, because of how well it's because they look. You can clearly tell the originals have been cut away, and that they've been replaced with something that is very, very unesthetically pleasing and mechanical. They're very thin. The fingers are like flat pieces of metal.
Hmm.
They function, and in a way, they are more functional because of their length, and it allows her to like stand up as she walks upright. It makes sense that she has longer limbs there, but it's just this cruel utility to it. Yeah, it. For instance, you could do that to a creature and it wouldn't seem cruel if you made it like, oh, it looks organic. It's very well proportioned. It is, it has like 5 fingers, 4 fingers, and they're maybe webbed a little bit because if the creature wants to swim, it can do that. Like there's like the kind version of that. This is like the Quake version of it, where we're just sticking arms on things.
Lapdash.
Kind of.
Or
It has
maybe
just
even,
enough thought into it to seem cruel.
Maybe even like leftover tech that they're seeing if they can just mix it with one of their lower level animals to see if they can make something, test something. Because even Floor, for example, that's super creepy. It's funny because it reminds everybody of Toy Story 1. It's like, yeah, I can see
Yes.
that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely, it does. There's also a fun little thing that I like, the War Pigs voiced by Judy Greer. It's kind of a funny disconnect between the appearance and the voice.
I think that's
enjoy
one
it.
of the reasons that makes it so like creepier is that it sounds
Yeah.
like kind of like a person
Very chipper.
who doesn't seem to
Yeah.
like it doesn't understand it's not fitting. It's this incongruity with what I would expect it to sound like and how just normal it sounds, which just in a weird way makes it very scary.
So, Star-Lord, as Rags said, as a setup, passed his guns over to good old Groot, and so they scan him, and they're like, good, you don't have weapons, you can come in. Nebula, you can't come in, because you are a weapon. Groot can come in.
So stupid.
And it's bad enough that Groot can come in when he's a living weapon, but they don't even scan him. I guess they're like, well, he wouldn't be hiding anything. It's like, why? Why would you think that? Not clever. And I know that
No.
it's supposed to come across as like, oh, that's a really cool. It's like, no, it's not. Sorry.
Drawing a lot of attention to you're drawing attention to the problem in a way that like if he just said like, oh, he's expecting you, come with us. You know what I mean?
That would have been
You
way
just
better, honestly.
skip the scan. You might
Yep.
wonder later why didn't they scan them or something, but it'd be better.
I told you to take the wizard staff. That's a
It's
different
just a
movie.
simple walking stick. I like that meme where where they walk up to the castle, and it's like, you wouldn't deprive a wizard of his walking stick, would you? And everyone's like, Gandalf, we can all clearly see it's an AK-47, and it's just like,
It's just we kind of been over it, but just the High Evolutionaries plan here is insane, but we'll just go along with it, I suppose. Now we're about to get to the flashback. It's that one. Rocket's sent back to his cage, and he basically tells them all, we're all gonna get killed in the morning. I'm gonna get us out. He starts assembling something from all the little bits and bobs he's been saving over the presumably years. I'm not sure how long it's been. And he says, just down that hole there's ships. I know I can pilot one of them if I can just get to it. So they're all relatively on board. He fixes it up, opens the door, opens up Lila's door. They seem pretty happy about all of this. Then we hear a gunshot sound.
Bang.
Uh-oh.
It's very clear Lila's been shot. Falls over, and her last word is sky. It's pretty sad.
Damn. Very
Yeah,
sad.
Yeah, it's what the fuck movie?
Heartbreaking. Oof.
Some of it's you gotta be so careful with scenes like these to make sure you nail anything that could breach anything, but it's just like this perfect amount of horrifying and tragic when you have Floor, the bunny with the sort of spider legs. Like I said earlier, her English isn't quite perfect. After Lila's shot, she just keeps repeating over and over again, "Rocket Tief's Floor, go now. Rocket Tief's Floor, go now." And it's just like
Oof.
sad as hell.
Yeah, man.
Because obviously she's just panicking, and she doesn't want the rest of them to die. It's just like, ooh. The thing I think that combines the tragedy, of course, isn't just that people that are, I say people, you understand what I'm saying? They're clearly good, and they're also kind of come across as very, very much like children.
Yeah.
But they're not treated that way, of course, because High Evolutionary doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, it's like their situation is one of pure tragedy.
And Rocket has a bit of a moment. I don't know how I can possibly explain how it's just it's pretty fucking hard to watch in a way.
Yeah, just a completely just a scream of emotional agony.
I
It's probably worth mentioning that is this Bradley Cooper's voice by this point?
I was going to ask the same question. I'm assuming it is.
I think so. Yeah.
I think it's very much worth mentioning that his voice acting's fucking incredible in this movie.
Yep.
I mean, he's always been
So good.
fucking brilliant as
His
Rocket.
voice been good.
Yeah. I think it's interesting because Bradley Cooper rarely does press for these movies. I think whether he just fuck it, I don't feel like doing it, or whether he's committed to like disappearing into the role, I think there's something to be said for just how incredible he is.
I never thought about it that way, but that's interesting.
It's I don't know what it is exactly, but I could believe that that's a deliberate choice for that reason.
So the High Evolutionary starts making fun of him, which is fucking cruel.
Yeah.
And Rocket gets incredibly angry, as you would, and jumps up onto him and starts scratching at his face pretty hard and pretty fast. Trying not to be mean to a scene that's very, very good, but he's a raccoon, a human being that's, or something that approximates close to a human being. If it's an animal scratching your face, you are getting that thing off.
Yeah, I wonder if there is this element of him being so like surprised or like the shocked that any one of his creations would do this at all to him, or if it's a result of the like whatever the rest of the physical cybernetics are. It's just I don't know, but yeah,
that was my thought. That he's clearly not just a raccoon, right? In terms of strength and physical prowess.
I don't think we've ever been shown him to like be so weighty or strengthy that people can't just pick him up.
Weighty, no. I'm wondering what's going on with his like the arms, because they're not like normal raccoon
Oh
arms.
wait, maybe you're not understanding me. The High Evolutionary doesn't do anything with his arms.
Does
they just lay down, like while he's getting scratched up.
Oh yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah, I don't remember what his arms were doing, but he should have been like punching at him or something, and
Yeah, or trying to like put it over his face or something. Yeah, because that's what you do.
Typically. But before that, he said he expected that Rocket might have done this, and so he's called in backup. And so as Rocket's sort of disabled him, he hasn't killed him, his gun has dropped, and so those men arrive. Rocket picks up the gun and starts shooting at them. He does hit all of them eventually, but they've fired some shots, and those shots have happened to go into Tief's and Floor.
Yes.
oof.
Yeah.
Perhaps a little tiny bit contrived, but I still really like it.
Yeah, I think, and by the way, this is only just because I wanted this movie to be just everything that I wanted, so bear that in mind. But like with a scene like that, it's like it's hitting great. I'm trying to think of how I would maybe change and tweak it to being that he's on top of all of this, the High Evolutionary. Like he's hoping he's going to escape to maybe complete a test of some kind, maybe even to the point of getting all four of them to a ship. But then the ship itself is like deliberately sabotaged, and he reveals all this to Rocket, and then like just activates the kill switches on all of them except Rocket. And then he's like, "You're gonna be, blah 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 blah," and then probably from that try and construct some kind of escape scene, so that he was all in control of all of it. Because this is very, it seems very almost out of the High Evolutionary's control. Like, is he lying when he said he expected it? Because he came down alone with a pistol. Doesn't seem like he's prepared for this, even calling in his own men.
Maybe he expected for Rocket to try some shenanigans, but maybe not exactly either succeed and get out of the cage, or or to leap on him and attack him.
Because I know again, not trying to shit on the scene, but like I didn't buy it when Rocket ran and to a ship and activated it and flew off. There's so many reasons why that just shouldn't even be remotely possible.
Why?
Yeah.
So first of all, he has to get lucky as fuck to avoid all security and gunfire. I can believe and buy that he's dodging several, but all of them, it's like, all right.
Okay, so it's still clear that he wants him alive, right?
Are we going with
No.
No.
all those shots that are landing everywhere around him, he barely is able to escape.
Yeah, I'd say that's plot armor, not like they deliberately avoid. I
That's
don't think
fair.
they're trying
Well,
to shoot in a way that convinces Rocket that they're trying to shoot him.
Yeah, so I think the problem for me would be that they're shooting at him at all because he still wants him alive.
I don't think we'd know that. I don't know if he would have been able to communicate that to anybody in his state, or if
That's
that was even
true.
known by
Right.
random security in the hangar.
No, that's fair. You're right, because he's still kind of incapacitated on the ground. Gotcha. Yeah, no, it is incredibly lucky. I don't know. Is it impossible to your mind?
I mean, it's not
Wait, is what
like it
impossible?
doesn't break. It
That
doesn't
he-
break any
that he
laws of
escapes.
logic.
Oh well, so we're going one by
But-
one. So first, he's just incredibly lucky that none of those shots hit him. Then there's access to the ship. He just runs in. It's like, imagine there was a lock and key or some
Yeah,
kind
he
of scanner
drops
or
the
anything.
flamers
It's just
onto
like,
it.
well, he just jumps right in. And it's ready to go, fueled up, and not in any way having to have some kind of security check or disablement. It's like, all right, I guess he's just super lucky on that too. Then there's nothing to shoot him down, apparently. It's like, okay. And there's no way to remote control and bring back that ship. And then there's no way to track it. I doubt it.
Especially the tracking, I think, yeah.
I just think
with you
all
there.
of those things are happening all at once, and it's because we're rushing. We're trying to get that scene complete. Rocket gets out and he escapes, and that's before he reaches the Guardian someday. Before he even reaches Guru. It's like, I get it, but you really skipped over a hell of a lot of things there that,
Would have made it a little easier to swallow how he gets away. Yeah.
hell, I would have considered he shoots those guys, they're dead, and then we see him slowly walk off, maybe to the left. That's the end of the flashback. We don't actually see how he escaped, but we know he did.
That could work. Yeah, or if
Yeah.
we cut some of the really, really stupid parts of the movie, we could have that extra scene you talked about, like
we
another
could.
flashback, yeah. For like the more like if he's loose on the ship being stealthy, over a longer period of time, that could. But yeah, but I think actually you're right. If him just walking off and we don't see how it happens is probably better, because this is the pinnacle of the drama as far as the flashbacks are concerned. So I feel like this is the right one to end.
Well, if I was
on.
to fight against my own argument, part of what they want when they exit him is him looking at the sky in a ship as he leaves.
Yeah,
They want that.
and
I get it.
it's very effective, but it is a little. If
Yeah,
he ran
getting
to
there
the
was-
if he ran to the ship and there wasn't gunfire, if there weren't people shooting at him,
if he was
because,
sneaking around, there were alarms
Yeah.
going off, and he was slinking around. Maybe he's a stowaway on some other ship, and
That-
that's how he gets
so-
off world.
Him walking
but
off to the side, I can believe that. I can believe he's
Yeah.
stowed away.
I can believe that too. If you're going to show something, we
Yeah.
can show something better than what we were shown.
I agree.
That's actually probably the solution. Well, I'd say it's definitely a better solution that they've got maybe transports coming in and out all the time, and he just jumps on one, and then he's just staring out the window. You
Yeah.
can have your payoff at the same time then. Yes, all right. I was just going to mention, Movie Cynic, did you want to maybe take this opportunity to jump on out at your preference, of course?
Yeah. I really appreciate you guys having me on.
You bet.
No
Yeah,
problem.
sorry I couldn't contribute as much. You guys are just the best, so I'll be listening though.
Aw, shucks.
Oh,
Alrighty.
jeez.
Yeah.
Well,
maybe we'll,
before you go,
keep
why
up
don't you
this-
tell people where they can find you and what you're up to?
I just released a Peter Pan and Wendy review, along with 2 almost Longman level reviews, encapsulating Phase 4 in its entirety. And I will be doing a review of Guardians coming up soon.
Will have today's conversations affected in any way?
I'm going to try not to have these conversations affected. Yeah, honestly, I pretty much have summarized, what I think too, which is partially why it minimizes my contributions because I'm like, man, you guys are just saying what I was thinking. Damn.
Oh well, hey, we talk a lot. We've already had
Yeah, we
all
do.
of the
We're not
opinions that
normal.
are even possible. So,
No, but thank you so much for having me on, you guys. I really appreciate
Wait,
it.
of course,
Yeah,
thanks for
coming
joining
on,
us.
dude.
And yeah, easy to find you, the Movie Cynic on YouTube, and
Yes,
he's
sir.
covered plenty of topics you guys in chat would be interested in. Don't you worry. Yeah,
All right,
thank you so
take
much,
care,
sir.
guys.
We'll see you next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, dude, boy.
Bye.
Oi.
And with that, we go to another moment of this film pissing me off. Can you believe it? Especially after
I
that
can
scene.
believe it.
I know, yeah,
Believe it.
I know.
Do you know which one
what's coming up
specifically?
next.
The thing how it's arguably a small thing, but it's also kind of a big thing. Drax has decided he's leaving. It's almost like I want to talk about that already, but it's like, why don't we just talk about the thing first? So there's some guy on a motorbike just driving, just doing his dailies, just going down the road, just doing his thing. Fucking, he might be going at like 30 miles per hour. Drax puts out his arm and just fucking wrecks him off the bike. This took me by surprise so hard in the cinema. I was like, what?
Yeah, I was almost like, is this supposed to be some hooligan? Some like
Yeah, is he a bad
snatcher?
guy?
Is this just a guy using the road for its intended purpose?
Why
Yeah.
did he do that? That's not
Why?
Drax.
No.
Why would you just fuck up some random guy and these people have been nothing but nice to you?
So weird. Because it's like, isn't it
Why?
funny? And it's like, what the fuck is wrong with
I mean,
you?
no, you're being an asshole.
It's not
It wasn't
funny.
funny. Not really.
The funny factor will obviously be ruined for me in the fact that that guy was just some guy doing his daily thing. What's wrong with you? If it were, like we just said, some evil character trying to get away or something, it's like, that's totally normal. Those kinds of funny physical gags. But yeah, that's
If
just
he
some
needed
guy.
If they had him steal it or something, I don't know.
If it was just
like-
there at the curb, it's still you're stealing someone's motorcycle, but still, you wouldn't have to like probably kill that guy.
Someone just
yeah, it
highlighted
looks
as
like
well.
he
The
just
guy
got
doesn't get back
belted.
up. He's just laying there.
No.
Yeah, he's
He
just
does
laying
not.
there. I think he's just had his ass beat, and he's just like, I don't think he's dead, but like,
Fucking hope
I
not.
don't know.
Well, it doesn't matter, does it, Rags?
It
A
does-
hand out, in front of you while you're driving at, a reasonable speed. Like, he could be seriously injured.
yeah,
would
I assume
expect
he's
so,
just seriously injured, and people should be running to help him.
So Drax says, I have a bad feeling. And then Mantis says, Peter told you to stay here. He said, he should know I don't do anything people tell me. And he says, we have to protect Rocket. And he says, so hop on and we'll ride to the ship. And she looks like,
That's not an answer.
Well, it gets worse than that, Free, if you think about it. She's like, okay, I guess if we ride to the ship. Then she gets on and he just rides off into the distant other direction of the ship. And she's like, Drax!
Why
If
don't
only-
you just jump off with your crazy powers that you have to, like, jump around
I
and
think
do
there's
crazy
a better
shit?
option. Why doesn't
Or-
she just manipulate him to
Punch
go
him.
back?
Call
Yeah.
in, go back.
It's actually fucking infuriating that she feels the need to blame Drax when she reaches Nebula, when she had all the chances in the world to
Options.
stop him.
Yeah, but she just didn't really feel like it, and now Rocket is on his own.
It doesn't
with,
make sense.
Like,
This isn't
the
a joke.
Gamora that you don't really trust.
Yeah, this is
And
no
he
joke. They
could
need
die. He could
Rocket
die
needs
at any
them.
moment. Yeah, but he's just there on his own with this Gamora who's not invested in any of this.
It's so
Close
And
to
Drax,
death.
people
Drax himself doesn't trust this Gamora, so there's that too.
Yeah.
exactly.
And
People are
on
saying
this,
like
on
you
this
could.
planet that's potentially very hostile, even though all of the people you've encountered are friendly, you know
Yeah.
that this is like the high evolutionaries planet.
Yeah,
So
I
why
don't know
would
if
you
this
leave
is some
him?
weird like
Oh, it's funny.
they're all like cultists or something, or creepy, or they can get like mind controlled to do something at a whim.
So it would like be. It is fair to mention at this point in the film. It's like, well, didn't she say you can't manipulate friends' feelings like that?
did.
Yeah,
In
no,
order
no,
to
say
save,
that.
in order
She
to
did
save
say
another
that.
Well, so
friend,
wait. So first of
Yeah.
all,
in
you'd argue it's well worth it if it's to save Rocket's life, of course. But secondly,
Mhm.
she doesn't
the
believe
kind,
that.
yeah, it's also the kind of manipulation is important too.
Yes, it is horrible writing to get them separated. But I was gonna say, what's really fucked up is that if she was to like touch his head and give him a command that would get him back to protecting Rocket, it might sound like this: Drax, you care about Rocket. And it'd be like, oh, there you go. That'll set him back. And it's like, why would you have to tell him that? He already
Yeah.
cares about Rocket, for fuck's sake. And then, yeah, it's bad enough on Drax's part, but now it's like double bad because fucking Mantis can stop him, but she won't. And these are the kinds of things where it's because of their abilities that they can like end up in serious trouble because the plot like issues in terms of just like I would love to be with James Gunn when he was writing that moment and be like, why wouldn't Mantis just control him? Just to see what he'd say. If he would just be like, ugh, I don't know. She doesn't think about it at that point. Or something. Because like what would it be? What would he think? Would he just like no way he forgets Mantis's power, right?
I don't
I mean,
know.
you
I don't
can't.
think he forgot. No.
I mean, how that's like her thing, her big
is her
thing that she
thing,
can
yeah.
do. It's like her power. Like, oh, Superman can fly. I just forgot.
It was like the first conversation that you had with her was
And-
about her abilities.
And then you're like, because you guys already mentioned, right? Drax considers Gamora dead to him. Doesn't trust the new one. But what is current Gamora's goal? To leave. And she's the only one in the ship.
She could just abandon you all.
Exactly.
This
And-
could, I mean, a different version of this movie has her deciding not to leave when she has a chance, but I'm just too confused about what's going on here to know if that's even anything.
And then the final question: why didn't they just get the ship? Can neither Drax, Mantis, and we know Gamora can't for some reason pilot the ship. I assume
It's
they can, but I
just
don't think I've ever seen them
Peter
do it.
and
So
Rocket, maybe. Well, because it seems like Peter and Rocket they're the pilots.
I guess so. Because
Nobody
of that,
else
but
has
yeah,
ever
that's
flown.
the way you could explain it. I just would have thought at this point, with this many years, that might have been worth.
A
Giving them
Nebula can fly, so maybe they should have left Nebula and then taken like Drax or something
Well,
or Mantis.
when you broaden it out quite a bit and you see this whole scene, it's just like, man, James's goals of putting characters in particular places are so funky. Like, and how he gets it to happen is so weird.
Yeah, I mean, I totally
Yeah.
agree. It's, yep, not great.
He's the high evolutionary for plot.
Huh.
So, think the High Evolutionary then because they walk into the room and we had that flashback, the big one, and then we cut back and Peter's like, you guy with thing on his head, you have the thing we want. And then High Evolutionary explains that after what happened, oh shit, chat's saying they pilot in the holiday special.
Oh yeah, that's right. Drax and Mantis fly to they
Fuck.
fly to Earth. Welp. Oh, the
Well,
holiday
alrighty.
special introducing all of these new
I love the idea of
problems.
the visualization of the holiday special coming up from behind and stabbing this film in the back. Like,
A
I
little
guess-
These are
bit.
the
I mean,
holiday
the
specials and
the
ruining
invisibility, they can fly. That's right.
Hmm.
Well,
Because you can't even use the justification that like, oh, we don't want to fly this ship over there because we want to protect Rocket. Like it's so obvious. They haven't hidden it at all. Rocket's just there
it's in
in the middle of
a
the
street.
suburb.
Well, we're highlighting all these potential issues, and if none of them actually came to any kind of realization, it would be somewhat like of a flaw. But like, we actually see this come into play because of how fucking stupid all the Guardians are. So annoying. Because basically, High Evolutionary explains he's got his new gravity powers, especially after things that happened. And then we have one of his subordinates, the lady, she says, Warpig now. And then Nebula sees Warpig launch and head over to their ship. And I was just thinking to myself, like, so High Evolutionary's plan literally was, as soon as they arrive, no matter how many there are, I'm just gonna go tell Warpig to go kidnap the rocket raccoon. And he's like, but what if Drax was still there? What if Mantis was still there? What if Nebula was there? How does this work? They can kill Warpig.
Yeah, I mean, he'll try his hardest, but like, I don't think he wins that fight.
And you're
I feel
like,
like if you
why
had a
doesn't he
gun,
send
you
more
could,
people?
you know.
Why isn't he going? He's unstoppable.
Yeah, I mean, he's crazy powerful. He should
And
just
they're
go.
right down the road.
It's so like, what's going on? Like,
You have an army.
and they've got a ship, man. Like, if Warpig, like, they've shot him with that, he'd be fucking dead as well.
Yeah.
Then the High Evolutionary says, your people had a wonderful spirit, or have wonderful spirit, some of the finest art and literature, a fabulous place, if not for the ignorance and bigotry. Oof. Hit me in my heart there. So true. Yeah, and he says it inspired me to create the Counter-Earth, all of the good and none of the bad. And something I kind of enjoyed, I guess, is as he was saying this, Star-Lord is like, I don't care, I don't need another speech from a whack job talking about how he needs to conquer the universe. Because it's something to do with like daddy issues.
Because his mother didn't love him or something
Yeah,
like that.
Then he says, I'm not trying to conquer it, I'm trying to perfect it. Yeah, you know, it's kind of funny, right? Because like Star-Lord's line is indicative of a frustration that we as the audience might have because they are all blending into each other. And then this is almost like a good line for the conversation, but also a meta line of like, no, I'm different. I am different. Not just trying to do that thing. We'll say.
I really like the way Chris Pratt plays this scene.
I think he's great in the whole movie.
He's gone now, but the movie Cynic, he thought he phoned it in, and I just couldn't.
Oh shit!
More.
Did he?
Yeah, he said that in the beginning.
Oh, I missed
He did
that.
say that in the beginning.
Because I thought Chris Pratt was great in this
though.
film.
I thought he was really good.
Yeah, he's very good.
Well,
yeah, get fucked, Movie Cynic. Now that you're
not here.
Fuck
you. I thought it was lame how much Gamora sucks with against Warpig. I was thinking that if you're gonna make Gamora go on this punished arc with the Ravagers, it would be cool that if she was like a better fighter than our Gamora, maybe more ruthless.
Alrighty.
But she just
if we're gonna do that.
The only reason she survives, quote unquote, Warpig is she just lucks the fuck out, which we're about to get to. Star-Lord highlights how is the world perfect when you've got an octopus selling drugs to people with cockroach heads. And then he's like, well, it's not. That's why I'm going to raise it. Which, I don't know, man. I think this is around about the time of the film where High Evolutionary just completely falls off for me. There's a lot of other stuff that's going to happen soon, but... What? He's going to destroy the entire planet and civilization because things didn't quite work out. It just goes too far for me.
Be some, yeah, like you're like completely start from scratch because honestly,
there's nothing to study here at all.
Yeah, like surely like over there things seem to be working out really well. So you're going to destroy the entire how much money and time is it going to take? You know, you have a whole planet to work with here.
Remember he said he's going to be, at one point, he's looking for that part of Rocket's thinking that he wants to put into his new batch, whatever. It's just like, why can't you put that into, so to speak, because that's apparently how it works, into the people on Counter-Earth?
Yeah, put it in the water supply or something.
Well, he doesn't know what it is. Like, he doesn't know. He has to study Rocket. That's why he wants him back. But
his plan is to study Rocket, so he wouldn't raise the planet in preparation.
And I was about to say, his plan is he's explicit. He wants to put Rocket's trait into the new species of people, and that's referring to all the kids, isn't it?
Well, I think I mean, either way, whether he gets Rocket or not, this is something he's been doing for a while, is the implication, right? That he's like trying new things and that doesn't work out, and so he raises it and starts over again.
So I feel like that. So I don't know if I'm being misunderstood. What I'm saying is, mechanically, he's going to take Rocket's trait from his brain and put it into this brand new set of people, and that's going to give them what they're missing. He's also got a huge planet's worth of people where he's saying that they're not perfect. Why not, if you're going to be able to do it with them, have the experiment run of putting that trait from Rocket into Counter-Earth as well?
I guess it does depend on whether it's something he can just add into what he's already made or whether he needs to start from scratch. I'm not really sure because we don't really know what that X factor is.
My theory is that this is all bullshit and they're just going to have an action scene built off him blowing up a whole planet.
Yeah.
Well, I don't understand what's not in character for him.
It's a complete, absolute insane waste of resources and research.
I mean, blowing up a whole planet, like
absolutely insane.
Not to mention, how do you hide this? The whole point is that you're doing this under the eye of like galactic ethics. Like you're gonna blow up a planet Like, no, they're gonna find out.
Did he blow up the planet? I can't remember. Or did he?
He blew up all of the surface of the planet.
Yeah.
So that will be noticed.
It's not.
I mean, it is space, but like, I don't know, like what it looks like in this universe.
I'm
in terms
strictly
of how
appealing to how ineffective
No,
this is
I know
for his
what I know what you're
operation.
saying. It's like he says that he can like put the traits of Rocket into the new people. Why can't he try that for the old people, like on Counter Earth? Why can't he do that?
That's a good question.
Why doesn't he give it a
I'm
shot?
not sure.
Yeah, and,
Instead,
and,
it's
and this
like,
thing,
well,
I think
whatever
the
argument,
idea.
whatever argument one would come up with, it's still worth the experiment, is it not?
Yeah, you
Well,
have
yeah,
a whole
it's definitely
world to
worth trying.
tinker around with and mess around with and use to
Mhm.
plan and try new things and just like I said, the resources required to do all this stuff. Like this is nuts.
He does
Planets
seem
are
to.
limited resources.
Any kind of
Yeah, well, he
imperfection
doesn't.
sickens
He
him.
doesn't blow up the
He
entire
believes the people on
planet.
he believes the people like the new people are already imperfect anyway. That's why he wants Rocket's brain.
Hmm.
So
That's
like,
what I'm saying.
it doesn't
Wait, say
really
that-
address anything. Well, someone
say
in the
that-
chat said, "Oh, well, he doesn't like imperfection sickens him." It's like, yeah, he believes the new people are imperfect. That's why he wants Rocket's brain.
Yeah, it's a bit of a
just
jump forward,
like
but
the
he
old
says
people are imperfect.
the kids he's currently got are really impressive biologically, but that they have rote memorization. They don't have like creative thinking like Rocket does. And so if he's willing to put Rocket's fleams into them instead of just ditching them, then I don't see why it matches at all that he's willing to destroy this entire civilization instead of experimenting with them in any way.
No, I think that's fair. You're right. Yeah, because there's a couple things. One, I don't understand how he has the near infinite resources to do all this, and that's not really made clear. Like, how does he finance his whole operation? Is a good question, especially if he's gonna like firebomb the entire planet every time he wants to start over.
It looks like he's detonating charges that are set like deep within the surface of the planet. Like I say deep,
Yeah,
like maybe
it's a subterranean minefield.
yeah. We're about
Like,
to get
yeah. The implication
Instead
is clearly that he has done this several times before. It is pretty horribly inefficient, for sure.
Yeah, you think you'd put something, put something in the atmosphere. So I don't know, but
yeah, that would be way more efficient, right?
yeah. Put
Oh.
some gas in it.
Explosions are better for action scenes.
That's
That's
so
true,
true.
that's true.
So Warpig collects up Rocket for the second time. This is after Gamora said, "Hey, drop the raccoon." And this time, Warpig says, "I have P3 and I'm on the way." That line being delivered to the High Evolutionary is what activates the destruction of the planet. Like, I'm not saying that in the sense of the line specifically. I'm saying it's what makes them believe now is the time to leave. He basically thinks, I have Rocket, I have one. And it's like, okay,
Except-
Warpig just said they're on the way.
Yeah, he's not on your ship that you're gonna use.
Oh
to
yeah,
take
the
off.
timing of that's awful.
So,
I
like,
didn't even think about
Absolutely
that.
He
nuts.
can't actually. He can't
Holy
get
shit.
on. Yeah, he's screwed. Like he can't get on the ship in time. No
That's
way.
so funny.
Well, and
that
obviously
didn't occur
the
to me at
funniest
all.
part as well is that Adam Warlock, a man who is infinitely more fucking powerful than Warpig, gets completely fucked by the explosions. So
Yep.
Warpig heading back to the ship likely would have been fucking killed anyway.
Yeah.
Along with Rocket and the
Along
brain
with Rocket.
vaporized.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
fuck, you're
that
so
just
right.
destroys
Oh,
everything.
God. That's awful.
Yep.
Why would they do that?
And as if it's not bad enough, Gamora is about to die because she's battling Warpig, and Adam Warlock saves her by accident. Like, he's coming in to fuck them up and get Rocket himself. It just happens to time up perfectly.
Yep.
I hate that shit. It's so annoying.
What is he even doing in this movie?
I don't know. So, Star-Lord and Groot, they're like, oh shit, this is all kicking off now. Alright, it's time. Let's kill them all. And then the High Evolutionary's like, and just slams them into the ground with his gravity powers. As you'd expect. It's like, yep, okay. So,
Yeah, sounds like
as an audience member, I'm sitting there like, so, what could possibly happen now? Like, I just don't understand how they can possibly get out of this. Well, welcome to the power of changing scenes.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Because we go back to Adam Warlock, and he's mostly talking to his pet, being like, chill out, blah, blah, blah. And then Warpig is like, dude, we're on the same team. What are you doing? And he says to Warpig, I need the credit, chum, to save my civilization. Be a good, creepy thing and back off. And I was just thinking to myself, like, how insane is this? If they never hired Adam Warlock to do anything, they may have just won.
Yep.
And you think, like, well, that's kind of like an irony, isn't it? It's kind of an interest. And it's just like, I don't find it interesting at all. I just find this annoying. Like, Warpig has direct communication with them. Imagine Warpig was like, Adam is stopping me from collecting Rocket. That would fuck him.
Yeah.
Would just completely fuck him. And that's all Warpig
Destroy
needed to do.
everything.
Instead, Warpig decides to attack Adam. I guess Warpig doesn't know who he is.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, he
He's
gets
just
fucking
as
wrecked.
confused as
He
we
must
are.
be told. What would it even
Jesus,
look
we are.
like, though, if Warpig's like, yeah, I got Rocket, and then Adam shows up with the Rocket? You know, it's like,
Yeah.
what the fuck happened? Warpig said he had him. Did you kill him? You know, did you do that just because you wanted to, like, curry favor?
Well, I suppose the funny thing is, Free, that wouldn't even have been able to happen, because if he had Rocket, and then he flew to his mum, he would have exploded, Rocket's dead. And
Yeah.
it's
Yeah, and that's it. The High Evolutionaries' plans are all over. It's done. Because he detonated the planet when Warpig
And so,
was
maybe someone's
miles
asking...
away.
Maybe someone's asking right now, well, where is Rocket? Rocket has been disconnected from his life support, with apparently lung filling with liquid, and running around with Gamora. She's just running with him like he's a rag doll. When I saw that, I was like, you can't fucking convince me that he's near death, needs life support, and you can just pull him off it, and he's gonna make it. I just don't buy
Throw
it.
him around like a rag doll, yeah.
I just don't. I can't deal with it. It's so annoying.
He's just not that resilient. He's a little raccoon guy.
The last we heard of it was he was on death's door. Nebula was like, he's nearly dead. His lungs are filling with liquid. Like, I can't believe this. Like, it's just like, no. So yeah, the planet starts to absolutely just blow apart, and there's this moment. Anybody who's able to see the movie in whatever format when this is listened to in future, when you see Gamora heading up to the ship, she stops because literally about 2 meters away from her, to her right, is a man and a woman, and she looks at them, and they just explode. They get annihilated. It looks like a bomb goes off beneath them. And there's this shot where, like, shit tons of fire, smoke, and debris all blast into Gamora's direction. She lifts up her arm, and then puts it back down, and starts walking up the ship. And I was like, what the Like, she should have just gotten, like, annihilated, but she's totally fine. Loads of explosions go off near this ship, by the way, and it does nothing. It's just
Fortunate.
fucking annoying. But yeah, Adam believes, like, oh shit, my mum's probably in trouble, and he tries to get to her, but he is late. Blows up. And I don't know about you guys,
The mom in it explodes.
but I was like, sweet, this will give him the motivation to switch sides. This should be fun.
The obvious setup for what is going to happen with his character, because how could you possibly even think anything else would be done? This is such a clear and direct and obvious way for him to turn against the High Evolutionary and get his revenge and help the Guardians and save Rocket and do all that stuff. This is clearly the setup. So how else could it possibly go?
Nebula contacts Gamora to say that she should just get out, save Rocket, get out into the atmosphere, sort of out of the atmosphere, get into orbit, basically. And so Gamora tries, but we realize quite quickly that Gamora does not know how to fly the ship, which I find very fucking strange.
You think she'd have a decent grasp of being able to pilot things? I bet a lot of people would in this world.
I get that, like, even if you know how to pilot X, it doesn't mean you know how to pilot Y. Like, I know, but I just don't buy that Gamora doesn't know how to
It seems too
basically pilot this
useful.
thing.
Yeah,
Seems
I
like,
don't
it
expect
doesn't
her
have
to do
look
anything
pretty.
amazing. Just I expect her to be able to go
They
up.
don't have to look pretty. Just go up. Like, if you can go forwards, you can get to Peter. Do that, but like in an upwardly direction.
So yeah, I didn't buy that at all, and well, keep that in mind. We're circling all the way around. Lots of things happen at the same time here. Nebula is like, where the fuck is Drax and Mantis? And then they're behind her on the bike. And she's like, what the fuck? And Mantis blames Drax. Like I said, it's kind of annoying, but you know what? We talked about it. It's okay. We can keep moving.
We did talk about it. We can move on.
They do not ask Gamora to pick them up. They just ask Gamora to leave. Well, that was really odd, considering they're basically on death's door as well. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like there's so much weird shit going on really quick.
Yeah.
Everyone's making really
Yes.
fucking weird decisions. And so I set it up. I said, how are Quill and Groot, how are they going to get out of this situation? What are they going to do? We cut back, and well, the High Evolutionary is no longer using gravity on them, so they continue their plan.
That's good.
Yep.
That's
He's just-
I know that like there's worse things that have happened, but that one I think stuck out to me the most in the whole film. I just couldn't deal with it. I was like, can't tell me that your way to write yourself out of this situation is to just say he didn't stopped.
that's lame. Like he used his powers and then he just stopped using them.
Like that's so pathetic. You gave up. Why did you give him the power? What's wrong with you? You
Yeah, just give him like some tools, or have them like have the staff do stuff. Or he tells people to. He doesn't have any power himself. He has to tell people what to do. He has lackeys.
It's done in a
Mhm.
way as well that like maybe there was a scene that explains it because Quill says, "Now kill them all," as if something
Yeah,
has
like-
happened, but nothing has happened. And yeah,
Don't know what to make of that.
Groot pulls out a grenade and tosses it, and then pulls out loads of guns, gives Quill his guns, and they all start shooting. And the grenade goes off in such a way that it drops debris in between them and the High Evolutionary. He's blocked off from them.
That's
So-
that's
so
the thing that
convenient.
happened.
Wow.
Not sure a grenade would do that, but I guess it could. But boy,
It's not even just the fact that the grenade did it that way. It's that they throw it on the left side of the room, and in the right side of the room, all the debris comes down. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that Star-Lord and Peter shooting together was really cool.
Star-Lord
yeah,
and
I agree.
Peter-
I agree.
Star-Lord and Peter shooting together was really cool.
I think you mean
that's-
Gamora and Peter.
What
Yeah,
are we,
I'm
what's
sorry.
happening right
I was
now?
already
That's
just
right.
thinking about how yeah, Groot and Star-Lord. I'm getting a little bit tired. I'm sorry, but the reason I say that sentence is to highlight that I've got nothing to praise it for at all.
Yeah, I like
Yes.
it.
It's just
Yeah, it
cool to
looks neat.
see. That's all I've
Yeah.
got.
Look neat.
And he actually said when he says "I am Groot" when shooting them this time, they get the animation right.
That's right. They actually have the like lip sync actually be correct instead of in the first film where he actually screams like "I am like Grat" or something, and then they just have it be Groot because they didn't want it
Yeah.
to. It just doesn't look right.
So we've only got Scientist Man left, who in his little head thing, he's got that passcode they need for Rocket. And so Star-Lord's aiming his gun at him, and he's like, "No, please, don't do it, no, don't kill me." And he puts the gun down. He's like, "Oh, thank you." He goes, "A little bit premature," and then runs at him and tackles him, and they go out of the building. Like, it's like a shit. Let's just say they are like several miles up in the air.
Oh yeah,
And-
they're
And
up.
they're free
talked-
falling.
I talked about this on Open Bar, but I'd gotten so frazzled at this point that I was like, "Of course, Peter jumps out of a building. Why not?" Isn't
Yeah, I mean he's Star-Lord with either his boots, his rocket boots, or the arrow rings from Guardians 2.
No, none of that. It's so
He
funny.
has neither.
He has neither. But like what I'm highlighting isn't even that. I was highlighting that he could literally take a gun and shoot himself in the head at this point, and I'd be like, he'll be fine. He's gonna figure it out. He's Peter. He knows how to figure that out. He'll be fine. And of course he does figure it out, and he is fine. Because there's this fucking awkward ass shot. So Groot's gonna jump in on after him, grab
What are you
him,
talking about?
and create like a series of vines, leaves,
Wings.
and things. Yeah, to make wings. But the thing before it happens is we see the High Evolutionary has finally cleared all the debris, so he has a clear view, and he sees Groot notice him, look at the window, start running, jump, and land, and then he just goes.
And then that's it.
Yeah, it's done in such a way that I was like,
It's framed in a way
grab
where
him.
it's like he's gonna grab him.
expecting-
He'll
Yeah.
grab him before he jumps out. Like we
Yeah.
have like a couple of seconds of the shot of Groot running towards to jump out. He's like, oh yeah, he'll grab him. But no, he just lets him jump out. Which if he grabbed Groot, the whole it's over. Like he dies.
I
It's
don't
over.
know if this was being set up in a way that we were like it's a fake out, a subtle fake out, because it seems like it was created as a subtle fake out. That's what I think when I see that. is that we were expecting the High Evolutionary to like grab him and pull him back in the ship, but he doesn't. So all
Someone in
right.
chat said, why would he grab Groot? Or why would the High Evolutionary grab Groot? Because he wants him dead.
Yeah.
Why
That's why.
wouldn't he? Would he just let him go after he's
Surely-
caused this?
I refuse to
and plus,
accept at
as
this
a
point that after
hostage-
everything that's fucking happened, the High Evolutionary is just gonna be like, well, if you escape, that's cool. What we get is the High Evolutionary saying, huh, those idiots, they jump in, like,
It's
that's a
Groot's
great
loss.
survival
We don't know
plan.
Peter has done this with Groot before. It doesn't matter. If High Evolutionary grabs Groot, it's
He
over.
loses nothing.
It's over for Peter. He's dead.
And
And
plus,
so is
I
the other
mean,
guy. The whole movie
yes.
ends.
he has to expect Peter's gonna live because he didn't just jump out of a window to die.
Well,
Like
I-
there's,
I-
It's
don't even-
really
there's a
worth
plan,
emphasizing.
obviously.
The film ends here if he grabs Groot. Peter dies, the other guy dies, Rocket's dead.
As someone's just highlighted, how isn't Groot one of the most fascinating life forms to the High Evolutionary ever?
Yep.
There's
This
that,
like
too.
incredibly resilient tree man.
It was like he thought they were going to die. He's incredibly fucking stupid if he thinks that at this point.
Why? What? He thinks that Groot's jumping out to die.
Yes.
I guess
No,
he just
to
wanted
be
to
fair,
jump
Free,
out of the
they are
room.
referencing they're referencing the film at that point. The High Evolutionary says that's an interesting survival plan to jump into an exploding planet. The
Yeah.
reason that
Almost
pissed
like
me
it's
off
not
is
a
I was like,
survival strategy.
well, first of all, they have a ship and friends operating
Yeah.
it. So
Yep.
why do you assume they're just dead now? What's wrong with you? Why is he so stupid? And then, of course,
no
all the tech
way.
that exists in this world that we've just mentioned. Yes, Peter doesn't have it on him right now, but the fucking High Evolutionary didn't know that.
I
Mhm.
assume on this guy very deliberately jumped out of the window with one of my guys. Like there was a purpose to that.
No, they just wanted to die. They had no plan.
I just saw them pull off a like a trap where they had all the guns and everything. Was their plan to just shoot everyone for a bit and jump out the window? Like I can't. Like what? What?
It's so
what?
interesting to
Just
me
wanna
too
be-
because
it's
he
up on
captures
front.
the others later. He captures them.
Yep.
Why the fuck isn't he capturing Groot?
Like, what does he stand to gain from letting Groot jump out? What does he gain from that?
I don't know. I'm not. I'm
They
no
want it out of the
mastermind.
Marvel universe. They try.
Well, they got it. Not yet. Well, no, Peter doesn't have it. No, he doesn't. He isn't out. All right. Let's just carry on.
But I worth emphasizing more. He don't have the arrow rig. Why? Why doesn't he have
Why?
it? It lets you
You
fly.
just like always have that.
you can
amazing
fly with
tech.
it. Everybody can
So
fly.
you always have it with you.
Maybe he thought Groot had another gun on him he might use to shoot him.
Can't shoot him if you lock him down with gravity. He can't do anything. That's what they did at first, and then they just stopped doing it for no reason. So anyway, they slam down. It softens the landing, and they slam that guy down as almost like a pillow for them to bash into the floor. And then they start cutting out his thing from his head to get the info. And it just so
Underwater.
happens that completely luckily, unrelated to all of this, Gamora crash lands right in
Yeah.
front of them.
What are the odds?
Man,
Very
that is-
low.
That is helpful.
She
that
was
you are
told
here.
to get out of the whole planet, and she ended up right next to Star-Lord. It's like, oh,
Oh,
Man,
that's
if
not
if she
sensitive.
didn't end up right next to him, he'd be dead. And Groot.
yep. 'Cause,
The film's over again.
The whole place would have fucking exploded by the time she makes a trip back from orbit. So yeah,
Yeah.
they're so fucking lucky. And then it gets even worse. He says,
And he could have
whoever.
used his communicator too. This didn't have to be a coincidence. He could have just been like,
Yep,
can
true.
you come pick us up?"
To be honest with
Are
you, I
you
don't know
still
why
in
they
the
did any of
atmosphere?
this way. You could have had Gamora pick all of them up. Every one of
He's
them.
got
Yeah,
a
but-
spaceship.
No, but you need the team separated so that they're in the spaceship for the third act.
I don't even think you need that. Like, you could
No,
just-
I mean you don't need that, but if that's what you want, then that's
Yeah.
that's why that's happened.
So, so you have to think about this. Like, they do this really fucking fast and it annoyed the hell out of me. So, you see Gamora, Drax, and Mantis. They just jump onto his ship as it's rising. You can't see any access point. They're just jumping onto it. and then they hook on to right at the end this platform that does indeed have a door that can get them in. I was just like, wow, that was real fucking lucky. And you haven't coordinated at all with Nebula. Like I said, is Gamora to pick you up? That just seems like the obvious choice, but it's fine. So there's a console, and Nebula starts like hacking into it, which is actually fine with me. I give Nebula quite a bit of beneficial like writing purposes. She can hack into mostly everything. She seems to be that kind of sophisticated. I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Her
But-
hacking doesn't work. So it's like, oh shit. And they start heading up to the point where they can't breathe. They're struggling to breathe. And so Drax tries hitting the door again and again and again, and then it breaks open.
And then not only does it break open, it like completely comes off of its hinges or its slide or whatever. Like it falls inwards. Like he just pushed through
one of them blast doors
starship.
designed for space, and he can punch it open.
Dumb.
Why didn't you just have it to where she only gets the doors to open a little bit, and he reaches his hands in there and he pulls it open and he
That would've
saves them
been
with his
great.
strength.
That'd been
Just do that. He saves
cooperative.
them with his strength.
Would've been cool.
And he's struggling really hard, and Mantis is like, "You can do this, Drax. You can do this." And so they all kind of have like a part to play in some degree. That'd be a thing. Instead, he just knocks down the door.
I was really surprised they did it that way. I was like, oh, that doesn't
I
make
wasn't
any
expecting
sense, but
that
alright.
because it's absurd.
Yeah.
No one would have imagined that's how it would have happened.
So we see that, and then we cut back. You got Star-Lord piloting with Gamora in the ship as well, and they've made it to orbit. And then Gamora says, "What kind of monster slaughters a civilization?" And Star-Lord says, "Where are Mantis and Drax?" Gamora says, "I don't know." And then they go to Rocket. This infuriates me for many reasons.
What should happen there is, oh fuck, they're dead.
I'm not sure where to begin with this. So, what would have happened is they had the device, Star-Lord and Groot then made their way into the ship. They would have realized pretty quickly, because Gamora would have told them, she's alone. He's like, what the fuck's going on? She would have said, I don't know. And he's like, where's Drax, where's Mantis? Because he'd be like, they're not here. So then Star-Lord would be like, so, Drax and Mantis are somewhere on this planet, it's exploding, we have a ship, we gotta find them. Because that's literally how Guardians of the Galaxy fucking works. We've had this payoff before, where a whole planet is getting destroyed and they all need to make sure they all get out. What you do then is you have him activate the little thing, and you go, holy shit, Nebula, Drax, Mantis, I'll come save you. Where are you guys?
Because I care about you.
And then they say, don't you worry, we're safe. We're actually on his ship. Maybe we can get in, and maybe we can sabotage him from inside, or something. I don't know. Get out of there, Quill. Then he'd be like, you betcha, friendos. I'm glad you're safe.
Sure would be distraught if anything happened to you.
But no, he apparently didn't ask about them until they're in fucking orbit. And then he says, where are they? Where do those guys go? And then she's like, I don't know. He's like, all right then, moving on.
All right, those goofy goobers, they're probably off doing something. You know them.
I'm sure they're fine on this exploding planet.
That fucking drove me nuts. That's some serious damage to Star-Lord right there.
It
That's
drove
not at
me
all
nuts
what he would
too.
do.
That was madness.
Oof. And then, of course, there's the fact that the whole fucking planet got exploded.
So that's gonna.
Why don't you go ahead, Rex?
That's gonna be a bit of a stickler in my mind for a while. I walked out of the theater with that sort of looming over the entirety of sort of the experience. That we spent a pretty decent chunk of time with these people and humanizing them, and they were friendly and they helped and they were like we had the joke about the car and the dad, and we specifically had all these scenes of them looking at like photographs where everyone's a bat, and they went to the house and they got beverages for him, and they live in towns, and they showed the kid, and then there was that one scene where the two of them were hugging on the lawn and they just got exploded. I don't know what the fuck what are we doing? Like, and
But
then
that's the tragedy, Rags. You see?
I
You
feel
liked
like
them
it's,
and then they got blown up.
I mean, it
This
certainly
ain't
feels
like
a
Alderaan,
tragedy.
you know? This ain't some Alderaan where you don't get to see the happy people.
I'm just so like, you just didn't have to do that, and you did. you know?
Yeah, but the High
Um,
Evolutionary is really bad, Rags.
I thought the whole point would be them trying to save the planet as this is all
No,
going
that
on.
lost cause. Lost cause. It's over for them. All right.
All the little girl with the ball and the girl and the woman who fell and scraped her knee, and the bats that they went into their house and they talked and had a language and they're just all dead. They're just
Horrible
all
death as
dead. They
well,
all
as their
died.
entire world is exploding around them.
That entire civilization, everything that they created and built
All of
is
their
all
hopes
just
and dreams up in
is just
flames,
destroyed.
like them. And it's just moving past it really quickly.
And so that really bothers me that they decided to do that in this, and there doesn't seem to be any, like acknowledgement of it other than, yeah, the planet exploded. That's not good.
Well, I mean, it was a big set piece, all right?
Yeah.
Well,
Um,
I'm going to push back a little bit. I think my big problem with it is the fact that blowing up the planet doesn't actually make sense. But hypothetically, if it made sense for his plan to actually blow the planet up, I think the fact that it blows up is sort of unironically what's adding to like the horror of the situation. Like, I don't
we already
understand.
know that he's super evil, and like the idea that we already know he's done this
well,
before.
something
already
I would
learned
say
that.
is it like emphasizing the tragedy of the situation. I think requires more of a perspective of the people who were dying here. You know,
If we had it,
I feel like if that happened, you would just say it's more cruel.
if
I
if we had it so that Nebula, fucking hell, Gamora did pick them all up, and then as they're about to lift off, I don't mind which character does it. I think they'd all care. So someone says, "What about them? What about the people?" And they're like, there's maybe someone in the distance, and there's an explosion. It just takes them out, and they realize like even the ground they're on is starting to slip. It's like we've got to go. We have to go. We have to get out of here. And then they lift off, and in the distance they can just see fire engulfing the whole planet, and they're just staring and watching it. And they like in complete disbelief, and it's like silent. I would be mostly okay.
Yeah,
More
if it was treated
on the
for what it
plot
was, that would go a long way. Yeah.
Okay.
Instead,
I got the
there's-
impression that you thought it was
appreciating the
unnecessary to
gravity
do
of
it
the
at all.
situation, right? It would be
Right.
like
Yeah,
if
well, I
we
think-
had a film that was set on Earth and Earth got blown up, and like the Avengers were more concerned with like their own shit than the fact that Earth got blown up. You know?
they barely seem to notice. It's insane.
Yeah, like they're people. I know that they're like funny animal people,
Like
but
you
they're
met
people.
them, and you
Yeah.
talked to them and communicated, and they helped you, and they were being just nice, and they care about their children's well-being. And we just like discarded them for an action scene.
And as
Um,
Rags, you kind of implied, but I think is seriously a thing, is like there's this assumption that's just like we can't save them. It's like, oh,
I mean, do you want to try and save maybe a couple people at least?
I need something
Give it a
else from you
shot.
Guardians. I need something more
Because-
than that.
Boy,
Yeah.
we gave a lot of shits about all the fuckers and cages on the ship. Man, we really, really cared about them. We it was a big deal that we saved them, and it's good that you did. Don't get me wrong, but boy, I mean,
The attempt to save the people on the planet, as futile as it may have actually ended up being, would have been really helpful.
Well,
And I think it really would have helped.
It's a standard thing in movies, right? Where you have the hero try to save somebody and they fail, but they still tried anyway. Like
Yeah.
even if it's a little thing, or even just like a reaction to realizing that somebody's died.
And I think
It's
it
like
would've-
those little things that go a long way.
It would have fueled the third act payoff of like this time we leave no one behind.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is fucking actually bizarre that it's barely acknowledged, and they're not that sad about it. It's more so a like, what a dick that he did that. And it's like,
yeah, what a real
yeah.
yeah. That's a Norm Macdonald.
Well,
What
that
a
he-
real
that he-
jerk.
That he blew up the whole planet.
So
When
yeah,
he could have. Well, by the way, he could have just left him and gone somewhere.
He could have just left,
Could have just
But-
left him.
but nah.
Yeah. So pretty terrible. Pretty terrible. Like I said, I thought when it started to happen with the movie that we would be on the planet and on the ship, and we would be like trying to prevent this calamity from happening. It's like, Nova Corps and everything, right? It's like we got to save the planet. That's a big deal. There's a lot of people on it, and they're fighting really hard, and it's a lot of people fight and die to save the world and everything. So, that was in a Guardians movie, but like I don't know like what the deal is here. What were you thinking?
Um, next we got a scene. We got quite a scene next. It's
Is it the one?
it's Nebula, Drax, and Mantis.
Uh-oh.
So
Here we go.
it begins with Nebula being very upset, as she fucking should be. Drax is like, "Ha, you're lucky I was able to knock down that door with mine." She says, "Rocket and Gamora are probably dead because of you." And he says, "I didn't know," which is not even close to true.
I mean,
Yeah, it's not.
like, that should be on his mind.
You were
And it's not.
told to stay
Dare I
with
say it?
the
It's
fact
not
that
what
it's on-
Drax would say at this point.
Well, yeah.
He did know.
I
He
mean,
knows he knew. He would say something
trying
like,
to-
"I didn't think it would be like. I didn't think that would happen."
Like, I mean, obviously you didn't think that the planet would explode, but, like, you knew that some bad shit could happen.
Yeah,
Like, you
and
knew
that's
that was
when
possible.
I think when you're writing it, you'd maybe try and construct him a rationalization. But it's Drax. I think he would just be like, "I know.
Yeah.
I fucked up."
But, well, because this is a good instance of highlighting, like, Nebula here. Like, she's got, like, the right priorities at the moment of realizing, like, what's happened. Like, she fully understands the gravity of the situation, at least from her perspective.
Yeah.
So, Nebula's okay at the moment.
Like I said, I can't even buy him saying like, "I don't know, I did blah blah blah." It's just like, you motherfucker, you were told and you just left, and it's not even clear why. You just did it, and we all know why. It's because the script forced you to. You wouldn't have done it.
Yep.
It's fucking annoying. So she says, "Oh, you didn't know? When are you gonna stop using the excuse of being some big dumb clown for contributing nothing, and for the rest of us having to carry the slack?" And I'll be honest with you, in the cinema, I was like, I like kind of picked up. I was like, this is interesting. Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
this keeps my mind off the genocide.
Yeah, a little bit. She bringing up the fact that Drax, as much as we enjoy him as an audience member, it's gotten to the point where it should have bled into their actual work that he is a clown, and that's all he fucking does is be a clown. And now it's actually manifested in a way that could have killed several people that they care about. So now is the time. It's like, okay, good. And she pushes him when she does that. And then Mantis, who I want to praise, is her name Pom Clementine? I'm gonna probably
I do
butcher the
not
name.
know.
I thought her acting was fucking excellent in this scene.
Very good. Yes.
Yes.
She says,
Totally
"Don't
agree.
push him. You don't have the right to push him." And Nebula says, "You're no better. The only thing we can count on you for is when someone shows weakness, you'll be right there to support it." And again, I was like, "Fuck, man, I'm enjoying this."
Wow.
stuff.
Yeah. There's all this stuff is coming out with the three of them. Oh.
And the Mantis says, "I don't care. I know you need to find fault in everyone else to make yourself feel okay, so find it in me." I was like, "Whoa, another good one." By the way, I wanted this throughout the fucking film.
Yep.
Like, really
This is,
character-based stuff.
This is a window into what could have been throughout the whole movie.
And she says, "Oh, go to hell, Nat." And then she says, "You don't have the right to push him. It's not his fault. He's stupid." And Gamora says he's a liability. And then Mantis says, "He makes us laugh and he loves us. How is that a liability?" I quite love as a line.
I really like that as a line.
And it's just it's an acknowledgement that that's why he's there at this point. It's really not to do with his strength. It's that they really like him. Which is a form, in a sense, of acknowledgement and repair of the damage that's been done to him over time as a character.
Yeah, to some extent. And it's
Yeah,
just,
and
in terms of character, right, pointing to Nebula as a very utility-focused person.
Did I
Like,
say
to the point
Gamora
that-
again? I'm sorry.
It's fine.
That's okay. That
There's
wasn't
also
gonna say-
this element of this film did give him a lot of credit in terms of his ability to fight and be resilient. So there is also that too. He's not
Mhm.
just guy with knives who isn't like I feel like we're back to a almost like Guardians of the Galaxy 1 kind of he will fuck shit up kind of guy. So
Yeah,
that
and-
helps a lot to know that.
Like I said, if we were in control of it, I think we would want to start writing him having like less always stupid, some stuff that's not stupid things to say. Maybe.
The comedy comes more from him and his ability to like gauge social, his level of social awareness in terms of being in those kinds of situations. Not that he's
Yeah.
stupid, he just doesn't quite he's like he's from someone who's a different culture. And he is useful, he can do things, and in combat he is extremely powerful and strong and resilient.
And fearless.
Yeah.
So when she says, "How is that a liability? All you care about is intelligence and competence." And he says, I'm not sure I appreciate this defense, which I actually thought was a really strong line, because what was just said by Mantis is all you care about is intelligence and competence, the implication being he has
He
not
doesn't
got
have it,
intelligence and
yeah.
competence. And so
Yeah.
he's like, yeah, I don't super appreciate that. And then she
Because
says...
and that's a funny line, but
Yeah.
it totally fits with something he'd actually say, and maybe Mantis would say in the moment. So it's like that's the kind of line that that's incidentally funny.
And then she says he has sadness, but he's the only one of you who doesn't hate himself. I don't care if he's stupid. Again, I was like, it's another good line, because I feel like that is applicable to all of them except him. He's the only one that's kind of got no issues in that department.
Yeah.
Groot probably doesn't either, though.
Yeah, I guess not
No,
Groot.
Groot's-
You know, we don't know what's
Groot's
going
doing
on.
all
with,
right. He's doing okay.
yeah, he's Groot's doing okay.
So then he says, you think I'm stupid? And it really feels like the film's getting pretty damn serious. Because, like, yeah, I guess this is it. The
Yeah,
realization
this
that she
is-
really does believe you're a stupid person, which sucks to hear from a friend. And she says, yes. Then walks up to him, says, forget. And he says, ha! You're lucky I was able to open that door with my incredible strength. And that's it.
Damn.
Oh
Oh,
boy. This is like
Dab.
oh
Awful. It's
jeez.
really bad.
Oh, this
Oh.
hit my soul so bad.
Oh, this is we're in depths of despair. We had maybe one of the best little exchanges in the movie, maybe between the Guardians of all time. And they purposefully decided it wasn't an accident. They wrote the script, the actors acted it, it went through post, and they put it into a finalized product that was distributed into theaters across the world. They completely and totally undid it.
You know what? Once a fucking again we've got as a fix, literally just chop out that bit. And I actually love the ending of that scene, being that he acknowledges that they all think he's fucking stupid. And then he goes, ha! You're lucky I was able to open that door with my strength. Like, he's being like, all right, let's move on. We're moving on. We're just moving on.
Yeah. I still don't like the idea that they just... I still don't like the idea that they just concluded that they.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I'm saying
stupid.
we could even try and mend it by cutting a line out, just a line. But yeah, no, not the ending I was fucking looking for with that. And that's it. That never gets brought up ever again.
Nope, because why would it? Because it never happened for Drax. That experience
just felt that she could make that choice.
It's so fucked up.
No, you don't get to know that.
Do we have to go through the layers of why this is
Do we just talk about how fucked
do it? Go through all the layers.
All right, let's start with the perpetrator of this horrific crime against humanity, Mantis. So, first off, we have the callback to the original time earlier in the movie where she said, "No, we don't do that sort of things to friends. It's one thing to do little things like a little, remember you fell in love with that napkin or whatever it was. Like, yeah, that's a joke, and he knows about it, and he knows that it is what it is. That's compartmentalized into being a little fun thing that they did. We can talk about that later, but there is a huge difference between that and essentially erasing someone's memories, because when you do that, like a person is their memories, essentially. Their experiences are kind of who they are. To wipe someone's memory is essentially to kill a person and to put a blank slate in their place. And that's a very, very serious thing. Memories are they're very core to who you are as an agent. And so to take that away is to like destroy a part of someone's, destroy a part of who they are. In the same way that you like cutting off someone's leg, in a sense.
Have you,
but arguably worse.
Of the four of us here, have we seen Eternal Sunshine and Spotless Mind? Rags, you have, right?
Yeah, that's the
I have.
That's the Jim Carrey?
Yeah, we watched it together, didn't we? I think.
We did. It was a long time ago,
I love that movie, and it's specifically for the very things it's talking about.
Did you not hear me? I haven't seen it.
I didn't say anything.
He just said he loves that movie.
I was worried that you were about to ramp up to a spoiler because you didn't hear
Fringy said was fair. Fringy said was fair. Just being cautious.
Yeah, I'm not going to spoil it. I wouldn't spoil the people in chat. It's one of the best movies. It's up there.
Yes.
All right, well.
It regards memory, and the points it makes about it are fucking beautiful. And if you need to understand why this is such an upsetting scene, go watch that movie first. And then you can have maybe an easier understanding of it. I don't know.
It's so
You
it's
don't
not
get
just
to
Frank.
selectively choose for somebody else, like what they get to like actually believe and know about themselves. Like when you say it in front of them, to
Yeah,
just be like,
it's
"Oh shit, that was a little bit too far. Get rid of that." Remember, like the episode of Rick and Morty with Morty's mind blowers? Like that was fucked. That was the point. Of like, yeah, no, just like completely manipulating and screwing with Morty's mind to remove instances like as much as just Rick getting embarrassed because he said you shouldn't take things for granted, and he decided to delete that memory. It's like you can't be doing that to other people.
it isn't
Abusive.
just the ethics of destroying someone's personhood. There is the lingering element of the fact that there's obviously like the property element of this isn't your thing to take away. That's mine. My memories belong to me. They are mine. Even if our memories obviously over time will not align perfectly because memories work different, but that's still mine. My version of what happened is still my own. It's in my head. Um, and then there's also the more existential dread that comes along
Yeah,
with you are working alongside someone that you know has the ability to erase memories in such a way that you will never know that the memory was erased.
I don't even know
So
who you.
it is
And it's done on a
you are
whim.
operating you are operating on a trust system that this person is not going to do that to you and has not done that to you in the past.
But
It
she
is
has.
purely based off of trust.
Yep.
Nebula in the future could tell Drax that she did that.
And that's like that's dire. Like
and
that's
if
catastrophic.
imagine someone came to you and said, "Yeah, your guy there, your friend of many years that you go on all these adventures with. Turns out, I just want to let you know this. They told me not to tell, but I'm doing it. There was like a whole 4-hour period that you don't remember because she erased your memory, and we had a big conversation about like what she thinks about you and what I think about you and all that sort of thing, and like that would freak me the fuck out, because you wouldn't know if that was the only time, because obviously you can't remember. You can't remember the thing that was stolen from you.
And that was not hers to steal. That's Drax's mind.
Which is something she made clear at a point in
Yeah.
this movie.
That's
But I guess we're
what's
fucking
extra
forgetting
baffling
that.
about it.
So
There's something extra baffling about the fact that she acknowledges that it's wrong earlier in the movie only to do it, and that the
Yep.
movie seems I think the most troubling part ethically is that the movie seems to think, well, actually in this case it probably was the right thing
I
to
think
do.
so.
Fucking no,
I
it
actually
wasn't.
think so.
No, it
Doesn't know how
wasn't.
bad
It
is.
looks like the movie is in
this is-
favor of this move, which sucks.
This
It
is
does. It's-
this is
yeah.
character assassination is what this is called.
Yep, Mantis did not leave this
Mantis-
movie unscathed.
Oof.
She is no longer she has dropped many tiers in our tier list for characters.
Oh,
One
dude,
thing
this kind of shit
is-
really fucks with me. Like, what a piece of shit you are. Like, to do something like that to somebody and just be like, yeah, well, I know better. Like, I know what's
Because
best for
it's-
him. It reduces
it's
Drax
motivated
down to a
purely-
fucking, like, action figure. He's not a person anymore.
Yeah,
Oh
and
yeah,
it's done
he's
for
stupid
selfish
and he makes
reasons.
us laugh. And any time that he gets upset about the things that I might have said to him, just whoop, gone.
I'll erase his fucking memory,
God,
so don't
so
worry
that he
about
can
it.
just
He
be
took
the
it pretty
goofy
well
guy.
too, honestly.
He did
just
take
took
it
a little
fairly
tap.
well.
That was
considering
the opportunity. You have him talk about how he's like, listen, like, I know, I know that maybe I've gone a bit too far in some places. Like, I understand. It could be the first time ever that he actually says something from the heart, very genuine and very intelligent emotionally. It could be acknowledging the fact that he often is trying to have fun because this world is harsh, and sometimes it goes too far. Something along those lines, just anything.
He acknowledges that he knows, and he just doesn't like to think about it, or like he knew, like he knows that his wife didn't marry him for his intellect, or like there's a part of him that recognizes it, but he kind of deals with it in his own sort of way. I mean, it would be like, I don't know, just
never take things for granted. That's true. Never take things for granted, including like your own capacity to remember your
Well,
life.
Plus, I almost called her Gamora too. Nebula should be fucking terrified now.
Oh yeah.
Yes, she doesn't respond
Yeah.
to it either.
Nebula is like,
Oh, you know
holy
what?
fuck, this could be.
You know what
Do
I
you just
got?
do this?
An
Is this a
implication-
thing you do?
I think it's worse, Rags. I got a little inkling of this. I'd have to rewatch it many times to decide.
Yeah.
But I got an inkling. This might have happened before.
I wonder with how quickly and
to
defensively and
ask,
reflexively
yeah.
she did it. If
Nebula
I'm
doesn't even
as-
seem to care. Like it's something they do with Drax all the
it's
time.
Drax's mind blowers is what this is. There's going to be an episode of Guardians of the Galaxy
It
where
freaks me out
Drax
to no end.
realizes
Drax is
all of his
actually
memories
like
have been deleted.
he's just their little toy.
Yeah, he's a
just there to
person.
make him, he's
He's
there
a
to make him laugh
person.
and to
He's
break
part of
open
the
doors.
team. He's
And
part
if
of the
he's-
team.
Yeah, if he starts to get uppity, emotionally or anything, then we just tap him and he goes back to being a good boy.
So
we
he's a
shout at him
mental
and let him know we
slave.
think he's stupid and useless, and then we erase it so that he doesn't have the damage from it emotionally. But we get to have the
Yeah.
satisfaction of having said it to him.
Yeah, we
like
get to
a
we
Yeah,
get to
that's
unbottle, we
another
get to
layer.
unbottle our feelings. We get to
Yeah,
do that, but
that's
he doesn't
another
get
layer
to.
that, like, in addition to everything else, she does it after saying, "Yes, I do think you're stupid," not before, which would be not that either is good, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's like, ugh. I want to say that, like, there are a lot of things about the character work in this movie that the movie successfully fooled me into thinking was actually better than it actually is. But this was not one of them. This is the one in the theater. I was like, "Holy fuck!
Oh, yeah,
Can't
this is the
believe you
one
did
that
that."
you
Holy
can't
shit.
fool me.
Well, so
No, like, they fooled me on Gamora. I was like, "Oh, that's what Gamora's like now." Sure. But, on closer inspection, not really. But this one, holy crap.
on some extra bad news, that flight I took to India, check out the movie, of course.
Yeah.
When you're just enjoying that moment, because it's so good and fun and everything, the audience are laughing.
Wait, really? Because no one was laughing in the theater for that
Yep.
moment for me.
If you
I don't
pop
think
over
I
to
would-
India,
People
I don't
laughed
think-
at that one. Yeah, people laughed at that one. But
I
the
was
thing is,
fucking
we
depressed
sat
hearing
down and
that
had a
shit.
conversation about
Holy
it.
shit.
when
Yeah, that's
I
like
could-
even worse in the sense that, well, at least Drax isn't a real person, but these are people who just watch this terribly abusive thing happen and it's funny.
It's-
I'm like, no.
I think that it's just a matter of like sit down and think about what's happening. Like if you just
Mhm.
yeah, fun like like mind trickery, haha. But like dude, wasn't it? I know everybody hates the film Dark Phoenix. That was like a big plot point that like Charles had fucked up because he'd locked up the memories of Jean from her childhood. Like that was
Well, that-
considered a bad thing that he had done.
yeah, they
Of,
have
like-
the same beats in X-Men 3 as well. They talk about how he
Yeah,
fucked with their mind.
where they judge him for that harshly, as they should, because that's not his right.
Well, and it's such great
And-
drama
and in most
because
cases, he's actually making a choice that he believes like will save lives.
yeah,
like
save
not
your
doing it for
life and
purely
the
selfish
world.
reasons.
There's
Exactly.
a reason ethically for him to
And
do
it's
it.
Still,
Like, the
and still, it's like, dude, like even then, it's like, is that your choice to make? Like, do you have the right to make those kinds of calls? Like, even those films, those bad films, like acknowledge
They got that part,
that
right?
as like an
Yeah.
important plot point.
As you can tell, this annoyed us.
This
Yep.
Yeah.
this is like I don't think I've ever seen a more efficient way to ruin a really wonderful scene so quickly.
It's dramatic, isn't it? Yeah.
It is-
from great to oh god.
It's
If
just
it
this
w-
sharp turn off a bridge into the fucking abyss. Off you go.
Yeah, it's like running into a brick wall because jumping off a cliff would take too long. Like the fact that
That's
it just
fair, yeah.
happens, it really bugs me.
What's
and-
that, dude? Like
Yeah, this is
Come
like
on.
the 1-2 punch of all the people dying on the planet, and then this is like those happen like right after each other, and I'm like, God damn, fuck, oof. So
Mantis. Oh man.
yeah, and yeah, Mantis is destroyed, unfortunately.
And with
as
Nebula,
far
it's
as
like, you shouldn't be passively accepting this, I would say.
No.
Nebula is definitely, we got issues here, but
I think there's issues for all of them at this point. There's
Yeah.
been chips at their intelligence, like all of them.
Mhm.
Gamora's out and Mantis is out.
Yep.
at the beginning, I was telling Mahler this when we talked briefly before it was last night, and I said I really question the creative decision to keep Rocket essentially out of this film for a huge chunk of it. And now I'm like, man, they just like froze you in
They
carbonite.
insulated him. They
Yeah.
insulated
Yeah.
him from
You're in a
all this
little
damage.
you're in a
He's
little sleep
island.
pod. Yeah,
nice
they
and
just
safe from the
put you in
insanity.
stasis for a bit. It's so, like,
I
wow.
saw just highlighted, to be fair, real Gamora is safe and dead in Infinity War.
Kind of.
Yeah, real Gamora is a great character, and it's the same as what happened with. Well, it was what happened with Black Widow until Black Widow the film.
Yeah.
Where it's like, oh, you're nice and safe, you know, not being in this universe anymore. But it's like we can always go back. we can always
And by the way,
add
like,
new history.
It's not a small amount of damage on Drax, the whole, like, you know, abandoning Rocket and beating up that guy, for
No,
example, like, and not caring.
that's pretty bad. And then of course it's hard to even get a read on who he is when it's like, what does he even remember about his life
Ugh.
at this point?
How many
I
versions of
forget.
him never got the chance to be?
It was either Metal or Meme yesterday said that, like, is that the reason he's stupid now? Because they keep wiping his memory
Oh my
so much.
god!
Can't learn.
Every time he learns something,
Well,
like,
they
all
blame
the
him.
collective. No.
They blame him for that as well. Like, yeah, you're stupid. Nothing to do with me though.
You didn't take out the trash. Oh fuck!
erasing
Well, I'll just
information.
make Drax think that
Dude,
he
it's
forgot.
it's Morty's mind blows, but except they don't realize it's bad.
Jeez.
It's damn.
We can move on to a good
And
scene
all
now,
for
if you
one
want.
joke, for one
Yeah,
little joke.
for a joke. Insane.
Yeah.
So yeah,
But
I
yes,
hope
we
you
do
got
get
your
to move
laughs
on
out of
to
it.
we do get
'cause
to move on
boy,
to a great scene and just sort of, you know, get past that.
So they're panicking over getting the passcode in and to obviously activate the med kit to save Rocket, but he's having a moment in the other verse, in the Heaven lands. He's having that moment in movie stories where they do the thing of you're near death and you're in a white room and you're talking to someone. They do that a lot in movies. I don't know. I wonder if it'll happen in real life to us someday. Any of us, you know, we're on that in the white room talking to Morgan Freeman or
I'll
something,
see.
right?
I
I'll see.
like it.
I'll see a Drax who's like wearing a lab coat and he's like very intelligent and he's like, yeah, I was the Drax that never got mind wiped by Mantis, that fucking whore. So yeah, I get to be, you know, happy and smart. And I'm actually very intelligent.
Professor Drax.
Would you? And he'd be like, "Would you like to ascend into the stratosphere?" And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great.
Would you like me to unlock all the memories she stole from you? You're like, oh my god. So yeah, he sees Lila and he's like, well, she says friend, and he says, and again, performance-wise, I'm not gonna be able to sell it unless you watch the scene itself. He says, I'm sorry I let you die. I got you killed. I got everyone killed. Like, oh. Because, I don't... this is a compliment, of course, that I think this all meshes quite well in with Guardians 1 and 2. There's no sense of like, oh,
Yes.
this is all made up. I can buy that this is what James Gunn had on his mind when he was constructing Rocket. And
if he didn't have it on his mind, he laid down all of the groundwork he needed to make this the case.
Yeah. Set up the idea that there's a tragic backstory and something that he deeply regrets.
And why he pushes people away, you know? Why is he so difficult to form friendships? Why does he care so much, so deeply invested in Groot, you know, for instance? It's like it all makes sense. It's all really good. Like good writing, great performance.
Yeah, she says, you were right, the sky is beautiful and it is forever. He says, can I come? She says, yes, but not yet. Still have a purpose here. This is all intercut with them struggling to, you know, get the code in and stuff. It's a very dramatic scene.
This is some good
It's just weird.
acting here as well.
Yeah, this is incredible Chris Pratt acting. And one thing that I think is I was really with Raccoon. I really thought he was a great character. I was hoping he'd make it out of this unscathed. But when he decided that he didn't want to be resuscitated because of all the raccoon racism in the world,
That's not even something they'll get. That's not out yet.
Oh God! Fucking never.
That's a reference to the future, everyone.
Okay, all right.
What I would say is that I'm not sure. I think I prefer in the scene where he's there with Lila, that there's a little bit more emphasis placed on the friends that he has who are, you know, still alive and need to get back to them to know what's happened and make sure they're okay. I feel like I'd want a little bit more of that in that scene. just to emphasize, like in the sense of, oh, your work's not done yet. It's like because you got new friends that need help. Like you can help them. You have the capacity to help them, and you should. Like just because you know what I mean. Like I think I would have
Yes,
liked it if there was a little bit more on that.
Do you think that's not the subtext of that you still have a purpose?
Well, if we
Well, I mean,
pause
I
for a
know
sec,
that's what it
I'll
means.
I'll just read out what is said, and then you can go from there. So
Okay, sure.
she says, you still have a purpose. He says, a purpose for what? They made us for nothing, just stupid experiments to be thrown away. And she says, there are the hands that made us, and then there are the hands that guide those hands. She says, this story has been yours all along, you just didn't know it.
So that's this is actually a bit of a tangent from that point, but now that's on my mind, that line, this story was yours all along, like as a meta line. Look, all right, I like Rocket a hell of a lot. Guardians 1 and 2, Peter is the main character of those films.
Yeah.
I was saying I really enjoy about this movie that it isn't the Peter Quill show.
I do. Well, that's what I because I want focus, but like to say that it was his story all along, it's like it wasn't, and that's fine. That's okay, but it wasn't. Like Peter is the main character,
Plan to
and
agree, yeah.
he's got the most poignant like payoffs in Guardians 1 and 2. Though Rocket's got some pretty poignant ones in those ones as well.
Yeah,
But like,
I mean, I
Peter's
don't think
the main
anybody was
character.
under any illusions. The opening scene for Guardians 1 is how he gets kidnapped, right? And then the ending
Yep.
scene is him opening the gift from his mum, right?
Yep, and then
So, like-
the opening scene for Guardians 2 is the flashback to Ego and his mum. Like,
I
you know,
didn't,
and
I
then that's
didn't
all
hear
about
this
Ego
as
and
a meta
everything.
line at all, really. I felt like it was more her trying to convince him that like that that there's a story for him, that he's not just a pointless. Go ahead.
I feel like you'd say something different than that.
So I was actually going to make a
this-
complaint about how that line doesn't really feel right, other than meta.
Yeah, because this was your
it's-
story all along doesn't feel like an apt response to I have no story. No,
it feels
the story was yours all along. It's like, well, what do you mean? I don't think I have one, right? You know what I mean? Like it's kind of it feels like it's not quite the right response.
the idea. If someone said this is your story, this was your story all along, it feels like it has selfish undertones. This
It's
is
a-
your story all
It
along,
can.
which
It
means
I
this
don't know
entire...
if I'd go that. I don't know if I'd go that far.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying undertones. I think that there is this idea that that can be read as like this is your story. There is, and maybe it's because I'm operating under. There's another Disney product where, in the final episode 8 of this show, there is a character who does actually have virtually the only sort of character growth and change that exists, but he gives up his ability or his chance to do a heroic thing or to act heroically to someone else so that that person can do it. And he says, this isn't my story, essentially, this is your story. This has always been your story. And that it just it really doesn't sit well with me. I know it's a different thing, but that's kind of what it's another Disney show, and I'm just like, this line is.
In Guardians 1, the opening scene, the part where Star-Lord tells Rocket not to touch his present, and the part where he finally opens it are all tacked on. They are
Ooh.
essential.
That's like the
No, what?
like the whole.
They're like foundational.
What
I
are
don't
you
even-
talking about, man? You're crazy.
Can't talk about Guardians 1. We haven't got enough time.
No, we can't. We don't have enough time.
So, what he says is, he's like, I've got no purpose. Why can't I just be with you guys? There's nothing for me to go back to, sort of thing. So the response that this story has been yours all along, it really doesn't line up to me at all. I don't see what she's trying to tell him in the context of those two and the life that they shared together and the life he has now.
The only thing I could think of, if I was to try and defend it, is like this was your story. It wasn't like the high evolutionaries. Like you're not defined by the high evolutionary. That's like the best that I could imagine.
I think that's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is I want a line that's different to this, that could mean what he was going for, but I don't get quite as strongly with this. So if she did say like, you're not defined by what made you, or something like that, or your purpose isn't drawn from your creator, or your something that relates to his journey that's a little bit more than this has been your story all along. I really don't get what she's saying, and if she was to explain it to me, I'd probably be like, oh, why did you say that?
Yeah,
Why didn't you
that's
say
what I'm
something?
thinking.
Yeah, something along the lines of that, or like just tell him he already knows.
Something
'Cause
that
the way-
one of the reasons why I think it's a meta line as well is because of the ending. That's partially what informs me believing it's a meta line too. What happens
Yeah.
right at the end. Sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, yeah, I agree with you. I think what I'm doing in my head when I'm interpreting the line in a way that is more fitting is just like writing a line that I would prefer instead. So I think you're right.
No, I
It's
mean,
just
yeah.
it's kind of it's at
Oh,
best
wait.
it's clunky.
So I guess there's an element of so does any of this get changed, or do new interpretations get added to the pool of possibilities with the context of this is essentially his subconscious talking to himself?
I was operating on that assumption the whole time.
Okay.
Well,
So
yeah.
I don't
that's-
believe he's got a connection to heaven and he's speaking to it directly.
yeah.
I guess the problem. I don't know how it works in the Marvel universe because you've got the
Oh, I
ancestral
guess you're right. There's
plane.
like fucking
You've got
17
whatever
heavens.
Moon Knight went to kind of like the afterlife as well in his show. There's like there's a few different configurations, and of course Valhalla. Right? That's a place too. There's like
There's
several
fucking
afterlives.
Cyborg
so
Otter is in Valhalla with and they're just
maybe,
like,
I don't know, maybe
alright.
that's what I mean.
I don't
idea
know. Like that might actually be like what's
Exactly,
going
yeah.
on. Like
I
I think
think-
that like souls exist in the Marvel universe.
Yes,
and
they
so
do.
does it go
does
someplace, or
Rocket
is it
have
like the
one?
flame when a candle goes out? Like what
Well,
what
it's just,
happens here?
I will
Does Rocket
say,
have one?
whether or
Like-
if they actually came out and confirmed this was a brief connection to heaven where he spoke to her directly, I think I have still the same commentary both ways.
Sure,
yeah,
but like,
essentially it can work both ways, and sort of there's obviously ambiguity there on purpose.
Didn't die in battle. She totally did. Just didn't know it was happening. Counts.
Dying during an escape is like that's like dying in battle, kind of.
They were in a fight for their lives.
But yeah, you know, what starts to happen is that he's actually reached the end of his ability to stay alive before the passcode thing has been uploaded. So he's gonna have to die. And Gamora starts saying he's gone. And then Star-Lord's like, I am not letting him go, and starts doing CPR. Now, this to me felt just like they've done this payoff in movies like 10 quadrillion times. And there are times where I think it can work better than others. As much as I 100% appreciate the acting here, this one just doesn't line up to me. The idea that the fucking high-tech machines are telling you that he's donezo, but you applying bouts of pressure to his heart to restart it is what's gonna get him going. Like, don't you have, I don't know, mechanical shit for that?
Wait, so question, is it made clear, I know this all happens rather quickly and they're cutting back and forth, but is it made clear that him doing the chest compressions is actually what brings him back?
I figured it was. What else would it be?
what else could it be?
Well, the other thing would be,
Unless it is just Rocket's will to live, maybe. I don't know.
yeah, that's sort of the other
Hmm.
side of it, because she says, but not yet, right? And so, I mean, if we assume this is all his subconscious, that's him.
I suppose the difficulty there is that they have a hard and fast mechanical rule with the kill switch and the code that it's like is like his willpower enough to overpower something that has been throughout this whole film, just like this hard fundamental like mechanic that works in this very specific way.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know either.
I'm not sure. Thematically, it works. I don't know about mechanically.
Anyway, he lives.
Yep.
Yay!
And there's,
That was good.
Woohoo.
I quite like the little hug. Nice.
Yeah, it's good.
Yep.
It's really nice.
Though I will say, I think by this point I was, because while the scene was playing out, I was wondering if they were actually potentially going to kill Rocket as like a. I think at this point I was like, look, all right, you did the thing with Drax, all right, but what if you were really subversive and the whole quest was about trying to save Rocket and then you failed? Like, wouldn't that be crazy?
Well, that's the
At
thing.
this point.
They even, I mean, I'm trying not to be a downer here, but like, they kind of did it again. They said he was dead. and then it's like, no, he's not, and he's alive.
Which, well, the thing is that if they hadn't tried to do it with Drax earlier, that I think that they would have had more of an ability to do it this time, you know? Like another sort of fake out. But yeah, I get what you mean.
I don't know if this is a really comparable fake out.
It's not as
honestly.
bad as the Drax
No,
one, but
this
it's still.
this one's way better.
This is one that they do in films a lot of
Yeah,
stories.
no, you have to. South Park parodied it, right?
You have
And,
to live.
Yeah,
Yeah.
with Kyle. You know, you gotta. No, come on, Kyle. He's specifically doing resuscitation, like again. You know, like the compressions.
And you often get them
It's
doing
such
like
a trope.
they'll do the compare, but they're like insane, like fucking
They
punching
start
them.
punching, you know. Yeah, well, dude,
I mean-
Cartman, I'm pretty sure does. Like, that's what I
Yeah,
mean.
well,
And
in
that
defense
episode
of it,
came
you
out, like,
actually
15
do need
years
to
ago.
do really hard chest compressions.
That's
like,
true.
Real
but-
CPR is kind of hard to watch.
But
Hey
like,
man, they
punching
say
somebody, you know, in the chest.
if you break a rib, if you bust a sternum, man, it's better than being dead.
Yep.
So something happens, and I feel this just sneaks in there, and I don't know if you guys consider this bad or not, but we'll see. So you have Rocket saying, "Where's Nebula?" And of course, he's saying it because he can see that she's trying to contact them. He sees it on like a little notification thing. So he's basically just saying, "Where is she that she's contacting us? Why isn't she here?" Quill interprets him as just asking where she is in general. And because of everything that's happened, Quill says he's preparing to say she's dead. I can't fucking believe that you're telling me that Peter Quill has come to terms with the fact that Nebula, Drax, and Mantis are all fucking dead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
and that
that's
just is-
unreal.
yeah, that's just something that happened.
Like, they
That's
try to
unreal.
skip past it because they go like, "Oh,
Yeah.
they're fine." It's like, "Oh, great," but it's like, you thought they were dead?
You actually thought that? Really?
Hmm.
You took that pretty fucking well. Like,
Yeah, you did. You did take that pretty well. You're wow, you were more yeah, wow.
did not like that. Did not appreciate that. Quill, what are
Didn't
you
like
doing,
it.
buddy?
And the reason why was because James Gunn knew that they were all fine. So,
Yeah.
you know, why would you have him, you know, freaking out or anything? They're fine.
And he
haven't
has
seen
to
this
like
kind of-
activate something to let Nebula contact him, which makes no fucking sense at all. Why isn't she just
Why
on the
wouldn't it just be
comms?
an open line? Yeah.
They always have
Yeah,
it that they're
makes
just
more
on.
sense. Yeah.
And it's funny, because that would fix the fucking problem. You just have her say, "Quill, I'm fine, get out of there." I just don't get it. Why'd you create this... like, the amount of times this film has shot itself in the foot.
Yeah.
And easily
Yeah.
avoidable.
Yeah.
And then this is what I mean. It's just fucking yanking me in every direction. And then they do a thing where they're all talking on the thing, and then Rocket says the important thing is that we're all okay, and that's the first thing they've heard from him since he's back up. And like they all like pause. Obviously Mantis, Nebula, and Drax. And I was just like, that's nailed. Good.
That's a good that's a good moment.
So anyway, they get captured.
Wait,
Oh.
before we continue, because the more I think about it, is part of the problem with this movie more so the jarring shift, like less so the jarring shift in tones, and rather than the jarring shift in quality. Is that more?
If I'm going to be completely honest with you, I feel like this jarring shift we're talking about is like 2 2 2 3 2 2 2 3 2 9 2 3 2 3 2 9 2 3 3 3 3 2 2.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. Right?
But that overall doesn't make me say like, "Oh, we got a bit of a back and forth." I'm like, "No, this is a disaster."
Okay, you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm talking about like the rock,
Sorry.
like the Rocket stuff, his backstory. That's a decent bit of the film, and we've for the most part said it's really good.
I don't know how much when you say decent bit of the film, what percentage are you thinking about?
I don't know the number. I only saw it once. I haven't
Maybe
looked
it's
at
just
it.
tough to figure out,
I'm not trying to
like,
corner you. What I'm
after
trying
one
to say
time.
is that it's small.
Okay, Do you understand what I'm actually asking? Because I'm well aware that quite a bit of it is piss. I'm asking if you think the problem is less so a shift in tone than a shift in quality between some of the highs and the lows.
I think a lot of the shift in tones might be almost like a result of some of the decisions they make plot wise.
It's kind of difficult to
Yeah, that's
say
what I'm saying.
because like our discussion on the Mantis thing that fucking annihilated. A lot of people were laughing at that, and that makes me think: like, do I categorize that then as also like a tonal fuck up? Like, because it's supposed, I was treating it as a really sad and meaningful scene, and I'm supposed to be laughing. Apparently, I don't even know yet. I still, I'd love to know what James Gunn thinks I should be feeling at that point. Because the
Yeah,
fact
I
that
wouldn't describe that as a failure of the tone. I'd describe that as a failure
I
of the
never would have
character
known.
writing.
I never would have known that was supposed to be funny unless I saw the scene with people laughing at it.
No, that was obviously meant to
I
be a
never,
joke.
no, genuinely, I never would have known it was supposed to be funny.
Me neither.
Okay, because like I definitely thought that would be in the Marvel, humor world. I read that as a joke. I just think it sucks and that it's terrible in terms of character.
I thought that what we're going for is it's better for Drax not to know because he'll be a happier man for it, and isn't that kind of like a sad reality?
The reason why I read it as a joke is because of him going, "Ha!" like doing his typical Drax like laugh, where it's meant to be funny.
I saw that as them being like, look, there's the Drax you know, and how do we get there? We erased the pressures, the harsher stuff, and it's like, isn't that like it's like a sad reality of a happier scenario, which I fucking hate. And that's the thing, right? Because if that was in Act 1, and Nebula was like shocked as fuck in the scene, and then we have her tell, basically we just develop it, and I need to skip to the end of this. What I'm trying to say is that it's an arc for Mantis to realize what she's doing is fucking horrible.
Yeah.
If we'd done it that way, that'd have been something.
But the problem is that if the film doesn't even seem to recognize how bad it is, you can't do that.
Yep.
So yeah, to come back to your question then, Cab, you're just like trying to figure out if my tonal complaints are more so informed by just dips and rises in quality.
Yes, that's the question.
Because James Gunn doing certain things in an incompetent way are giving me feelings of like fury when I should be experiencing comedy, and that can register then as a tonal complaint instead of a writing quality complaint. Is that what we are?
Well, that's what I'm asking you.
Because
I guess what I'm circling back to is that there are some really high highs. They're few and far between. The more we go through it, for sure. But I think the jarring shift, because what we just demonstrated is that we go from, oh, this is actually a really good scene, and this is actually one of the worst scenes I've ever seen, and that whiplash I feel like is much more of a, because I don't buy the tonal complaints being the central issue, is I guess what I'm saying.
I don't think I would label that as a central issue. If I did, I've changed my mind.
The central issue is bad writing.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, but
Yes.
maybe I should be more specific than that. Like, is it character? Is it plot? Is it world? Is it tone? Is it blah 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 blah? And it's like, for me, like world building errors, I can wash away if the characters are amazing. If the characters are fucked, so I was like, so I may as well just skip to the end and say, yeah, character issues are my main problem with this film.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I've come around to most so far. We're not done, but being more of a problem than I was initially convinced of after watching it the first time.
I think
because go ahead.
Figuring out the consequences of these like plot issues on character is kind of tricky, or at least it can be tricky. It's almost like you got to try and run through it all like in order to sort of see how they like stack up.
You got to think about it because of the way the movie is paced and how it does sort of try to do really dark things and then really funny things. It's hard to. What I'm saying is the film is pretty successful at fooling people, myself included.
I think that people remember the big emotional payoffs, like those scenes.
Yes.
But the work that goes into doing it is like I think that's more easily lost, both in terms of when it's really good and when it's bad. Because you always remember the big important payoffs, but like the groundwork, how you got there, is so important.
Indeed.
Well then, let us continue. We're at the third act now, right? Pretty much.
Yeah.
So, like I said, he captures Nebula, Drax, and Mantis, and he contacts Quill to say, he says something I can't remember, but the important thing is, Quill does say in response to him, "You sick son of a bitch, you killed all those people." And it's like, thank you.
Yep.
That's it now, but that's still
the end.
Yeah.
That's the end of the acknowledgement, but it's something.
Something.
And then he says, Nebula, Drax, Mantis, they're all going to die unless you bring me what is mine, being Rocket. So that's going to set us up the stakes, I guess. Then we cut over to Kraglin, because Quill's contacted him for help. And the scene ends with another, the bad dog joke. You guys find that one to be fun?
I think that one also kind of, I don't know, that ran for a while.
I
didn't mind it.
I like that.
I didn't mind it. Yeah, didn't mind it. I thought it was fine. Didn't mind it. It was all right. I guess it's appropriate for like a dog to want that, recognition, from
Yeah.
him. But I was really, it's all right. It's fine.
I was just like,
Yeah.
sort of, it was just happening. And I was like,
Yeah, can't complain. I guess could have been better, I suppose.
so, with good old High Revolutionary, he's talking about how his new batch will have incredible abilities, but they're not like authentic. They have rote memorization, and in hundreds of years of our creations, only one has known true invention. Putrid in every other way, but he had that. Talking about Rocket. Because he needs that trait transferred to the new specimens before they move to the new colony. The goal, I suppose. The next attempt. And then we cut over to good old Nebula, Drax, and Mantis, who have been put in a cell together next to the cells with all of these new specimens. Really strange place to store those guys.
Yes.
Don't know why. In any case,
Especially when we realize what's around this cage.
yeah. So then Nebula says, we need you to tell all the other children to stay away from the starboard walls, now! Which is just so fucking absurd. Drinker's complaint for this movie was that Nebula is too angry. I disagreed with him. I thought that she's very reasonably angry in a lot of scenes, but this one I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Why is she shouting at children? What's the goal? You might be like, well, maybe Nebula doesn't understand how to get children to do what you want. I just be like, I don't buy it. I just think this is kind of silly.
It's over the top.
And it's to set up Drax. That's clearly what's happening. Because, like, look how ineffective she is with children. If only someone here were good with children. Drax, you're a father. You were a father.
And that's okay,
we're
except
remembering.
that they make the contrast too over the top. Nebula. She is awful with kids, not just not good. You know what I mean?
It gets cartoonish. It's like you can totally have it be like really cold, and it'll still work.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to make her shout at them.
Exactly.
Like, okay. And it's annoying because I kind of like how Drax talks to him. It's fun. I think he's.
Yeah, I like this moment.
He makes monkey noises.
I like his ability to be able to get along with kids and his enjoyment in that role. Being paternal, that kind of sense. I do like that.
Comedy is fucking all over the place. Because for me, when he said it, I had a little girl like you, and she liked it when I make monkey noises, and he starts making like robot noises or beep beep boop boop stuff. And so I was kind of enjoying it, because I was like, that could be because monkeys in his world make that noise. It could be that he has no idea what a monkey actually is, and he's just, could be any kinds of reason. I'm liking this. But then it cuts to like Mantis, and she's like, how is that a monkey? And then it cuts to Gamora, and she's like, beats me. I was like,
how about you guys be quiet?
You just shut the
Drax be doing his little monkey robot dance, especially after you stole his memories. All right, like, you can let him do this and have this moment. All right. But
I also think it feels like an insecurity again. It's like, isn't it funny that he's making noises that aren't that of a monkey? It's like, I got that.
I got it. I get it. Come on, James.
The most you ever need is those two to look at each other and be like, what the fuck?
Exactly.
We'll get it. I get it.
Most people know what a monkey sounds like, and then it doesn't sound like a robot. Okay, most people know that. Unless it's a robotic monkey, I guess.
So, you know how they just decided they'd just fucking arrive at the Orgoscope? They just arrive at his ship. They're just there. They're like, hey.
Yeah, yo.
You
what's
hope
up?
they don't have any things that can like disable the ship, capture the ship, surround the ship.
Wait,
Just, like...
we skip over the fact that he can speak their language? I know we talked about that earlier, because that was in that scene, right?
Oh, well, yeah. I
Yeah,
don't
the
know.
jujube
Is
thing.
there anything else you wanted
I
to say
don't-
about it?
Oh, well, I mean, yeah, I guess it just bears repeating. He can speak whatever language they can speak, even though as they're meant to be like a new civilization, right? A new species. Like
Yeah,
a
I don't get it. I
a
don't
new,
know.
like
Well,
a new type of sentient
it's even
being.
weirder because it's signposted by Mantis in that scene that the translator doesn't work for their language.
Yeah.
And yet he knows what it is, even though it's presumably never existed before.
Are they trying to imply he learned the language real quick, or like I don't know?
Why does Rocket speak English but they don't, or the people on Counter Earth?
Yes,
I
I got nothing for that one.
I don't know. I think it was just so that we could hold off on this payout for a little bit longer, and then it can happen. I think that's it.
And
another one that
then
doesn't feel necessary because I feel like you could like if they spoke English, Nebula could still try to convince them of something, but they're scared of her.
yeah,
And then Drax can still
Exactly.
It's not just because
Yeah.
he speaks the language; it's because he actually knows what to say, which I think
Yeah.
would make it a little bit more meaningful instead of just his noises are better.
It's like in Aliens when they first find Newt, and
it
the
is
soldiers
like
are
that.
like, "Listen, little girl, you gotta tell us exactly what happened."
So they arrive and High Evolutionary's like, haha, I'm probably gonna win. And then suddenly the big skull of nowhere is appearing from a jump point, and it's like crashing through multiple jump points. It's so big, can't even fit through one normally. I thought it was a fun visual, I guess.
Yeah, it's a fun visual. It's just that big, you
Mhm.
know. It just goes through the jump point and kind of just.
And I guess
You know,
they're
I
like
liked
right
it.
between two jump points because they came out of one as well. I'm willing to believe there must be jump points fucking everywhere. I'm guessing. I'm not sure how they work
They seem to
exactly.
be all over the place.
I just prefer them to like light speed. But never say that to me. Ever. Just do the jump points.
Like even though Captain Marvel had the jump points anyway.
Yep, she had them. You're just used
They
to
were in it. That's what Ronan used to get there. But then
Yep.
they go at light speed, which is much slower. Those jump points.
So yeah, something I realized at this point, I probably should mention it earlier. Gamora's told nobody that Adam Warlock is in the ship.
Remember him?
Why?
Everyone?
Yeah.
Remember him?
Why?
He's in this movie.
Oh, that guy who tried to kill like you
All of
guys
us.
and me.
The reason that
Was-
put Rocket
yeah.
into this situation.
Yeah,
that,
he's,
you know,
he's just in the ship.
Correct me if I'm wrong. She knows nothing about Adam Warlock other than he burst into the place. He like got in the way of her fight with Warpig and killed it, and then was looking for Rocket, ran out, and then ran back in. That's her context for him in total, right? I think, unless they
I
told
think
her
that's
about
all
it.
she knows. Maybe they did. I'm
In
not
that
sure
case,
when, though.
why did she like? Do you understand how much there's so much information that's not properly understood as to who knows what? She puts him downstairs and covers him in like stuff to keep him in prison, basically. So she knows that he's hostile, but she also doesn't tell anyone about it. But she keeps him alive and in the ship.
Yeah, it's a little
What the
bit.
fuck is going on?
why is this not
baffling, isn't it?
important? You should be rushing to tell everyone, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, that guy, he's here, Goldman's here.
Genuinely feels like James Gunn was like, well, we got to get him into the final act as well. So what if we have it that like he's incapacitated but on the ship, so Gamora takes pity and so she puts him in there, but she'll wrap him up real good so that it's like an attempt to stop him from like trying to kill him when they wake up. It's like, but James, if she knows that, then she's gonna have to ward the fucking shipmates. I'm surprised that they didn't
Looks
just
like
notice.
it took a lot of time to do. Yeah, whether you could be yelling or something. Where's that critter? Oh, it's by Adam.
I feel like if they walked through the rooms and they were just like, the fucking Adam Warlock is here, and she's just like, yeah, yeah, there he is. What would they do if they'd known? They'd probably throw him out in space, right?
You'd probably like, what
Probably.
the hell's going on?
Or they get Nebula to
I
chop
would.
into his head this time.
Tell
Should've
Mantis
aimed
to
for
fuck
the
around
head.
with him. I don't know.
Yeah. So but the only purpose for that is to bring him into the third act. That is the fucking
Yeah, for all of his
explicit reason
amazing
he's there.
payoffs,
That's
we
it.
need to have him here.
Logistics are hard when writing a story. Sometimes you just gotta
Sometimes.
fuck it and just do whatever you want.
Yeah, they're here now.
Or if you're James Gunn, just the whole time. You just gotta fuck it and do whatever
Just
you want.
So High Evolutionary panics and he sends out like 1,000 of, say they were called Hell something. Right?
Hellspawn?
Hellspawn.
Is that what they call him?
Something like that.
Sends them out into the ships from Rocket, Star-Lord, and Groot, and Nowhere. I thought it was really fucking interesting that they actively are trying to kill Rocket, to the point where they smash through the, I was about to say windscreen, blast shield, whatever it is, the front of what it's called on a spaceship, I guess. The space screen. They smash right through it and almost kill him. They punch him right in the face, but he just avoids it. First of all, like, no decompression. That does eventually happen, but just so odd that they've not been given the command to not kill the fucking raccoon. Isn't that like the whole goal?
Yep.
I think so.
Yeah, I
No,
think
that
so.
is the
As far as I
whole
know,
goal.
He
That has
wants to
been
get
made
Rocket's brain.
abundantly clear. This has been the whole goal for like 14 years, or God even knows how long.
No. He then says,
How
"Open."
old is Rocket? Sorry, I'm just
No
curious.
clue.
Do we know that?
I don't know.
Like when the backstory stuff happened?
I don't know.
I
Well,
really
so
don't
as I
know.
understand it, regular old raccoons don't live very long.
Well, he's got all sorts
So
of
we have to presume that he is not. Yeah, that's what I mean. We have to presume he's not a regular raccoon, in which case we have no real point of reference on
and
that.
we have reason to believe that his lifespan would be geared to be whatever the High Evolutionary would want it to be in a perfect world. Even if which potentially means eternal life. I don't know.
Yeah, no clue.
I've got no clue. He could live for another 50 years, and I would be like, well, it's genetics, this experiment is to express purpose of being perfect in that guy's eyes.
The longer ago this happened, the more stupid it makes the High Evolutionary that he still hasn't looked for or found Rocket.
He's famous. He's
I
a
just had a
famous raccoon. You
thought.
can hire him. You can be like, "Hey, I got a job for you right in this little room." And he comes in and you go, "Ha, gotcha."
Put on a fake
just had a-
mustache and glasses, and you're like, gotcha.
Had a thought there. I don't think it's been really acknowledged very well at all that like Rocket was alone with none of the Guardians for a long time.
You mean?
Like a whole life before Guardians 1.
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I mean the Endgame, that 5-year period.
Yeah, that's
wonder if the
that's
High
never really been
Evolutionary
properly
got
dealt with
snapped.
either, is it?
Rocket was and Nebula, both of them had a long time without the Guardians.
Do you know, Bringy, that was actually something I was thinking about that made me like the fact that he said, "Where's Nebula?" when he woke up. Because my
He's
impression
the
was,
first person he'd think
yeah,
of
that he had a
'cause they
really
spent more
tight
time
connection with it.
together.
But no, it's just because he saw her fucking name on the wall.
Yeah,
Oh,
yep. But yeah,
Okay.
dude, Endgame.
well,
Well, I wonder if the High Evolutionary's plans got disrupted by half of the. I wonder if he
I
got
wonder if any of
snapped.
the people in the stories post Endgame were affected by Endgame.
It
Turns
doesn't
out,
seem
nope.
like it. Because what would have happened if, I don't know, like Adam Warlock or the other lady, and the Sovereign, if they had any impact because of the snap, if that like changed anything in terms of their lives, or the Ravagers, how were they impacted by the snap? How do the Ravagers feel about the fact that Gamora has a bad reputation in the first Guardians, remember? As soon as she gets in prison, everybody wants to kill her. Are the Ravagers all chill with her? Do they know what happened on Earth or what like her involvement was? Would that even matter to them?
This fucking series
This is
is
what I
too
mean.
long
I
in the
feel like
tooth.
I remember more about the history of this universe that I don't like anymore.
Well, I was going to say, not even James Gunn can keep this Jenga tower like straight anymore. It's all crumbling. He can't even take like the continuity of 1, 2, 3, let alone the whole MCU.
Yep. I mean, how do you even do it? Like, you need. That's such a task.
It's hard, but there are writers that have done it, and I'm sorry, they're better writers. Okay.
You don't have to be sorry. It's okay.
So next, a really dumb thing happens. The
Oh boy.
High Evolutionary says, "Open the pit." Now he's referring to the room that Drax, Mantis, and Nebula are in. He's going to open up the door that separates them from the pit below them. And you might be thinking, like, aren't they his bargaining chips? And that's exactly what his subordinate says. Our bargaining power will be gone. That's not addressed. He just opens it anyway. Literally no response. That's it.
Well, no, we need the big action scene.
It's
right?
actually infuriating to me. That's his greatest bargaining chip. All he has to do is say, Star-Lord, since you're not listening to me and you're not handing over Rocket, look at your friend here. It's called Mantis, then Gunshot. Well, not anymore. Now, if you don't do exactly as I say, Drax will be killed next. Pretty simple.
Hey, having people be captured is a really big deal. I know it's treated extremely flippantly by shows and everything, but having someone captured and essentially you are at the mercy of someone else and they could use you for negotiations, that's really, it should be very, very impactful on the story.
I actually
Could
don't
be.
understand it at all, and I think it's actually just incredible laziness on the part of James Gunn again. He needs them to meet up with the Guardians at some point. How do they do it? Well, they could break through a wall with giant monsters, and it's like, where would they get what? And it's like, the monsters, they're gonna eat them, they'll make them their friends or whatever. I don't even... This goes well beyond working backwards. Like, I don't even know what you're saying. Why would he drop them into the pit and not tell anyone? He's literally just executing them, but in a really inefficient way.
Yep.
Yeah, like there's a cage that's next to the kids, and then the cage lifts up, and there's the monsters will see. Like, what's going on here? This is weird.
And does he just not know that Mantis can basically have mind control powers? Does he just not know this?
I don't think he does.
Because I feel like it should have come up after the Orgoscope sequence.
Does that mean Mantis could have touched one of the kids and told them to keep away from to do stuff? And
Yes. Yeah, she could have done that. Oh, that's funny.
Oh, well.
and- all right, well, fair enough. Yeah, well.
I'm annoyed at this movie.
So, yeah, that happens, and it's just whatever. So they land in the pit, and it's one of those creatures from the beginning of Guardians of the Galaxy 2, but there's 3 of them.
Whoa,
which is really
3
bad.
More this time, and that's
then-
scary.
Yeah, 3 is more than 1, so yeah, it's J.J. Abrams. But so something happens here. I clocked it, and a friend of mine has also seen this. This is the first thing he wanted to mention to me. So they fire at Nebula. She's like, whoa, and they fire their rainbow vomit at her. We saw that in Guardians 2. Then, the next shot is an image on a hologram of the spaceship that belongs to the High Evolutionary, and it is exploding in several portions of it. And then
Yep.
it shows the subordinate say, my god, or good god, or something. And then it cuts back to Drax, Nebula, and Mantis running around away from those creatures while there's explosions, fire, and now a big hole in the ship. So, from that, I can only conclude that the creatures in the pit just blew several holes open in the ship.
Oh.
I
Uh,
guess I don't know, because it seems like what else would have.
He seriously just fucking ripped apart his own ship from inside by trying to feed his only bargaining chips to 3 giant space aliens that he keeps there for some reason.
Who have the ability to destroy the ship if they use their attack.
It is
God.
one of the most... Like, I actively pushed that away from my brain. I was like, there's no way that's what just happened. That's not what just happened. But once the friend asked me, is that what happened? Or was the editing fucked? I was like, oh shit. And I checked it and I was like, oh shit, that's what happened.
That's
well,
bad.
that's
very,
dire.
Very, very, very bad. Holy shit.
Real fucking weird. It happens quick, and I think it's supposed to be the reason the subordinate betrays him.
What, because he destroyed his own ship? I mean, yeah. Well, you
Why?
want it.
Why would he do any of these things? They're all so stupid. Why? It's so
Oh,
unfair
no.
because he's such a good actor, and it's such a good motive. Why did you ruin it? Making him
Yeah.
super retarded.
Yeah, that's his real superpower.
Yeah, and then we see it's not just rockets, it's also Star-Lord and Gamora's ship they're flying. Adam Warlock flies in through the front of it, and there's no decompression again. I don't really understand what's happening anymore. I feel like they've given up on the concept of decompression. You guys noticed about that? Because I was looking out for little like like an energy field that it can be like, see, that's there, but I couldn't see anything. And people reaching in from why can the Hellspawn survive space?
I don't
I have
know.
no idea.
I guess I just chalk that up to their cyborgs or something.
They're
and
crazy cybernetic space critters. They don't need to breathe.
Okay.
Yeah, like I guess I'm fine with it. I mean, they clearly like fly out of the ship and attack another ship in a massive horde.
I think what's getting
so
to
I
me
assume
is
they're designed for it.
like if they were strictly robots, I'd be totally fine with it. But the fact that they speak / breathe makes me think, wait a minute. And the fact that they'd be temperature would fuck them up, high and low. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure I buy it.
A vacuum, they can look. All right, shut up.
All right, fine. It's fine. It really isn't that high on the list. It's okay. We'll just move that one off. So then Rocket's covered in them, and it's a moment of like, shit, is this it? You're gonna die? And then they play the Guardian's theme as he fucking rams his ship into the big ship to drag all of them off.
And also, help me out here. It looked like they shattered the glass in parts.
That's what I've been saying this whole time. Hello.
Sorry, I'm tired as well.
What I said, there's no decompression. That's what I'm getting angry at. They keep smashing everything, but there's no decompression.
Look, all right. Everybody has a Biden moment every now and then. Okay.
Okay. Well, I agree. I was annoyed. I don't like it when a ship's fucking hull is breached and there's just no recognition of that. It's like, hello, come on.
Yeah, like that's just ridiculous.
Annoying as hell. And yeah, I don't like as well that he's surrounded by these things and he manages to get them all off by dragging his ship at different parts of the big ship, and that they're like, dun 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 dun. I was just like, nah, I don't buy this as a good move.
Did they use the theme any other time in this film?
I'm gonna be honest with you.
Yeah,
that's the only one I quite fully remember,
That's
other
the
than
only
like
one I remember. Which
the
is
big scene
bizarre.
where they bring him back to life. They play that theme. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
And it's
Okay.
very emotional. It's very effective. I like it.
Was it like a different version of it? Was it
It's
like
the
a
same
different...
melody, but yeah, it's
right. Okay,
It's the same melody, different orchestration.
Right.
I can't think of any instance where it was like the big, Guardians theme, like when they use a Power Stone or something. Which I like that theme, so I like to hear more of it.
Maybe towards the very end, but I don't remember.
Maybe.
Again, because everything's just fucked right now. Adam did crash into their ship, and then like 5 minutes later in the timeline, we cut back to them. Star-Lord is pressing a bunch of shit to activate self-destruct, and then he looks back, and Adam's just standing in the back of the ship going, ah! What is going on? He wants to kill them.
No, notice that we haven't like done anything with Adam yet. Like
Well,
that obvious, of course, we're
I
going
wanna-
to do something with him. It just hasn't.
I think it needs to be beared in mind, because this is where I don't know what Cap's gonna have to say about this one, right? Because it's a bit strange. But his mum's died. He's still furious. He's got to save his civilization by getting Rocket. He's clearly there to collect him. He's burst in. He's screaming, and then she says, "Come a step closer," and this weird thing gets it. And then he goes, "Now let's not be rash." It's like, I was just like, what the fuck? I got the impression distinctly that he was going hyper rage mode. But it's like, no, he's still
And
kind
that-
of, no, not.
And hyper rage mode, and that would be channeled towards, of course, the high evolution. Like I said,
That would have been
Like,
what
we're
I
still-
wanted, but he was still
well,
going
that's
after the
what we all
Guardians.
fucking
Yeah.
thought would happen. His mom gets killed by the high evolutionary exploderating the planet, and then he gets with the Guardians, and he working alongside or parallel with them to kill the high evolutionary, and he's part of the thing that they need. And
Yeah.
now with his mom gone, he needs emotional support or something because he's mentally, pretty young. And I mean, geez, what if fucking Drax ended up being like a father figure to him?
That'd
That's
been
something
cool.
that would have been
That would have
interesting.
been cool.
But fuck me, I only thought that right now off the top of my head. I didn't have like a script and gajillions of dollars, but like it just baffles my mind how that it's obvious what they were going to do with him, right? Like we all know it. I know it. You knew it. We all know it. And then they just didn't do it. They didn't do really anything. That not only did they not do something, I felt like they didn't finish not doing anything.
So Mantis, using her Mantis powers, convinces all three of the enormous monsters to work with them.
Yeah.
They could have just
And,
been eaten, but that happened
Well,
instead.
no, but they only want to eat batteries, all right?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
shit's
they
just a
just
fucking retcon as far as I'm concerned.
Why did
They just
they
growl
tracked?
together.
I mean, he jumped into their mouth, but like he didn't spit him out. Like, ew, you're not a battery.
Well, not only that, but like, what, the High Evolutionaries just keeping battery-eating monsters to feed
yeah, like
people
does
to?
he
What
not
does that even
realize
mean?
that they eat batteries?
You
Like,
telling me
they don't-
that he usually feeds people down there, and what they do is like they fall and then they go blah blah blah, blah and run around until they get eaten. Instead of if they just cowered, they'd be fine. Like if they just went, I'm chill, I don't want to be eaten, they'd be
They
fine.
just went limp, played dead.
Or is that all they do? Is they exhaust them by making them run
It's-
around so much that they die of exhaustion?
It's the kind of right at this point where, as I said before, if Star-Lord put a gun to his head and fired and the bullet went right through and you saw everything blood splattered, he'd be like, no, 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 no. No. And then the scene just continues and he's fine. And it's just like, we've given up. There's just never any attempt to make anything make any sense anymore. Nothing works the way you expect it to. Everyone's gonna be fucking fine. Let's just keep going. That's like the only vibe I was getting at this point. There's no consequence for anything.
Yeah.
So then we see Kraglin is dealing with Nowhere getting like almost annihilated by all of these spooky monsters, and he has a payoff. You know which one I'm referring to? Does anyone want to summarize it and comment?
Yeah, so I think when Mahler asked me the aforementioned question about what's your favorite moment or what's like a moment that strikes you as being your favorite, not counting the flashback scenes, I think I said that the one that comes to my mind first is the Kraglin payoff with the arrow, and seeing Yondu there. I really, really, really liked it. And I'm very happy that Kraglin got this heroic kill the monsters payoff and was using the arrow really efficiently like Yondu's doing. I think that means a lot to him as a character, what very little we get of him. It's first of all, it's really nice to see Yondu again, even in that capacity, in his voice, because I really, really like Yondu. And it was good that he got that heroic payoff moment. I really, really liked it. And even
I call it simple
yeah.
but effective.
Yes, I knew exactly. I didn't expect to see Yondu. I didn't expect to see him there. But I really liked seeing him. And there was this, like, I knew, and the same thing with Laika. That is her name, right?
Who now?
The dog.
Oh, I don't know the dog's name.
Or am I
Cosmos.
thinking Cosmo?
Oh, I thought
Of
you
course,
meant...
based off
actual
of the
Laika.
actual dog was Laika. So I guess that's why I was thinking about it. But yeah, Cosmo. So the payoff with him, and Cosmo coming in to help him with at the last moment, and the good dog thing, saw it coming 20,000 miles away, and extremely satisfied when it happened.
It's still effective.
I mean, like if I can tell it's coming and it's really good when it gets here, like so's fucking Christmas. Like, you know, like I don't, you know, it's okay. That's fine. So, yeah,
I think it's a nice
really,
bit
really
of
liked it.
oxygen for a moment.
It is, yes, that's exactly what it is. It's oxygen in this movie because I'm running out of it.
And that's that. Back to the other scenes now, Rags. I'm sorry.
All right, okay. Well, you know what? We had our little oasis moment. We saw Yondu and we saw Kraglin and he was kicking ass, and we saw the dog and things are great. Now we can go back.
It's true. Someone in chat said Grace Randolph thought the Cosmo bad dog joke was sexist because of the dog's relationship with Kraglin. What do
The
you
relationship
mean?
is that they're like buddies?
No, come on, no.
What?
What does that even mean?
That's just dumb
true.
enough to be
Did you
true.
say
I was about to
that?
say, that sounds like a
I know
Grace
that's what I
Randolph
mean.
thing.
I don't. No way though. Like what?
Grace doesn't
Nah, come
operate
on.
the same plane that we do.
I know.
even
I
though
know.
she
but
is a
still,
female
did she
dog.
Did she say that?
Still a woman who's seeking the validation from a male character, and I didn't really like that.
True. Right.
I can't explain Grace, but I would never lie to you.
I would never lie.
I believe Austin. Yeah, I actually.
And it's so absurd, but like after watching what she said in the Mario review, like
That was something
anything's
else.
possible.
I believe it.
And yeah,
I
after
believe
the
it.
after the Suicide Squad review, anything's possible, isn't it?
100 fucking %. I believe if you said it about anyone else, you know. But I mean, yeah.
Oh my god.
So we cut to the good old command center for bad guys, and his subordinate's like, "Sire, we must retreat. The ship is going down." And something really funny happens. The primary like controller person, I think she's like a rat person. She says, "The spaceport has intruders," and it just cuts to High Evolutionary. And he goes, "See if one of them is P-13." Like, the ship is on fire. There's armies of people destroying you. Everybody's telling you the ship's about to explode, that we need to get out of here. They're like, the spaceport has intruders. And he says, see if one of them is Rocket. Like, sure, why not?
Yeah, we'll get to a little bit of relief from that point that you're mentioning that I was happy to see. But it's something that I wish we saw more in media, much more. But yeah, this is the point where I'm like, oh, you're like getting really, you're like turning into a different
He's like
crazy
insane
person
now.
now. Yeah, he's like kind of insane. So yeah. Well.
And she says, "You must stop for God's sake." And he says, "There is no God. That's why I stepped in."
Oh, that's so cringe.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how I would
that's-
tweak that. You almost want to have him getting enraged at the mention of a god, but you don't want to make it that obvious, do you?
He might have like mentioned it before in a sense of like there isn't destiny, there isn't fate, there isn't there's no gods or there's no
Which
anything
doesn't
like
work
that.
in this universe, by the way.
Which doesn't work in this universe, but maybe he means God in a different context or something. I don't fucking know.
Then something really stupid happens.
Yeah, it's really cringe.
They all pull guns on him when he has the control of gravity. It's like, if you're gonna kill him, if you're gonna betray him, you kill him. You don't actually do the whole...
do it straight away.
Are
Yeah,
you trying to
can't give
keep
a
him
chance.
like hostage? Are you trying to tell him to put his arms down? What are you trying to do? Like I really like that they do this, and I hate how they do it.
Exactly. It's the camera's panning around. They're all slowly lifting up their guns, just going brrr, 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 like they're all charging up, ready to shoot. It's like, do you guys forget his powers? He's just gonna slam you all into the ground. But he does something else.
He annihilates the whole bridge.
He nukes them.
He uses his ultimate move. It's charged up now, and he uses it to destroy his own bridge, including
and all of his own workers.
Yeah, all the workers who are gonna betray him, but most importantly, the cyborg like pilot of the ship who opens the doors and things.
It's once he's killed them all and destroyed his own command center because the High Evolutionary is a fucking genius, he says to his like remaining crew, "Get me P3 and kill the rest." And I was just like, can you finally do it yourself? You're like the best one for this. And you keep sending thousands of people to die.
They just had to set him up to where he's not powerful. He just has a bunch of people who does what he tells them to do. And he has a lot of money and resources at his disposal, but he's not like a super powered villain himself.
If he went down to the dock, he would slam them all into the ground, pop the heads of all the ones that he doesn't care about, grab Rocket, and be done. But he never does it. So anyway, next scene is the big creatures smash through a wall and the whole Guardians team up. But then those creatures disappear for a little bit. It's really strange. Also, High Evolutionary disappears now for a while. He's nowhere to be found in the story. He's just gone.
Big ship. He's got to get around to places, you know?
If he was to appear at any point, he would destroy the plotline, because anyone who fights him would get fucking wrecked if they were fighting him 1v1. Even, to be honest with you, all of them at once. But we'll save it for later.
It's tough to, yeah.
If he gets the ambush on anybody, he's got him. But
yeah, because he can stun lock him.
Yeah. And we've seen him do it with many people at once. And he's got an ultimate move where he can just vaporize people.
Also that.
So, something else happens that I don't like. The Guardians are figuring out what their plan is. Since they're all together, they've rescued them. That's it. We did it. And then a lot of them say, like, wait, we can't go. We got to save the children. There's people here. There's still life forms. There's blah, 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 blah. And then Gamora says, if we want to live, we have to leave now. I was just like, why the fuck did you have it so that everyone says we got to save the people except Gamora?
When Gamora, again from 2014, where she was plucked from, was the most motivated to try and save lives.
It's so rude. What you do is you have them all suggest it, and then she's like
It's
leads
rude.
them or something. You push forward with it. You don't have her say, "Nah, it's only innocent children." The fuck are we doing?
What have children done for me?
What have they done for
recently?
me? Yeah, and then Rocket says, "I'm done running," and
Yay!
but yeah, and they do their big
And
action
this-
scene.
I was about to say, this is the thing. This is the action thing.
It's a cool,
It's
a
a-
cool one take sort of
it's
action
a
scene.
Yeah, it's quite a spectacle. I think it needs to be tightened up here and there. But I really enjoyed watching it. It was nice to see things flying around, people using powers, guns, swords.
Bit of comboing up here and there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I really liked watching it. It could have been great if they had changed some things up. But I really enjoyed, for what it was, I enjoyed it. I thought it was neat that they had that one take style to it.
Very much felt like the last Guardians scene. Like,
Yeah,
This was
yeah.
it felt like in a way celebratory of just the Guardians
Hey,
kicking
it's
ass
the
together.
team doing it one last time,
Yep.
and so then they come up with a plan. You have Nebula and Rocket go into the command center to see if they can pilot the ship to help them get the people out, and then they'll have everyone else work to get the life forms out. And they specifically say save all the higher life forms. So we're going to be getting all the people. We're not going to be getting any animals. And then, as they're getting people out, Adam Warlock appears, he yells, and then he falls over. And seriously, at this point, I was just like, what a shame, man.
Why is he in this film when you didn't know what to do with him?
I don't understand why it was so hard to build him a proper
It shouldn't have been
storyline.
that hard. No. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's like he wasn't interested.
It's such a shame. But
Yep.
Groot sees that, and what's crazy is if Adam had energy and power there, he would have killed Groot. Luckily for him, he didn't, and so Groot grabs him and saves him. What did you guys think of the joke where Mantis is opening cages and she discovers the hideous monster thing and screams at him, and then he says, "Oh, thank you," and then she says, "Oh, I was screaming at something behind you."
like
Maybe he's used to it and he knows it's nothing personal. But he's keeping chipper and cheery, and he's just happy to be out of a cage. So yeah, that's a fucking abomination, isn't it? Fucking Jesus.
Yeah, it's such a
It's like that gives kids nightmares, man.
everyone understands the joke perfectly. It's absolutely fucking horrifying, and yet it's like, thank you, and leaves, and it's just like,
Exactly.
I like that joke.
yeah, it's kind of the perfect amount of just absolutely insane.
I mean, he doesn't seem like he's in pain, and he's walking around.
That's the
he's
thing,
just
is
happy
as
to be
long as
free.
he is okay and happy and he's getting out of there, that's okay with me.
Yeah, if he was like, "Oh God, fucking kill me,"
Yeah, that would be
like I'm like, "Oh
uncomfortable.
my Jesus Christ!" Now I'm really not. Oh,
And I do like Mantis trying to save it. Like I wasn't screaming at you; I was screaming at the thing behind you.
why is? I mean, like, why is he
Well,
in
she
the
would have
cage?
just made him
though?
forget anyway, Cap.
Why is he in the
would you
cage
say
with all the
that to me?
the kids?
I wish I could forget.
Yeah. So then Star-Lord's running around and he bumps into 3 people who work for the High Evolutionary, and he says, "Kill me if you want, but then good luck getting out of here."
I don't understand that at all.
He's so fucking lucky. Every other person he's bumped into doesn't hesitate to shoot at him, but these 3 fuckers just don't. It's like, okay. If they killed him, they could still leave.
Yeah, I don't. That made no sense to me, even like from the moment he said it.
I think the purpose of the line is to convince us that all the remaining staff are now working with the Guardians to get all the kids out. It's just
But
really,
that
it's just so
doesn't
fucking
make-
lazy and clunky.
That's not how you accomplish that. That line doesn't
No,
fit.
it's not even close. What do we think about the locking the ships together to prevent compression with Cosmo?
Don't know about that. I know that you're able to
Scientifically
do that.
speaking, if that's even a fucking utterance that I could make with a movie like this, but
But also,
Uh,
goddamn, like Cosmo must be immensely powerful if she can like move this massive structure and retain it in its place like that.
I
Holy
assume we've got Nowhere that's also moving forward, and Cosmo is just like the extra
Sealing
ceiling
the
around that
cracks.
hole. Yeah, that's how I
Mm.
saw it, because it does deform around the hole
Right.
in the ship, but she is there to make sure that it like stays together and is kind of tight.
But
So in
the
that
thing is that
case,
later on when she can't do it anymore, it does start to drift pretty dramatically.
I'd have to. Because I remember what you're talking about. Manus has to give her the, you can do it, you can do it.
Yeah.
So I'd have to look and see again to exactly how it starts to come apart. But yeah, based on what I saw there, I'd know for sure or not.
Big thing
or
that
at least
really
I'd have a
pissed
better
me
idea.
off is that I kind of enjoy it if you make it so that Cosmo's real trying her ass off to make this work. I'm like, okay, at least I can appreciate that you're making it seem like it's real fucking tough. Why does
It would be
everybody take a million years to move across the threshold? They literally start saying one at a time, one at a time. It's like, no, you're all sprinting across. Go.
We are
You
we are
gotta
jumping.
go. Yeah.
This
You're
is like
booking it.
2012, man. We need to go. Do you think it would have been better if Kraglin was there with her?
Well, he had to pilot the
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah,
that's
I
the
guess
big
I guess
major
he.
role they wanted to give him, you know.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
gonna say
that's-
it
apparently-
makes
yeah,
sense
that's
that
fair.
he's the
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
captain doing that stuff. Yeah. So then Adam Warlock wakes up and he says, "Why are you doing this? I tried to kill you." And says, "I am Groot," which is translated into "Everyone deserves a second chance."
You didn't earn that.
I mean, what can you say to that? You're just like, okay.
All
Cool.
right. Yeah, I guess that's heroic or something. What's gonna happen with this guy? What are we doing?
It just
No.
feels like you pulled it from the book of lines. It's like, what can you say? It's like, say
It's
everyone should
definitely
have a
from the
second
book.
chance. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like you're.
It could work if, as Rags has suggested over and over and over again, that he was actually fighting on their side now, but there's still a moment like where they think about, you know what I mean? Like, or like when they agree to team up or something like that. There's a way they could make that work if he's like fighting on their side now.
Yeah, and now you have him as a character who can do something if you need something done that requires, being able to fly fast or blast through a wall or something. Now that he's on your side, you've got that you can pull. But now he's
And
just sort of around, I guess, and helping, sort of. He will, I guess. So, yeah.
And he's proven that he actually, can earn a second chance.
Can he?
Well, no, I'm
Has he?
saying in the hypothetical version.
Oh yeah, in the hypothetical, yeah.
Not in this one, because he hasn't.
Yeah, in this one, yeah, he just sort of like, we're trusting you to not destroy everyone, okay?
Exactly.
No one even like suggests that he goes get revenge.
No,
If he
you're
had
right.
said
It's
something before,
like
like, no
dropped.
one-
He is a
Exactly.
character with like one thing, and that thing is dropped. It's just like, it's the mum. That's like the thing he cares about, and then she dies, and then you're like, well, okay. It feels like there's
Yeah,
there's
he got
different scenes
lost
that they
in this
filmed.
plot.
There must be something that got lost when they edited it. I don't know. So the ship's falling apart. Like I said, Cosmo's trying to keep it together. All the people are getting moved across. They're desperate. Everyone's like screaming and all this shit. I don't think it's appropriate to have Rocket's scene now. I like the scene quite a bit, but it just doesn't line up to me that we're this desperate, and he's now gonna have a very slow walk to the cages, look at them, look at the raccoons, take care of them,
Yeah.
slowly get them up, then look around, see what animals are there, and then I was just like, this needed to happen
It's
before.
too much of a rush. Yeah, there needs to be. This needs to happen before we've got like everything falling apart.
Yeah.
There's too much of a rush going on plot wise. As good as it is to see that, and as great as it is, this is not the time that it needed to happen. This needed to be sooner.
Then the High Evolutionary attacks. Here he is. He's like, "Brah!" He's really angry. And he's like, "I'm gonna get you." Honestly, the first thought I had was like, "Where the fuck have you been, man?" Been ages. Everything's been falling apart. Where have you been doing? And I wonder if he like just went to toilet or something. Because like, where else could he be? What could he be doing? He's put on pause. He's not allowed to interact with the plot. He's got to stay away until we're ready for him. But they start having their fight. He's dragging Rocket around, hitting him into walls, doing all kinds of things. And he has him up at the ceiling, and he's shouting all kinds of mean things at him, like, you're an abomination, you're nothing more than a step on my path, how dare you think you're more than that? And then Rocket manages to move his arm just enough to activate his gravity boots, which I think is already too much. He shouldn't be able to move when he's
shouldn't
going
be
in the
able to
gravity
move.
mode.
And also, of course, as you said, the whole he should be really fucked up right now.
Oh, yeah. They even have him
Yeah.
go in, like, he throws him onto something electrical, and Rocket's like, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, oh,
Yeah.
That's another one of those writer can choose whatever that just did. Did that kill him? Did that do nothing? Was it somewhere in between?
Electricity, man, it's really useful to just. It could just be pain. It could be like you're stunned for a bit. It could kill you. It could just give you memory loss. I don't know. It's the grab bag of injuries.
So, what do you think physics-wise should happen when you've got a man who can control a person via manipulating gravity, and he's got them pressed against a wall, and then they activate their own gravity boots?
Probably
Nothing. Because I don't think there's enough. I don't think the suction power of those gravity boots are enough to overpower the firmness of how the High Evolutionary's gravity is holding him in place. If anything, it might make him slide along the wall or whatever until his feet make contact with the surface that's below him
So-
from his perspective.
It's funny, I kind of agree. I think number one most likely scenario, nothing happens, because it's just his gravity control overpowers your booties. I'm sorry, they just do. His power is insane. Second
Yeah,
most
these things
likely,
don't want to be super powerful, just enough to keep you on the surface, because you have to still be able to. They give you some. Essentially, they simulate the effects of gravity with your feet.
second most likely they
see.
attach to the ceiling that Rocket's right next to, right? And they awkwardly bend his legs a bit back, but I don't know how else, they just attach. Okay. Third most likely, that thing you were saying about like the slidey around thing, like they've got some influence, but they're not quite connecting to the power. Fourth most likely, I suppose they attach to the ground below,
Depends-
but that's probably going to
Depends how
break
they
his
work.
ankles.
Yeah, maybe it depends on how. Yeah, I would imagine if you use them, like it knows what your orientation is, and it tries to contact the most appropriate surface beneath you. Which would and if he started to slide down as the force of the gravity is like that wouldn't be too bad if he started sliding and he made contact, or he turns it on, nothing happens, and the moment the High Evolutionary lets go of his gravity, all of a sudden Rocket moves down, and that maybe catches him off guard and gives Rocket an opening.
Yeah, like he's activated them, and then he goes to throw him to another place and expects him to have moved, and then he's like, "Wait, what?" And then looks back, and it's already too late. 'Cause Rocket's got the shot on him now.
Yeah, it's a startling little, not a teleport, but similar in its effects. He just starts to quickly move in a direction.
Well, instead, he activates them, and it clamps down into the floor in front of him, and then he says, because he's shitting at him, saying is the fucking P19, I forget the code name. Then he lands and says, "My name is Rocket Raccoon," then shoots him. And I was just thinking to myself, like, man, that was a lot of time you spent talking there that he could have done something to you.
That's
Yeah,
true.
sure was with his powers
Have you
and
ever
stuff.
considered that him saying I'm Rocket Raccoon is really great? That's a little
It really
character
is, though.
beat.
Yeah.
Considering how vehemently he rejects anybody calling him, like a raccoon or any number of things, to just fully embrace that as part of his identity is really cool. I really, really like it.
Yeah.
So he does that,
great
and
payoff
then
for that character.
the Guardians appear suddenly, and they all beat the fuck out of the High Evolutionary. He doesn't stand a chance.
I feel like this would have worked better if Rocket had him all to himself.
I'd be inclined to agree, and even when when they're all attacking him, I was just like, nuke him, do the nuke. He doesn't
Yeah,
make
we need to
them.
see like his gauntlet being broken or his little something, you know, some element of he can be depowered if something breaks or whatever. But I was expecting for Rocket and him to have a mano kind of fight. Rocket cleverly engineers something with he uses the intelligence and creativity that the High Evolutionary wants so much as a way to defeat the High Evolutionary. How incredibly poetic is that?
Yeah,
And
because
he
as far as it
gets to
went
take him
was,
on.
remember those boots that we set up? There you go.
Yep.
And you're like, okay.
Yeah.
I don't even think it would work that way, but sure, there it goes.
Would have been, yeah, cool, because Crockett has a very, 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 very deep personal interest in fucking this guy up.
Mm-hmm.
No, killing him, quite frankly.
Oh, yes.
And so yeah, I mean, it's fine that all the Guardians are there. They're his new family, they're his team. So, you know, you took one family away from me, this is the new one, they're gonna kick your butt. That's something, you know.
I will say,
But
though,
I
I can't, hate being a downer, but I can't envision it. Like, where's Rocket? And then all of the main characters decide to go and look for him and
Show
all
up,
end up in that
yeah.
room. Like, nah. The
Yeah.
most you'd have is
Especially-
one of them going to look for him.
And honestly, I was feeling kind of like before this that Rocket would perish in his fight with the High Evolutionary. There'd be some setup where he saves the day, but like he has to sacrifice himself to do it. Something I was really expecting for that kind of thing to be set up in this moment. Which is like it's fine that it doesn't happen. That was just what I was thinking would likely be the case.
Yeah, he gets beaten the fuck out, and Gamora rips his face off. 'Cause he's got a little face mask on after what Rocket fucked him up with. And it's quite gruesome when they show the face itself.
Yeah, it is. It is quite gruesome. Yeah.
And says, I just wanted to make things perfect. Rocket says, you didn't want to make things perfect. You just hated things the way they are. Perfectly fine as a counter to him, I guess, but this is where
I
it gets
really like it.
a little bit confusing for me. I was hoping maybe someone could explain this. He says, Drax in the background, he's just like, kill him. Then Rocket aims the gun, but then stops. He says, why? And he says, because I'm a freaking guardian of the galaxy.
Dumb. Just fucking kill him.
I don't
Kill him.
understand at all. I would have expected a subversive, like, you know, like, oh, is he gonna? You'll spare him, right? It's just like, no, of course I'm not gonna fucking spare him. Are you serious? Like, we
Guys,
kill
like,
people
you think it was
all
like
the
whoever-
time.
Are you talking about like the Deadpool thing where Colossus is just like, you know, the way the world sees us, and then White just shoots the guy in the head, just
It's
unceremoniously. It's just like,
what are they
yeah.
going for with
you.
I'm a guardian of the galaxy? What does that mean at that point?
I think they're talking about the thing that I think Cap mentioned earlier, right? Where it's like that lame thing where you can just kill all the faceless goons, but like when the actual villain who orchestrated everything, but like what kind of mercy is it? The ship is blowing up. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? He's dead.
It's
either
really
way.
lame.
Yeah, we assume he lays there with his face off and he gets exploded or whatever.
Yeah.
The only thing about it that I don't mind, and there's a way to tweak it for me, is that I can understand Rocket having some hesitancy about being the one to kill him himself. I can understand that to a degree. It could have been interesting if he decides not to and he walks away and then Drax kills him or something. You know,
Or if he walks away with the recognition that he will die when this thing blows up.
that possibly as well. Either one.
The implication I got was that we're the guardians of the galaxy. We don't execute people when they're down or something. I'd be like, what?
We don't kill bad guys.
Yes, you do kill bad guys.
Yeah,
You totally do. You do it all the
absolutely
time.
And this is the most bad of the guys.
He's real bad. You don't want to. You
He's
don't even want to
very
risk him
bad.
escaping. Not at all.
Remember the genocide earlier?
Yeah,
I remember.
Yeah, like
genocide-y.
that's the thing. You know, that was crazy what he did there. And I mean, dude, he's finished anyway. You know, like what? Yeah, and I'm not sure. Yeah, what they were going for with that was odd.
It'd be. I wouldn't like it either, but it'd be one thing if they took him with them to like bring him to justice, whatever that means. But they don't even do that.
Well, no, it's like let's spare him and leave him here to blow up anyway. Like it's Batman Begins, you know. Like
I don't have to save you.
I mean, dude, like You are making a choice here, all right?
Little bit. And then all the animals are saved because of course they are.
Well, I mean, yeah, but hey, look, all right, it's
They all very conveniently
thi-
stampede in the right direction.
Yeah, they're all
so
just like cooperating, you know.
they all know that they need to run away from the like exactly where they need to. The reality is that it might have been a tougher. I think I was talking to Muller about this, like the tougher scene of he can't save all of them, so he saves the raccoons. You know, like there's just a recognition that you can't save everybody, but obviously
That's
you
a
know,
tough
or
payoff.
if it was
Because
just
that
the
means he's a
raccoons, you know?
racist.
Well, the other
Jesus.
alternative is if it's just the raccoons, all the other animals have escaped, and it's just the little raccoons.
Yeah,
to the
their
left.
cage.
And
All the
so
other
he grabs
cages are
them.
like broken or open or whatever, and
Yeah.
they didn't quite get out.
Yeah, it's like the ship is actually falling apart around him, and he has to be like pulled away from doing
you know
it
what?
or something.
It'd be pretty useful if maybe they had like an alliance with some Ravagers, maybe with some portal technology. It'd be
Yeah.
That's not
Oh,
portal
No.
technology.
It's
It's
bad enough
techno-
without that Ravager to die, because you could be like, why can't they contact fucking Doctor Strange? They're friends with him now.
Yeah, give him a call. Say, hey, buddy, you busy with
You
your?
could really use your
third eye there,
incredible,
we need your
amazing
help.
technology, and in
It's
exchange, we'll
he's-
give you some amazing medical technology. They can
And
fix your
if he's not
hands.
available, you know, like
You're a
well,
doctor. You'd like that.
because Wong is our Sorcerer Supreme now, so you give him a call, see if he's available.
Yeah, well, I was just gonna say,
He's in
like, could you
court.
wrap one of those medical kits around Doctor Strange's hands? Fix him?
I assume so.
Dude, could you
God.
imagine, right? They're introducing the idea of the tech to Doctor Strange. He's like, "Oh, interesting. I actually," and they know about his wound or whatever. And they just pop it on, and go beep. There you go. And he's like, "What?" They're just like, "Hey, isn't that great?" And he's just like, "You don't even."
You can do
I mean-
surgery again.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's like,
All right.
okay.
I'm gonna go be a surgeon.
So, oh, we're at that point. Damn.
No, no, We're
So
yep.
everyone has made it, and everything is fine except Quill. Oh, he said Quinn. Quill drops his Zune. So he
And
goes,
he runs after it.
runs back to get it, and then he falls through the floor. And because of the ship separating, he is now very far away, and he's gonna have to jump
And
through
he
the
doesn't have
vacuum of
his
space.
arrow rig.
He has
He's
none of the thousands of pieces of fucking tech throughout this goddamn series that would have saved his ass. And so he jumps through and gives himself a bit of a boost with a pipe he was holding. It's kind of a cool thing that he does in terms of just like, oh yeah, I guess so. And then some debris gets in his way, and he gets stopped halfway in between.
It would, but it would it with a pipe?
I don't know if it would work. I just thought it was cool.
I don't. It's cool, but I don't think it would work. That's like if you. That's like if you got a sailboat, and you put a big fan on the deck and pointed it towards the sail. Like that wouldn't work. Because if he's attached to if he's holding on to the pipe, then the forward force of the pipe's expulsion would then be canceled out by the energy hitting him. Or I don't know. Maybe I'd have to see it again.
Too tired
There'd
for
have
that
to.
one.
Okay. I'd
My
have
brain
to say,
can't handle
I'll
it.
buy it for now. I'll buy it for now, but I'd
Yeah.
have to see it again to make sure.
He hits pieces of debris and gets stuck, and then they show Mantis and Groot like crying and screaming because they know he's gonna die. I was just like, you're not fucking serious.
You're telling me that the reason why Peter is gonna die is because he ran back for his Zune when
I can
the
imagine
obvious,
him starting
the
to run.
obvious payoff is that he thinks about running for it, but then realizes he doesn't need it.
He lets
You
it
know?
go.
He lets
Also-
it go.
He holy grails that shit, and he lets it go. He
Yeah.
doesn't need it anymore. The
Because
music's
he's got his
inside
friends.
Yeah, he's already put the music inside of them.
Yes,
It was
yes.
right
I
there,
know we're
James.
laughing, but
It was
actually,
right
yes, that was
there.
obviously.
it's and it's the Zune. It's not the tapes from his
No,
mom.
it's the Zune is from Yondu, I think. So that would be my.
Is it from
best...
Yondu specifically?
Yeah,
can't
Kraglin
remember.
gave it to him.
Okay.
And he said it's got like 300 songs. And that was really impressive. Like, so I understand that as an element, but it seems so obvious that the point is that he's past that of like the item itself, right? It's like the music itself and what it represents, or his friends, that he would run back for the music player and then die in space because of it. Like, what happened? That feels like a total regression, you know? It feels like we've gone backward, especially if the arc of this film is him learning to let go, that he nearly dies because he couldn't let go,
Well,
and then has
I'm
to get
not
bailed out,
sold on
you know?
his arc being letting go at all, really. I feel like
I
it's
think that's
just
what we're meant to
Gamora.
believe it is, though.
But
that's the
it's
thing.
not like he doesn't just let go of Rocket, you know?
No, I know.
Yeah,
To
that's
let
true.
go of Gamora, essentially. He's learning to let go of things because, sometimes, what you have, it's, I mean, it's
It's really just
inside
Gamora.
you.
I don't it's not
And
doesn't it's not a big overarching theme for him, in my opinion. I don't know.
Oh, well, let's put it this way. Even if we didn't, think it was a big overarching theme, I just don't buy that he would actually die for this
No, neither do
player.
I.
Like, that
Yeah.
just doesn't seem like where we're at with him. That was like a decision that he made in the first film, right? That was, to some extent reckless of, you all have to wait while I go get the music player. And then the fact that you destroyed it, the original Walkman as well. And replaced it with the
accepting
Zoom, and then
things
you nearly
for
died
how
getting
they
it.
are is definitely an idea in this film, instead of trying to
Absolutely.
fix everything.
Yeah.
I think that that would have worked perfectly with that. The reality is the Zoom's fucking gone. Go. That's what you have to. Like, it's perfect in microcosm. But there's someone else, because we've talked about this a couple times. But I actually think it could have been a darker direction. Maybe a mistake. Maybe not. To completely redo the script and have it be that that's a lesson in the form of Rocket actually dying in the end. All their attempts to prevent the realities from setting in that Rocket has died causes like immense damage. Maybe an additional character deaths. You could do it that way, or you could do other forms of damage. But it's a harsh lesson to learn that, like, just because you can't deal with the fact that something horrible has happened, it can end up making way worse things happen, like in conjunction or whatever. There's space for all this stuff here, but like, I don't know, man. Like, after I see the film, it's like they clearly had no fucking intention of killing Rocket, or no. So I mean, people maybe
but look,
be
looks like Peter. He's
yeah, I was
struggling.
gonna say, is Peter dead? Then it's like, well, obviously we've
everything.
been over all the forms of technology that would have been able to save him if he had them. I don't know if Kraglin's arrow would have worked.
Well, if he grabbed it. Well,
I don't know if whistling
maybe,
would apply.
like, I'm Mary Poppins, like, do that.
Yeah.
And just get it.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. It's like,
Sounds,
you got that. You've got something I didn't like. I was thinking about was, Groot's vines should be able to get him, and then they show him trying, and for some reason in this moment, Groot's only capable of growing them incredibly slowly. You see them passing.
Freeze
so he starts it up, and they're going boom, 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 boom. They pass the threshold, boom, 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 and then they go frosty, and then they break off. Remember in Guardians 1 where he can like fire them? He can go like and like straight out. If he did that, that'd be enough, because Peter just needs to grab one and pull.
That was his old body, not his new hulking.
His new slow
well,
body.
remember,
body
Rags,
that
I think you're getting
don't like.
confused. Remember, this is a different Groot to the original Groot, as I understand
He regrew entirely from the
He's a different person. He is a different Groot. The Groot from Guardians is dead, and this is, Groot 2. I
never knew how
Groot
that
2
worked.
Yeah.
Obviously,
I just don't know if the seed like carried on his consciousness or something. I'm not sure. So
it's just, I don't buy any of it, and I find it all really annoying. And they're baiting fucking Peter's death now. You've done it enough. Stop.
Yeah, we're doing more bait deaths, and like, what a weird time for this to just sort of happen for bait too.
Especially when now everybody who we thought was actually gonna die is like safe, like totally safe.
Well, so isn't it crazy that on my like the people most likely to die list, it was like Rocket and Drax were number ones, and then Peter was actually one of the suggestions I floated that could be possible and edgy. All three of them got fucking baited in this, and then they were fine.
Yep. They were totally fine. Even Nebula got kind of baited.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
Well, and to be fair, we haven't mentioned them, but there's 2 times in this film where Mantis is dropped into a place and falls on her neck, and they make a neck snap sound.
Yeah, that's true. They do.
That was just weird.
It's just supposed to be
I don't know why
funny.
they
You're
did
supposed to
that.
go, ho, ho, ho.
When most people, when they hear that and somebody landing really awkwardly on their neck, they immediately think, "Oh shit."
Yeah, she's dead. Because that's what happens when you hear that noise. I know what that noise is. That's no good.
It's funny. Someone's like, "What?" It's like, it's as I said it is. That's what happens. Watch the
It's a
movie. That's what
weird,
happens.
like pratfall sort of thing.
Yeah. So anyway, Peter's pretty much about to die. There's no hope for him, and then Adam Warlock shows up. And,
Wait, did you mention the face bloat?
Yeah, his face
I
gets
assume you
all
want me to
bloated.
mention it because it's a bit of a like, what am I supposed to be feeling about this?
I
'Cause we
feel
all-
like
I'm feeling
we're meant
annoyed
to-
that he didn't get a new helmet.
Well, there's that, but I also feel like I don't know enough about the science, and I am very tired. But if his face is already bloated to that degree, I feel like he's done. But
I think
You know
he's
what I
safe
thought?
for being half.
Well, but I don't know that counts
Celestial
for
or
anything
whatever he
anymore.
is?
He lost that power. Remember, that was like,
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the thing
He's
about
dead,
it. I
you know?
kind of have a regret about Guardians 2 is they made it explicit. It's like, once you kill me, you don't get any of those powers anymore. It's like,
Yep.
oh. But
okay.
well, and
Well.
as for what was said, right? I thought because he gets saved, we've already kind of implied it, right? But like, I thought they were going to apply med kits to him like as soon as he got in, but they didn't even do that.
nah, he's chill. He's okay.
He's just fine. He just recovers. And it's like, okay.
This is the only reason I can like they try to make Adam Warlock like relevant to the story.
Yeah, Adam saves him after doing a reference to Creation of Man, the painting, right?
Yeah, where
Yeah,
it's
what's
like
up with that?
pointing at
I
him.
don't
Why?
know.
Why
I
would
don't
he
know.
do that?
Not-
Why is
I
he
don't know what that
describing
is.
Because
him?
that's clearly supposed to be funny. But I'm just sitting there like, oh, fuck it, hell. What are we?
Dude,
what's
hurry up!
no
Like
meaning
every
to it.
second, every second
I-
counts, man.
I don't know what this is.
It
and what
doesn't
it
mean anything in relation to the story. Like, there's no thematic significance to referencing that really famous, iconic image. It's just like, that's a thing. Don't you recognize that? Isn't that funny? No,
No,
it's not funny.
Mm.
I don't. I don't get it. 'Cause his name is Adam, but isn't he the wrong one in the image?
A little bit. Maybe it's supposed to. That's on purpose. You didn't get it.
You're right that I didn't get it.
I didn't
That's
get
true.
it either.
I'm sure that'll be in a video essay.
Oh
The-
god.
Look at
Guardians
that.
3
coming,
is
aren't they?
genius, actually.
Oh yeah, no, I think video essays will they'll be clamoring for this one. I think.
So, they're all fine. They made it. And then Gamora says before she leaves that I bet we were fun. Says you wouldn't believe it.
Like you wouldn't believe, yeah.
Mm-hmm. So she's off with the
yeah.
Ravagers. And
Their true
well,
family.
I mean, you know, it's time to basically that they announce that they got things they need to talk about. Peter says he's been running ever since he watched his mum die on Earth, and he's finally gonna go back, which for some reason means he's leaving the Guardians. Don't really quite understand that, since he can visit Earth whenever he wants for even a week, and he'd still be a Guardian. I don't. So I really don't understand what's happening there. Mantis says she needs to go because she's always done what Ego wanted, and now she's been doing anything the Guardians wanted, and so now it's time to discover something for herself, which, again, I thought she was here because she wanted to be here.
Same.
So I found that one
didn't make
annoying,
any
too.
Sense to me.
Nebula and Drax want to build a society for the children to live in? Like, okay.
All right.
Well, I guess it's worth mentioning that's what Nebula says. Initially, Drax wants to go with Mantis.
Go with Mantis
Hmm.
because he doesn't know that she's
He
a
doesn't know
He doesn't
terrible
know how
what's
abusive she is.
Yeah. And then it's Nebula that convinced. Well, first of all, Mantis is like, "No, I need to go on my own," and Nebula's like, "No, Drax, you can stay here." And do you have the exact line?
He says, "You weren't born to be a destroyer. You were born to be a dad."
So there's a sense in which I kind of like that he's because he doesn't get revenge, right? I wish the film addressed it, but it didn't. So, as a
No.
consolation prize, I mean, the revenge was for the loss of his family, that he gets something like adopted children of his own to take care of. And the fact that we've seen him be good with kids is something that I
Mhm.
kind of like.
Yeah, this idea that he couldn't save his kids from something evil, but he saved these kids from something evil.
And he can be the dad to them that he couldn't be to his own daughter. That's
Yeah,
something.
like I like that as a core idea. I don't know. It's just all the stuff that happens along the way, and I feel like the paternal stuff. Did it even exist in Guardians 2?
Well,
I,
he's
I forget.
mentioned, of course, the loss of his daughter and stuff, but you know, we're almost at the point of figuring out what the fuck is going on here, because he's like, Rocket, you will be the leader of the Guardians, and that team is now Kraglin, Cosmo, Adam Warlock, Groot, and Little Girl. And that is the fate, let's say, of the Guardians as it stood. They are now separated, and it feels so fucking arbitrary.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels
I don't
like
think-
there's a tension between James Gunn wanting to break them apart and put an end to all of it, while Marvel's like, no, you can't put a permanent end to it. You need to set up a new team. So there's this weird, like, split, like the dichotomy or like a dissonance between those two ends that are all combined into this one scene, and it's such
It
an
feels-
arbitrary, strange mess.
I don't know what informed this, and I'm not sure that I would even come to the conclusion that it was like, yeah, it was obviously like studio meddling. I'm not sure. I feel like the film is pretty non-committal in terms of like being a definitive, conclusive ending for this team. I don't feel like this is a really conclusive ending. Everybody is off, available to be pulled in for future projects, and
Yeah. No
you said,
one's
like,
dead.
everybody's
Yeah.
gone. Why is not awesome? Like, the reasoning isn't great. It feels like it came out of nowhere. I didn't think they'd
leave. I didn't think they'd split.
Well, I didn't get anything from this film that indicated this is all leading to them splitting up because I don't need each other anymore.
Finally, we're together again, like we want it to be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, no, I want to go to the planet. What? Tell them to come with you.
I don't like this thing. There's so much about it. Like, I would say that the Drax one, at least, it has something. It's like, okay, but like, would Drax
has
actually?
something,
Would he
but-
want to not? Because I know Dave Bautista
But-
doesn't want to do it anymore, and that's
Yeah,
partially what's
that's
informing
the
my
thing.
perspective on this. Is
Same
not.
with
It's like, what would
same
Drax
with,
want as a character? It's like it's bleeding in from him. But would Drax be okay with like, yeah, I'm just gonna help this society? Where it's like, does he just want to quit Guardians now?
But surely,
Well,
this
especially
is
the
where they
Guardians were
live.
based
This is
on
where they spend a
nowhere.
lot of their
Yeah.
time.
But that was actually
Yeah.
something I was gonna bring up. As
And
like
nowhere moves. They can take
Yeah.
home with them.
That's true.
Well,
It's
yeah.
a
we're
mobile
like-
home in
We're pretending like
space.
for Peter to go to Earth, it would be some grand adventure that takes ages. It's like, you could have port over there. It's
You
not
can do it in an
hard.
afternoon.
Yeah, like, why-
You could take a sabbatical from the Guardians. You don't need to. You
And,
know,
like,
You
as
don't
if-
need to quit. Yeah.
And like, what?
A sabbatical, that's actually a really good way of putting it. Because if he wants to spend a decent amount of time with his grandpa, live out spend his time with his grandpa until he eventually dies or something like that. Like, you don't have to commit to permanently quitting.
Mm.
It's actually bizarre. And then the Mantis one is the worst of all of them. That's her brother, and she's like, "Well, I'm gonna go find my own adventures now." It's like, I'm sorry, what? What?
I thought that you really valued this. Like,
you
so
feel
much so that
manipulated into
you-
like doing other
you
people's
sought
bidding,
it
huh?
out. I guess I just find it
There's
strange
that.
that's
Yeah.
like, I'm gonna go off and do my own thing because like this isn't enough.
Shit,
Seems-
but I think that's better
There's
than
no
what she
setup
says.
for that
She
one.
says, "I
Yeah.
did whatever Ego wanted, and then I did whatever the Guardians wanted." It's like, no, fuck you. You're here. Why are you ruining the
your
character?
friends.
Well,
You're
and
here,
also,
but this is the right
Dude,
thing to do.
Well, it's
They're
pretty
not just
funny, right?
ordering you
I
around.
did whatever the Guardians wanted. Wasn't it her idea to go to Earth to get Kevin Bacon to set up the whole party for Christmas? That was her idea.
She's fucking.
She gets to do what she wants.
She's
She's part of
editing
the team.
people's memories.
She gets to make decisions.
Also that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How can you
That
fucking
there was
argue?
also
Like,
the fact that she controls other people and deletes their memories. I have to go now. My own planet needs me.
God, it's such a. It's like the scene comes out of nowhere to say, like, by the way, this is it for Guardians. You're like, oh yeah, shit, I forgot. This is the end of the Guardians.
This is meant to be the end, but not really, because everybody is even the actors who have said that they don't want to do anymore. It's like, well, you're not dead. You could always come back. You know,
Yeah.
everybody is conveniently placed to, dude. Like, it just seems so arbitrary. And I did not get the sense at all throughout the film that we were ramping up to the Guardians splitting up as a team.
No.
Or at the very
no.
least, that was a possibility in, in the conclusion of this film being like the end of the Guardians as a team. But the longer this film went on, the less that seemed like a possibility.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's all about coming together to work together at the end.
And it just made the most sense to me that you'd have a couple of them die and they realize like it's the end of an era, and the like losing parts of the family means that like they're gonna now need to reset, refigure out everything, that things aren't the way they were, but try to make it like some level of a positive angle. But having none of them die and none of them be having some, because like they treat the Peter realization as though he's actually having to go to a different galaxy or some shit. It's like, no, it's just next door. It's the
He's going
equivalent
to
of that in
Earth.
this world. What do you
to
mean?
Earth.
You could have
Just
gone to
go.
Earth for a whole... Like I said, it's like when Ant-Man says, like, if the Avengers need me, I'm just a call away. And it's like, isn't that the Guardian situation? Isn't that how it works?
Well, remember in Avengers Endgame, they had a direct line of communication with Rocket.
Oh yeah, I just don't get it.
Which I guess at least that kind of bolsters the idea that Rocket could be the leader, since he was sort of like in charge of whatever, you know, him and Nebula were doing probably while they were out doing stuff sometime independent as a lead. But I don't know if I'm like fully sold on that as him being the leader of the team.
I always felt it was Peter.
Peter is the leader, but the idea that the next best choice was Rocket. It's like the next best choice was probably Gamora, but she's out of the picture. Is Mantis a better leader than Rocket?
No, probably not.
I'd pick
Well,
Rocket
and
before
yet
you.
not Mantis, Nebula will be a better leader of Nowhere.
Oh,
Like
well,
she's
Nebula...
really cut out for that, you know?
Nebula, the thing about it, it's almost not even worth speculating, because he clearly just didn't think about this himself. He's just moved right along. I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if he was told he's not allowed to kill anybody, and that they have to they have to be in positions that are more so like you can talk about how separated it is from maybe their goals, like Mantis, for example, but I have to imagine they actually told him she needs to be separated off because we're going to be moving her into some other show or something, and because like, he just didn't try at all with her. He just said like, she's just going. It's like, what the fuck did they tell you to make you do that?
I don't know. I don't know.
Rocket and Peter always argue over who's the captain. Yeah, that's true. I mean, just running through that list, it would have to be Rocket. There's nobody else. There's nobody else who could be the leader at this point.
Well, that
guess
was
it's
never in doubt.
interesting.
I'm saying that it was clearly Peter, though, even though they would argue.
Oh, Peter was always the leader. I guess the thing is what does it mean to say that Rocket is the leader of a team that at that point we don't even know what it looks like? Because as I was watching that scene, all I thought is, so it's just Rocket and Groot. You know, the leader of Rocket and Groot, but then they have Kraglin and Adam Warlock in there to like make up
Cosmo.
the team, and Cosmo
And Little Girl.
So
And that one chick,
and
and that
yeah.
one girl.
He does something. We'll find out next time.
Sure.
Well,
she'll
because
be,
I mean, I'm not going to find out. I'm done. But
I will not.
Well, I mean, who knows if there are going to be more Guardians films? But like the Guardians and a lot of these characters are going to. I mean, we're skipping ahead a bit, but Star-Lord's coming back. Like
Yep.
definitively.
Well, if you want, if we're nearly done. If we just round it out. Drax is crying when Mantis leaves. Kind of sad.
If
Gamora's,
only he knew.
I know, right? Gamora is super happy to be back with the Ravagers, who seem to be super happy she's back, and it's so fucking weird that they didn't help her out at all in this whole fucking thing. They're her family, they're her people. I don't buy it. Never will. That's fine. You do you. You, Gamora. Adam Warlock's sort of just sitting around and smiling. There's not much else you can do with him, I guess, because he's not really got a connection to any other character. And then everyone is like sort of howling and yelling in a happy way and dancing, and it's, I don't know, just for me it didn't sit right. I was just like, yes, everything was happily ever after. Everyone's so fucking happy. Oh, how great everything is. It's just like, whatever.
It's a mixed bag because there were like aspects of it that I like. The fact that Drax dances, that's like a payoff because you don't dance. He even talked about it before, and he's actually danced. And like Nebula smiling is kind of like, oh shit, like you don't see that. You know, you don't see that ever.
Just
and then Rocket being super happy. It's like, but at the same time, it's like, but the foundation upon which all of this is built. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it worked for me in the moment. It doesn't work for me anymore. It's
In
just
the
how I
moment
feel
it
about
worked, but
most of the movie now.
yeah.
Well, so that's it for my notes. So we're at
Oh,
the point
and then
of
post-credit scene, yeah, Star-Lord, the legendary Star-Lord will return because
Fuck off.
this is Marvel. This is Marvel and nothing ever ends.
Fuck off is exactly how I felt.
So where are we at?
Well, so first question I was
Now.
gonna have was, does anybody? Because I'd already gone through all of these, obviously, because I fucking wrote and detailed a lot of them, and actually had to grab some of these can sneak by so quickly, you know.
They sure did.
So I was just gonna ask for all of you, in your estimation, from the beginning of the stream to now, how is the film done?
It's
Oh,
it's
way
done
worse than I
horribly.
thought it originally was. I didn't think that. Generally, I start off with, "Is this above or below a 5?" And I was like, "Well, it's not above a 5, that's for sure." Um, what do you know? Then it's just a matter of like, okay, what how far down do things go?
I said at the beginning during my opening blurb, I really just sort of like to say I had the feeling, I kind of knew that it was gonna go down in my estimation. Because like whenever I watch a film and I get that sense of like discontent, and I already know what some of the problems are, like floating around in my head
Yep.
in terms of plotting. Like when I have that feeling, so rarely does it turn out it's like, oh no, actually it's like it gets way better when you start to delve
Oh yeah.
into it.
Oh
you know?
yeah.
Like talking about Puss in Boots 2 with Metal and Meme, like that's a
I
film
got
that like
better,
improves when you run through it and you get all of the little details and things like that. Here
but I
it's
didn't
like it
leave from that
crumbles.
conflicted.
It's
And
you
when
know
I
like well no, I left with that like really happy. And so
yeah,
like the more that you talk about it, the more you realize here, I already knew that like the plot was probably gonna be a mess. My concern is how much does it impugn character? But like damn, like it's like we're not in a good place with this film.
I've soured on it heavily, and now I'm depressed. I
um,
I really I think what I feel like is that the movie fooled me. That into thinking it was because I knew when I was watching it that the plot was going to be shit. The more I thought about it, that felt pretty obvious. But I think in terms of character writing and stuff like that, it convinced me it was all right. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, you know what? Actually, this shit sucks in a lot of ways.
I
I
think
still really like Rocket's origin story.
mm,
That's the best stuff of the movie, but I'm at the point now where I think that's basically all I liked, except for some of the jokes.
there's a
And
few little things here and there that I like, but
I think
now I'd never intend to watch it ever again. Before I would have been like, yeah, I'd give that a rewatch, but now I don't give a shit.
I
I
quite
think that
like
Rocket is a
Guardians 1
strong
and 2
story.
as
I do
films.
too.
Happy to
Likewise,
rewatch them
they're
whenever. I
strong.
don't want to rewatch this. I'm very
I
unhappy
will not
with it.
rewatch this one. If I
This
do,
is
it'll just be a specific clip that I want to see, maybe about this or that, but it will
if you
definitely
give me
not be
the
the movie.
compilation of the Rocket scenes, it's
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
it's just the Rocket movie, then sure, maybe. But like, it's disappointing. Like
It is
I
disappointing.
like Guardians 1 and 2. I like them a lot. They're the stronger entries in this world, and this was like it. This was it in terms of basically investment, like in the characters of the MCU at this point. Like these guys were the only ones left. Bar
There was
Spider-Man.
immediately coming out of the movie, I thought it was because I don't like 2 all that much. I think it has a lot of problems, but all those problems are dwarfed in this one or by
Who
this
has
one.
plot problems as well. One is the
Yeah.
tightest of the three. Like I think 1, 2, 3 in
Oh,
terms of
one
order,
is
I
the
think,
best. It's not even close as far as I'm concerned.
I think it's kind of close between 1 and 2. I
I
think that
don't.
2 is weaker than the first film. It's got more plot
Significantly.
problems, I think. No, not even I think. It does have more plot problems, but I think that like the gap between 1 and 2 is way smaller than the gap between 2 and 3.
I feel that way now for sure. Yeah.
Like, yeah. It's not a good movie. Guardians 3 is not a
No.
good movie.
How did out of curiosity, Metal and Meme feel about it?
They definitely liked it less than I did when we talked about it. We went through a lot of the same plot problems. It's been like this conversation was so long, and so was that one.
Yeah.
I'm fuzzy on what we even said at this point.
So-
That one was
I know
6
how it
hours
feels.
long. This one's like 8.5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't remember anymore. But
Something else. something I would say is that the takeaway that we had from the Suicide Squad is plot, catastrophe, character, inexplicably really sound in the face of that.
Yeah, we were even shocked about how much there was barely any bleed from the plot into the characters. Like, bad plotting can often fuck up characters, but there's a bit of a separation in the Suicide Squad. As well as just, gosh darn it, I really liked a lot of the arcs in that film, and I loved some of the characters.
Same. Like, the payoff with Rick Flag, like, that's some great shit.
Solid as fuck.
And Peacemaker as well, and then Bloodsport, the arc that he gets thrown on, Ratcatcher, like that's got a really great. It's just that the quality of the plotting in terms of these James Gunn like superhero projects is like declined, but character was the thing that saved them, and in this case, it's
it does what boomed him.
Like Rocket, yes, but everybody else, there's problems,
varying degrees of destruction.
Varying degrees, yeah.
So what are we thinking in terms of a number?
Fuck.
Between 2 and 3 for me.
So here's the thing: I had that typed out, ready to click, but that's where my number was. I'm not just to say I'm not going with the crowd here. That I'm thinking at about a 2, and it legitimately pains me to say it.
I don't know how much,
because this is a 2 that has some gold in them there hills. But
well, maybe it helps. I think our benchmark for the highest rating out of all of the Phase 4 and 5 projects, bar No Way Home, was Shang-Chi at like a 3. Do you think this is worse than Shang-Chi?
Yes, probably.
I think it destroys too many things that have.
Yeah,
I don't think Shang-Chi does any kind of damage. Like this.
Well, like Shang-Chi was okay, you know, like he was all right.
He's very boring and generic throughout the movie.
How much is it worth that Rocket is really good?
We made it up to a 2 because I know it's like here's the thing, like. We have Mantis is destroyed. Peter's concerned for the lives of his, people. Nebula's weirdness with the mind control thing. The plot is absolutely in shambles. The world building, don't even get me started. We've got Rocket. Drax is kind of like not good either. Not as bad as the others. Kraglin makes it out. Cosmo. So that's like 3.
I guess I think that's what I'm struggling with, is that when I compare it to a lot of the other Marvel films that we've had, there's like nothing really. Like that's the best that you get is whereas here the best that you get is like, oh, that's some really good shit.
The highs are higher, but the lows are lower than some of them.
Well, maybe the thing that's worth emphasizing is that the reason why the lows can be lower is because these are characters that were good and had a lot that was working for them coming into this film and drops the ball. How much is that worth?
Yeah, ruining Shang-Chi, like, who fucking cares, right? Like, it's bad. It's still bad, but, there's this element
I'm telling you, though, I'm pretty sure he makes it through that whole film fine. He's like...
Yeah, just, as an example of it, you made a new thing and ruined it. So,
right, compared to you had a whole bunch of material that was great, and it was all fitting into the potential for like an excellent finale. And
I don't get how it happened. How did this happen?
I don't know how this one happened. He said he worked on it for a year, the script.
Was he working on jokes for a year, or was that the focus here?
I wonder if it is a matter of when he made 1 and 2, those were the only things he was working on. When he made this was probably while Peacemaker was happening, and obviously post-production and editing side. This was, but there were no reshoots, as I understand it. Like this is it. Like this is the film that it was always meant to be, and there probably wasn't. I don't know how much studio interference there would have been on this. How much was Marvel telling him what he could and couldn't do when they knew that this was the end for him making Marvel films, and when they probably have the knowledge that making a Guardians film without James Gunn, that might be challenging. His identity is too baked into Guardians compared to everything else that they have.
Well, yeah, they might not do any solo ones, but they can obviously put them in other bigger stuff.
Yeah, that's Avengers. It. They throw them into other films. I think I'm at a 3.
Yeah, I'm at a 3
Yeah, I can see
too.
it. I can see it going either way. It's tough
The-
to it's tough to measure up all of these things because there's a lot of stuff to kind of like weigh.
2 out of 10 Guardians movie wrapped around a 6 out of 10 Rocket movie. See, the thing is with Rocket, it's kind of complicated because I think that the High Evolutionary starts to sort of collapse towards the end, and he's like a big part of that story. Like, you look at him in the earlier portion of the film, I think he's really strong, and then the longer it goes on, as we were talking about, the more he starts to just sort of descend into madness.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, the basic intelligence of everybody in this film is kind of terrible.
And the
Yeah,
reason
I
why
think-
Rocket escapes is because he's mostly not in the film.
Yeah, he's in a
Like,
coma, so he can't be like...
It's I'm very glad in hindsight. I think when Mueller said originally that like his the High Evolutionary's motivation is strong, but like every plan he enacts is retarded. So it's
Yeah, like the idea behind the High Evolutionary is really cool to me. The idea
Yeah.
of a guy who like just fundamentally does not like nature as it operates, where things play out as they do, and you know, like whatever being sort of arise from that, we can recognize the value in that, and that's like enough. That he feels the need that he needs to control it, and that whatever notion he even has of perfect is like, well, that's you. That's the thing you made up, and who are you? You know, are you perfect?
Yeah.
Like, why do you think that you can... Like, there's a lot of great ideas there, and I feel like we got some of that, and we didn't get everything that we could out of it.
Yeah.
This film's also got
Especially
a lot
when
of
it
great
comes to
performances.
like him fighting against them in the main
Yeah.
current timeline. I think, you know, in the backstory he's pretty solid.
If I could mention again, I went into this film so ready to love it. I was like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
I
here we
think that
go.
was that should have been very apparent to everybody. This was the one that we had some expectations for. In the lead up, when we saw like the clip of the conversation between Rocket, Lila, Teefs, and Floor, like that got us that got us
so
more
hyped.
optimistic. That got us
Yeah.
more optimistic of like, oh damn, like that's great. Oh, sweet, we're gonna get an awesome finale. I really, 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 really wanted this to be great.
So regarding that super chat that just came in, guys, enjoy the hell out of it. Enjoy
Oh
don't
yeah,
feel
I
bad for
enjoyed a
enjoying
lot
it.
of
Don't
it.
feel bad
I
for
was
enjoying
balling.
it. You
Yeah,
don't-
this worked for me in a lot of ways. A lot of the comedy
I
worked for
totally-
me. A
I
lot of the
totally
emotions worked.
understand why people would enjoy it. I totally understand like why people would. This film has got like a lot of moments in it that are like emotionally. I think that's something that's worth emphasizing. Like even with all of these problems, I don't think that this film is nearly as cynical as like the rest of these Marvel films that we've been getting for the last few
I can
years.
agree with that
Yeah.
easily. This is a
I
work of
believe it's very
incompetence,
I
not
believe that
like
everybody worked-
spitefulness.
No,
Yeah, it's
I think
very
everybody
earnest.
cared. I think everybody cared when they were making this. It's just that some of these decisions were like baffling. I don't even know if I'd say misguided. They're just confused. They're baffling to me, some of these choices.
Yeah.
And like
Some-
some of
a
these
lot of
missed
bad writing
opportunities when they
decisions.
seem so obvious, you know? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
So
gonna wallow for a little bit.
what happens now? Yeah, that's fair
What
enough. I
happens
think.
now is that I'm done with the MCU forever. That's what's done. That's what happens now.
It's
I'm-
real
I'm-
fucking
it's totally-
sad.
It's totally done for me. I mean, I was ready to check out even if I walked away thinking this was really good.
Yeah.
It's
Oh
just like,
yeah,
that would have
like,
been
that was
ending
the
on a high
plan.
note. I
The
mean,
plan
and I
was
did,
to end things on a high note and leave.
yeah. And I did, I did really enjoy it in the moment, but it just, I feel like the film is like if I'm a raccoon and I'm holding cotton candy and I try to wash it in the water to clean my food and it just disappears. That's what it feels like right now.
Yeah.
It's a metaphor,
Anal G.
symbolism. An anal G.
Hey, you remembered my joke.
Oh, your joke.
I said it. I'm probably not the first person to think of it, but I did say it earlier.
You
I'm
did.
not denying that, Rex, but I would have hit that one like fucking a decade ago.
Oh well, you know what? If I, yeah, that's
Yeah,
fine.
Get fucking
First time you
wrecked.
hear it, it's new.
How you doing, chat? How's everyone feeling? It just feels a little weird. It's like 8
Need
hours
a
of just
wellness
ripping this
check.
fucking movie apart, but trying to celebrate what we could as we went.
I guess again, worth emphasizing, rooting for this film. Like
Yeah.
really was.
Really rooting for this film. Really
Because
wanted
this was
to-
like I think we entered into this one. This is like the end, right, of Marvel. This is like it for films, storytelling.
Yeah. Really was. Well, at least we got 2 good Guardians movies.
We did.
I can
You
remember
were
them as
chosen
they
one.
were, not as they ended up being, with
It was
a
a-
couple exceptions.
There's a bit of a sense with this that because we haven't really talked about whether or not it is because like it was seen as the sequel to Guardians of the Galaxy 2, which is like it's getting portaled from Phase 3, not Phase 4 and 5. You know what I mean? Like it's like this secret
Mhm.
hatch where it's coming from a place of quality, so it's gonna be different. But like
This film is different from the
it's
other.
definitely
Oh,
different.
very
But holy
different.
fuck, I never expected to score this low. You kidding me?
No,
I never
no,
expected
I
a
didn't.
movie like this.
I figured that the Suicide Squad was going to be like,
low.
that's like James Gunn at his worst is still great characters.
And now it's just, I shudder to think about if the DCEU might be like just as bad as always.
I
It
don't
could.
know what I think
It would
about.
be a different kind of bad, but it could
It
be just
might
as
be.
bad.
It could
I
just
don't
be
know
the-
what I
he
think.
could pop out a masterpiece at any moment. Who knows?
He could. Yeah, he
It's
could. Yeah, I
possible.
suppose he could.
I really
Um,
liked Slither and Super, but I haven't seen them in a long time.
Oh, here's a question. What do you guys think of the box office potential for this?
High.
I
I think it'll be pretty high.
I don't know. I think I think it will be. I guess I wonder if it's going to make as much money as the other two, which is about 700, 800 million. I could see it doing that. I don't know if it'll do better than that.
I think the environment that it's in is gonna.
It is hurt
It's already
by, it's hurt by
it's an anchor
Quantumania.
it's
It's
dragging
hurt by
with it.
Phase 4. Phase 4's done immense damage to the reputation of Marvel, clearly.
Yeah.
So that's the
But-
question. Does it do as well as the other ones?
Part of me wonders if, like, definitely it could damage it. But I wonder if people will have the perception, as we hoped it would have, that it would be different. That it'd be like, yeah, the rest of Marvel has not been good recently, but this could be the good one, so I'll go check that out.
Question
And
is
the
word of
general,
mouth.
and what is the? I mean, what are the general? What's
I think the general
consensus?
reaction is going to be positive. That would be my guess.
think
Well,
so.
so
Yeah.
I've seen intense positivity for this film so far.
Yeah, it ends very like in a normie way, upbeat. It's got a safe ending. It has a lot of laughs along the way. It moves at a breakneck pace. Stuff's always happening. Always lots of banter between characters. It's got an interesting villain. It's got those, you're refreshed by the flashback sequences scattered throughout. I think that it wouldn't surprise me at all if this is quite beloved by people.
It'd be
I
that
agree.
drop off I'd be curious about, and then word of mouth, which seems strong right now, but who knows if it'll change.
What I'm really curious about is if it, remains considered really good, or if that changes with time.
I
know
think
what's
that
funny?
I think it will change with time.
What's funny is
I think
that
so.
Me too.
the thing that we were hearing from like critics and a couple of like early reviews was film is like too dark, too dreary, and lots of cruelty and violence and stuff. It's just not even close to my issues with
No,
it.
it's the
No.
opposite. No, I'd say
Honestly,
if
that's some of
anything,
my
it's,
favorite stuff.
Well, I'd say that it wasn't as weighty in that regard as it could have been, and as what I was expecting.
Mhm.
I was and I guess it's recently for the first time watching No Country for Old Men. It's like you compare that to this in terms of how gloomy and dreary
Yeah.
a film can
Such a
get.
fucking good movie.
I love that movie.
It's amazing.
Well, that's that, I suppose. Is there anything else you guys want to
Yeah.
say about Guardians of the Galaxy 3?
No,
No.
No.
That chapter closed.
yep, and now it's just always gonna be quality MCU films going forward. Eh?
Yeah, man.
Are we excited about the future of this world?
No.
No.
Definitely not. Emphatically not.
Can't wait to see Adam Warlock more,
Mm.
I guess.
I'm legitimately done. I'm not doing it anymore. I can't.
It's the only time you do it if you were invited to talk about them on streams.
Honestly, if I hear from you guys that one of the next ones is actually surprisingly good, that's probably all that would convince me.
Well, I have to wait on
Maybe
that
the
one.
Marvels will blow us away, you know? Maybe it'll
Maybe.
maybe it'll be
Anything's
great.
possible.
Blue Beetle. No, it's DC.
That's DC, that's
that one's
right.
gonna
Get it right.
flop
Fucking
so
hell.
hard.
Oh, Blue
Come
Beetle's
on.
gonna absolutely flop. It's
Dude,
gonna tank.
Shazam. It's probably gonna be like a Shazam situation
It
again.
probably is. It's gonna fucking tank.
The
and
Flash. That's
I'm-
what's next, though. That's
Yeah, that'll
that's
be
a
a-
month away from now.
That'll be a
That'll
weird
be
one for us.
interesting.
Yeah, I don't see how that one could be good, but like, seems like
That
it'd be
one,
impossible.
There's a morbid fascination, curiosity I have.
Oh
about
yeah,
that one.
I'm super fascinated.
Oh yeah,
that what's gonna
That-
look like.
I'm looking forward to that shit show.
It's gonna be weird. Capital O opinions. Why don't you tell people what you're up to these days and where they can find you?
You can find me at the channel, which is also called Capital O Opinions, on the YouTube. I am spending most of my time working on some EFAP movies, which will come out later this year, and they're going to be very funny. So stay tuned for that. Also, more devs is also coming. I'm not making any promises anymore, but it's on the way. We have to explain quantum mechanics in this episode, so it's taking some time to make sure that we actually get it right.
Oh
and
god, that's
explain
gonna
it
be
in a way
fun.
that makes sense. Because the show doesn't understand quantum mechanics, but we have to understand it to explain how it doesn't. So it's gonna be fun.
You just go to like a full university course just to rip into this TV show.
That's how it feels to me. Trying to keep it contained so it doesn't sprawl into this like an hour-long lecture in the middle of the video. But you know, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
That will be on the horizon.
Well, and thank you obviously for hanging out with us for that full near 9 hours talking about this little kids movie.
For babies.
The babies.
Little baby movie.
Space babies. Frank, Rags, is there anything you guys wanted to talk about?
Nah, I'm hungry. I'm tired.
I'm tired, yeah.
Mando, season 3, episode 8, EFAP TV. I'm currently working on it. Hopefully, it'll be done soon.
And
I mean, that's what I'll just be doing after this. So, you know,
I am working away at projects. Perhaps someday I will tell you more than that precious chat / channel. But for now, that's it from us. That's God, yeah, it's a longer one than usual for a film breakdown. I still don't think it meets out our longest.
I think we knew that going in.
Yeah, there's just so much to talk about, and there's so much history for this movie in a way. But hope you had lots of fun, everybody. I know that we
Yes.
did.
We
Thank
sure
you
did.
so much for the friendly company kind donations, of which we're just regularly releasing them every Wednesday now. Hoping to we're not fully caught up yet, but we will be again, don't worry. And as was mentioned, Mando is on the way, as well as eventually possibly Gotham Knights. And next week is a good chance it won't be an EFAP episode, it'll be a Gartic Phone episode, because somehow we're still 2 episodes ahead of the fucking anniversary time. Gotta figure this out, move things around, but yeah, it's been a while since we played a little video game, so perhaps that shall be fun. In any case, you all sleep well now. We'll do whatever it is you want to do, you know? I'm not your parent, okay? Even then, you might be old enough that wouldn't even matter. Do whatever
I'm
you
your
want.
parent. Go to sleep.
Alright, well, you heard him. Off you pop, everybody. Good night now.
Goodbye, everyone.
Toodle pip.
Bye.
Cheerio.
Night, good night.
Yeah.
Bleh.